The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 628 to Chapter 686. At the same time, while Capeline visited the Bygusler family, an audience was also going on in the Emperor's bedroom. Ah! Ah! The Emperor's crazed cries reverberated endlessly, causing a stirring atmosphere to pervade the silent hall of the bedchamber. The nobles and officials all knelt on one knee and lowered their heads, their expressions full of respect. However, they weren't kneeling in front of the crazed emperor. Instead, they were kneeling in front of the woman who was slowly walking towards them from the direction of the gate. The woman was still dressed in white. She was barefooted and did not have any makeup on, but there was a demonic aura emanating from her body that firmly attracted everyone present. The people looked at her with infatuation, fear, fanaticism, and respect, making the woman the most eye-catching star here. In front of everyone, the woman came to the crazed emperor who was kneeling on the ground and yelling senselessly. "How pitiful, your majesty." A bell-like laughter came from her mouth. There was no pity in it, no sympathy, not even a trace of resentment. There was only merciless schadenfreude. Hearing that laughter and looking at this woman, the high-ranking officials of the empire finally spoke in unison. "Welcome back to the palace, your highness." Yes. Mara had returned. In this turbulent night, the woman who could be said to be the cause of all disasters had finally returned to the empire, to the imperial capital. Mara didn't look at the nobles around her who were kneeling to her. Instead, she reached out her hand and caressed the crazed emperor's face as if she was tender. Her movements looked extremely gentle, and her expression was full of tenderness, but there was no trace of emotion in her eyes. She just spoke like that. "The plan to lure the bandits into the palace and then encircle and annihilate them has failed. The plan to force the Bygusler family to abdicate and force Locket to step down has failed. The Lefort family has been destroyed. Even His Majesty has been cursed and has fallen into madness." All the earth-shattering events that had happened in the capital recently were told by Mara in an understated tone. But her tone didn't make people feel at ease. Instead, it made them shudder. "Sure enough, you can't do anything without me here." It was impossible to tell if this was a rebuke or a reprimand, but it caused everyone present to lower their heads in trepidation. Mara ignored them and continued to caress the emperor's face gently. "Anyone is fine. Tell me, what's going on now?" These words were met with a long period of oppressive silence. It wasn't until a long time later that someone stood up. "Your Highness." Saliro knelt on one knee in front of Mara and said in a low voice, "There is a high probability that Locket has invited a mysterious expert to join them. The one who destroyed the Lefort family was that mysterious expert. In addition, Her Highness Capeline has also returned with the Broken Blade Knights. We also discovered that the mysterious expert seemed to have made a move on the Imperial Concubine's private facilities and summoned a meteor shower there. The current situation seems to be somewhat unfavorable for us." Saliro reported everything truthfully. Among the people present, only he, as a legendary-level powerhouse who commanded 20% of the Imperial Knights, dared to speak to Mara in this situation. "A meteor shower?" Mara seemed to be mocking something as he muttered to himself, "He is indeed a mysterious expert. At least for the Empire." Mara wasn't surprised at all, nor did he lose his composure. Instead, he seemed to find it amusing, and his tone was full of mockery. Emoluo was not surprised at all, nor did he lose his sense of propriety. Instead, he felt that it was very funny, and his tone was filled with mockery. Saliro continued to lower his head as he spoke respectfully. "Your Highness?" Saliro waited for Mara to give the order. The current situation was indeed a bit tricky. Although no one knew what Mara had done, those who belonged to the Imperial Concubines faction could more or less guess that Mara was responsible for Capeline's disappearance. Now, Capeline had returned, and she came back in a threatening manner. Not only did she come out to represent the Imperial family, she even met with Harvey and went to the Bygusler family's mansion. These actions told everyone present that she was ready to make things difficult for them. Now, Capeline had returned, and she had returned in a threatening manner. Not only did she forcefully come out to represent the royal family upon her return, she even met with Harvey and went to the Bygusler family's mansion. All these actions told everyone present that she was prepared to make things difficult for them. With the blessing ability of the goddess of justice, It was obvious what the princess would do after being persecuted by Mara. The imperial concubines faction, led by Salairo, was worried that Mara would be exposed on the spot. The imperial concubines faction, led by Salairo, was worried that Mara would be exposed on the spot. But Mara didn't seem to care. But Emoluo didn't seem to care. Mara continued to stroke the emperor's face and said casually, "Harvey is still under house arrest. Although the princess has many tricky tricks up her sleeve, she's not the one we should be wary of." Mara continued caressing the emperor's face and said nonchalantly, "Harvey is still under house arrest. Although the princess has many tricky tricks up her sleeve, she is not the one we should be wary of." Salairo was stunned at first, but then he understood. He hesitated and said, "Do you think we should be more wary of that mysterious expert?" Salairo was startled at first, but he immediately understood. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you think that we should be more vigilant against that mysterious powerhouse?" Salairo was stunned at first, but then he understood. He hesitated and said, "Do you think we should be more wary of that mysterious expert?" She didn't answer Salairo's question. She smiled. The hero's descendant is indeed something worth toying with. But they are just a group of descendants who have inherited some of the bloodline. What can they do no matter how much fun they have? This time, it's a rare chance to encounter a true miracle. It's really exciting. Mara's laughter echoed in the hall. The time is ripe. It's time to put down the curtain and let everything work. Emoluo spoke words that no one understood. Finally, he changed the topic and spoke like this. "Go and transfer those who you can command from the Imperial Knights to the palace." That was what he said to Salairo. "And you guys, call all the private troops you can mobilize to the palace. Work with the Royal Knights and fill up the entire palace." Mara's voice became clearer and louder. "Tomorrow, I'll be in the Royal Hall. If Capeline comes and says she wants to see me and expose me in a public trial, tell her to come to the Royal Hall. By the way, if she brings anyone with her, don't stop them. Tell them to come to the Royal Hall. That place will definitely be the best stage." Emoluo's instructions were transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Because they realized it. Mara didn't intend to act secretly. He was preparing to confront Capeline head-on. Her Highness, Salairo suddenly wanted to say something. If possible, he wanted to avoid a head-on confrontation as much as possible. It wasn't just Salairo, the rest of the nobles thought the same. There was no other reason. They just thought it wasn't that stage yet. There was still room to maneuver. If the two sides really clashed head-on, it would definitely be the biggest civil strife in the history of the empire. It was easy to imagine how great an impact and how great the losses would be from such a civil strife. Instead of making a big fuss like that, Salairo and the other nobles were more inclined to act secretly. Even assassinating Capeline in the dark would be more appropriate than confronting her head-on and clashing with her. That was what everyone thought. However, "Are you questioning my decision?" Mara's voice interrupted Salairo's speech. That voice was still pleasant, but it was so cold that it made people tremble. Salairo felt a heavy pressure acting on his body, making him break out in a cold sweat. He was clearly a legendary powerhouse, one of the top existences in the world, but every time he faced this seemingly weak and powerless imperial concubine, Salairo felt as if he was facing an extremely dangerous person, causing him to feel a chill. Salairo didn't know how strong the Her Highness was. Not only Salairo, but no one knew how strong the Her Highness was. They didn't even know if she had any combat power. But she often appeared and disappeared without a trace. Every time she appeared, she would bring cold pressure to others. It was as if she was a ghost that didn't exist in this world. She was strange and evil. And in the past 10 years, she had shown all kinds of means, making many nobles, including Salairo, choose to submit to her. In the face of such a person, even Salairo often felt afraid. But at the same time, it was because of this fear that Salairo was willing to submit to Mara. If she couldn't make him feel respect from the bottom of his heart, then what right did she have to make him submit to her? And so, Salairo lowered his head. "I dare not. I will give the order now." As he spoke, Salairo stood up and retreated. The surrounding nobles immediately exchanged glances, and finally all spoke up. We will give the order as soon as possible. That's right. Her Highness, please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Leaving such words behind, the nobles retreated in an orderly manner. Only Mara and the Emperor were left in the bedroom hall. Mara didn't seem to care about the noble's actions. He continued caressing the Emperor's cheek and suddenly spoke. Tomorrow, wait for an opportunity in the dark to make your move. This sentence echoed in the hall. But a voice responded to Mara. Yes, Lord Mara. The voice came from the shadows of the hall. A young nobleman had appeared at some point in time, and he was smiling happily. Mara flipped his hand, took out a weapon, and threw it in front of the young noble. Although it's just a boring imitation, fortunately it's an imitation. You should be able to meet the requirements to use it. Mara chuckled and said, you can use it to surprise Capellan Ragnar and Tyr Albion. Yes, the young man responded, looked at the weapon with burning eyes, and took it away. Only then did Mara make all the arrangements. So, what will it be like tomorrow? His evil laughter was still echoing in the air. How exciting. The next day. When the sun had just risen, the entire imperial capital was already shrouded in an inexplicable, oppressive atmosphere. Far away in the night camp at the edge of the city wall, since last night, fully armed knights had been rushing towards the palace one after another, shuttling through the streets. The citizens were all frightened by the scene, hiding in their homes, not daring to come out. Some well-informed merchants and trading companies, or those who had connections with the nobles, seemed to have received some news in advance, knowing how turbulent the day would be, so they all chose to close their shops and not open for business for the whole day. Some nobles' children even left the imperial capital in the middle of the night, as if they were escaping something, or as if the nobles were making some sort of backup plan, causing the oppressive atmosphere to gradually become oppressive. Today's imperial capital was especially oppressive, and there were not many people around. The bustling scene from before was completely gone. Inside and outside the imperial palace, countless heavily armored knights were either lined up neatly or scattered in various places. They were standing guard with solemn expressions, causing an austere atmosphere to fill the air. Such news was brought to Bygusler's house. Capeline and Locket happened to be in the study, discussing today's operation through the night. When they received the news, both of their expressions became somewhat solemn. Locket, what do you think? Capeline asked Locket. Proctor did not hesitate and immediately gave his answer. Since ancient times, there has only been one purpose for mobilizing troops, and that is war. That's right. War. The current situation was no different from preparing for war. Does that poison concubine intend to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Capeline's expression was a little ugly. She also wanted to expose Mara's doings in front of all the nobles in the kingdom, so that she would be impeached and punished. Who would have thought that the enemy would put up such a military formation, ready to go to war without a care in the world? Locket's expression also darkened, but he could understand Mara's actions. Your Highness has the blessing of the goddess of justice. Everyone in the Empire knows about this, so Queen Mara will naturally know as well. Such a Mara would definitely not give Capeline the chance to publicly impeach him. After all, she had indeed done those things. Once she was impeached, the consequences were self-evident. Since that was the case, rather than wait for her reputation to be ruined and she would be ousted by Capeline before starting a war, it was better to shed all pretense of cordiality and use force from the very beginning. That way, when the war ended, if Mara won, she would naturally announce to the public that it was Capeline who rebelled, which was why she brought troops to attack the palace. Unless Capeline did not bring troops and went to the palace herself to expose Mara. However, if Capeline appeared in front of Mara without an army, it would be no different from walking into a trap. At that time, Luo would probably kill him to silence him so that there would be no evidence. Mara would be able to kill her directly, so that there would be no evidence. We have no choice but to fight our way into the palace and defeat imperial concubine Luo, then announce her crime to the world. We have no. Capeline saw through. But it was precisely because of this that Capeline felt very uncomfortable. They're all knights of the Empire. How could they start a civil war because of that poison concubine? One had to know that once a war broke out, regardless of victory or defeat, the Empire's knights would suffer losses. There was even a possibility that they would suffer heavy losses. The so-called civil war was just a waste of her own strength. It was inevitable that Capeline would feel heartache over this situation. Proctor, on the other hand, was more open-minded than Capeline. This is their own choice, Your Highness. Lakuta looked at Capeline and said, they chose to follow the Renit family, chose to follow the Moro imperial concubine, and opposed us. Since that's the case, no matter what the final outcome is, they will have to pay the price for their choice. 20% of the Empire's knights supported the Renitra family and the Queen Mara. They must have doubted the ruling position of the Bygusler family or the Orthodox royal family, or had ambitions. If that was the case, there was no need to show mercy. I understand. Capeline said in a low voice, today's situation has told me that many people in the Empire have been devoured by the poison concubine and have become her accomplices. So, we can no longer ignore her existence. If they continue to let Mara be and did not eradicate her, how many more accomplices would there be in the future, if more and more people chose to support Mo Luo, not just 20%, but even more, would the Empire still have a future? Thinking of this, Capeline became determined. No matter what, I must expose the poison concubine today. As the saying went, a short pain was better than a long one. For the Empire's future, Capeline was willing to do anything. I will follow Your Highness. Locket nodded. Thank you. Capeline nodded back. At the same time, she thought of something and said, don't you need to follow that person? Harvey's instruction to Locket was to support that person unconditionally. But Locket sighed. He doesn't need me to follow him. Locket said expressionlessly. Capeline thought about it and could only smile helplessly in the end. Because it was the truth. That person didn't need Locket to follow him. By his side, there was already a corner of the world's strongest accompanying him. Then let's get ready to go. Capeline stood up. Locket picked up his greatsword and followed Capeline out of the place. At the same time, on Shuren's side, everyone had woken up early. Carrying the sleepy Lilith and holding Ter's hand, Shuren turned around and looked at Xianxia. You can continue to stay here, Misha. Shuren ordered Xianxia. In today's occasion, not only would it not be helpful to bring Xianxia along, it might even implicate her. Xia would not fail to understand this logic. I will continue to take care of Miss Lenny. Xianxia said calmly. That's good. Shuren's expression softened, but he couldn't help but glance in the direction of the bed. There, the little girl who was rescued a few days ago was still sleeping soundly. It's been so long. I didn't expect her to still not wake up. It was strange. Logically speaking, Lenny wasn't injured, nor was she restrained by any magic. She shouldn't have slept for days and still hadn't woken up. It seems that she has suffered a great shock. That was all Shuren could think of. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. After all, Lenny and Mara were related to each other to a certain extent. There should be some secret hidden on her. If they could get a glimpse of that secret, they might be able to pose a great threat to Mara. That way, they could save a lot of effort. Unfortunately, Lenny still hadn't woken up. It was unknown if she was really shocked or if there was another reason. If that was the case, the secret on the girl wouldn't work. Shuren pondered for a while and said to Xianxia, pay more attention to her. See if there are any abnormalities on her. Shuren had a feeling that this girl was the key to something. Yes. Xianxia didn't react to this. Her expression was still cold. Seeing this, Shuren hesitated for a while. In the end, he clenched his teeth and quickly kissed Xianxia on the cheek. Then, we'll go. Leaving these words behind, Shuren left the room with the silent Ter and the sleepy Lilith with an indescribable sense of excitement. Xianxia didn't seem to feel anything. Perhaps she was used to it. After watching Shuren leave, she suddenly spoke. Aren't you going with him? Miss? Xianxia turned to the side. You want me to help your lover? Lessia's voice was very resentful. Her figure appeared out of nowhere. I didn't mean to cross the line. Xia's reply was concise and comprehensive. But that bastard hero crossed the line. Lessia's voice was still very resentful. She complained to Xianxia, I say, why didn't you protect yourself? Obviously, Xianxia was still very annoyed. She really didn't understand. Xianxia clearly knew her situation. Why did she let that man do whatever he wanted? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Wasn't it causing trouble for others? Xianxia didn't seem to be aware of it. I'm not Mr. Shuren's opponent. Xianxia just said that. It was as if he was saying that he had resisted, but it was a pity that he did not succeed. If Shuren was here and saw this scene, he would definitely curse out loud. You still resisted, you obviously came to give it to me for free. I didn't feel anything at all. What a loss. Of course, Xianxia also felt that she had suffered a loss. That bastard hero. Xianxia gritted her teeth. She was very resentful and distressed. Looking at Xianxia like this, Xianxia silently apologized in her heart. Forgive me for this unwise move, Mississippi. This is also for us. That man's connection with us has already been destined. Outside the gate of Bygessler's house. When Shuren and his party came out of the gate, the place was already full of people. There were female knights of the Broken Blade Knights standing there with an imposing manner. There were knights of the Imperial Knights exuding a murderous aura. Capellan, Locket, and Tilly's party gathered in front of a few military horses. They were ready to ride over and confront the enemy face to face. The arrival of Shuren and his party directly attracted their attention. Staring at all the people present, Shuren came forward with Lilith in his arms and Ter in his hand. Help us prepare a carriage. Shuren said faintly. Okay. Capellan immediately nodded. Not long after, a large group of people charged toward the palace in a mighty manner. Between them, a carriage was moving along, its wheels making a noise, carrying an existence that could decide the outcome of this battle, as it moved forward. Imperial capital, in front of the palace. At this moment, in the square in front of the palace, a large number of Empire Knights of unprecedented levels were lined up in rows, as though they were ready to welcome the enemy. They blocked the palace gate tightly. They were like an army of knights who were holding their ground. Every one of them seemed to have entered the battlefield, and their morale was high. Such a scene shouldn't have appeared in the capital of a country. But today, not only had such a scene appeared, but the enemy had actually appeared in front of them. Boom, accompanied by the sound of the ground, a group of Empire Knights riding on warhorses charged into the square. Boom, the Empire Knights guarding in front of the palace immediately reacted. As though they were provoked, they took a step forward and drew their weapons. Some of them raised their swords, while others raised their huge shields. Their defensive posture was extremely resolute, and they didn't look like knights at all. Instead, they looked like a brave and skillful army. One could vaguely see many archers knocking their arrows at the back of this army of Empire Knights. There were even a large number of mages raising their staffs, ready to release magic at any time. Of course, the Empire Knights that had charged into the square were not to be outdone. Not only were they wearing heavy armor, but they were also riding on warhorses with huge lances in their hands. They spread out in the square and faced the Empire Knights guarding the palace from afar. The entire square seemed to have turned into a battlefield, and it became the battlefield of the two armies. F.A. Father. Gino, who was in the center of the Empire Knights formation, was also present. He held his sword tightly in his hand, and his voice was trembling. Up until a while ago, this young master of the Renita family was still very proud of himself. He kept shouting and shouting among the Empire Knights, as though he was enjoying his power in this situation. It was very eye-catching. However, at this moment, he seemed to be frightened by the imposing manner of the Empire Knights, and the pride on his face turned into nervousness. Clearly, this young master had never been to a battlefield before, and had never seen such an aggressive confrontation between two armies. Soliro was right beside Gino. Looking at his son in such a state, he felt embarrassed. If it were any other time, Soliro would have taught Gino a lesson no matter what. However, today wasn't such an occasion. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart for his son, Soliro calmly looked at the army in front of him and slowly walked out from the Imperial Knights. Gino immediately followed, but he hid behind Solilo. He looked like a yes-man and was very useless. Just like that, Soliro came to the front of the army and stood in front of the enemy. Are you preparing to rebel? Your Highness Capellan. Soliro shouted loudly, and immediately charged Capellan with a crime. Capellan's cold voice was heard. You actually dare to say that I, the legitimate descendant of the royal family, will rebel? Since you dare to say such words, you should be mentally prepared to accept it, Vice Captain Renitra. With such a voice, Capeline rode her warhorse and slowly walked out from her army formation. Beside her, Locket and Tilly each rode a horse and followed closely behind Capellan. One was expressionless, while the other looked serious. They looked very imposing. Gino's gaze was first attracted by the valiant Capellan, and he revealed a look of infatuation. Then, his gaze fell on Tilly, and his infatuation turned into intoxication. When Soliro accidentally saw Gino's behavior, he was infuriated. He really had the urge to kick Gino away and bring him back to the furnace to be remade. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Gino to make his presence known on this occasion and attract some attention so that he could inherit his position in the future, Soliro definitely wouldn't have brought this unreliable fellow here. This was great. His sense of existence had been made known, but he might have lost face as well. Soliro could only pretend that he didn't see it, and continued to shout loudly at Capellan. Since your highness isn't preparing to rebel, why did you bring your troops here with the Bixler family, who is suspected of treason? It seemed that Soliro was determined to pin the crime on Capellan or Locket today. He kept talking about rebellion and treason, and it could be said that he was standing on the moral high ground. If it was someone who wasn't ambitious, they would definitely have been tricked by the cunning Soliro, right? Unfortunately, Capellan might be a righteous person, but she wasn't dumb. I should be the one saying this, right? Capellan said calmly, as a legitimate descendant of the Empire's royal family, I want to enter the palace and expose the treacherous concubine who has been harming the country for years. In the end, as the vice-captain of the Empire's knights and the head of the Renit family, you actually led an army here to block my way. I think you're the one who wants to rebel and commit treason, right? Capellan's series of words were directly thrown at Soliro. Soliro narrowed his eyes. Your Highness, you're exaggerating. Soliro didn't lose his rationality. I only received news that a suspicious person with ill intentions was approaching the palace. Hence, I'm here to fulfill my duty as a guard. Is that so? Capellan said coldly, you mean that I'm a suspicious person with ill intentions towards the Empire? Is that what you mean? I wouldn't dare. Soliro said righteously, Your Highness is a legitimate descendant of the royal family. Naturally, you can't be a suspicious person. Then why do you still dare to block my way here? Capeline's gaze turned dangerous as she looked at Soliro. Why didn't I know that Renitra already has this kind of ability? This is a misunderstanding, Your Highness. Soliro said fearlessly, if it's just Your Highness, then you can naturally enter the palace. We won't stop you. What he meant was that apart from Capellan, everyone else had to stay here and not enter the palace. This included Locket and Tilly. Capellan smiled. You've made a good plan, Capellan said calmly. Do you think it's possible for me to take the risk alone? Take the risk? Soliro pretended not to understand and said confusedly, in the palace, what kind of danger would Your Highness face? You know very well about that. Capellan looked deeply at Soliro and said in an unquestionable tone, Deputy Captain Renit, it's not a bad thing to be ambitious, but if you help someone you shouldn't help and pledge loyalty to someone you shouldn't be loyal to, you will not only end up harming yourself, but also the Renit family. Soliro's expression changed slightly. But after a while, Soliro glanced at Locket, and his expression returned to normal. Your Highness is indeed too serious. Soliro said in a deep voice, in short, I'm only here to fulfill my duty. If Your Highness wishes to enter the palace, please go ahead, but everyone else will have to stay here. With that, Soliro raised a hand. Boom, the Imperial Knights he led immediately knocked their weapons and shields on the ground in unison, causing a deafening rumble. That momentum was simply enough to break through the sky. In response, Locket's eyes flashed coldly, and he also raised his hand. Boom, the Imperial Knights on the warhorses immediately took a step forward in unison, causing an even louder rumbling sound to echo from the ground. The number of Imperial Knights standing behind Capeline and Lockhart was 10% more than the number of Imperial Knights led by Soliro. Under such circumstances, in terms of morale and momentum, Soliro's side was faintly at a disadvantage. Soliro was very clear about this. However, he would not show weakness. You have to think this through, Your Highness Capellan. Saliro said meaningfully, don't forget, His Highness Javis is still in the palace, and so is your mother. This time, it was Capellan's expression that changed. However, her expression turned ugly and cold. Are you threatening me? Capellan stared intently at Saliro. I've already said that I don't dare. Saliro endured Capellan's cold gaze and said without a change in expression, it's still the same. If your highness wishes to enter, we will not stop you. This is also her highness' orders. As for the others, Saliro would definitely not let them enter. Otherwise, if the other party were to cause trouble in the palace, it would also be troublesome for them. At least, Saliro did not want to see Mara facing too great a threat, nor did he want Javis to be rescued during the chaos. In addition, if Capellan could enter the palace alone, then even if Capellan exposed Mara in public, nothing would happen to him. At that time, as long as Capellan was captured or killed, there would be no evidence. Thinking of this, Saliro's expression somewhat relaxed. At this moment, then did your imperial concubine say whether or not I can go in? When such a careless voice rang out, everyone's heart, including Saliro's, suddenly tightened and held their breaths. Gurgle, under the sound of wheels, a carriage parted. The imperial knights riding on warhorses slowly moved out and appeared in front of Saliro and the others. Capellan, Locket, and Tilly subconsciously stepped back. Seeing this, Saliro's eyes narrowed as he looked at the carriage. The carriage was quite luxurious and had the family emblem of the Bygusler family on it. It was obvious that it was a luxurious carriage used by great nobles. Saliro could not see what was happening inside the carriage. Saliro only saw a young man sitting in the driver's seat, holding a horsewhip and urging the horse with great interest. The young man was probably a few years older than Capellan. His clothes were not flashy, but they were not ordinary either. It was obvious that he was a noble. But the style of the noble's clothes was not that of the nobles of the empire at all. That was, a noble of the kingdom? Saliro saw this and said in a deep voice, and you are. This probing sentence was met with a faint smile on the other party's face. Can't you recognize me if I don't wear a cloak? Deputy leader? That one sentence caused Saliro's pupils to shrink. He knew. This person was the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Lefort family. It's you. At this moment, Saliro's reaction could not be said to be small. It couldn't be helped. He simply couldn't believe that the mysterious powerhouse who had destroyed the Lefort family and forced him to retreat in Bygusler's house was actually such a young noble of the kingdom. This caused Saliro's eyes to widen involuntarily as a trace of shock appeared on his face. However, Shuren was still looking at Saliro with a faint smile as he suddenly disappeared from the driver's seat of the carriage. Saliro's body trembled, and he was just about to move. Unfortunately, he was ultimately still too slow. Slap, with a crisp slap, Shuren's palm landed on Saliro's shoulder. He suddenly appeared silently in front of Saliro and pressed down on his shoulder. Just like the time when he forced Saliro to retreat, he revealed a smile as Saliro's expression changed abruptly. Lord Deputy Commander, you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Shuren patted Saliro's shoulder and spoke in an extremely friendly manner as if he was persuading him with kind words. This time, you have to remember my voice and my appearance, lest you court death in front of me next time, understand? Shuren's kind words of persuasion caused Saliro's expression to turn extremely ugly. And at this time, the surrounding people also reacted. Gino, who was closest to Saliro, was scared out of his wits. Looking at the sudden appearance of Shuren, he shouted and tried to retreat, but he was pushed to the ground and fell there in a sorry state. Boom, the surrounding Imperial Knights were greatly agitated. Seeing that Saliro was restrained by Shuren, they almost instinctively surrounded him and pointed their weapons at Shuren. Stop! Saliro hurriedly shouted at the Imperial Knights. He knew that with the strength of these knights, it was impossible for them to do anything to Shuren. Not to mention anything else, just his ability to appear and disappear mysteriously like teleportation was destined to make it impossible for the Imperial Knights here to even think of touching Shuren. No, not only the Imperial Knights, but even he himself might not be able to touch Shuren. There was no way he could do anything to him. Saliro originally wanted to give Capellan and her party a show of strength, forcing her to enter the palace alone, or directly start a battle here to prevent Mara from being threatened. Unexpectedly, he was the one who showed his strength instead. This caused Soliro to clench and loosen his fists several times. In the end, he could only stare at Shuren. Shuren still looked indifferent, but his eyes swept around with a mocking and slightly indifferent expression. That look reminded Soliro of the Lefort family's fate. Soliro's heart suddenly trembled. Your Excellency wishes to enter the Imperial Palace and meet the Imperial Consort, right? Zalilo could only suppress the emotions in his heart and say in a low voice, the Imperial Concubine has also instructed that if it is you, you can enter the palace and head to the Imperial Hall to see the Imperial Concubine. Say. Sean withdrew his gaze and looked at Soliro. It seems that your Imperial Concubine wants to see me. Shuren looked at Soliro. It seems that your Shuren wants to see me. He had long wanted to see what kind of person Mara was. He had long wanted to see what kind of person the other party was. I'm not the only one who wants to see her. Everyone here wants to see her. Shuren said to Soliro with a smile. Let everyone enter the palace and see our Shuren. Sean smiled at Soliro and said, let's let everyone enter the palace and have a good look at our Imperial Concubine. No. Soliro immediately replied. Except for Her Highness Capeline and Shuren, no one else is allowed to enter the palace. At this point, Soliro was ready to receive Shuren's attack. Although Soliro was a little creeped out by the legendary meteor shower, this was not the time to be timid. Let everyone enter the palace to see the Shuren? What kind of joke was that? Wasn't that the same as letting Locket's army surround the Shuren? This was something that could not be allowed. What Soliro did not know was that Shuren did not intend to ask for his permission. If the deputy commander is not willing to make way, then I'll have to work harder and bring everyone in. Shuren said helplessly. Bring them in? Soliro was startled at first. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed. But before Soliro could stop him, Shuren had teleported back to the carriage. An astonishing amount of mana swept out from his body and instantly enveloped everyone in his camp. Quick! Stop them! Soliro shouted at the top of his lungs. The Imperial Knights immediately reacted and launched an attack without hesitation. Instantly, countless arrows and magic spells turned into a barrage of bullets that covered the sky and the earth, raining down from the rear. It was a torrential rain of thousands of arrows. It was a magic bullet that blotted out the sky. Countless attacks mercilessly shrouded the army in Shuren's direction and fell in a beautiful arc. But it was too late to make a move. Swish, in a neat air-piercing sound, at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of knights disappeared in Shuren's direction. A large area of the square was immediately emptied, causing the rain of arrows and magic bullets to fall into the air. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions kept ringing out, destroying the ground of the square and raising thick smoke and dust. Damn it! Soliro's expression was unprecedentedly ugly, and blue veins even popped out on his forehead. He knew that he had miscalculated. Who would have thought that the mysterious existence could actually teleport so many people along with it? Moreover, if there were no accidents, their destination should be the interior of the palace. In other words, not only did Shuren teleport tens of thousands of people, but he also passed through the highest level of the palace's barrier and successfully invaded the interior. How is this possible? For an ability like teleportation to be able to teleport multiple people and pass through an external barrier, not only did the skill need to be of a high level, but it also consumed a shocking amount of magic power. Sean led tens of thousands of people through the largest enchantment that could protect the palace. The amount of mana needed was enough to drain a legendary level mage completely, or even kill him. The success rate was less than 10%. This was without taking into account the fact that no one possessed such a high-level instantaneous movement skill. Yet, Shuren did such an incredible thing. Enter the palace! Soliro immediately yelled, don't let their army get close to the royal hall. The Empire's knights obeyed the order and charged into the palace in groups with loud rumbles. Soliro glanced at Gino, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze, and was infuriated. How much longer do you want to lose face? Soliro kicked Gino and sent him flying. Ah! Father, don't hit me. Gino screamed and fell to the ground from the kick. He hurriedly hugged his head and ran away in a sorry state. Looking at Gino in this state, Soliro made up his mind. After this battle, I must change the air. Even if such a useless fellow had a certain level of strength, he would only lead the family to decline if he became the head of the family. Rather than that, he might as well spend a lot of effort to support the other children. Perhaps, with the support of a large number of resources, some of his children would be able to control the situation. Thinking of this, Soliro did not stop and directly rushed into the palace. However, the scene that appeared in front of him not only forced him to stop, but also made his expression turn increasingly grim. The reason was simple. It was because the main gate of the palace had been blocked by the army. Proctor and Tilly stood at the front of the group of empires. Knights. As if they had switched sides with Soliro, they spoke expressionlessly. It's a pity that this road can't be used today. As soon as he finished speaking, a storm of magic power formed on Proctor's body. Behind him, Tilly and all the Empire's knights followed suit and released their magic power. Soliro had no choice but to admit that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Today's battle would probably be a little uncertain. On the other side, Xianxia and the others were heading to the royal hall as fast as they could. Over here. Capeline had already dismounted from her horse and led the charge. She pulled out a rather expensive-looking knight's sword from her waist and took the lead in charging. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights immediately followed. Xianxia and the others also dismounted from the carriage. Lilith. Xianxia gestured to Lilith. Yes, yes. Lilith immediately nodded. Evil energy surged from her body, and she flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. This was what Xianxia had discussed with Lilith beforehand. As their trump card and backup, Lilith was not used to charge and break through enemy lines with Xianxia, but to control the situation. Xianxia guessed that Mara still had some tricks up his sleeves. Since that was the case, he naturally would not expose Lilith's existence so quickly. Not only Lilith, but Xianxia also ordered Yulin to stand by in the sky. If anything happened, she would rush in and join the battle even if it meant destroying the Imperial City's barrier. Everything is ready. Xianxia looked at Ter beside him and said, "Let's go." Ter nodded heavily. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So, Ter pulled out her twin blades and followed Capeline and the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights to the royal hall. As for Xianxia, he stood still. He even closed his eyes and sensed the palace. Sean's brows furrowed tightly. "What's going on?" Xianxia murmured. This strange magic power wasn't there before. For some reason, when he entered the palace, Xianxia felt a very subtle and strange magic power. The magic power seemed a little obscure and strange, making Xianxia feel uncomfortable. Is this Mara's preparation? Xianxia thought for a moment and opened his eyes. I'd like to see what else you can come up with. With a flash, Sean disappeared on the spot. Imperial City, inside the palace. When Locket led his troops to block the palace gates, Capeline led the Broken Blade Knights and charged towards the king's hall. The entire palace seemed to be in complete turmoil and became noisy. Stop. Stop. Many of the knights and the private troops of the nobles that were guarding the palace seemed to have been transferred to the palace to guard. When they saw Capeline leading the Broken Blade Knights to the king's hall, they immediately panicked and rushed forward to stop her. Get out of the way. Capeline did not restrain her temper anymore. She seemed to have made up her mind to settle things today. Even if she was facing the Empire's knights and the private troops of the nobles, she did not hesitate to stay. The blade of the knight's sword was covered with dark red magic, and she mercilessly slashed at the enemies in front of her. That slash was as fast as lightning. It was Capeline's most adept high-level sword skill, Flash Sword. This sword skill, which abandoned defense and raised attack and speed to the limit, was once again unleashed in Capeline's hands. Poochie! 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 Along with the sound of tearing, the knight's armors and flesh were broken by the lightning-fast slash. They fell to the ground with blood-curdling screams and splattering blood. Thus, Capeline decisively killed the enemies blocking the way and led the charge. Kill! Kill! Under Capeline's lead, the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights immediately displayed a ferocious aura. they faced the oncoming knights without fear. The slaughter officially began in the palace, and the smell of blood began to pervade the air. If one looked down from the top of the palace, they would see that countless knights and the private troops of the nobles had been alarmed and had begun to surround them. It was like a group of ants gathering at lightning speed, and it looked exceptionally eye-catching. The Broken Blade Knights led by Capeline were like a sharp knife. While they were surrounded, they forcefully broke through the obstacles in front of them, breaking the encirclement, and continued to charge towards the king's hall. It had to be said that Capeline was indeed very powerful. Even though she had lost the imitation holy sword, her strength was not something that ordinary knights could compare to. Even though she was only level 70, with her talent and potential being the number one in the empire, the growth brought by a level increase was obviously far greater than others. The number of skill points was definitely not small, resulting in the high levels of the skills she learned. In terms of overall strength, she was probably not inferior to those experts above level 80. As for experts above level 80, it was naturally very difficult for them to appear in ordinary knight orders and private troops. In the empire, experts of this level would either join the imperial knights and hold an important position, or they would be the top experts of a clan. It was impossible for them to appear here so casually. Thus, Capeline did not even use her unique skills. Her entire person seemed to have transformed into a true Valkyrie. Anyone who stood in front of her would immediately be cut down by her lightning-fast slash. Other than contributing more blood to this land, there was nothing else she could do. Therefore, Capeline did not even use her unique skills. She seemed to have transformed into a real Valkyrie. Anyone who stood in front of her would immediately be slashed to the ground by a lightning-fast slash. Other than contributing more blood to this land, there was nothing else she could do. The periphery of this formation was made up of warriors who had been cast with support-type magic to enhance their physical abilities. They firmly blocked the attacks from all directions and blocked the people who were surrounding them. Inside the formation were female knights who were chanting various kinds of magic. Some of them cast defensive magic to block the incoming arrows and magic, while others cast support-type magic. With all kinds of support, the Broken Blade Knights were invincible and suppressed the current situation. It could be seen that these female knights were holding back their anger and were venting it out. After all, a while ago, they were still locked in the underground prison without even a piece of clothing to cover their bodies. It could be said that they had suffered extreme humiliation. Now that they finally had the chance to take revenge, these female knights would definitely not hold back. The murderous look on their faces was even thicker than Capeline's. Under such circumstances, Tare lowered her body and ran to the side like a gust of black wind. While fluttering her black robe, she waved the sharp blades in her hands. The blades were also enchanted with dark red magic power. In a flash, countless lines of blood were drawn, causing the people surrounding them to fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Just like that, the group of people charged and broke through the encirclement. Finally, they were met with a real expert sniper. "Stop, Your Highness. You have committed a crime that you should not have committed. Committing such violence in the palace, we cannot sit back and watch. Please stop." Several aggressive experts with great pressure blocked in front of the group of people. Some of them were armored knights, some were mages wearing magic robes, some were holding swords, some were holding magic staffs, and some were even carrying heavy hammers, spears, and other weapons. Those weapons and equipment were also rippling with astonishing magical waves, telling others that they were all magic weapons that were expensive to build. Capeline's face sank. She knew that these obstacles in front of her were the high-level knights in the Imperial Knight Legion who had chosen to support Mara or Saliro, or the highest combat power of the various noble families. Some of them were even the heads of noble families, and some were the highest level 7 adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. It could be said that none of them were easy to deal with. Now, all of them had appeared together. The lowest level was probably above 80, and the highest was even 89. They were only one step away from the legendary level. The obstacles they posed were definitely not to be trifled with. Even she, who had lost the imitation holy sword, might not have a chance of winning against any of them. However, Capeline didn't stop. Not only Capeline, but all the members of the Broken Blade Knight Legion, including Tare, didn't choose to stop. Instead, they rushed forward without hesitation. This caused the experts to feel shocked and angry at the same time. In that case, we won't hold back. Her Highness asked for it. Let us stop you. Stop. The experts above level 80 released their amazing magic power one by one. But, surrender, confine. Along with that abrupt voice, torrential mana suddenly surged and enveloped the experts from the various families and major forces. Not only did it completely suppress their mana, but it also acted like a sturdy lock that sealed the mana within their bodies, preventing them from releasing it. What? Oh no. Who? The expressions of the level 80 and above experts changed drastically. However, they were answered by a new spell. Surrender, slumber. An obscure magic power took effect, and like an invisible hypnotic spell, it reverberated in the minds of the experts. The experts' voices came to an abrupt halt. Drowsiness crept into their minds, and they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of drowsiness. This is, how could it be? The experts let out sounds of disbelief. As experts who were close to the legendary realm, some of them also had very high-level defensive skills, and some were also equipped with high-level magical tools to protect themselves. Once they were attacked, the tools would immediately activate on their own. But now, these skills and magic tools either couldn't resist this extremely powerful spell or couldn't even be activated. With the effect of confine, their magic power was sealed in their bodies, which naturally caused their resistance to drop by several levels. Thus, the group of experts above level 80 all fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. From the looks of it, they might not wake up for a while. Such a scene made Capeline and the others feel suffocated, and waves of emotion surged in their hearts. They knew exactly who the person who had attacked them was. They also knew that with that person's strength, this group of level 80 experts wouldn't be much of a hindrance to him. That was why they dared to charge forward unscrupulously, ignoring the obstruction of these experts. But they really didn't expect that the opponent could make these experts above level 80 fall so easily without any resistance. He really has become much stronger than before. Tear's eyes flickered. Capeline was silent. Shuren's existence made her feel some pressure. In the past, she had always regarded Rosie as an opponent, and she thought that in the entire human race, except for Rosie, no one of her peers could be compared to her. However, Sean's appearance told Capeline that there was always someone better than her in the world. Not only did that man mercilessly defeat her in Cosmos, but he had also become stronger than before. On the other hand, she had lost the imitation holy sword, and her strength had declined instead of rising. Now, she was the one who couldn't be compared to him, wasn't she? Thinking of this, Capeline's heart suddenly felt suffocated. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. When the dust settles, I must train again and challenge him again. Capeline's fighting spirit was ignited in her heart, and she regarded Shuren as a strong enemy on the same level as Rosie, or even above her. Shuren still didn't know that he had been targeted by a princess with strong self-esteem. He just casually put down a group of overconfident tigers blocking his way, and like an illusory Grim Reaper, he appeared and disappeared in a flash, teleporting in the direction of the king's hall. The so-called experts on the ground didn't attract his attention at all. Just like that, the group arrived at the king's hall. And they rushed in. Royal Palace, Audience Hall. In this royal hall, which was used by the emperor to meet the ministers of the empire and deal with the affairs of the state, there was a person standing there. There were no guards beside her. Her back was facing the door. She seemed to be looking at the throne high above. No one knew what she was thinking about, but she would laugh from time to time. That laughter was pleasing to the ear. But it made people's hair stand on end. Bang! At a certain moment, the door of the royal hall was blasted open, as if it had exploded. A large number of figures rushed in, instantly occupying the royal hall. Capeline was the first to bear the brunt. Looking at the barefoot woman with her back facing them, the anger and hatred in her heart instantly gushed out. Mara! Capeline couldn't help but shout out loud, causing the entire hall to reverberate with her voice. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights did the same. They stared at the barefoot woman with hatred, as if they were looking at an enemy. Naturally, Shuren and Ter were the same. She's Mara? Ter stared at the barefoot woman's back. Shuren stared at her without saying anything, but the peeping effect of fate of external perception was fully activated, allowing him to see the information of the barefoot woman in front of him. However, this glance stunned Shuren. He was surprised to find that he couldn't see the level of the woman, only a skill. It was a familiar skill, symbiosis. Shuren had seen this skill before in Cosmos. To be more precise, he had seen it when he fought against the magic gladiators under the command of Danas, the leader of Mirage. He still remembered that it was a skill that would only appear between biological siblings, or even twins. This skill allowed the user to connect with another person who had the same skill, communicate with the other person's mind, and even share skills and lives with the other person. It could even swap places. It was a divine skill. Shuren was a little surprised. Was this barefoot woman Mara? Why couldn't he see her level? What was with her? Symbiosis, skill, why? Do I have such an ominous premonition? Shuren suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his mind and stared at the woman with everyone else. The entire royal hall was suddenly filled with a depressing silence. Many people's faces tightened, not daring to move. Only Capeline, filled with rage, took a step forward. We finally meet again, poison concubine. Capeline's voice was full of hatred. There was no other way. The person in front of her was a tumor that harmed the Empire. The person in front of her was the culprit who harmed her and her subordinates. The person in front of him was also the person who caused his birth mother to be bedridden and caused his elder brother to be suspected and placed under house arrest. As the saying goes, new hatred is added to old hatred. The anger and hatred that had been accumulated for a long time was vented at this moment, causing Capeline to almost lose her mind. On the other hand, Guan Yanluo did not turn around even at this moment. Not only did she not turn around, she even waved her hand to stop those who were about to rush into the royal hall. Not only did she not turn around, but she also waved her hand to stop those who were about to rush into the royal hall. She was like a poppy flower. It was poisonous and harmful, but for some reason, people were infatuated with it. It was like a poppy flower. It was clearly poisonous and harmful, but for some reason, people were infatuated with it. Congratulations on escaping, Your Highness Capeline. Congratulations on your escape, Your Highness Capeline. Mara said to Capeline with a smile, I thought you wouldn't appear on this stage. It seems that I've underestimated you. Because although Mara's tone was sweet, there was an unconcealable sarcasm and contempt in it. Because although Mara's tone was sweet, there was an unconcealable sarcasm and contempt in it. Yes. Mara despised Capeline from the bottom of his heart. Even if Capeline led an army to attack him, it would still be the same. In my script, a princess like you who thinks you're blessed by the heavens and proud of your identity as the descendant of the hero shouldn't even have the right to witness everything. You could only welcome your end in that dark underground prison. You would welcome the end and die miserably. You might even be turned into an ugly undead and become a walking corpse. Emo Luo's words were truly vicious. I really didn't expect that you would be saved in the end. I should say, as expected of the descendant of the hero's bloodline. Is luck always the only thing that matters? Mara tried her best to mock Capeline. You. Capeline was successfully provoked. She couldn't help but want to rush up and swing the knight's sword at Mara to cut off her head. However, Shuren stopped her. Don't go over. Shuren didn't turn around to look at Capeline. He still stared at Mara and said calmly, this poison consort seems to have more tricks and secrets than I thought. It's best not to act rashly. At least, Shuren didn't have the feeling that Capeline could do anything to Mara. Especially at this very moment, there was a strange magic gathering on the consort's body. This told Shuren that there was something strange about it. So, Shuren didn't want Capeline to go up and die. However, Mara turned her gaze to Shuren. Her eyes were sparkling with a rich light. Shuren Porstut. Mara called out Shuren's name as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She said happily, we finally meet. This was undoubtedly the first time the two of them met face to face like this. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Mara's laughter became more and more demonic. Obviously, this consort was very interested in Shuren. Indeed, we finally meet. Shuren squinted his eyes and smiled calmly. I've also heard a lot about you. I've even received a lot of care from you, Your Highness. Naturally, Shuren was referring to what happened in Cosmos. Back then, with the intention of unlocking Lilith's seal and releasing the Darkness Temple from its sealed state, the mastermind behind the incident in Cosmos, causing chaos at the border between the kingdom and the empire, was this consort. She united the old demon's faction, Mirage, and seemed to have a deep relationship with Original Demon. Back then, she even packed the jade that was in the state of half a god and threw it in front of Mara, dragging him into the incident in Cosmos and almost getting him killed. From then on, the enmity between the two of them was formed. Mara didn't seem to have forgotten about it. That wasn't my idea, Mara clarified. I really didn't expect that a few borrowed magic lives would throw the half-body of an evil god to the nobles of the kingdom, causing the nobles of the kingdom to fight the orc clergy and even the empire. Such an insignificant game would actually draw out someone like you. This was the truth. Shuren heard it. But Shuren also heard another meaning from Mara's words. That was, this imperial concubine seemed to know some of his secrets. Could it be, you know me? Shuren's gaze pierced at Mara like a sharp sword. This time, Shuren wasn't referring to his existence but his real identity. He was a hero from a different world. Based on Mo Luo's tone, it seemed like he knew who he was. As expected, yes, Mara smiled without changing his expression. I saw it with my own eyes that time in Cosmos. At this point, Mara's tone finally changed. It became a little strange and arrogant. Her expression was no longer smiling. Instead, it was filled with disgust as if she had seen something dirty. Because, I saw that hateful holy sword radiance, Roland said with a smile. As these words appeared, the strange magic power on Mara's body became more and more obvious. Shuren clearly felt this. He didn't panic. Although he didn't expect Mara to know his identity, it wasn't the most important thing in this situation. Even Tyr kept silent. She seemed to be watching coldly, but in fact, she was carefully observing Mara, trying to find a flaw in him. On the other hand, Capeline frowned. The light of the holy sword? Obviously, she didn't understand what he meant. Unfortunately, no one would explain it to her. Shuren just glanced at Mara and said, "It seems that you really are, as the rumors say, a very hateful hero." As soon as he said this, Mo Luo immediately corrected him. Hateful? How can you say it's hateful? Mara corrected him with a righteous tone. You should say it's hatred, resentment, or even cursing and despising. As she spoke, Mara stretched out a slender hand towards Shuren. Her voice echoed like a female ghost from the 9 nether realms. Really, I really want to cut all the heroes into 1,000 pieces and kill them all. As her voice faded, the strange magic power that gathered around Mara suddenly skyrocketed and turned into a solid black gas. The black gas fluctuated violently, and there were many pained faces appearing one after another. Death Chi? Shuren's gaze froze. At the same time, he was surprised. The reason was simple. At this moment, Mara's level, which had been blurry and impossible to see, suddenly became visible. Not only that, but it was also skyrocketing at an insane rate. LV1, LV10, LV40, LV70, LV90, Mara's level skyrocketed all the way, easily breaking through level 90 and entering the legendary level. Finally, it stopped at one level. LV100, yes. Mara was actually an extreme level elite. Moreover, her skill pane had also changed. 2 skills had appeared. Magic, necromancy, great spirit of death. Just like that, the poison concubine had 2 skills that everyone was familiar with. Capeline and Tyr seemed to have noticed something, and their expressions changed slightly. At the same time, the death Chi on Mara suddenly erupted. Boom! With a roar that sounded like the wrath of the heavens, the aura of death, which had turned into countless pained faces, rushed out like a storm. Wherever it passed, the air would decay. Wherever it passed, the ground would dry up. It was like a poisonous gas that could corrode the world itself. It was the amalgamation of all the filthy things in the world. With a terrifying and dangerous aura, it shrouded the direction where Shuren and the others were. Watch out! Everyone, including Ter and Capelin, had the same feeling. They realized that they couldn't dodge in time, so they could only raise their hands subconsciously to block in front of themselves. Of course, it was futile. With how terrifying the aura of death was, how could they resist it with only this level of resistance? Fortunately, Shuren made his move. Give up, dispel. Shuren flashed to the front of Ter and Capellan, shielding the entire Broken Blade Knights behind him. Facing the approaching storm of death, he released a dispel magic. The storm of death suddenly paused and exploded. However, it didn't dissipate on the spot. Instead, it turned into a chaotic black airflow, sweeping around. The airflow was like a waterfall. Wherever it swept, the place would dry up and dissipate like dust. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights screamed in horror. They felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to touch the waterfall of death, so they hid in all directions in panic. However, the soldiers and knights who stayed outside the gate of the king's hall and were not allowed to enter because of Mara's order were miserable. They couldn't react in time. Caught off guard, they were directly touched by the waterfall of death. What? What is this? Aha! My body. Help! In an instant, those who were unfortunate enough to touch the waterfall of death all screamed. Their bodies withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. They directly turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. Their vitality was robbed by the aura of death, and it even fueled the aura of death, making Mara's aura of death even stronger. Ter was speechless. Damn it! Seeing this, Capellan was also enraged. Shuren stared coldly at Mara, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Mara, who was surging with the aura of death, laughed. And he laughed very happily. Don't look at me like that, Mara giggled. If you look at me like that, I'll be even more excited. Because she liked to see the faces of those related to the heroes of pain, anger, and hatred. Therefore, the more Shan hated himself and the more murderous he was, the more excited Mo Luo became. This will make me want to kill you and make you want to despair. As she spoke, Mo Luo waved her delicate hand, and countless strands of death chi once again transformed into a storm. Mara of Mara. Of. There was pain, anguish, despair, fear, and all sorts of negative emotions within the death chi. Shan could sense that the power of this deathly aura was far stronger than that of the high priest. This is a spell I created based on Lord of Horror. It's the superior version of Lord of Horror. Not only is it much more powerful and effective, but it also has many variations. Mara's giggles echoed in the hall. This is a spell I created based on Lord of Horror. It's a higher version of Lord of Horror. Not only is it more powerful and effective, but it also has many variations. It's just that the amount of aura required is scarier than Lord of Horror. Mara's giggles echoed in the hall. Fortunately, this empire has been plagued with disasters since ancient times. Countless corpses and blood have been buried under this land. As long as I use necromancy magic to extract the vitality of this land, I can get as much aura of death as I want. Only an idiot like the high priest would extract the aura of death one by one. The aura of death accumulated over thousands of years is not even as much as what I've accumulated in 10 years in the empire. Mara's words made Shuren's eyes turn colder. Who are you? Shuren squeezed out such a voice. Necromancy magic. Great spirit of death. And the power that reached the limit. All of these factors indicated that Mo Luo was extraordinary and that her background was not simple. Mara didn't intend to hide anything. Now that it's come to this, it's not something I can't tell you. Mara said carelessly, look at you, you already know about the existence of the great spirit of death, right? Mara naturally knew that the high priest was training Linju to be a great spirit of death. Since that base was destroyed, it was completely conceivable that the existence of the high priest and Linju would be exposed. Not to mention the fact that Mo Luo had placed a curse on the high priest's soul. She knew that if anything were to happen, someone as cowardly as the high priest would definitely spill the beans. Therefore, she placed a curse in advance. Once she mentioned her plan and her real existence to others, the curse would immediately take effect and erase the high priest's soul. But even so, it was inevitable that some information would be leaked. Therefore, Mara didn't hide the great spirit of death anymore. The young master you saw was only a great spirit of death created by the high priest recently. Mara looked straight at Shuren and smiled. And I am the first great spirit of death created by the high priest, an ancient existence born 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the high priest created a great spirit of death and called it a failed creation. Although that failed creation successfully reached the limit of life and reached the limit, it still couldn't cross the barrier that should have been able to cross naturally and become a transcendent existence. I am that failed creation. Mara admitted it straightforwardly, but said disapprovingly, of course, no matter how many great spirit of death she created, they would all become failed creations in the end. Why was that so? Mara didn't explain. Mara just said it like that. I think she called me a failed creation not because I didn't meet her requirements, but because I broke away from her control, right? Mara said as if he was mocking the high priest. She thought I didn't see through her intentions. I didn't know that she wanted to take over my body after crossing the limit of life. That was why she left me by her side and acted with me for almost 1,000 years. This gave Imoluo a rare opportunity. She didn't expect that not only did I guess her intentions, but I was also extremely compatible with necromancy. I could remember every necromancy spell she used in front of me after seeing it once. She didn't expect that I would suddenly betray her 10 years ago. Not only did I break away from her control, but I also controlled her and made her work for me. The curse I placed on her didn't just target her soul. There was also a spell that could remove her body as an undead creature. In order to not lose that immortal body, that cowardly fellow could only listen to me obediently. Mara revealed everything with a smile. Of course, she wouldn't just sit and wait for her death. She wasn't willing to be controlled by a failure like me. That's why she desperately tried to create a second great spirit and break free from my curse by taking over her body. Unfortunately, Mara knew all of this and still let the high priest do whatever he wanted. Since the high priest's plan couldn't be completed in a short period of time, why not squeeze every last bit of value out of her before that? I have to thank Borstot for helping me clean up the trash that should have been cleaned up. Mara smiled happily. His rather beautiful smile was tainted by the aura of death, leaving only a sense of horror. Shuren's expression didn't change. The Great Spirit did surprise him, but after listening to Mara's story, Shuren was more concerned about another matter. Then why do you hate the brave so much? Shuren asked. The smile on Mara's face disappeared at that moment. Not only did the horror not subside, it climbed even higher. Mara spoke faintly in the storm of aura of death. Do you know a country called Alay? The sudden question startled Shuren. Alay? Where was this? Was there such a country? Shuren couldn't remember. On the other hand, Ter and Kaplan's expressions changed when they heard Mara's words. Are you in Alay? Kaplan was shocked. You know about it? Shuren immediately turned around. It wasn't Kaplan who answered Shuren's question, but Ter. It was a country from 1,000 years ago. Ter spoke in a low voice. 1,000 years ago, a small country called Alay existed in the human world, but it was destroyed in the final war between the gods, humans, and demons. Luo's words were immediately picked up by him. That's right, destroyed in a single day. That's a good way to put it. Luo said in an extremely mocking manner, because, in less than a day, he really destroyed the brave that you all praise. Hearing that, Ter and Kaplan didn't refute. This shocked Shuren. You're joking, right? The brave destroyed a country? Why? Shuren asked subconsciously. Mara answered. Because the place where Alay was located was the intersection of the battlefront between the gods, humans, and demons. Mara said coldly. If they couldn't occupy that place, the demons could make use of a large magic power source that existed in Arii at that time to cast a large ritual magic that was beneficial to the demons in battle, allowing the demons' strength to soar at least twice on the battlefield. Such a terrifying ritualistic magic naturally had to be stopped. So, the brave broke into Alay with his companions. In order to stop the grand ritual magic, he used the holy sword to cut off the mana source. But the mana source, which had been cast with the grand ritual magic, went berserk. Countless people of Alay were swallowed by the storm of mana. They cried for help, including me. What about the brave? He could have saved a lot of people. He could have even saved Alay and saved it from disaster. But he didn't. The demons, whose ritual was ruined, were furious. They sent out their army and started the prologue of the final war. In order to rush back to fight the demons, the great brave ignored the mess he made and left with his companions. Elei was destroyed just like that. Not by the demons, but by the humans of the same race, by the brave. Mara's voice was as cold as frost. Tell me, should I hate the brave? Mara's words silenced both Ter and Capeline. Even Shuren frowned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen 1,000 years ago. But, that's it? Shan looked straight at Mara and said straightforwardly, just because Mitra the Brave destroyed your country, you're venting your anger on all the brave and those related to the brave? That's right. From Shuren's point of view, Mara was venting her anger on Mitra. He wouldn't judge whether this was right or wrong. Because this was only a problem caused by the difference in their standpoints. From the standpoint of Mara, who was an REI and a victim, she was undoubtedly right. Although Hero Mitra chose to give up Rei for the sake of the world, sacrificing himself for the sake of the greater good, he still ended up harming Rei. This was an undeniable reality. But, this is the decision made by the hero. You can choose to seek revenge on him, or you can choose to hate his country, his companions, or even his descendants. But none of this has anything to do with the people of the Empire, right? Shuren pointed out the contradiction in this. This matter could probably be blamed on Mitra Kingdom. If Mara wanted to seek revenge on Mitra Kingdom, it would be reasonable. After all, Mitra Kingdom was founded by Hero Mitra. It was reasonable for Mara to hate the hero, and then the entire Mitra Kingdom because of her hatred for the hero. But the Empire had no responsibility, and the other descendants of the hero had nothing to do with it. This poison concubine hated everything related to the hero because of her hatred for the hero. If this wasn't venting her anger on Mitra, what was? However, when Shuren pointed it out, Mara was indifferent. No, she was not just indifferent. She even laughed. She laughed like a maniac. You said this has nothing to do with the people of the Empire? Mara covered her forehead and shouted while laughing, it was the Ragnar Empire that led the demons into REI, and you said this has nothing to do with the Empire. Such words stunned Shuren. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Capeline. There, Capeline's face was dark, and her eyes were filled with darkness. She didn't refute. Noticing Shan's gaze, the princess of the Empire smiled bitterly. At that time REI was a vassal of the Empire. One of the princes didn't want the throne to be taken away by his elder brother, so he chose to rely on the demons. When the demons wanted to find a large source of magic on the battlefield that was conducive to casting ritual magic, he offered the kingdom to the demons. Then, he used his power to lure the demons into the kingdom without the king's knowledge. I saw this in the royal family's secret record book. This meant that the people of the Empire was indeed one of the culprits who caused the destruction of the small kingdom. Moreover, this person was a member of the imperial family, a traitor who had betrayed the human race. This person was a member of the royal family of the Empire, a traitor who betrayed the human race. Although the royal family of the Empire found out about this, in order not to let the Empire be condemned by the Protoss and not to arouse the hostility of other human countries, they concealed this matter without permission and executed the prince in secret. But the descendants of the prince were actually left behind. Not only were they left behind, but their identities were also concealed. They were treated as the son of the emperor at that time and were trained. Then, after several generations of development, the descendants of the prince were completely integrated into the royal family. Some even succeeded in sitting on the throne and became the emperor before the emperor. In other words, the current royal family of the Empire, including Harvey and Capeline, were all descendants of the emperor and the prince who caused the destruction of REI. Therefore, whether it was in the kingdom or the Empire, all the descendants of the heroes were considered the descendants of Mara's enemies. Look, this is the so-called brave ones. Mara said sarcastically. The heroes who defeated the Demon King were praised by the world and recorded in history. But no one will remember that he once destroyed an innocent kingdom. His companions all enjoyed the glory with him. They either became nobles or famous figures in history. Even the descendants of the heroes of this empire don't remember what kind of scum they had and how many crimes they had committed. After wandering the world for 1,000 years, all I heard were praises for the heroes, memories for the heroes, and respect for the heroes. Really, I'm about to throw up from hearing it. Mara opened his hands and let the storm of death energy surge all over his body. From then on, I swore that I would make these sanctimonious heroes taste pain. I will make them suffer the same amount of humiliation as the glory they gained. You say that I am venting my anger on them? Fine, I admit it. But if I, Ari, could be innocently dragged into such a destructive disaster, why can't I, Mara, vent my anger on the descendants of the culprits? The death energy on Mara's body suddenly exploded. Today, I will solemnly announce to the world that I will destroy all the heroes and everything related to them, as well as the Mitra kingdom and the Ragnar Empire. I want them to be destroyed just like Arya in the past. This is only the first step. Mara once again reached out a hand in Shuren's direction. And for this first step, let's start with you, the true hero. As he spoke, Mara finally used his full strength. Grand Astarte. This was the necromancy magic Mara created based on the Grand Astarte. It was the superior version of the Grand Astarte, and also the highest level of necromancy magic. It was the most lethal and threatening death energy attack. A pitch-black storm swept out from his body, shaking the entire royal hall. Danger! Run! Ter and Capellan immediately reacted. Looking at the scene that looked like a natural disaster, they shouted at everyone present. Oblivion, dispel. Instead of retreating, Shuren advanced. Even more intense magic energy surged out of his body, carrying the property of dispel, and blasted towards the approaching death energy storm. But Mara's combat experience was undoubtedly much better than that of the high priest who was immersed in the dream of immortality. Seeing that Shuren used the dispel magic, he immediately separated his hand and let the death energy storm disintegrate on its own. Instantly, in the storm of death aura, the faces of pain, resentment, despair, and wailing dispersed. Like vengeful spirits, they wandered in all directions, avoiding the oncoming dispel magic. They formed into an army, filling the entire royal hall like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. Wherever the vengeful spirits of death energy passed, everything was decaying. The pillars of the royal hall were decaying. The walls of the royal hall were decaying. The floor of the royal hall was decaying. Even the high and mighty throne was quickly drying up and rotting, turning into gravel and scattering. The grand necromancy magic that took away all life was rampaging in this world. Ah! Your Highness! Not good! The female knights of the Broken Blade Knighthood cried out in alarm. They were entangled by the vengeful spirits of death energy, and were even surrounded. Faces filled with pain, resentment, despair, and wailing wandered back and forth, dancing in the air. Sometimes they swept past the surroundings, and sometimes they rushed towards the Broken Blade Knighthood, putting these female knights in a precarious situation. Quick! Activate the magic defensive barrier. Capellan cast the skill, Demon Sword, slashing and attacking vengeful spirit in half, and shouted at the female knights of the Broken Blade Knighthood. The female knights came to their senses and quickly chanted defensive magic, building a transparent barrier in an attempt to stop the swarm of vengeful spirits. But these vengeful spirits seemed to be able to rob even the life force of magic. They directly crashed into the transparent barrier, slowly corroding it. Use Demon Sword against the enemy. Capeline's expression changed, and she made a prompt decision to give another instruction. Demon Sword was a close-range ultimate skill that was known to be able to cut through everything. It could even attack magical existences that were immune to physical attacks. Using this skill, one could cut through those attacking vengeful spirits. The female knights came to their senses, and some of them immediately tried it. However, Ter, who had also used Demon Sword to cut through the vengeful spirits, discovered something. The death energy can even corrode the Demon Sword? Ter looked at the dark red swords in her hands, and her expression turned solemn. When the Demon Sword cut through the vengeful spirits were also corroding the magic power of the Demon Sword, causing the consumption of the Demon Sword to become even more intense. Over time, it would become extremely fragile. Not only that, Ter also discovered that wherever those vengeful spirits passed through, life force would be plundered, and the lifeless existences would be attached to them. For example, those innocent people who died tragically outside the door of the king's hall, who were left with only dried corpses, were now slowly moving and standing up shakily. As they let out faint howls, their eyes glowed with a pale green light. Have they turned into undead spirits? Capelin also saw the scene. She swung her demon sword horizontally, forcing the vengeful spirits to retreat. However, her expression was extremely ugly. The situation had become very bad, and everyone was in imminent danger. Hee hee. Mara laughed delightfully. However, soon, the concubine's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, and a beam of claw light blasted to the side. Whoosh! Amidst the faint air-breaking sound, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. The sword in her hand exploded, and she slashed at Mara. Clang! The sword light and the claw light collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly as the sword light and the claw light collided. I knew that Sir Borstet would come for me. Mara laughed amidst the bursting sparks. Shuren stared at the concubine and also curled his lips into a smile. I sympathize with what you've been through, Shuren said. But that's not a reason for you to touch me and the people around me. That's all. Come, it's time to settle the score, concubine. Shuren grinned. Mara, on the other hand, stopped smiling. A pale green light flashed in his eyes. Clang! When the sword light and the claw light collided once again, it wasn't just sparks that burst forth this time. There were also shockwave-like gusts of wind that spread to the surroundings. Shuren and Mara began their fierce battle without saying a word. The sword light and the claw light turned into a series of continuous attacks, colliding with each other at an alarming speed. The sound of the collision was like a thunderclap. The ground continued to crack like a spider web. The entire royal hall was violently shaken, shaking as if it was on the verge of collapse. The wraiths that filled the hall seemed to be forced to retreat, not daring to approach the battlefield that was filled with sword light and sword shadows. This gave Ter, Capelin, and the others a chance to catch their breath. Now! Retreat to the back. Capelin raised her knight's sword high and stood in front of the group of female knights to protect them as she shouted. The Broken Blade Knights immediately retreated until they reached the direction of the main entrance. Only then did they stop. Ha! Ha! Over there, the dried corpses sensed the commotion. They roared and attacked while staggering. They had been possessed by the aura of death and turned into undead. They had become the puppet army of Mara's undead magic. Naturally, they wouldn't let the living people in front of them go. However, facing them, the female knights finally displayed their valiant and skillful side. Kill! Capelin gave the order without hesitation, causing the female knights to shout out one after another as they charged towards the army of the undead. Some of the female knights remained where they were, chanting incantations and building invisible defensive barriers to fend off the attacking vengeful spirits. Boom! Capelin's body was covered in layers of magic power. A pair of white wings spread out from her back, making her look like an angel. Holding a knight's sword that was enchanted with demon sword, she charged into the group of wraiths, reducing the pressure on the Broken Blade Knighthood. Poochie! 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 Ter was not to be outdone. She charged into the field, her dual blades that were enchanted with demon sword raining down like a storm. She kept slashing around her, drawing a dark red blade light and killing all the wraiths that approached her. Ter, who had already reached level 70, showed the demeanor of a true powerhouse. She glanced at the battlefield between Shuren and Mara. Seeing that the battle was countless times more intense, she knew that if she went forward, not only would she not be of help, she might even be a burden to Shuren. Therefore, Ter calmly kept her distance and only killed the wraiths. She wanted to reduce the pressure on Shuren by eliminating Mara's aura of death. Unfortunately, the demon sword could cut the wraiths, but it could not purify the aura of death. Whether it was Ter or the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights, the wraiths that they killed seemed to have disintegrated, but in reality, they were just reverting to their death-chi state. After a while, they would immediately turn back into wraiths and continue to attack. In other words, they could not be destroyed. At this rate, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. On the contrary, wherever Capelin's longsword passed by, all the vengeful spirits would be purified by the faint white light on the longsword the moment they were killed, completely annihilated into nothingness. Is this the power brought by the blessing of the goddess of justice? With the blessing of the goddess of justice, Capeline would more or less have some ability to deal with this kind of evil power. Perhaps even if Capeline was hit by Maras, Grand Duke of Terror, her life would not be taken away. After all, the blessing of the goddess of justice would expel the influence of negative power on Capeline, so that she would not be eroded by the aura of death. After all, the blessing of the goddess of justice would dispel the influence of negative power on Capeline, so that she would not be eroded by the aura of death. If not for this, Capeline might have been turned into a half-human, half-zombie monster by Mara's necromancy magic in the underground prison, and she would have been in so much pain that she would rather die. Thanks to the blessing of the goddess of justice, Capeline was safe and sound. Then, what can I do in this situation? While slaying the vengeful wraiths, Ter kept thinking. She wanted to help Shuren. She also wanted to take the opportunity to achieve her own goal. Is my horn here or not? Ter's mind raced as she scanned the surroundings. However, it was this subconscious action that allowed Ter, the one blessed by the goddess of destiny, to luckily avoid the disaster that was about to come. Ter inadvertently saw a silhouette among the undead approaching her at an extremely fast speed, and her heart skipped a beat. In the next second, Ter retreated without hesitation. Clang, at the same time, the figure approached Ter at high speed and arrived in front of her. A cold sword light appeared in the figure's hand and slashed at Ter's throat. Ter's sudden retreat allowed her to narrowly dodge the attack. Huh. Ter took a step back and suddenly dashed out like a bullet towards the figure that missed its attack. She slashed out the sharp sword in her hand. Clang, amidst the clear clashing noise, Ter's sharp sword was bounced off by the figure and even bounced back. The impact numbed Ter's hand between her thumb and forefinger, almost causing her to drop her weapon. TSK. Ter was speechless. She knew the figure wasn't someone to be trifled with. But at the same time, Ter saw the figure's face clearly. It's you. Ter's expression changed when she saw the familiar face. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The figure let out an uncontrollable laugh as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His voice was filled with ecstasy. In midair, Capeline, who was slaying the vengeful spirits, noticed this scene. Valine Lefalet. Capeline called out the name in shock. The figure was Valine. You're still alive. Ter distanced herself from Valine and looked at him with a heavy expression. Valine's eyes seemed to only have Ter. He seemed to be enjoying Ter's attention as he smiled happily. Of course I'm still alive. Valine stared at Ter and grinned. Although I thought I was dead when Shuren Batut appeared in Lefalet's house, fortunately, he didn't notice that I've swapped places with the tentacles and escaped. Tentacles. Valine sometimes used this term to describe his clones. Ter had been dealing with Valine for the past month in the Imperial City. She even saw Valine in his night form when she was in the Imperial City. So she knew what the so-called tentacles that Valine mentioned were. It was Valine's unique skill. Through finger contact, the tentacles can consume the skin and hair of the target that they killed with their own hands, granting the finger the same attributes as the target. With that, when the finger is chopped off, it will immediately transform into a clone that has the same appearance and magical presence as the target. Ter explained Valine's ability in a deep voice. The strength of the clone is only half of the target's strength, and it can't affect targets that are of a higher level than itself. The clone can train and improve itself, but its strength can't exceed the main body, and the limit is only up to the target's strength at the time of contact. After that, there won't be any improvement, right? This was Valine's unique skill, devouring self. Seems like you know me well enough. Valine sneered, that's right. This is the ability of my unique skill. It allows me to have a total of 10 tentacles as clones. Even if the finger that is chopped off is healed by magic, the finger can't become a tentacle anymore. That's why the number of tentacles is only 10. But it was precisely because of the existence of these 10 tentacles that Wally was able to shine in the Lefort family's training facility. Not only did he manage to preserve his life, but he also stepped over countless corpses to become the most outstanding assassin and was adopted by Dire Sis. Of course, the limitations of these tentacles weren't only limited to the ones that Ter mentioned. Once my tentacles die, they're really dead. Not only can they never recover, but I, as the main body, will also suffer a certain degree of damage. Valine pointed at his heart. Thanks to this, when you pierced through the heart of my tentacle in the royal capital, I experienced that strike as if it was my own body, Ter Albion. Valine then turned his finger into a claw, clutching his heart hard, and showed a paranoid, cold smile at Ter. From that moment onwards, I swore that I will use the same method to pierce your heart, keep your body, and turn you into my last tentacle. Hearing that, Ter's expression didn't change, she just stared at Valine coldly. That ice-cold expression and murderous gaze made Valine's body tremble, even his heartbeat accelerated. He remembered that expression. That expression was the one when Ter killed him. That expression had appeared in Wally's dreams countless times. He was mesmerized by it, and at the same time, it drove him crazy. He knew from that moment onwards, something was wrong with him. He wanted to kill Ter more than anyone else. At the same time, he had an indescribable feeling towards Ter. That was why Valine made up his mind to kill Ter and turn her into his last tentacle for safekeeping. Back in Level-Up family's training facility, in order to survive, I lost 4 of my tentacles in reserve. After that, during my mission as Level-Up family's adopted son, I lost another 3 tentacles in reserve. As for the remaining 3, one of them was killed by you, another one was swapped out by Shuren Porstut as a scapegoat, all that's left is the last one. Valine showed a frenzied expression as he shouted. I will turn you into my last tentacle. Ter Albion. Valine then raised the weapon in his hand. The glittering golden sword caused Ter and Capeline's expressions to change on the spot. Especially Capeline. Holy sword replica. It was the sacred sword imitation that he had lost. Xing, some weak light flowed on the imitation holy sword and even flowed towards Wally, who was holding it, causing Wally's aura to soar. Wally gripped the sword replica tightly and pointed it at Ter. His face was filled with stubbornness. On the other hand, Ter and Capeline's pupils shrank in shock. How is this possible? Capeline lost her voice. It wasn't because the sword replica appeared in Wally's hand. The imitation holy sword was originally taken by Mara, and Wally was obviously working for Mara, so it wasn't strange that Mara gave the imitation holy sword to Wally to use. However, the appearance of the sword replica wasn't strange. The fact that Wally could use it was another matter. It was made with the ashes of the hero as the main material, all kinds of precious materials from the 3 worlds, and the craftsmanship of hundreds of top-level blacksmiths of the dwarfs. Although the requirements to use it weren't as harsh as the real sword, it still required the hero's bloodline. Now, Wally showed signs of being able to use the sword replica. What did this mean? Did it mean that he was the descendant of the hero? No. Impossible. Could it be? Ter thought of a possibility. She stared at Wally. Seeing this, Wally knew that Ter had seen through his trick. Don't doubt it. You're right. Wally grinned and laughed. My main body and tentacles can be exchanged, and the position of the main body can be changed at any time. The meaning of this sentence was that Wally could define which of his true body he wanted to be. He could set his original body as the main body, and the other parts that were born from the power of his unique skill would be the tentacles. However, he could also set one of his tentacles as the main body, and the main body would be the tentacle. This was why Wally became the adopted son of the Lefort family. It wasn't only because Wally was the best assassin, but also because he used his unique skill to devour one of Doresus's abandoned sons and turned that son into his tentacle. Then, he set that tentacle as his main body, thus obtaining the Lefort family's bloodline. As mentioned before, the Lefort family and the Empire's royal family had several marriages in history. Strictly speaking, some of their descendants also had the hero's bloodline. Warrion possessed the bloodline of the Lefort family, which was equivalent to possessing the bloodline of the hero. Naturally, he met the requirements to use the imitation holy sword. In other words, you're now facing a hero's descendant with a holy sword replica. Ter Urbian. As he spoke, Wally charged at Ter. Feeling the powerful aura rising from Wally's body, Ter realized the threat that this man posed to her. Ter raised her dual blades with a heavy expression. She knew that this battle was going to be difficult. Wally's level was originally higher than hers. Now that he had obtained the power of the imitation holy sword, he was no longer an opponent that she could casually deal with. Still, Tear went up to him without hesitation. This battle was an obstacle that she had to overcome. Because this battle was an obstacle that she had to overcome. My opponent is the only remaining bloodline of the Lefort family. Perhaps it was time to settle the score between her and the Lefort family at this moment. Since that was the case, she had to defeat this powerful opponent no matter what. Come on. Tear was ready to fight with her life on the line. She waved her demon sword. Damn it. On the other side, seeing that Tear and Wally had started fighting, Capeline wanted to rush forward to help. Not for anything else, but for the holy sword replica in Wally's hand. The holy sword replica that had been lost had reappeared in such a way and had even become a threat to her side. This was something that Capeline couldn't tolerate. Moreover, she could tell that Tear was at a great disadvantage against Wally, who had the holy sword replica. Her chances of defeating Wally were probably less than 10%. This made Capeline anxious, and she wanted to rush forward to help. However, she failed. This was because an opponent had also appeared in front of her. Chi. With a thunder-like sound, a figure with a large number of electric arcs appeared in front of Capeline. Dang! A greatsword that also carried a large number of electric arcs suddenly slashed down from above, slashing on the knight's sword that Capeline had hurriedly put up, causing Capeline's knight's sword to tremble continuously. What? Capeline's body trembled, and she couldn't stop retreating in midair, almost crashing into the stone pillar behind her. But when she saw her opponent clearly, she couldn't help but change her expression. Elder brother! Capeline exclaimed. Yes. The existence that appeared in front of Capeline was Javis. At this moment, Javis's entire body was wrapped in electric arcs. Just like her, he floated in midair, moving up and down slightly. As Javis's sister, Capeline naturally knew that this was the effect of Javis's unique skill. It was a unique skill that could transform the concept of one's own existence, transforming one's body, internal organs, and blood into the element of lightning. This would allow one to have a speed that could rival lightning and a body shape that was not fixed, rendering all physical attacks ineffective. Thunder entanglement. It was precisely because of this unique skill that Javis had a special liking for lightning magic, and he had also obtained Thunderstorm, a magic weapon in the Empire that was second only to the Holy Sword replica. In the human world, Capeline was known as the Valkyrie, while Javis was known as the Prince of Thunder. With a level of 80, once he used Thunderstorm and the power of Thunder Entanglement, he could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Empire in terms of strength. Now, this elder brother that even Capeline herself respected had appeared in front of her with the Thunderstorm greatsword in his hand, and his body was wrapped in thunder. Moreover, he had launched an attack on her. Elder brother, you, just as Capeline was about to say something, she found that Javis's state seemed to be a little strange. His expression was very calm, and it could even be said that he was completely expressionless. His eyes were not the color they used to be, but a kind of frightening pale green. Capeline immediately understood. That poison concubine actually used necromancy magic to turn elder brother into a half-human, half-corpse puppet. In that secret base in the wilderness, there were many similar existences. Most of the knights who accepted the command of the high priest and worked for the high priest were transformed into half-human, half-corpse monsters. They had not completely become undead, dead, or corpses, but they were not far from it. Strictly speaking, the owner of Great Spirit of Death, that was transformed by Spirit Essence, could also be counted as an existence in this concept. However, the Great Spirit of Death was an existence that transcended the concept of life, not a half-human, half-corpse monster. Javis was transformed into such a monster, and was dominated by Mara. That detestable poison concubine. The anger in Capeline's heart could no longer be quelled. At this moment, Harvey was like a merciless assassin. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot over. Capeline could not help but flap the white wings on her back and retreat as fast as she could. But Javis, who had turned into lightning, was undoubtedly faster, and he caught up with Capeline in an instant. Clang! The Thunderstorm greatsword, wrapped in electric arcs, struck down again on the knight's sword that Capeline had raised. Crack! The knight's sword made a cracking sound, and a crack actually appeared. Capeline's expression was extremely ugly. If it were in the past, Capeline would not be afraid of Javis with the imitation holy sword, the highest level weapon of the Empire. But now, the weapon in Capeline's hand was only a magic weapon that cost a lot, far less than the imitation holy sword, and also not as good as the thunderstorm greatsword in Javis's hand. At the same time, Capeline's level was also lower than Javis. Although her growth potential was higher than Javis, it was not much higher, and she could not close the gap between the levels. As for the unique skill, Javis, Thunder Entanglement, was a skill that could completely nullify physical attacks, and increase the attack power, explosive force, and speed to a terrifying level. On the other hand, although Capeline's unique skill, White Wings, was an excellent ability that combined attack, defense, acceleration, and support, it still could not open up a large gap between it and Thunder Entanglement. In other words, in a situation where she had lost the imitation holy sword, Capeline did not have the slightest advantage against Javis. She was even at a strong disadvantage that was not inferior to Terror. This is troublesome. Bitterness finally appeared on Capeline's face. Javis, however, did not care about this at all. Expressionlessly, he turned into lightning and attacked Capeline once again. Bam! In the King's Hall, in the most intense battlefield, two figures were sent flying by an explosion-like shockwave, putting an extremely large distance between them. Grand start. Mara's slender hands turned into long, sharp claws. With a wave of her hands, the deathly aura around her immediately went berserk. Like countless ghosts rushing out of the gates of hell, she roared and charged at Shuren. Oblivion, Dispel. Xian cast a spell that could effectively resist the opponent's magic, and at the same time, rushed forward with heavy magic ripples, and directly rushed into the group of vengeful spirits. Bam! All the wraiths that touched Shuren seemed to have been shaken away, disappearing without a trace like melting snow. Swoosh! Only then did Shuren teleport and appeared in front of Mara again. The holy sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, slashing at Mara's head. Clang! Mara suddenly waved her claws and deflected Shuren's attack. Shuren was merciless. The holy sword in his hand was like thousands of white lightning bolts, sweeping out and stabbing at Mara's body. Mara spread out her hands, and the deathly aura around her surged, becoming extremely viscous like a swamp. When Shuren's holy sword stabbed into it, it was immediately stuck, unable to move an inch forward. Shuren raised his brows. In the next second, a blinding light burst forth from the holy sword. Boom! Under the illumination of the golden radiance, all the deathly aura was purified at a speed visible to the naked eye, disappearing without a trace. This scene caused Emo Luo's eyes to narrow. As expected of the sacred sword that could subjugate the demon king. Even in a sealed state, it still possesses such power. How disgusting! Mara waved her hand, and the deathly aura turned into rolling black waves, crashing towards Shuren. The momentum was so great that it was truly shocking. Swoosh! Shuren's figure immediately disappeared on the spot. He dodged the rolling black waves with instantaneous movement and reappeared not far away. Seems like you're quite capable, royal concubine. Shuren looked at Mara, who was still unscathed, and praised her from the bottom of his heart. Mara's strength was not to be underestimated. Not only was she a genuine extreme-level expert, but her battle experience and combat ability were also far beyond ordinary existences. It gave Shuren the feeling that she was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. For someone like the High Priest, who had lived for thousands of years, the battle experience and techniques he had accumulated would be far from Mara's. Even Demon Spirit Maki, who was from the same era as Elf Queen Sophie, was far from Mara's level. Mara's strength was even stronger than Aridia, who was known as the strongest in the human world. He was also stronger than Yulin, who was also in the extreme level. He was the first person below the transcendent level that Shuren had seen so far. Even the demon god Lilith, who had lost control when she first appeared in Cosmos, was slightly inferior. It did not mean that Lilith was weaker than Mara at that time. In terms of strength alone, even if Lilith was still in a state of losing control and had yet to officially return, she was undoubtedly a transcendent-level expert. However, Lilith in that state only knew how to squander her excessive strength. She didn't know how to fight at all, nor did she have any battle experience or techniques. She didn't even treat Xian as an opponent. She merely sensed someone approaching her and instinctively released her strength to defend herself. In the end, her authority was ineffective, and she didn't have a clear consciousness. Thus, she was heavily injured by Xian's sacred sword, weakening her strength. On the other hand, Mara's pure strength was far from Lilith's at that time. However, his battle experience and techniques were endless, and his consciousness was sharp and clear. Xian couldn't use the effect of blessing to nullify Mara's strength, so he naturally felt that Mara was more troublesome than Lilith in her state of losing control. The great spirit body of death had been imagined by the high priest. It could naturally break through the limits of life, but for some reason, it was stuck at the last stage. It was indeed extraordinary. If I don trump card, I won't be able to defeat you. Xian mumbled. Mo Luo heard every single whisper. Mara said with a smile, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. Wasn't I serious just now? Xian's tone was calm as if he was having a casual chat. Of course. Mara was still smiling. His eyes flickered as he said, after all, that sacred sword is still sealed and hasn't shown its true power, right? Then what about your highness? Xian threw out such a question. Aren't you going to show your true strength? Xian hadn't unsealed the sacred sword, and Mara still had other tricks up his sleeve. Apart from everything else, I haven't seen your unique skill yet, your highness. Xian said casually. However, what Mara said next startled Xian. I don't have a unique skill. Mo Luo withdrew the smile on his face as he spoke in a flat tone. Xian was stunned. No unique skill? No way, how could a being that could reach the limit not have a unique skill? Was Mara trying to confuse him? While Xian was thinking, Mara's expression was still as calm as ever. I'm telling the truth. Mara mumbled as if talking to himself, no matter what, a unique skill is a personal miracle. It's impossible to share it with, symbiosis. Hearing this, Xian frowned. But before Xian could figure out the reason, Mara returned to his original appearance. Although I don't have a unique skill, I have prepared some entertainment. Mo Luo's tone changed to that of a poisonous rose as she smiled sweetly. Looking at the time, it should be here soon. These words made Xian's eyes narrow. In his heart, the strange magic and ominous premonition that he could faintly feel since entering the palace seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Xian glanced at Ter and Capellan's direction and noticed that they weren't doing well either. One of them was being attacked by Wally, who was wielding a replica holy sword. Her black robe was already in tatters, while the other was being slashed by the semi-undead halves. She was wobbling and could fall at any time. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights weren't doing too well either. Their stamina and magic were gradually running out. Their resistance against the vengeful spirits was getting weaker and weaker. Even the battle against the dried corpses was getting more and more strenuous. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before there would be casualties and casualties. If that was the case, when the air trembled around Xian, a wave of horrifying magic burned on his body like a flame. Huh? Mara's expression changed. That is. For a split second, everyone stopped what they were doing as a sudden palpitation took over their hearts. At this moment, Xian's presence skyrocketed in this world. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gazes in his direction. Just like that, Xian closed his eyes. The magic in his body surged, accelerating the operation and consumption of magic. Let the magnificent world appear. With a soft chant, Xian awakened the hidden power in his body. Samsara Mandate. The flame was like a tangible magic flame, burning fiercely on Xian's body. Boom, from Xian's body, a much more horrifying aura swept out, instantly suppressing the entire world. What? Mara's pupils shrank as she was shocked. She could feel that at this moment, Xian's power had suddenly doubled. If Xian could be said to be on the same level as her before, he was now half a step away from that level. He is already trying to step into that realm. Mara's expression changed again. She had prepared herself for Xian's skyrocketing power. That was because she knew that Xian was a hero, and he was holding a holy sword that was known as the strongest weapon. The sword, which could severely injure the evil god Lilith, restrain all evil, and was the natural enemy of demons, had always been in a sealed state. Once Shuren unsealed it, his power would naturally skyrocket to a level that she couldn't reach now. For this, Mo Luo had prepared himself mentally and physically to deal with it. However, she didn't expect that Shuren didn't unseal the holy sword. With his own power, he had half a step into that realm. Is that his unique skill? Mara was shocked. No, that's not right. His unique skill should be a growth type, not a combat type. This is the same guess that the young master and I came up with. Indeed, both Mara and Donna's had guessed that Shuren's unique skill might be a growth type ability. Shuren's growth speed was too fast. He hadn't been in this world for long, but he had already reached his current realm. Even for a hero, this kind of growth speed was too exaggerated. Back then, Mitra, who was known as the strongest hero in history, spent a whole 10 years to reach level 100 from level 1. Then, he entered the Supreme God's inner palace to comprehend and reach transcendent rank in one go. Even the strongest hero in history spent 10 years to reach the extreme rank. Conservatively speaking, it hadn't even been a year since Shuren came to this world. In less than a year, he already possessed the combat power of a peak legend, or even the extreme rank. Such a growth speed was impossible to appear without a reason. In addition, Shuren had never displayed an ability similar to a unique skill, even when he was fighting against Lilith. Many higher-ups of various races, including Mara and Donna's, who had seen Shuren before, had already guessed that Shuren's unique skill might be some kind of ability that could increase his growth speed. The rumor that Shan had created an uproar in the royal capital, spending half a month to easily learn all kinds of skills from the hands of countless masters, just happened to confirm the accuracy of this conjecture. As such, some top-notch existences had already guessed that Shuren's unique skill was a growth-type ability, not a combat type. It was almost useless in battle. However, right now, Shan had actually displayed such an ability, causing Mo Luo to instantly feel that something was amiss. Seeing that the pressure coming from Shuren was getting stronger and stronger, Mara couldn't hold it in anymore. Come out! Demon Infant Legion! With Mara's loud shout, the royal hall began to shake. Bang! In the next second, the floor of the royal hall suddenly exploded. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded one after another, causing the floor of the royal hall to collapse, sending countless rubble and debris flying. Gah-dash! A horrifying roar sounded from the ground. Then, huge black shadows drilled out from the ground and appeared in the royal hall. What is that? Ter, Capeline, and the others were all horrified. The huge things that appeared from the ground were ferocious-looking monsters. Human body. Centipede tail. Dragon wings, they were demon infant demons. A total of 7 young demon dwellers appeared in the royal hall. The magic power in the air instantly became evil and oppressive. Gah-dash! The half-human, half-centipede monster appeared on the battlefield just like that, letting out a terrifying roar in front of everyone who was shocked. The roar shook everyone's heart. The roar was terrifying. Coupled with the terrifying aura that these monsters constantly emitted, Ter, Capeline, and all the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights fell into panic. They're all legendary tier, Ter exclaimed in disbelief as she was almost struck by the imitation holy sword. She hurriedly raised her twin blades and barely managed to block it. Did you see that? That's the queen's trick. Although Wally was quite frightened by the terrifying aura that Shuren emitted, he quickly recovered after seeing so many baby demons appear. He sneered at Ter. How is this possible? Capeline was also desperately resisting Half's fierce attacks. Seeing the legendary tier baby demons appear one after another, a faint sense of despair rose in her heart. There was no other way. One must know that even in the Empire, there were only 2 legendary tier powerhouses on the surface. The kingdom also only had 3 legendary tier powerhouses on the surface. The elves only had 3 legendary tier powerhouses on the surface. Even in the entire human race, adding up all the known legendary tier powerhouses, there were probably no more than 20 of them. But here, there were a total of 11 legendary tier baby demons. That's right, 11. I spent quite a bit of money to borrow this from the Primal Devil. Mara stared at Shuren, who was wrapped in flames, and said. Originally, I borrowed 12 young demons from the original fiend, but you destroyed one. Mara was naturally referring to the baby demon she lent to Lefrit's family. That baby demon had already been destroyed by Shuren. Therefore, there were a total of 11 baby demons left on Mara's side. Even if it's the primordial demon, who has used the demon refinement ritual to collect offerings for 1,000 years, it's still not a small problem to lend out these 12 demon whelps. If not for the fact that they value my ability, and that their demon creation plan is nearing completion, they probably wouldn't be willing to lend these 12 demon whelps to me, right? Mara seemed to be regaining her confidence with these words. She smiled sweetly. I hope you're satisfied, Sir Hero. As she spoke, Emolua waved her delicate hand once again. The deathly aura around her immediately spread and wrapped around the many young demon dwellers. Gah-dash! The baby demons instantly howled, and their bodies flickered with a pale green radiance. Obviously, Mara had used her necromancy magic to turn these baby demons into undead creatures. Thanks to this, not only was the infant demon firmly controlled by her, but because of the large amount of deathly aura being injected into it, its aura rose steadily and was strengthened. Their levels weren't the same. Although they were all legendary level, some of them were above level 95, and some had just reached level 90. There was a big gap between them. However, under the enhancement of the large amount of deathly aura, their levels all rose to between level 95 and level 98, which was very terrifying. Go! With a wave of her hand, Mara commanded the 11 legendary level baby demons to breathe dragon breaths at Shuren, who was covered in flames in the air with pale green radiance. The pale green dragon breaths that were filled with the smell of decay turned the air into poisonous gas, and it made people's lungs hurt. To this, accord. Reflex. Shuren calmly chanted a new magic incantation. Around him, the flames seemed to turn into translucent magic mirrors that surrounded him. Boom! When the dragon breaths landed on the surface of the mirror, they were bounced back at an even faster speed, striking the bodies of the demon cultivators one after another. Gah-dash! Pained roars came from the young demon dwellers one after another, causing them to be blasted down by the dragon breath. Their bodies were either vaporized or emitted smoke, instantly suffering heavy injuries. Bang! At the same time, Xian seemed to shatter the air. He turned into a stream of light and dashed towards Mara's direction. Obviously, Shuren didn't want to care about the baby demons that had been turned into spirits. He wanted to kill Mara directly. Don't even think about it. Mara sensed Shuren's intention, but she was already prepared. She opened her hand, and the deathly aura rolled out like an avalanche toward Shuren. Before the pitch-black avalanche, Shuren was so small, like an ant about to be swallowed by a tsunami. However, Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by flames, did not hesitate to welcome the attack. Accord. Destroy. Shuren used the most terrifying characteristic of the Accord spell. Lemucho died under the spell. Even though he had turned into a great spirit body, there was nothing left of him. Under this terrifying spell, the deathly aura that touched Shuren evaporated into thin air without any warning, and disappeared without a trace on the spot. It wasn't broken up, nor was it purified. It was truly destroyed, annihilated into nothingness. Swoosh! Shuren's figure suddenly disappeared. With a teleportation, he appeared in front of Mara. Mara was shocked. He felt the terrifying pressure from Shuren. He didn't dare to fight him head-on. He directly released a large amount of deathly aura, and the group of resentful spirits roared and attacked. At the same time, Mara retreated like a ghost, and in an instant, he was far away. Unfortunately, Poochie. In the next moment, a tearing sound rang through the entire King's Hall. Shuren appeared in front of Mara without a sound. He didn't take the deathly aura attack head-on like before. Instead, he used teleportation again and appeared behind Mara, who was retreating. Before Mara could react, he launched the most fatal attack. Perhaps, to give Mara the illusion that he would take the attack head-on, Shuren rushed forward and took the deathly aura head-on. Then, he seized the opportunity and used teleportation to catch Mara off guard. And so, Mara's head was chopped off. Yes. Shuren chopped off Mara's head. However, looking at the beheaded Mara, Shuren raised his eyebrows. He didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he moved sideways and dodged quickly. Poochie! Almost at the same time, Mara's headless body moved. Her slender hand turned into a sharp claw, and she slashed at Shuren. This claw brushed past Shuren's body and landed in the air. It broke through the atmosphere and made a cracking sound. Poochie! Seeing that Mara's attack had missed, Xian mercilessly swung his sword again and chopped off Mara's hand that was cutting toward him. Mara's body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. Just as Shuren was about to cut Mara in half, several dragon breaths blasted in his direction. Shuren was hit by the dragon breaths. The flames on his body burned and evaporated with a sizzling sound. They actually dimmed a little. Poochie! Shuren smacked his lips and had to stop what he was doing. Before the dragon breaths that could break through all defenses, even Shuren, who had a godly defensive technique like life's mandate, did not dare to be too reckless and bathe in the dragon breaths for too long. Shuren could only teleport to escape the burning of the dragon breaths. At this moment, Mara's head and severed hand flew back and reattached to her body. The aura of death flowed into the body. Not long after, Mara's head and severed hand reattached to her body without any damage. That hurts. Mara touched her neck and said absent-mindedly, "Is this the power of the Holy Sword?" Although Shuren had not unlocked the Holy Sword's seals, the remaining power of the Holy Sword after 3 layers of seals was still extremely sharp. At least, normal weapons would not be able to harm Mara, who had a great spiritual body. Only the hero's Holy Sword would be able to cut off Mara's head and arm as easily as if he was chopping vegetables. But this obviously angered Mara. "You actually used that filthy sword to hurt my body. I will definitely make you pay the price." Mara shouted, but she did not attack Shuren. Instead, she swept up a huge amount of aura of death and blasted it at the ceiling. Bang! The ceiling of the royal hall was immediately shattered. At this moment, everyone in the palace who was fighting fiercely heard the loud noise. The loud noise broke through the royal hall and pierced through the sky. The royal hall was shattered in front of everyone's eyes, and a huge amount of aura of death gushed out. Mara emerged from the aura of death and rose to the sky. Ugh, ah, in the ruins of the royal hall, the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights were lying on the ground, moaning like fish in a pond. The dried corpses of the dead were buried under the ruins. They seemed to have lost their ability to move. Cough, cough, Capellan pushed away a piece of debris that covered her and half-knelt on the ground. She was covered in wounds and coughed. Gulp, Tear was not far away from Capellan. Her black robe was torn, and the mask on her face was cracked, as if it would shatter at any time. They looked extremely haggard, but they were undoubtedly in a much better state than the dried corpses of the dead. Shuren floated in the air, his body surrounded by flames. Behind him were Tear and the others. Obviously, it was Shuren who blocked most of the impact, which allowed Tear and the others to escape. Gah! The 11 young demon dwellers were alternating between real and incorporeal forms. They seemed to be relying on this special ability to avoid all the damage. They surrounded Shuren, as if they did not want Shuren to disturb Mara. Little did they know that Shuren did not look at them at all. His eyes were fixed on Mara, who was gradually rising into the sky. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. No. Instinct told Shuren that it was best to take action now. Therefore, he teleported and easily escaped the encirclement of the young demon dwellers. He rushed toward Mara. Gah! The young demon dwellers were immediately provoked and prepared to attack with dragon breath. However, an even larger dragon breath suddenly descended from the sky and stopped them. Roar! With a dragon roar, a giant black dragon swooped down from the sky and came before the young demon dwellers. It roared loudly. Yulin appeared. Quick! Look over there. It's a dragon. And that monster that appeared in Lefrit's house. Oh my god, in the palace, everyone saw Yulin descending from the sky and the 11 legendary level younglings roaring at the sky. All of them fell into a state of shock. Even Proctor and Saliro, who were engaged in a fierce battle, were shocked by this scene. That dragon, Proctor recognized Yulin, and his face was filled with shock. He had been to the royal capital and met Yulin before. Now that he saw Yulin again, he naturally recognized her. However, because he recognized her and felt the pressure from Yulin, Proctor couldn't help but be shocked. Ultimate grade, Yulin's true strength was on full display. On the other hand, Celiro's expression was somewhat ugly. Celiro didn't know much about the younglings of the demon kin. However, when he saw the ultimate black dragon and the legendary level monsters descending from the sky, he suddenly felt like he was nothing in this battle. As one of the only two legendary level powerhouses in the Empire, Celiro had originally thought that he would be a powerful trump card that Mara could rely on to win. Now, it seemed that he clearly didn't even have the right to participate in the central battlefield. Where did these monsters come from? Celiro was furious. Tilly and Gino naturally noticed this as well. One was filled with shock, while the other retreated continuously, trembling all over. It was only at this moment that the people who participated in this battle realized the level of the battlefield they were involved in and what kind of whirlpool it was. However, they didn't know that what happened next was the true horror. Mara, who was covered in surging deathly aura, rose into the sky and looked down at the entire palace with an extremely cold expression. In her hand, she was actually holding a person. Her imperial concubine. Looking at the extremely cold expression on Mara's face, Wally didn't know why, but a faint fear rose in his heart. Mara ignored Wally and looked down. She reached out her hand, and the deathly aura blasted down like a waterfall. It wasn't an attack aimed at Shuren. Instead, it was aimed at the entire palace as if it wanted to wipe the palace off the map. The deathly aura rained down like a storm. Whoosh, Shuren's figure immediately flashed out of the void. Looking at the avalanche of deathly aura that was about to destroy the entire palace, he knew that he couldn't go any further. You know that I can't watch the palace be wiped out, so you're attacking the entire palace to force me to react and stop me from using Blink? Seeing through Mara's intention, Shuren clicked his tongue, but he still had to reach out his hand. Mara said. Sean faced the incoming torrent of death aura with the most lethal magic. In an instant, the torrent of death aura was annihilated by the mana of destruction. If someone were to look over from afar, they would see that the huge pitch-black avalanche that was about to engulf the entire imperial palace seemed to have touched an invisible sun, melting away at an astonishing speed. Luo seemed as if he didn't notice all of this. And he continued to blast out torrents of death chi. He seemed to intend to obliterate the imperial palace, and his imposing manner was rather terrifying. Thanks to this, Shuren also raised his hand to counter the attack. What he didn't know was that Mara and Wally had already started talking. Your eating self still has one last clone that hasn't been born, right? Mara said to Wally expressionlessly. Yes. Wally didn't know why Mara asked this question, but he didn't dare to not answer. Mara continued. I remember that if you want to create a clone of a specific target with that unique skill, you have to touch your finger and devour the skin of the target you killed with your own hands. Mara said to Wally coldly, so, even if you have the skin of your target, you can't create a clone that you didn't kill with your own hands, right? Yes, Your Highness. Wally hurriedly lowered his head and said respectfully, because of this, I can't make a clone of Ter Albion. That's why I asked the royal concubine to let me make Ter Albion. However, Wally didn't manage to finish his sentence. Because Mara interrupted him. Now, make a clone of Ter Albion. Mara said with an unquestionable tone. Huh? Wally was stunned. Mara didn't care about Wally's reaction and threw something to him. It was a horn. A horn that Wally wasn't unfamiliar with. This is Ter Albion's horn? Wally looked at the horn in his hand and showed a shocked expression. Use it. Mara said blandly, it was chopped off from Ter Albion. It's a part of her body, her hair, her skin, her organs, and her limbs. It should be enough for your unique skill to devour. Wally's unique skill only required him to devour the target's skin, not the target's body. So, even if it was only a part of it, it was enough to fulfill the requirement. But I still have to kill him with my own hands. Wally didn't know what to do. This was Luo's plan. I can use my necromancy magic to transform a part of the death aura that I control into Ter Albion's death aura and inject it into your body. Mara finally turned around and looked at Wally. If you do that, you should be able to create the condition of you killed Ter Albion with your own hands and fulfill the requirement to create a clone. It was a deceptive act based on the concept of magic. If Mara could succeed, he might be able to create the condition to deceive Wally's unique skill and activate the devouring self ability. It might be hard for others to create such a deceptive act based on the concept of magic, but Mara's necromancy magic happened to be a magic that could control death. As long as he did it properly, he could indeed create the corresponding condition. However, injecting the death aura that can rob life directly into your body, you will die soon. Mara said with a cold tone that sent chills down one's spine. Before you die, use your last bit of usefulness. His words caused Willian's expression to change drastically. Without any hesitation, Wally struggled to get rid of Mara's hand. He even raised the sword replica in his hand and swung it at Mara's head. Mara didn't move. She reached out her hand and lightly pointed at the sword replica, bouncing it away. OM. At the same time, Mara grabbed Wally's hand as the death aura surged. No. No. Wally yelled in fear, "You can't do this to me." Her Highness. Wally's words didn't change Mara's attitude at all. She only looked at Wally as if he was a tool, merciless and cold. I had no other choice. That's why I did this. Mara's voice slowly entered Wally's ears. The sky will be covered by darkness, the land will turn into a crimson hell, the lustrous branch will be awakened from its slumber and descend upon this part of the universe. This was the ancient legend that spread across the land of the Empire, the condition of the first material form called the lustrous branch to manifest. When I learned that the lustrous branch was on this land and the legend, I made many preparations to manifest the lustrous branch. Becoming the Empire's Highness was only a necessary step to achieve this goal. Only in this way could she set up the trap she wanted on this piece of land. Many famous figures in history, including Ragnar the Brave, had searched for the lustrous branch on this land, but none of them succeeded. Because the condition of the Supreme God's prophecy wasn't fulfilled at all. The sky will be covered by darkness. The land will turn into a crimson hell. It's not that hard to understand. There was no doubt that these were two kinds of phenomena. Two almost impossible phenomena. Putting aside the sky will be covered by darkness phenomenon, that the land will turn into a crimson hell phenomenon has never appeared in the history of the Empire. The former could be understood as dark night or dark clouds covering the sky, but what about the latter? How could the land turn into a crimson hell? Mo Luo had pondered over this for decades, even centuries, before he finally found a solution. That is to use a power that can interfere with the world level to make this phenomenon appear. If it was the omnipotent supreme god Omnis, it should be easy for her to cover the sky with darkness and turn the land crimson, right? It wasn't just a superficial change, but a conceptual one. If it was just covering the sky and dyeing the land red, many powerful beings could do it. But even the brave had failed, which proved that these two conditions couldn't be achieved just by doing it on the surface. It required the world to operate on its own to make this phenomenon appear. Therefore, to make this phenomenon appear, one needed to use a power that could interfere with the world, or at least the power to interfere with the sky and the land. Apart from the omnipotent supreme god, there was only one person in the entire three realms who had this power. And that is the power of Letas, the goddess of fate, who can even control fate and is said to be the most omnipotent being. As long as he could control fate, he might not be able to completely change the world created by the supreme god Omnis. Letas had also said that he couldn't control the fate of the world itself, but it was still possible to change the world and make natural phenomena appear. But obviously, the goddess of fate wouldn't cooperate with Mara and change the world for him. Therefore, Mara turned his attention to the well-wishers of the goddess of fate. They have the blessing of the goddess of fate, and they carry a part of the power to control fate. If I can stimulate this power, then my goal will be achieved. For this, I need the well-wishers of the goddess of fate. I need to use them as sacrifices and offer them to the land through a sacrificial ritual. I've been in the Empire for the past 10 years to set up the sacrificial ritual beneath the Empire. The secret base of the High Priest was only one of them. Mara had already dug through every corner of the Empire to set up the sacrificial ritual. Now, everything was ready except for one last thing. What I need is a well-wishers of the goddess of fate. This was the reason why Mara had his eyes on Ter. I originally wanted to use Tear as a sacrifice, but it seems I can't do that now. Mara said to Wally mercilessly. I can only let you sacrifice yourself to complete my great cause. With that, the death aura in Mara's hand surged into Wally's body. Wally's scream was instantly heard. Inside the royal palace, in the ruins of the royal hall, Tear suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation that made her clutch her heart. The palpitation came and went very suddenly, but it made Tear feel as if something terrible had happened. Tear did not know what was going on with this feeling. She merely raised her head as if she had sensed something and looked at Shuren, who was resisting the overwhelming torrent of death aura in the sky, as if she was trying to see through that scene to where Mara was. Unfortunately, Tear did not have the ability to see through things, so she naturally could not see where Mara was, who was blocked by the overwhelming torrent of death aura. But Tear was certain. Something that was closely related to her had appeared at Mara's place. And this existence that was closely related to her had quickly disappeared. What exactly happened? Tear's expression was sullen, and she was at a loss. Beside her, Capeline stood up shakily. She looked at the female knights who were lying on the ground and moaning incessantly, and shifted her gaze in a certain direction. Elder brother. Jarvis was also lying on the ground, and it was obvious that he was not being taken care of by Shuren like Tear, Capeline, and the others. Hence, he had suffered a great impact, and was no longer moving. Capeline reluctantly ran in Jarvis's direction. As for the people in all directions, there was a constant stream of people fleeing in panic. That's right, they were leaving in a panic. Quick! Get out of the palace first. Even Locket, who was guarding the palace gates, shouted out such instructions. He looked at the torrent of death aura that could descend at any time and devour the entire palace with a grave expression. Retreat! Under Locket's instructions, Tilly continuously waved her hands at the surrounding Imperial Knights and shouted. Celiro did the same. He grabbed Gino, whose face was already pale and could not even walk, and dashed out of the palace with the Imperial Knights who were under his command as fast as possible. The commotion above the palace was too terrifying. Even legendary powerhouses had to retreat in fear. Roar! Yu Lin, who was also at the ultimate level like Mara, was also roaring at the torrent of death aura in the air. It seemed like she felt threatened by the torrent of death aura. After all, not only was Mara in existence at the ultimate level, but he also had the physique of the death spirit body. The death aura that he collected was formed from the blood of countless heroes who had died on the land of the Empire. In addition, his method of manipulating death aura was specially improved, the Terra Grand Duke. Even Yu Lin, who was at the ultimate level, would have a hard time facing such a horrifying attack. It was precisely because of this that Shan, who had used the Samsara destiny, was also entangled. The poison consort is much more troublesome than I thought. Shan was also speechless as he used the destructive magic to counteract the endless torrent of death aura that came crashing down. He had already used the reincarnation fate, and his strength had doubled. He could be said to be half a step into the transcendent level. Yet, he was still being held back. It was obvious that Mara was going all out. Although Mara's death aura was massive, it was limited. If it was continuously destroyed by Shuren, it would only weaken her strength. The Terra Grand Duke was the same as the Terra Grand Duke. Their strength was determined by the amount of death aura. If the amount of death aura decreased, Mara's strength would naturally decrease. Under such circumstances, Mara was still wasting her death aura just to stall him and buy more time. This made Shuren a little impatient. In particular, the external destiny, a sensing ability was telling Shuren that Mara seemed to be doing something incredible. It was causing the strange magical power in the world to become denser. Shuren decided not to drag it out any longer. Lilith. Shuren finally called out his patron's name towards the sky. At that moment, the world changed. I did it. At the same time, Mara looked at a girl that appeared in front of him. A smile finally appeared on his cold and emotionless face. In one of his hands was a dried corpse that had lost all signs of life. Wally's silhouette could be faintly seen. Unfortunately, the insufferably arrogant adopted son of the Lefort family was already dead. Mara used the crudest method. He directly injected a large amount of death aura into Wally's body and turned him into a necromancer. Then, he used necromancer magic to control Wally and used his unique skill to successfully create Tyre's clone. Mara casually tossed Wally's dried corpse away. He extended his hand and hugged Tyre's clone. With just a glance, Mara could tell that the clone was full of flaws. She had no soul, consciousness, or self. She was just an empty shell. Clearly, the split body that Luo had obtained through trickery was not perfect. But, this is enough. What Mara needed wasn't Tyre, but the goddess of fate's blessing. Originally, there was only one person who had this blessing. It was Rosie. Before Rosie was born, the last goddess of fate's blessing was Mitra the Brave. After Mitra the Brave, there hadn't been another goddess of fate's blessing for 1,000 years. Because of this, Mara waited for 1,000 years until Rosie was born. Only then did she start her plan. However, Rosie was the most precious treasure of the kingdom. She was the one and only princess of the Mitra kingdom in 1,000 years. She inherited Mitra's holy sword and was loved by the Protoss. Even Mara had to think twice before touching her. However, he didn't expect that not long after Rosie was born, another goddess of fate's blessing appeared in the world. No one knew that this was the goddess of fate's blessing. Even Luo didn't know about this at first. It wasn't until 10 years ago, when a large-scale assassination happened in the royal city, that Mara noticed Tyre. No one knew that Mara was actually in the royal city that day. As the instigator of that incident, Mara had been hiding behind the scenes, just like Cosmos. He had been enjoying the chaos in the Kingdom of the Brave on the best stage. Mara planned to kidnap Rosie, but since she hadn't finished her plan in the kingdom and the ceremony in the underground of the kingdom, she could only observe first. It was at that time that Mara noticed Tyre's existence and sensed the unique aura of the goddess of fate on her. No, it should be said that that person had noticed the aura. After all, that person had been with the goddess of destiny's well-wisher for a very, very long time, and with his unique skills, it was impossible for him not to notice the blessing on Terre. It was then that Mara changed his mind and turned his attention to Terre. Compared to the most precious treasure of the kingdom, this girl who was isolated in the royal city and had a pitiful life was undoubtedly a better target. However, she didn't expect that because of a so-called variable, it would be extremely difficult for her to even touch Tyre. She could only achieve her goal by taking a step back. Fortunately, the clone can at least inherit the power of the blessing. Mara was a little worried that the clones he created could inherit the power of blessings because the skin was the horn that was chopped off when Terre was just born and hadn't received the blessing yet. Fortunately, Wally's devouring self didn't determine the clone's age based on the time when the skin was separated from the main body. Instead, it stole the current state of the target and duplicated it. Otherwise, the clone might not be Tyre, but a baby. Of course, if nothing unexpected happened, the power of this blessing would soon disappear. It was the blessing of God, not something that could be duplicated. Blessings from God would disappear. For example, when Limcho turned into a great spirit body, the blessing on him immediately disappeared without a trace. The same went for the blessing on this clone. When the clone realized that the existence it attached to was not the main body, not the one it should protect, but some evil existence, it should disappear immediately. Let me finish my goal before the power of the blessing disappears. Mara was ready to start her sacrificial ritual. However, right at this instant, her heart suddenly trembled, and she suddenly raised her head. Boom! The sky rumbled, suddenly endless evil energy surged out, like a whirlpool unceasingly surging. Luo only felt a terrifying pressure descend on her body, causing her face to turn pale. Not only Mara, but at this moment, everyone in the capital looked at the sky that suddenly surged with evil energy and showed a terrified expression. Someone silently knelt on the ground. Someone screamed in panic. Someone collapsed on the ground. Someone fainted. At this moment, God had arrived. Surrounded by the endless evil energy, a little goddess with 12 pairs of black wings on her back descended from the whirlpool-like sky. Evil god, Lilith, Mara broke out in a cold sweat. The most terrifying opponent had just appeared in front of Luo. In response to Shuren's call, Lilith, whom Shuren regarded as his strongest trump card, finally made her move. She stared at Mara. Her eyes were still lively, but it made Mara's head shake. It was as if an indescribable terror had invaded her mind. Endless negative emotions were born in her heart. At this moment, Mara went berserk. It was mentioned in the rumors that as the strongest evil god, Lilith could make people completely crazy with just a glance, turning them into an evil creature that lost all rationality. Even if Mara was an extreme-level powerhouse, she was still as weak as an ant in the face of a transcendent existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the demons. Deal with her? A glance from Lilith was enough. This was the difference between a transcendent existence and a non-transcendent existence. Otherwise, even if Xianxia possessed the combat power of an extreme level in his normal state, he would only be half a step into the transcendent level after using Samsara destiny. Even if he used his full strength, he still had to rely on the power of the holy sword and the effect of the blessing to barely contend with a transcendent existence. The difference in strength between them was imaginable. Logically speaking, the moment Lilith descended, everything should have ended. This was also Xianxia's biggest reliance. He could easily turn the tables at any time. Naturally, he didn't mind forcing Mara to use all his means and force Mara to reveal information about the old demon's faction behind him, as well as his own background. However, no one knew that Mo Luo had already made preparations for this. Because the Great Death Spirit body was an existence that turned from love to hate. From extreme love to extreme hate, even her heart was occupied by endless negative emotions. In other words, she was already in a state of berserk. Although she was in a berserk state after her head shook, her eyes turned green. Under the control of the berserk consciousness, not only did she not stop, she even activated her backup plan. Great Undead Sacrifice Activation Magic Array, activate. With such an incantation, the sky turned into an evil whirlpool, and the land of the Empire also changed. Boom! This was a pillar of light that suddenly rose from somewhere in the Empire. Boom! 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 Pillars of light rose from the land of the Empire one after another, rushing into the sky. They were connected to each other and depicted a specific pattern. They intertwined with each other, forming an incomparably huge and mysterious magic array. There was a reflection of this magic array in the sky. The main body of the magic array was on the ground. It slowly rotated, occupying the entire territory of the Empire, causing all the people of the Empire to fall into a state of panic. This is Xianxia, who had finally gotten rid of all the death aura, revealed a shocked expression when he saw this scene. What is this? Tear, Capeline, Locket, Soliro, and various other existences all looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. Roar! Yu Lin instinctively sensed that something was wrong and roared loudly. Lilith could not help but be taken aback, revealing a surprised expression. At this moment, Mara moved. Suddenly, another girl appeared in her hand. No, it was the body of a girl. Upon closer inspection, the corpse looked exactly the same as Lilith. Xianxia recognized the body. An emerald magical life. Indeed. It was an emerald magical life created by Donnas and Cosmos to control evil beings. In other words, it was an incomplete copy of the body of the current Lilith. She was Donna's little witch. After the Battle of Cosmos, she was abandoned by Donnas and controlled by the orc priests. However, she suddenly died, a pitiful victim who lost her life. The orc priests seemed to have buried her. Yet, Mo Luo dug her out again. It was for this moment. Sacrifice, without any hesitation, Mara sacrificed the corpse. Boom! After the umpteenth roar, the huge magic array in the sky shot down a beam of light and shrouded the body, evaporating it. In this instant, the characteristics deep inside the body were stimulated, and its power was awakened. Mara planned to use this Great Undead Sacrifice Activation Magic Array to extract the power of the sacrificial target and use the power of the Goddess of Destiny. In that case, what kind of power was extracted from Lilith's incomplete clone after it was sacrificed? Without a doubt, it was Lilith's power. Boom! The huge magic array in the sky devoured the power of the sacrificial target and unleashed the power of the most powerful evil god. Ugh! Lilith only had time to let out a cry of surprise. Then, the evil aura around her suddenly went berserk, turning into a huge black curtain that shrouded her. Lilith's figure immediately disappeared in her evil aura. WH. After witnessing all of this with his own eyes, Sean's breathing stagnated. Then, the flames on his body completely exploded. There was a price to pay for using samsara. It consumed a terrifying amount of magic power. Even if it only doubled one's power, it would still consume a shocking amount of magic power. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia's magic power was also inhuman, a normal person would probably be drained as soon as he used samsara. Even for someone as powerful as Rosie, once she used samsara to increase her power, even if it only doubled, it would probably only last for about 10 minutes. Under such circumstances, Xianxia only used samsara to double his power. He really didn't want to increase his power further. As for the holy sword, it wasn't a power that could be exposed in front of everyone. Therefore, Xianxia didn't plan to use all his trump cards against Mara. With Lilith holding the line, Xianxia wasn't too worried. No matter how strong Mara was, he was at most at the same level as Lin Xing. He couldn't be stronger than the most powerful evil god among the demon people. With that thought in mind, Xianxia didn't feel much pressure. For Xianxia, Mara was a troublesome opponent, but only troublesome. Xianxia didn't think that this person was a threat. However, when he saw Lilith being completely devoured by the black curtain formed by his evil energy, Xianxia felt his blood turn cold. So, Xianxia exploded. What consumption, what couldn't be exposed, those considerations no longer existed in Xianxia's mind. At this moment, under the control of boiling emotions, Xianxia unleashed all his power. Boom, the dazzling flames were like the light that soared into the sky. The moment Xianxia's body ignited, it rushed straight into the sky. The atmosphere trembled. Heaven and earth wailed. At this moment, the flames that erupted from Xianxia's body were 10 times stronger than before. In other words, Xianxia finally pushed samsara to its limit. Hirisu. Xianxia raised the holy sword and loudly chanted the release spell. Hirisu. Before the seal on the holy sword could react, Xianxia chanted for the second time. Hirisu. Following that, the third round of the incantation came as scheduled. At this moment, the layers of steel blades on the raised holy sword began to fall off. They turned into sword rings and were embedded in the hilt of the holy sword. At this moment, the most powerful holy sword descended. Clang, when the radiance that was as dazzling as the sun shone from the blade of the holy sword, all the colors in the sky were replaced by a sheet of gold. The holy radiance appeared above the palace and descended as if it wanted to illuminate the land. Tare held her breath. Capeline's pupils contracted as she revealed a shocked expression. Proctor, Saliro, Tilly, Gino, and the rest who were retreating from the palace also widened their eyes at the radiance, revealing expressions of disbelief. Lockhart, Saliro, Tilly, Gino, and the others who were retreating from the palace also widened their eyes in disbelief. At this moment, everyone who saw that holy radiance and had their memories awakened by that holy radiance seemed to have seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. They stood up in a daze. Even Imoluo was instantly attracted by this dazzling radiance. She murmured. Looking at the holy sword that shone brightly, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes for the first time. She murmured as she looked at the radiant holy sword. For the first time, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. She murmured. Fear. Nostalgia. Wavering. At this moment, a new holy sword, a new hero, appeared in the eyes of the people of this world. The light that seemed to be eternal in the future finally turned into pure power and surged into Xianxia's body. Pung. Xianxia's blazing figure suddenly shook the void and shot toward Mara. Mara finally came back to his senses. He wanted to move, but it was too late. Pfft. The shining golden radiance of the holy sword was like an extreme flash from another world. Not only did it cut through space, but it also seemed to cut through time. Unable to keep up with Mara's consciousness, it slashed through her body. The golden slash instantly broke through the deathly aura barrier around Mara and the extraordinary defense of her great death spirit body. It cut through Mara's left shoulder to the right side of her abdomen. The slash mark, which looked like a kasaya, cut open Mara's skin and flesh in an instant. There was a sudden flash of blood. Humph. Mara couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as if she was struck by lightning. The enormous injury caused her entire body to tremble violently, and she nearly collapsed and fell from the sky. The holy power of the holy sword directly invaded Mara's body and stirred it up. Great death spirit body, this existence that defied the common sense of the world and was forged by crooked methods was like a snowflake that was thousands of degrees hot in front of the holy sword's holy power that could restrain all evil. She was almost melted. Sharp pain assaulted Mara's brain from the surface and inside of her body at the same time, causing her endless pain. Only then did Sharon's figure appear in front of Mara. What did you do to Lilith? The voice that carried surging emotions drilled into Mara's ears, making her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Sharon, whose body was burning with fierce flames, glared at Mara furiously, and the radiant holy sword in his hand slashed out again without saying a word. Time seemed to have come to a halt at this moment. At least, it was so in Mara's eyes. In her pupils, she clearly saw the sword gleam that was slashing toward her at an extremely fast speed that she couldn't react to at all. That sword gleam was both beautiful and dazzling. To put it bluntly, it was the most beautiful slash that Mara had ever seen in her life. That slash even almost took away Mara's soul and mind, making her want to immerse herself in it. Even if the consequence was her life as the price. However, Mo Luo quickly used his great willpower to expel such thoughts. There was no doubt that what appeared before her was the greatest crisis so far. Her body had already been destroyed by the power of the holy sword, and her insides were in pieces. The pain that could make an ordinary person faint in an instant had instead stimulated the ferocity in Mara's heart. Sacrifice! Sacrifice! Mara shouted without caring about anything else, and sacrificed the body of the girl that she had been holding tightly to this world. Rumble, the world shook. An invisible force seeped out from the slowly rotating magic formation in the sky and on the ground. It was like invisible steam that slowly rose to the horizon. It was like a spreading pool of blood, quickly occupying the land. The world seemed to have sensed something, causing the magic to be disrupted. The sky suddenly darkened for some reason. It wasn't the darkness that was covered by dark clouds, nor was it the darkness of the night. Instead, it was an extreme darkness that painted the entire sky black like ink. All the light in the world seemed to have been taken away by this darkness, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the land began to change. It was turning red. The soil became cinnabar. The rocks became red iron. Blood like crimson occupied the land at a shocking speed. Soon, the sky of the empire darkened completely, and the land turned red. This was, the sky is covered by darkness, and the land has turned into a crimson hell. This was the prophecy left by the Overgod. This was the sign of the treasure hidden deep under the land being awakened. The world's first physical form called the lustrous branch appeared at this moment. Clang, as if it was natural, and as if it was natural, a light with unbelievable power slowly appeared in the crimson land and floated into the air. Then, it was enveloped by the magic formation that covered the sky and on the ground. When it appeared again, it was as if it had teleported, appearing in the arms of Mara, who was on the verge of death. Then, it fused into Mara's body. Mara's expression froze. A terrifying wave of power was suddenly released from his body. The God Realm. At this moment, the few existences at the peak of this world simultaneously looked up as if they were awakened. This power, Nadia, who was instructing an elf girl, abruptly stood up. This is... Anima, who was investigating something at the remote edge of the God Realm, was also shocked. Ah! Just as Lidas was about to step out of the temple, her body trembled due to the sudden feeling. She accidentally kicked the door sill and fell heavily onto the ground, screaming in pain. Aside from that, there was another goddess who was working on some documents with a serious expression. Now, she also sensed something and was surprised. What's going on with this strange power that isn't inferior to mine? In the God Realm, the four goddesses all sensed the changes that had occurred in the mortal realm, and they were all puzzled, shocked, and confused. The Demon Realm. Just like in the God Realm, the few existences at the peak of this world all sensed something. What is this power? In a castle, Scylla came out of her room and looked at the sky of the Demon Realm with a bewildered expression on her face. The other devil dwellers were the same. They more or less sensed something. What's going on? Lita looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Milu also showed a puzzled expression in her territory. A power that can alarm the demon realm. A girl who was soaking in a swamp popped her head out, looked at the sky, and murmured. It seems that something interesting has happened in the human world. A charming woman who was surrounded by countless men with crazy eyes laughed, showing a terrifying charm that could turn all living things upside down. Finally, a young girl hugging a pillow came out of a castle under the worship of countless dragons. She stared at the sky, her eyes flashing. I hope it's not that guy's trouble again. The girl murmured softly, causing countless dragons to roar. Silence. Deathly silence. When the power that was enough to shake the world burst out from Mara's body, all the sounds in the world seemed to disappear. Some people sensed something, and their expressions changed drastically. Some people didn't sense anything, and their faces showed confusion. Some people looked at each other, shocked and uncertain. Some people's hearts were pounding, and they felt that something terrible had happened. Meanwhile, the people of the empire were still shocked, panicked, and at a loss because of the pitch-black sky and the crimson earth. They had no idea that a terrifying existence had been born in this world at this moment. You. In the air, Shuren's expression also changed. Because his sure-kill slash of the holy sword had been blocked by Mara with a single hand. Blood dripped from the corner of Mara's mouth. The fatal wound on his body was still there, but the oppressive aura and presence he gave off were completely different from before. Under such circumstances, while vomiting blood, Mara reached out a claw and firmly grasped the holy sword that Shuren had slashed out. A shocking aura of death rippled in that hand. Even though the holy sword's radiance kept purifying it, it still boiled violently and blocked the holy sword. Go away. Mara shouted at Shuren as if he had regained his last breath. A terrifying aura of death erupted from Mara's body, instantly collapsing the world. Bang! The pitch-black sky shattered, revealing the originally clear and boundless sky. Bang! The crimson earth shattered, and the brown soil, green forest, and grassland returned. Even the sacrificial magic array that Mara had spent 10 years to set up under the Empire's ground disappeared at this moment. It was as if he had retreated silently after completing his mission. Only the most terrifying aura of death that had ever erupted from Mara's body told everyone that what just happened was not a dream. Pung! Shuren didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by the terrifying aura of death. The holy sword's radiance enveloped Shuren's body, reducing 99% of the damage. The remaining 1% was mostly removed by the Rito's mandate. However, Shuren still felt the pain that he hadn't felt in a long time. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain over 10,000 meters above sea level. His head buzzed, and he almost lost consciousness. Roar! Yulin immediately dashed up from below and caught Shuren with her body. However, she was also knocked hundreds of meters away by Shuren. She couldn't help but groan in pain. The power released by Mo Luo was already terrifying to this extent. Pfft! However, Mo Luo, who had unleashed her most frightening strength, spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries on her body seemed to have worsened, causing her to feel endless pain. Undoubtedly, Mara had obtained the most shocking power in the world and became one of the pinnacle in this world. That was a realm that surpassed the limits of life, a realm that even truth could not restrain. But Mo Luo knew what it meant for him to enter this realm. That meant that her life would also come to an end. It wasn't because the battle hadn't ended yet. Even with this level of power, she still might not be able to win. It wasn't because the battle wasn't over yet. Even if he had this level of power, he still might not be able to win. Mo Luo's life would come to an end. This was something that had been predicted for a long time. A fake like me really can't accept the power of the lustrous branch. A fake like me really can't accept the power of the lustrous branch, huh? Mo Luo revealed an intoxicated expression as he sensed the incomparably great power within his body. At the same time, he also sensed that his existence was gradually being eroded by this power. He believed that it wouldn't be long before his great spirit body, which had become fragmented and was borrowed from someone else, completely collapsed. Mo Luo wasn't sad, nor was he disappointed. He was only completely satisfied. Because reaching this point was what she had planned, what she had hoped for. At this moment, her mission was completely completed. If I can kill this hero that I hate so much before I die, it will be perfect. Before I die, If I can kill this hero that I hate so much, it will be a great achievement. Mo Luo shifted his gaze to Shan, who had been caught by Yu Lin. He was shaking his head from Yu Lin's back as he struggled to stand up. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Boom. In the next second, Mara unleashed all her power, disregarding the injuries in her body. The power turned into an endless aura of death. Like a black fog that blotted out the sun, it soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire world. Countless people looked at the sky in horror. Oh no. Ter, who didn't know what to do, and Capellan, who was carrying Harvey, changed their expressions abruptly. Lockhart, Soliro, and the others were also in the same state. All of them were horrified. If Mo Luo's strength could be said to be able to wipe the entire imperial palace off the ground earlier, the strength that she had unleashed at this moment could definitely wipe the entire imperial capital and even the entire empire off the ground. The terrifying power that seemed to be able to sink the entire continent made countless people feel horror and despair. Mara was going to use her last bit of strength to wipe out Shuren and the entire empire. This was her final revenge against the hero and the empire of the hero. Die. Mara made her final declaration. Thus, a storm of aura of death that could destroy heaven and earth formed in the sky. It rapidly condensed and finally turned into a huge power mass that looked like a pitch-black sun. Under Mara's command, it fell to the ground. It was a sign of doomsday. It was the condensation of death itself. When the pitch-black sun fell to the ground, everything on the ground would be wiped out. Everyone in the imperial capital stared blankly at the pitch-black sun that was even bigger than the entire imperial capital slowly falling. There was no other reaction. Including Ter and Capellan. It's over. Capellan's pretty face turned pale. Ter bit her lip. A hint of bitterness could not help but appear in her eyes. Proctor, Soliro, Tilly, Gino, and the others were trembling. Some looked bitter, some clenched their fists, and some collapsed on the ground. However, none of them chose to resist. That power was not something that humans could fight against. If there was anyone in the human world who could fight against that power, there was only one person. The hero. Die? Shan finally stood up from Yu Lin's back. He looked at the black sun that was gradually setting in the sky and let out an angry roar. Die, my ass. On Shuren's body, dazzling flames erupted with the largest burn so far. In his hand, the most powerful holy sword's radiance also burst forth. It turned into a dazzling golden brilliance that illuminated the entire world. Then, the hero soared into the sky. Just like in all the legends and stories since ancient times, he held the strongest weapon that could defeat the Demon King and illuminated hope in the hearts of the despairing people. It was a legend that was reenacted. It was a history that would become a myth. Even after countless years, this scene would still be engraved in the hearts of everyone who saw it. This was the first and most dazzling stroke that the hero, who had been summoned to this world after 1,000 years, drew in this era. And so, the pitch-black sun fell. And so, the dazzling flames and dazzling golden light turned into meteors that flew toward the sky. It seemed like countless years had passed, but it also seemed like only a second had passed. Under the witness of countless people, they collided in the sky above. The royal palace. Just like that, a dazzling light and impact, like Mars colliding with Earth, exploded. XXXXXX. An indescribable, terrifying sound rang out in the air. The atmosphere was annihilated by the ring-shaped impact wave. Countless people on the ground were blown away by the sudden gust of wind. One building after another was shaken by the sound wave and the gust of wind. Some buildings even gradually cracked and collapsed. An impact that could take away everything appeared in the sky above the imperial capital, and it directly exploded. On this day, many people saw this scene. And the imperial capital, which was under the impact, suffered the most terrifying aftermath. Although it wasn't destroyed, many pieces appeared, and it almost turned into ruins. No one saw that at the center of the impact, the holy sword cut through the pitch-black death aura, the terrifying impact, and also the huge sun-like light ball of power, cutting it in half. The figure surrounded by dazzling flames and holding the dazzling golden light in his hands seemed to have been burnt. Smoke came out of his body as he rushed into the sky in tatters. Finally, he arrived in front of the instigator of all this. Mo Luo, who kept vomiting blood, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw this scene. No, impossible, Mo Luo couldn't say this out loud. Puchi! The holy sword slash that broke through all despair once again cut through space and time. It landed on Mo Luo's body, and it easily cut him in half. Mo Luo was cut in half by this most powerful slash that was truly fatal. He turned into a dismembered corpse and collapsed on the spot. Cough. In the dazzling flames, Shuren coughed out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he could no longer hold on and fell toward the ground. And this time, Yu Lin wouldn't come to catch him. Yu Lin had been blasted down by the terrifying impact, and no one knew where she went. Shuren fell straight toward the ground. Until, bang. Not far away, the only thing that had survived the terrifying impact just now, the pitch-black demonic chi barrier, suddenly exploded. Inside, the little goddess finally appeared again. She flapped the 12 pairs of black wings on her back and rushed toward Shuren at the fastest speed. Soon, the little goddess successfully caught Shuren. The goddess looked at the brave warrior in her arms gently. The two of them descended in the direction of the imperial capital. Imperial capital, Bygessler residence, in a room in the district where Shuren lived. When the sun of death fell from the sky above the imperial capital, the master and servant pair in the room changed their expression drastically, while the other narrowed his eyes and left the room together. When the figure with the dazzling flames and dazzling golden radiance collided with the sun of death in the sky, the most terrifying shockwave swept across the entire imperial capital. Outside Bygessler residence, a layer of ripples appeared and enveloped the entire residence. The shockwave was blocked by the ripples. It seemed like the master and servant pair who left the room did all that. Or more accurately, Lesia sensed the shockwave, so she built a magical barrier to protect the residents. This allowed Bygessler family to make it through the terrifying shockwaves, as well as the little girl with a rather dark and healthy complexion who was lying on the bed in the room was safe and sound. However, when the culprit who smashed the son of death was killed by the hero with a single slash, the little girl who had been lying on the bed for a few days and hadn't woken up for a long time finally opened her eyes. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. "Is it over?" the little girl mumbled. Then, a laugh entered the little girl's ears. "Yes, it's over. I wonder if you're satisfied?" Along with this sentence, several figures appeared in the area simultaneously. Most of the figures were wearing black robes and their faces couldn't be seen. Their presence was also vague, but one could faintly feel a sense of terrifying pressure from them. However, all of them were respectfully protecting a male demons who stood among them. The male demons, who looked gentle and refined without any presence, looked like a normal human, looked at the little girl with a smile. The little girl sat up and shifted her gaze to the male demons as well. Seeing that, the male demons bowed politely. "This should be the first time we meet, right?" The male demons said politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Donaz, the disciple of the Star, ambassador of the original devil, of the old demons." Hearing that, the little girl looked calm. "I know you." The girl said flatly, "I'm connected to Mara's mind. She told me that she's working with the original demons, a faction of the old demons. She's also receiving the support of the Star Apostle, one of the 3 apostles of Sun, Moon, and Star. She's working with him to plan for the future. She's talking about you, right?" "Yes." Donaz nodded with a smile and said, "Thousands of years ago, the necromancer who was suppressed by the goddess of life, Anima, had cultivated a being called Great Spirit of Death. The uniqueness of the being and the possibilities it contained were very attractive to us, the Old Demons faction, which was founded at the same time. Therefore, we searched for that being for almost 1,000 years, and it was not until recently that we discovered Lady Mara's existence and established a cooperative relationship with her." Donaz couldn't help but laugh. "At that time, I thought Miss Mo Luo was the one we had been searching for 1,000 years. It was only recently that I learned that Miss Mo Luo is just your agent. Am I right? The true owner of the Great Spirit of Death, the Princess of Arii. Your Highness Lenny Arii." Lenny raised an eyebrow at Donna's words. At this moment, Lenny looked at Donaz with a serious expression. "How did you know that the child was my agent?" Lenny seemed to be a little interested. Donna smiled casually. It's simple, Your Highness Lenny. Donna said with fervor and assurance, because for an existence like the great spirit body of death, only when it has extreme love, and this extreme love produces extreme hatred, then it will have a higher possibility of being formed. Lady Imoluo does have extreme hatred. Her hatred and disgust towards the brave men even surprised me sometimes. However, she only has hatred. I have never seen love from her. From then on, Donna started to wonder if Mara was the true owner of the great spirit of death. Donna started to investigate. In the end, Donna's discovered Lenny's existence just like Jarvis did. From then on, Donna's knew that Lenny was the true owner of the great spirit of death. That's strange. Lenny tilted her head and said, my unique skill, colorless and odorless, can block all prying eyes. Even the goddess of nature, Nadura, couldn't detect my existence, and the moon fiend, Selah, couldn't see through me. Even that brave warrior couldn't detect my true power. But you did, and even knew who I used to be. Unbelievable. That's just a reasonable guess, Your Highness. Donna shrugged and said, I'm not as powerful as you lot, nor do I have unique skills. I'm not born with any talent, and I'm not blessed by the gods or the world. But I'm pretty good at creating magic with living bodies. The magic warriors I've created with my own hands all have the skill, symbiosis. Since I had my suspicions, I couldn't have missed the fact that Miss Imoluo had the skill. Therefore, Donna's knew that there must be another existence behind Mara. Not only was it the true owner of the great spirit of death, but it had also shared the characteristics of the great spirit of death and its own power with Mara through symbiosis. Symbiosis was a skill that could only be learned by people who had a very deep connection with each other. Usually, only twins or something like that would have this skill. Normal people couldn't learn this skill, not even the gods and demons. Moreover, Mara was an Arii. As long as Donnas followed this clue, he would naturally find out the truth. For example, in the past, there was an extremely famous princess in Arii. Not only did she win the favor of King Arii, she was also deeply in love with the hero Mitra from 1,000 years ago. Donnas explained slowly. It was said that the princess survived the calamity of Arii and was taken away by the hero, who was filled with guilt. It was said that the princess accompanied the hero his entire life, even serving him as a maid. But in the end, she never won the hero's love. The hero's feelings for her were only guilt. He only stayed with her because he was rejected by the Elven Queen. Disheartened, he decided to make it up to the princess and spend the rest of his life with her. But in the end, the hero never loved her. Even when he decided to sacrifice himself and leave behind his sacred sword for Mitra, he ignored the princess' objections. So, the princess gave up. The princess left and disappeared without a trace. She never returned to the Mitra kingdom. Donnas looked at Lenny, who had a calm expression. Some said that she found a place to live in seclusion and spent the rest of her life there. Some said that she might have chosen to die for love. She quietly ended her life in a place that no one knew about. But I think that because of the hero's heroic deeds, she had a longing for the hero since she was young and loved him deeply. She even told the hero about the conspiracy of the demons in Arii, which indirectly led to the destruction of her own country. In the end, she couldn't get the hero's love. She stayed with the hero for the rest of her life without getting anything in return. She sacrificed everything, lost everything, and even lost the hero she loved. In the end, she must have harbored unparalleled hatred in her heart. This was the ultimate hatred born from extreme love. It was the emotion that the great astral body truly needed. Then, I heard that the princess has a maid by her side. That maid is always by her side. Donna stared straight at Lenny as if he wanted to see something from Lenny's eyes and expression. He said, the royal family of Arii will always have someone like this who follows them like a shadow. They are the royal shadow warriors who were baptized by a special magic ritual that has been lost in history and only exists in Arii. When it is inconvenient for the royal family to show up, or when they need to attend dangerous situations, they will represent them. Therefore, there are many similarities between them and the royal family that accompanied them. Looks, body size, power, magic power. Even the ripples of their life force are almost identical. With that, it was understandable that Mara could learn symbiosis. On top of that, Mara had sent someone to protect Lenny and keep an eye on him. That was how Donna's discovered Lenny and came up with this bold guess. "Miss Mara is your maid, right?" Donna said with certainty. "After you were converted into a great astral body, she has been following you. Through symbiosis, she possessed your great astral body and lived with you for 1,000 years. Mara's hatred towards the hero was all because of Lenny. Because of what happened to her master, the maid hated the hero and everything related to the hero. As for Lenny, she had been hiding behind the scenes and never showed herself. In other words, Lenny was the mastermind who hid the deepest. You want the lustrous branch to make up for the great astral body's flaw, right?" Donna said with a sigh. "The one who calls herself the High Priest does have some tricks up her sleeve. She created a life that is not within the realm of life to circumvent the limits of life and let the great astral body of death achieve transcendence. But she is still a frog at the bottom of a well. She is talented but ignorant, cowardly, and powerless. How could she know that even if she created such an existence, the world would not allow it to grow? The rules and principles of the world were not just decorations. Only life had levels. Non-life did not have the concept of levels. This was the rule of principles. That was why Lenny needed the lustrous branch. Since life has a limit, what about non-life? This was the hypothesis that the High Priestess had proposed for transcendence. Based on this hypothesis, the so-called Great Death Spirit Body had appeared. To transform a life that contained extreme negative emotions into an existence that was different from any other life in the present day, so that it could naturally ignore the limits of life, break through the limits of life, and attain transcendence, such an idea was, without a doubt, whimsical. However, just as Donna's had said, the world's principle would not allow such an existence to appear. Could it be that once a stone became a spirit, it would no longer be a life? In the hypothesis that the High Priestess had proposed, the existence that transformed into a great death spirit body definitely could not be a life. Otherwise, it would not be able to naturally transcend. However, transcendence was a concept that appeared when the limits of life were broken through. If a non-life did not even have the concept of levels, how could it transcend? Could a lifeless stone transcend? And if a stone had a life, could it be a non-life? Therefore, the hypothesis that the High Priestess proposed was whimsical, but it was just whimsical. The existence itself was contradictory, and it would not work at all. The evidence was that no matter if it was Limjo or Lenny, as the owners of the Great Death Spirit Body, both of them had levels. Lenny was at the limit level, and Limjo was at the legendary level. If the latter could continue to grow, he would reach the limit level sooner or later. However, their limits were only at the limit level. It was impossible for them to transcend naturally like the hypothesis that the High Priestess proposed. Furthermore, because of their special characteristics, after they transformed into a great death spirit body, they would absorb a large amount of spiritual essences to increase their power. Therefore, before they reached the limit level, they would not be stuck at any level. However, once they reached the limit level, they would usher in the true meaning of the limit, and they would definitely not be able to transcend. This was the result of the High Priestess's whimsical thinking. She wanted to create a non-life that could naturally transcend, but she didn't know that such a method would cause the great spirit of death to contradict each other. Not only did it have the concept of levels like other life forms, but because it was created with non-life as its purpose, it was destined to not be able to break through the limits left for life forms to break through. This was the existence known as the Great Death Spirit Body, a contradictory and flawed hypothesis. This was also the High Priestess's limit. She was destined to not be able to achieve her goal. However, as the owner of the Great Death Spirit Body, Lenny had found another way to achieve a breakthrough. That was, to use external forces. The lustrous branch, the original substance of the world. It is the crystallization of the remaining power that the Supreme God Omnis used to create the world. At that time, the Over-God Omnis had only created the world. She hadn't had the time to create anything else, including the law that allows this world to have its own laws and order, thus allowing it to exist, truth. In other words, the law had been left behind the law and order of the world. It was born to be able to break away from the shackles of truth. It was something that should not have existed, a remnant of the world that was accidentally left behind. If one could obtain it, then to a certain extent, one could obtain the power to break free from the restrictions of truth. For Lenny, who had the great death spirit body, and could not transcend the shackles of law, it was the only thing that could save her life. Only by obtaining the great death spirit body, and using the power of the great death spirit body, could the great death spirit body break free from the shackles of law and perfect itself. Naturally, it would have the power of transcendence, right? Donna's told him everything about Lenny. For this purpose, Her Highness planned this plan for 10 years. Find the well-wishers of the Goddess of Destiny. Carve the magic circle for the sacrificial ritual on the ground of the Empire. Finally, use the power of the ritual to activate the authority of the Goddess of Destiny, manipulate the weather, and make the premonition come true. Only then can the lustrous branch appear and help Her Highness transcend. At this point, Donna's applauded. I have to say, Your Highness's chess play is very admirable. In the entire 3 realms, apart from Your Highness, the only other person with such talent is the moon demon Sela. The moon demon Sela was known for being wise, the leader and sovereign of the demons. Her mind was something that even the Protoss feared. Even the Goddess of Destiny Letas, who was known as the strongest, would sometimes be fooled by her. Donna's actually compared Lenny with the demon sovereign. It was a very high evaluation. However, Lenny did not seem to be too interested in all this. Aren't you the same? Little brat from the old demon's faction. Lenny said expressionlessly, you went through so much trouble to find me, and even found my maidservant with the intention of working with her. It's not for the great cause of the primordial demon, but for transcendence, right? The smile on Donna's face slowly disappeared. However, in just a second, Donna's recovered. Who doesn't want to transcend? Donna said with an ethereal voice, since ancient times, the only beings who could truly transcend themselves are the brave. The other transcendental beings are all born strong, and are blessed by the heavens. Compared to these existences, Donna's was undoubtedly unfortunate. I've said it before. I have neither talent nor talent. Not to mention unique skills, I can't even learn a single normal skill. My level is also pitifully low, and I was even abandoned for a while. If I hadn't picked up a magic book in the barren land of the demon realm that couldn't be any more ordinary, and discovered that I actually had talent in this area after trying it out, I might have been forgotten there long ago and become an insignificant dead ant. Ever since then, I've been thinking, can't I do it? Donna's muttered to himself. Can't I become a strong person? Can't I make others look at me differently? Can't I stand at the peak? Can't I transcend? Each and every one of those self-questions was met with a single word, no. That was why Donna's began to plan everything for himself. Your Highness has planned for 1,000 years, while I have planned for 10. In terms of the weight of time, I am far inferior to you. But just like what I told Lady Mara before, to have a place for us in the future, we have to gamble everything. And Lady Mara has already done it before us. His words finally stirred some waves in Lenny's heart. The Princess of Arii was silent for a while before she sighed. I've told her before. She isn't the true owner of the great astral form, and using the power of the great astral form through symbiosis is already her limit. If she wants to transcend with the lustrous branch and activate the true potential of the great astral form, her body would definitely not be able to handle it. Symbiosis could indeed allow people to share levels, skills, and even lives. However, symbiosis itself was only a skill. How could it borrow the power of transcendence? After transcendence, the concept of levels and skills would disappear. Only unique skills that deviated from the norm would remain, becoming the power that a living being relied on the most. Symbiosis was a normal skill. Even if it was rare, difficult to learn, powerful, and high-leveled, it was still a regular skill. It couldn't compare to unique skills. With that in mind, Mara could use symbiosis to obtain the power of the great death spirit body. However, it was impossible to obtain the power of transcendence. Not to mention, Mara wasn't the true owner of the great astral form. He couldn't transcend naturally. If he forcefully activated the power of the great astral form after obtaining the lustrous branch and used a transcendent ability, not to mention his body, even his existence itself would collapse. Even if Lenny shared her life with Mara, Mara wouldn't be able to recover from such a collapse. In other words, if that happened, Mara would definitely die. However, Mara still chose to do so. She didn't want me to be exposed. She didn't want me to face the evil god Lilith and the hero. She was worried that I would be attacked by the Holy Sword, which was why she took the initiative to take this mission. She appeared with my identity as a shadow warrior. According to the plan, she obtained the lustrous branch and used symbiosis to transfer the lustrous branch to me. Symbiosis was a skill. Apart from sharing power and life, it could also allow them to move at high speed, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. That was why Mara planned all of this. My original intention was for her to transfer the lustrous branch to me as soon as she obtained it. However, she still used the lustrous branch on her own in the end. She was even killed by the hero before she collapsed. Lenny sighed faintly. On the other hand, Donna's didn't feel sad about Mara's death at all. After seeing the hero's power, I always thought that her choice was actually quite wise. This was what Donna's thought. Without a doubt, the power Shuren displayed this time had reached the transcendent level. If Mara didn't go all out and bear everything at the cost of her own life, the hero and the evil god Lilith would have worked together. Even if Lenny obtained the lustrous branch, she wouldn't have been able to leave the capital easily. Now, no one was paying attention to all of this. It was a good result. I want to ask, Your Highness. Donna stared at Lenny and said, "Will Your Highness fulfill the alliance I formed with Miss Mara?" This was the reason why Donna's came here. You want me to support you? Lenny looked at Donna's. I have no choice. Donna said faintly, if I can receive Your Highness' support, the success rate of my transcendence path will greatly increase. I can't refuse such a temptation. Interesting. Lenny squinted her eyes and looked at Donna's for a while. She also glanced at the extreme-level demonic gladiators beside Donna's. In the end, she smiled and said, if that's the case, I'll help you. Thank you. Donna's bowed to Lenny. After that, Donna slowly opened his mouth. Then, please come with me. The first princess of Mitra Kingdom, the hero's wife. Lord Lenny Mitra. Lenny's words made Lenny laugh. It was a cold laugh. Xianxia looked at the empty bed and didn't say a word. Xianxia stood beside Xianxia. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she sighed. Both of them returned to their rooms. However, the person who should be lying on the bed had already disappeared. The Day of Crimson Twilight. That was the name given to that day by the people after the battle at the imperial capital. What had initially been a battle of the Empire's internal strife had turned into a monumental event that could affect the entire world. No one dared to doubt the uniqueness of that day. On that day, the imperial concubine Mara, who had reigned for 10 years, was subjugated. On that day, the legendary treasure of the Empire was awakened. On that day, a large-scale magical ritual that had been planned for 10 years appeared, turning the sky pitch black and the land crimson red. It was also on this day that the imperial capital was almost half destroyed, and the empire was almost destroyed. Although the main culprit had been punished, there was no doubt that it had set off a monstrous wave in the entire world. The mortal world, the immortal world, and even the devil world had sent people to understand the situation. There was no doubt that everything that happened on that day would be recorded in the annals of history, as well as the beginning of a crucial step in the world's future. At the same time, the world also gradually learned of one thing. After 1,000 years, the hero had once again appeared in this world. Human realm, Mitra Kingdom. Ansai, Lia, Alidia, and Shauna were all present in the king's bedchamber. Ansai was reading the information recorded on a piece of parchment, his expression fluctuating. It was not just Ansi, even Lia, Alidia, and Sanai who had received the news had complicated expressions on their faces. The four of them looked at each other. Finally, and she was the first to speak. What do you all think about this matter? Ansai's question was met with a wave of silence. Everyone was left speechless, as if they simply did not know what to say. Liao was the only one who smiled bitterly. That guy is really good at concealing himself. Lia's emotions appeared to be very indescribable. Not to mention Lia, even Aridia, who had always been cold, was the same. Is this information accurate? Your Majesty? Alidia asked with a low voice. Most likely. Ansai smiled bitterly as well. Is that so? Alidia muttered. So it was no one else who defeated me, but a true hero. Shauna could not help speaking up at that. Could there be a mistake somewhere? A look of disbelief appeared on Sharna's face as she hurriedly said, logically speaking, heroes shouldn't exist in this world. Indeed. Leah replied calmly, the grand instrument of the hero's summoning has been sealed. This was announced by the supreme god Omnis in front of everyone 1,000 years ago. The goddesses of the god race have also said that there is indeed a sealed land at the border of the divine realm, and the grand instrument of the hero's summoning is in it. Other than the supreme god Omnis, no one can break the seal and enter. Under such circumstances, another hero from another world had appeared in this world. No matter how one looked at it, something was amiss. Leah insanely, it did not seem right. No. I've already contacted Lazahad's daughter, who has just arrived in the royal city. I've questioned her, the leader of the Adventurers Guild, who was the first to come into contact with Borstut. I've also confirmed with Vivian of the Lazahad family. And she sighed and said so. Although the two of them didn't give me a clear answer, I guess they didn't want to expose Mr. Borstut's identity without his consent. However, they have hinted that Mr. Borstut's previous identity was forged by them on their own. Before that, Sean was an adventurer from the city of Lamijan, the territory of Marquis Moreau. He came out of the orphanage sponsored by Lily Lazahad. This was the identity that Lily had provided for Sean. Therefore, everyone thought that Sean came from Lamijan, and that he was a civilian adventurer who rose from Lamijan after the emergence of the old demon faction, the Slaughterer faction. Now that Lily had hinted that the identity was fake, it meant that Sean's identity was no longer as simple as it had been. Now that Lily had hinted that the identity was fake, it meant that Shuren's identity was not as simple as it had been before. Moreover, thousands of people had witnessed the radiance of the Holy Sword in the imperial capital. No matter how illogical it is, the hero has appeared. That is the truth. Anssi said as he turned his head to look at the gate. You knew about this long ago, didn't you? Rosie? And she's words caused everyone to look in the direction of the gate. Over there, the peerless princess quietly arrived. Looks like you all know. Rosie said expressionlessly. A faint sense of oppression was forming on his body. Rosie? Leah asked in a rather bewildered tone. Aridia and Shania held their breaths. Although the oppressive aura emanating from Rosie was faint, it was enough to make Shauna and even Alidia feel threatened. Your Highness, Aridia was surprised. As Rosie's teacher, he did not know when Rosie had grown to the point where she could give him such pressure. Although Rosie was very outstanding before she released her holy sword and used her unique skill, it was impossible for her to make him feel pressured just by releasing a little pressure. But now, Rosie did it. This surprised both Alidia and Shauna. Anssi, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed again. At the same time, and she also noticed why Luo Qian was releasing her pressure here. Don't worry. Anssi said helplessly, even if I know Count Borstut is a hero, I don't plan to do anything. Yes. Anssi could see it. Rosie came here for nothing but Shuren's matter. For the sake of Sean, Rosie did not hesitate to oppress her father, sister, tutor, and the others in such a way. He is still my son-in-law, your fiancé, a noble of the kingdom, the famous Count Borstut. Nothing will change. Anssi said solemnly, or rather, I am more than happy to have a true hero become a member of the kingdom of the hero and marry the descendant of the hero. Anssi made his stance clear. It could not be helped. This was not only for Rosie, but also for the Mitra kingdom and for Shuren. Now that his identity has been exposed, he will definitely encounter a lot of trouble, right? Rosie stared at Anssi and said, I don't want the kingdom to not only stand on his side, but also kick him when he is down. Rosie made her stance clear. But, Your Highness, the demons, Shania was about to say something. But Rosie interrupted her. I don't care what the other factions think. Rosie said decisively, I just want to tell you that I will stand on his side. If the kingdom is afraid of the demons, then don't interfere. Even if the kingdom did not stand on Sharon's side, Rosie would follow Sharon's footsteps without any hesitation. Therefore, consider this a warning, Rosie said bluntly. I don't want to become enemies with my own kingdom, don't force me. Her words caused the expressions of Xianxia and the others to change. After leaving those words, Rosie turned around and left without hesitation. After all, what she said just now could be considered as a declaration to her family and her motherland. This was very heartless and cold. It could even be said to be treacherous, a traitor. But this was Rosie's choice. Therefore, Rosie would not stay, nor did she have the face to stay, so she left with determination. Sigh, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. What should we do? Father? Liao hesitated for a while, but in the end, she still asked Xianxia for instructions. What do you think? Xianxia asked Liao. In turn. In fact, Lia's stance was also quite firm. Rosie and I both want to stand on his side. Liao murmured her thoughts. Although she was surprised by Sharon's true identity, Liao did not forget that Sharon was her benefactor, her talent scout. Before this, Liao swore that no matter what the situation was, she would support Sharon and Rosie. Even now, this thought had not changed. All right. Xianxia nodded and said in a low voice, if that's the case, let's bet on that kid. In the end, Xianxia's stance was also very firm. He was a human, he was a descendant of the hero, he was the king of the country of the hero, and a true supporter of the hero. If that was the case, there was no doubt as to what choice he should make. Pass down my order. From now on, monitor the demon's every move, especially the demon's embassy. Any movement must be reported, and if there is any abnormality, immediately stop it. Xianxia looked at Alidia and said, I'll leave this matter to you, Alidia. Yes. Alidia nodded heavily. The forest of Tagore, the home of the elves. When Sophie received the news, she was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. How could this be? He's a hero? Rhea and Naya were also very shocked, and could not believe it until now. Everyone from the Elven division was there as well. Hero, Caroline was speechless. Impossible, Jenim had repeated this sentence dozens of times. The elves were also extremely shocked, and could not speak for a long time. After a long time, Sophie was the first to let out a sigh. No wonder Goddess Nadura favors him so much, Sophie felt very complicated. Queen, we. Rhea and Naya, on the other hand, looked hesitant and did not know what to say. Sophie glanced at the two of them, and after thinking for a while, she spoke. Although it is very shocking, Sharon Porstut is a recognized friend of the elves. If this friend is also a hero that the humans have looked up to for countless years, then we do not need to hesitate. Sophie stood up. Pass down the message. Tell the elven children to be ready at any time. Remember, pay close attention to the demon's movements. Hearing Sophie's order, everyone present lowered their heads and obeyed. On this day, the situation in the Mitra kingdom and the home of the elves kept appearing in various countries in the human world. The entire human world was filled with an indescribable tension. A storm was coming. While the human kingdoms were discussing and making decisions regarding the hero, the immortal realm and the demon realm were also making their moves. In the immortal realm, the three goddesses had gathered together. Moreover, right from the start, Lidas made a serious accusation against Anima and Najula. So the two of you already knew that bastard was a hero? Lidas was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, and tears welled up in her eyes. Anima and Nader looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Lidas. Anima apologized to Lidas and said apologetically, we were just worried that you would act out of concern, so we wanted to hide it from you for now. Yes. Naduna sighed and said, if you knew that Sean was a brave man, you would have done something, wouldn't you? What? Lidas was unconvinced. Do I have no sense of propriety? Her words didn't get an answer from Anima and Nader. Instead, they stared at each other silently. This stare made Lidas very hurt. What? I know the big picture, okay. Lidas sighed. Anima and Nader could only continue to smile bitterly and tried to comfort her. I know that Lidas is a very responsible person, but this matter really shouldn't be known by too many people. You don't know how to hide your feelings, so we made the decision to investigate first. Anima advised gently. I've also been monitoring the hero. Nader smiled and said, thanks to this, I've learned a lot about him, so you don't have to worry that we won't be able to catch him. Hearing this, Lita's finally quieted down. Then, the goddess of destiny spoke softly. Is he really the hero? Lita still asked this question. Absolutely. We've seen it with our own eyes. His holy sword is very powerful, and his potential might be even greater than Hero Mitra. Both Anima and Nader nodded. Lita's was speechless again. After a while, the goddess of destiny spoke in a gloomy voice. I can't believe that such a scoundrel appeared among the heroes whom we view as noble existences and eternal companions. Lita's couldn't accept the fact that Shuren was the hero. Both Anima and Nader broke into a smile. However, in the next second, the two of them became serious again. We can confirm that he is the hero, there's no doubt about it. Anima said very seriously, the problem is, until now, we still haven't found out why new Bravehearts would be summoned when the grand instrument of summoning Bravehearts has been sealed. Moreover, the hero's identity has been exposed. This is a very serious problem. Naduna said worriedly, I'm worried that the demons will have a big reaction to this matter. This was something that had to be resolved. Otherwise, the peace that had been maintained for 1,000 years might very well collapse in a single day. Anima and Nader had been trying their best to prevent this from happening. But now, Shuren's identity had been exposed, so the two of them couldn't help but worry. Lita spoke up without hesitation. Let's just bring that guy to the heavenly realm, Lita's hurriedly said. As long as we bring him to the heavenly realm, with us watching over him, the demons wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if they wanted to, right? This was a terrible idea. I say, Lita's, the hero is an existence that we must protect, but we should also respect his opinion. Ignoring his opinion and bringing him to the heavenly realm while watching over him, that's not protection, that's house arrest. Anima rejected this idea without hesitation. I also don't agree with this. If we do that, it might actually provoke the demons and make them think that we're actually using the hero for something. At that point, the conflict will become irresolvable. Nader also rejected this idea. But, Lita's was still anxious. This was how the goddess of fate was. Due to her excessive sense of responsibility and mission, it was very easy for her to cause trouble, so Anima and Nader didn't want her to know about this too early. In short, calm down first. Lita's Anima patted Lita's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, the situation is no longer the same as it was 1,000 years ago. There are many demons who don't want to break the status quo and break this peace. I believe that they will definitely consider this matter carefully. That's right, Nader agreed. Furthermore, that hero is related to several demons, especially AIE. Their relationship is even better than our relationship with the current hero. I believe that she won't just watch that hero fight against the demons. Really? Lita's was very doubtful. That cruel demon dragon, will she really vouch for a human, and a hero who is her natural enemy? Clearly, Lita's didn't really believe it. She had long forgotten about this. Did you forget how the demon dragon protected your well-wishers during their engagement banquet? Lita's was rendered speechless by Anima's reminder. At that time, AIE indeed did not hesitate to protect Shuren, even when facing Lita's who was stronger than her. Not only AIE, but Sala also appeared at the engagement banquet and vouched for Shuren. The current hero not only had an outstanding personality, but he also had an unusually good relationship with the demons. This caused Lita's to have another layer of worry. Don't tell me that the demons are trying to win the hero over to their side? Lita's couldn't help but say, since we can't find the reason for the hero summoning in the divine realm, could it be that something happened in the demon realm? These words caused Anima and Nader to frown. In fact, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of this. Although the summoning of the hero had always been the great secret of the Protoss, perhaps the one who understood oneself the most wasn't oneself, but one's opponent. The hero was the natural enemy of the demons. Since ancient times, it wasn't that the demons hadn't conducted research on the existence of the hero. If their research hadn't stopped and was still going on even after 1,000 years, wouldn't it be possible for them to discover another method to summon the hero? The current hero wasn't summoned by the Protoss, but by the demons. Was there such a possibility? That was why this generation's hero had such a good relationship with the demons. Could it be that suspicious? The problem was the summoning of the hero. is a great secret created by the Mother Goddess. It can be said to be the second great achievement after the creation of the world. I don't think that the demons can achieve this great achievement. Anima shook her head and denied this guess. The demons are a race known for their strength, but in terms of what they can do, they can't be as omnipotent as us, the Protoss. So, I don't think they can do this. Nadura also denied it. Lydas thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Even I can't do this, so the demons can't do it. As the existence closest to omnipotence, Lydas had the right to say this. Okay, let's not think about the summoning of the hero for now. Anima said, the most important thing now is to contact the demons and tell them our attitude on this side. Yes. Nadura said with a hint of emotion, the moon demon Sayla is a smart person. I really want to know what her attitude is on this matter. That person's attitude, in a sense, also represented the attitude of the demons as a whole. Even if the demons overreacted on the matter of the hero, the measures that person would take to deal with this matter would determine what the demons would do. If Sayla thought that the hero was a threat, and she also suspected that the Protoss had secretly reactivated the great secret of the summoning of the hero, then she might use this as an excuse to cause trouble. If the other party had other thoughts, then what those thoughts were was undoubtedly very important to the Protoss. If that's the case, I'll personally go to the realm of devils. Lydas immediately volunteered. Wait a bit. Anima stopped Lydas. Don't be impulsive, let's contact them first. Nadura also quickly spoke up. If the Protoss Lydas, the most powerful existence in the world, personally came to the realm of devils, then it would very likely cause the demons to be even more vigilant. Let me go, Nadura said. Although I'm not too sure about Marika's situation, if it was me, I would be able to silently enter the demon realm and contact the moon devil Sayla. This was the best method. Alright, Anima thought for a bit, then agreed, then I'll leave this matter to you, Nadura. Don't worry, Nadura nodded. However, at this moment, a goddess arrived at this place. Madam Lydas, Madam Anima, Madam Nadura, the goddess hurriedly said, there's a letter from the demons. This one sentence caused the three goddesses to react. A letter from the demons? Anima was surprised. Could it be the moon demon? Nadura finally reacted. Let me see. Lydas immediately snatched the letter, opened the envelope, and took out the parchment paper to read. Lydas's eyes widened at what she saw. WH. What? Lydas exclaimed. What's wrong? Lydas? What happened? Anima and Nadura's hearts immediately tightened. The two hurriedly went forward and read the letter. After reading it, their expressions changed at the same time. It became extremely strange. This moon demon actually made such a decision. The corners of Anima's and Nader's lips twitched. Lydas, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. When the messenger goddess saw this scene, her heart was filled with unease. A subtle atmosphere immediately pervaded and lingered for a long time. Woo, at a certain moment in the spacious and bright room, a soft hum slowly appeared and rang out. Sean opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. It was not until a while later that his blank mind was gradually filled with energy again. What am I? Shuren murmured blankly. Beside him, an indifferent voice answered him. You have returned to your room in Bygessler's house, Lord Shuren. The moment the familiar cold voice entered Shuren's ears, Shuren's spirit was roused and he woke up. At that moment, Sean bounced up from the bed and looked to the side. Xianxia. Shuren called out the name of the maid standing beside the bed. It was Xianxia. You are finally awake. Xiaxia's voice was not high-spirited at all. However, Sean was keenly aware that there was a hint of relief in the other party's eyes for a moment. Xianxia. Shuren looked at Xianxia and only reacted after a while. He said hesitantly, Did I fall asleep? Yes, you fell asleep. Xianxia was silent for a while. Then, she said, although you slept for a long time, your body is fine. This is a great fortune and misfortune. As she spoke, she handed a sword to Sean, which she was holding in her arms. Your sacred sword. Xianxia spoke as if she was talking about an ordinary iron sword. Sacred sword, Shuren took the sword out of reflex. Then, he finally remembered. By the way, I lost consciousness in the battle against Mara. That was the result of him using too much power to deal with Mo Luo, who had entered the transcendent realm and possessed incomparably terrifying power. That was the result of him using too much power. Shuren remembered that he had not only completely unsealed the sacred sword, but he had also activated Samsara to the limit and obtained 10 times the usual power. Together with the power of the sacred sword, he had finally cut down the death sun that was falling from the sky. Then, he had killed Mara on the spot. But at the same time, his magic power had been drained by Samsara, which had been activated to the limit. Moreover, he had collided head-on with the death sun, right as destiny, and the protection of the sacred sword could not block all the damage. His whole body endured a burning pain, and he fainted on the spot and fell from the sky. Shuren's memory ended there. Looking at Shan like this, Xianxia seemed to be able to guess what Shan was thinking about, so she spoke. After that, Lady Lilith, who had successfully escaped, seemed to have caught you and brought you back here. That was why Shuren was lying here in a deep sleep. At this time, his injuries had completely recovered, and the magic power in his body had become abundant again. He had returned to his prime. No, it wasn't just returning to its peak. Shuren found that the magic power in his body had increased, and his power had become a lot stronger. In terms of magic power, if Shuren could only maintain Samsara for 10 minutes before, he could now maintain it for about 15 minutes. How come my magic power has increased so much? Shuren was stunned. But then, Shuren thought of something and checked his current level in his mind. Looking at it, Shuren was stunned. LV 95. It can't be? Shuren was dumbfounded. Before this, Shuren was level 79, still one step away from level 80. Now, he was supposed to be level 79, but he suddenly became level 95, which really surprised Shuren. No wonder his magic power increased so much. Did he increase by 16 levels in one go? I'm legendary now? Shuren was dumbfounded. But then, Shuren understood. Originally, the harder the battle, the easier it is for people to grow and quickly increase their level. This time, I put in a lot of effort. In the end, I almost died, and I even killed a transcendent level existence on the spot. It seems reasonable that my level increased so much at once. In the end, Mara undoubtedly used some kind of power to exert the combat power of a transcendent level. If he could defeat her, it meant that his potential had not been exhausted, and his growth speed was different from ordinary people. Naturally, his level would soar. Of course, Shuren always felt that luck was the main reason why he could defeat Mara. At that time, Mara was already an arrow at the end of its flight. She couldn't even fight back. Otherwise, even if Shuren used all his trump cards, he shouldn't have been able to kill her with a single slash. At that time, Mara's body showed some abnormalities, which allowed Shuren to kill her after cutting down the death sun. Shuren looked at the holy sword in his hand, then looked at Xianxia. How long have I been asleep? Shan decided to ask about it. You've been asleep for 3 days. Xianxia said expressionlessly, your injuries had already recovered 2 days ago. As for your magic power, it recovered a day later than your injuries because it needed to recover a lot. However, it was fully recovered last night. As such, Shuren woke up this morning. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have been so easy. However, Shuren's right as mandate not only had astonishing defensive capabilities, but it could also quickly recover from injuries by consuming magic power. Coupled with right as mandate's rapid recovery of magic power, Shuren was able to fully recover in just 2 days. Shuren got up from the bed and asked Xianxia, what's the situation now? Where's Tara and Lilith? Miss Lilith is guarding outside. She seems to be blaming herself for not being able to help. Xianxia immediately took a coat from the clothes rack and helped Shuren put it on. She replied, Miss Tara suffered quite a few injuries and has been recuperating. What about the others? Shuren frowned and asked, Are they all right? Captain Lockett and Miss Tilly are fine, Xianxia replied slowly. Her Highness Capeline, on the other hand, is in a bit of trouble. Then, Xianxia explained everything to Shuren. After Shuren dealt with Mara and was taken away by Lilith, the battle was declared over. Due to the clash between Shuren and Mara, the imperial capital suffered a huge shockwave and was in a half-destroyed state. Only a few buildings protected by barriers remained intact, and the Bygusl house was one of them. The people in the imperial capital didn't suffer too many casualties. It seemed that the Adventurers Guild had helped, and the adventurers had protected many civilians. The palace, on the other hand, was almost completely destroyed. As the center of the impact, even the highest level barrier could not protect it. In the end, it became half a ruin. Then, Locket and Tilly led a team to rescue Terre, Capeline, Jarvis, the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights, and the survivors in the palace. Celiro and Gino, on the other hand, brought their families and escaped from the imperial capital with the nobles who had conspired with them. Evidently, Mara's death and Shuren's appearance had made these people feel that they had no hope of fighting for power. Therefore, they took the chance to defect and escape, not daring to stay in the imperial capital any longer. Now, Captain Locket has regained control of the Imperial Knights. He's leading the Knights to deal with various matters in the Imperial capital after the disaster. Xianxia said, that day, the 11 monsters summoned by Queen Mara still haven't been dealt with. No one knows where they went. Many people are worried that they're hiding under the Imperial capital, and they're very nervous about it. Xianxia was referring to the 11 young demon dwellers. They were all legendary tier and had the characteristic of being half-corporeal. Unless it was a weapon specialized in restraining them like the sacred sword, it would be very difficult for most people to defeat them. As such, they naturally survived. However, with the passing of Mara, their whereabouts were also unknown. Lady Yolan seems to be looking for them, wanting to settle things with them. She's been flying around in the sky. Her Highness Capeline has sent out the Broken Blade Knights and the Royal Knights to work with the Imperial Knights to do the same. However, Her Highness Capeline has also suffered quite a lot of injuries, and His Highness Harvey's condition isn't too good. Currently, the situation in the Imperial capital isn't getting any better. As Xianxia reported, he lowered his eyelids. What's wrong? Shuren quickly asked when he saw Xianxia like this. He was tidying up his sleeves. I'll first apologize to Mr. Shuren. Xianxia was silent for a while, then said calmly, Miss Lenny is missing. Shuren stopped what he was doing. Missing? Shuren frowned deeper and deeper. He looked at Xianxia and asked, what happened? I'm not sure. Xianxia shook her head and said calmly, that day, Miss Lenny and I went out to help the Bygusler family block the disaster. When we came back, Miss Lenny was gone. Hearing this, Shuren also fell silent. But after a while, Shuren's frown eased again. Forget it. Don't worry about her. Shuren said, although the mystery surrounding her has yet to be solved, now is not the time to care about her. Yes. Now is not the time to care about other things. Now, Shuren was more concerned about another matter. That was, my identity has been exposed, right? Shuren voiced out the speculation in his mind. Yes. Xianxia looked up and stared at Shuren. Everyone knows that Mr. Shuren is a hero. Shuren smiled bitterly. As expected, this matter has been exposed. Now this is going to be fun. The human world doesn't seem to be peaceful lately, Xianxia said to Shuren. Mr. Shuren, you can go out and experience it for yourself. All right. Shuren sighed. He knew that from today onwards, he would never have a day of peace. He might even become a sinner of the world if he was not careful. But he did not regret being too impulsive. Or rather, Shuren wished he could go back to the time when he confronted Mara. I should have attacked without holding anything back from the beginning and killed her. Unfortunately, even if that was the case, Mara would have used a backup plan to achieve his goal, wouldn't he? In short, the current situation might become very troublesome. How should he face it? What a headache. Woo. When Shuren walked out of his room, he could not help but let out a cry. This was because, after a dash, a small figure fiercely plunged into his arms. Not only did he suffer a heavy blow to his chest, but he was also given a great shock. Lilith? Immediately afterward, Shuren discovered the true face of the small figure in his arms. It was Lilith. Lilith was hugging Shuren tightly and staring at Shuren with her big eyes. There were some relief, worry, and self-blame in her eyes. Seeing this, Shuren basically understood the situation. Alright, it's not your fault. Shuren touched the head of the girl in his arms and comforted her softly. Just as Xianxia said, this little goddess seemed to be blaming herself for not being able to help and protect Shuren that day. However, from Shuren's point of view, as long as Lilith was safe and sound, it was worth it. That day, when he saw Lilith being swallowed by his evil aura, Shuren was so scared that his blood almost stopped flowing. The position of this little goddess in his heart had become extremely important. Therefore, that day, Shuren could not control his outburst and directly unsealed the holy sword. He fully activated the power of the Samsara destiny and used all his means. Now that he thought about it, Shuren felt that he was too impulsive at that time. This was because if he thought about it carefully, he would know that although Mara used some means to restrain Lilith, he could only restrain her. It was basically impossible for him to cause any harm to Lilith. That was the truth. Mara sacrificed half of Lilith's body to temporarily exercise Lilith's authority and control Lilith's evil aura. However, it was impossible for him to harm her with Lilith's own power. His original intention was to let Lilith's power go out of control so that he could buy some time. Once Lilith regained control of her power, she would immediately break free. In view of this, Shuren was indeed a little impulsive at that time. However, being impulsive was fine. Shuren did not feel regretful at all. Although it would lead to the exposure of his true identity, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future, but so what? Sean had always felt that he was just an ordinary person. It was impossible for him to be like the protagonists in other novels, who were always so calm and intelligent, as if they could spy on everything from the perspective of God. If he had such good psychological quality, he could have made a name for himself in the modern world even if he did not transmigrate. That way, there would not have been anything else. Therefore, Shuren did not think that there was anything to regret. Lilith, on the other hand, felt very guilty. She kept hugging him and left the room with Xianxia. This made Sean a little helpless. He could only let the little girl carry him and leave the room with Xianxia. After they left, Shuren saw two more people. "You're finally awake, Sir Hero." Xianxia was sitting in the living room drinking tea. When she saw Shuren holding one in his arms and the other holding the other, she teased him sarcastically. "Are you okay?" Ter was also there. She was sitting opposite Xianxia and also drinking tea. When she saw Shuren come out, she immediately put down the teacup in her hand and cast a relieved look at Shuren. "I've made you worry." Shuren shrugged and came in front of the two girls. The next second, Shuren immediately looked at Ter. "Are you okay?" Shuren looked at Ter and said, "Xianxia told me that you seem to have suffered a lot of injuries." "It's just a small injury." Ter said calmly, "Warrior Lephalet didn't hit me hard. It seems like he wants to slowly enjoy the process of torturing me." "Torturing?" Shuren squinted his eyes and said, "If I knew that trash would suddenly come out, I would have caught him and killed him when I destroyed Lephalet's house." "You did kill him, right?" Xianxia glanced at Shuren and said, "But you only killed his clone. He has many clones." Obviously, during the month in the imperial capital, Xianxia had used her own ability to find out Warrior's unique skills. If he didn't go overboard and was abandoned by Mara as a tool, it wouldn't have been that easy to kill him. Xianxia said. Unfortunately, Warrior dug his own grave and dragged himself into hell. Perhaps when he targeted Ter, the result was already decided. This might be the interference of Goddess of Destiny's blessing, protection effect. That man had already announced the end of his life in the most miserable way possible. It was meaningless to talk about him anymore. "Oh right." Shuren remembered something and asked Ter, "Did you find your horn after that?" Shuren didn't forget that this was Ter's goal in coming to the imperial capital. She wanted to find the horn that was cut off by her birth mother, which was why she chose to come to the imperial capital. But now, this goal seemed to have come to an end. My horn might not be there anymore. Ter's eyes flickered as she said in a low voice, "That day, Mara seemed to have used my horn to do something." Because Mara had risen to a high altitude at that time, but had been bombarding the palace with the Death G-storm, no one, including Sean, saw what Mara had done. Ter didn't know that Mara had used his own horn to create a sacrificial clone. Shuren also didn't know what Mara had done that allowed him to suddenly gain the power of the transcendent realm. Of course, with the perception ability of external destiny, Sean could still sense that Mara had launched a large-scale magic ritual at that time and used the power of that ritual to trap Lilith and fulfill the prophecy in the legends of the Empire. At that time, the sky was indeed covered by darkness, and the earth had turned crimson. It was impossible for Sean to miss this. Then, something was awakened on this land and fell into Imoluo's hands. The lustrous branch. Sharon mumbled. Perhaps, the supreme secret treasure called the lustrous branch was the reason why Mara suddenly gained the transcendent realm power. That treasure can allow someone to break through the limit of life and enter the transcendent realm? Sharon didn't know if that was the case. But he knew that Mara must have achieved something. Fortunately, Yi Futian had already killed that guy. However, where did the treasure called the lustrous branch go? While thinking, Sharon sorted out his thoughts and returned to the original question. In other words, you can't find your horn anymore? Sharon asked with great regret. If Tear's horn really couldn't be found, it would be a great regret for her, wouldn't it? After all, it might be the only way for Tear to freely control her unique skill. If she couldn't find it, it would be a great loss. However, just as Sharon was feeling regretful, Tear shook her head. I can't find my original horn, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that I didn't gain anything. That was what Tear said suddenly. Gain? Sharon was startled. Don't worry about it. Tear thought for a while and said to Sharon, I'm still confirming it. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Tear didn't seem to be sure about something. All right. Sharon nodded and said, let me know if there's any problem. I won't allow you to act recklessly this time. Hearing this, Tear raised her head and looked at Sharon's serious expression. After a while, she nodded heavily to show that she understood. At this time, Xianxia spoke again. I say, compared to these things, there are more troublesome matters to deal with right now, right? Don't forget, your identity has been completely exposed. Xianxia looked at Sean with a faint smile on her face and said, don't forget, your identity has been completely exposed. Her gloating look made Sharon want to punch her head. But before that, Xianxia spoke. The demon's recent movements are a little concerning, Xianxia said calmly, Mr. Sharon, if you want to go out, remember to be careful. I know. Sharon curled his lips as if he didn't care. However, Sharon listened to her words. Now that his identity had been exposed, he had to pay attention to the demon's movements. I wonder how the dragon girl who went back to the demon realm is doing now. Sharon sighed. Now that his identity has been exposed, if the demons do something, that little girl should also do something, right? What will she do? Sharon couldn't help but think of the last night in the elven homeland when he kissed her passionately on the roof of the treehouse. Thinking of this, Sharon really missed that dragon girl. It's only been a few days since we separated, Sharon couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's only been a few days since we separated. Perhaps even that little girl didn't expect that Sharon's identity would be exposed as soon as she left, right? It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. I'll think of a way to deal with the demons later, Sharon said. Now, I want to go to the palace first. According to Xianxia, the situation at the palace did not seem to be very good, especially Harvey. In particular, Harvey's current situation could be said to be very bad, which made Capeline very worried. Sharon wanted to go there first to take a look. As the host, they should have found something after cleaning up the battlefield, right? Tear had no objections to this, and she remained silent in response. Xianxia also didn't seem to care much about this matter. She glanced at Sharon and then at Xianxia, not knowing what she was thinking. Lilith had been sticking to Sharon, unwilling to leave. After Sharon tried to persuade her, she was reluctantly taken by Xianxia. So, Sharon left the Bygustle house and went in the direction of the palace. On this side, as soon as Sharon came out of Bygustler's house, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with his surroundings. No, it was not that there was something wrong with his surroundings, but that there was something wrong with the entire imperial capital. Looking around, Sharon found that other than the mansions of Bygustler's house and a few of the great aristocratic families, the rest of the buildings were somewhat damaged. Some of them had collapsed, some were missing a corner, and some were even directly reduced to ruins, making the entire aristocratic district look like some construction site. At this time, all kinds of people were wandering around these buildings, and some were even using magic to carry out repair work. It actually looked like reconstruction after a disaster was in full swing. There was nothing strange about this. What was really strange was that there would be waves of magic sweeping through the air from time to time. That was detection magic? Sharon began to ponder. The magic that swept across the air from time to time was the phenomenon of detection magic being activated. In other words, someone was probing and investigating the current imperial capital. Moreover, looking at the magic fluctuations, the existence that activated the magic was undoubtedly an expert, and there was more than one. Sean had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Are they looking for me? This was the only reason that Sharon could think of. Currently, in the imperial capital, apart from himself, only the 11 missing demon whelps were worth someone using magic to investigate with great fanfare. But if they were looking for the demon babies, then the magic detection should be a little bolder. These magic fluctuations were a little obscure, telling Sharon that the person who activated the magic actually did not want others to discover their existence. Being so secretive proved that the other party was not the Imperial Knights who wanted to openly look for the demon babies, but someone with ulterior motives who wanted to secretly find his existence. Is it the reconnaissance team of another country? Or the demons? Sharon thought so. He was more inclined to the latter. Compared to the other countries in the human world, the demons were naturally more eager to find him. They're quite fast. Sharon sighed. He knew that the appearance of the hero must have stimulated the nerves of some of the demons. After 1,000 years, the former natural enemy had returned again, and the demon king had been suppressed, so what reason did the other party have to appear in this world again? Could it be a conspiracy of the Protoss, or someone wanted to target the demons? There must be a lot of people who thought like this. Since that was the case, for some of the demons who were more sensitive and were wary of the hero, there was no way that they could just sit back and do nothing. I just don't know if there is any demon behind the scenes giving instructions. I just don't know which demon is behind this. With the automatic evasion effect of inner perception of destiny against detection magic, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream for the other party to find him with the detection magic. Previously, Sharon was discovered by the High Priest's Death Cloister, because this magic targeted people's vitality, and Sharon's inner perception of destiny was relatively weak when he was not in the hidden state, which led to him being discovered. Secondly, at that time, Sharon's intrusion was very sudden, and it was understandable that he would unconsciously trigger the detection magic's radar. This time, Sharon would not expose himself, because he knew that it was not suitable for him to walk on the streets and appear in the open. Therefore, he entered the hidden state from the beginning, allowing the concealment effect of inner perception of destiny to play to the limit. Under such circumstances, unless the other party used some unique or special skill with an extremely powerful detection effect, it was impossible to use magic to discover the existence of Sharon. However, these phenomena could be considered as a warning to Sharon. Right now, he was indeed being targeted by a lot of people. Moreover, if this was not handled properly, the peace that had been maintained for 1,000 years could really collapse. If it weren't for the fact that the imperial capital had just suffered heavy losses and was currently undergoing emergency reconstruction, and that the Empire's knights were also trying their best to find the traces of the young demons to help stabilize the order in the imperial capital, the Empire would definitely fight with the demons if they dared to use detection magic to investigate the entire imperial capital in such an arrogant manner. From this, it could be seen how sensitive the existence of the brave was to the demons. This time, I might have to take the initiative to talk to Sela and Litas. Sean muttered to himself as he teleported and left the place. For now, it was better to deal with the various follow-up matters of the Empire. Only by dealing with the mess here could he do other things. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. At this moment, a large number of Imperial Knights and court mages were going in and out of the palace, carrying out repair work in every corner. Naturally, it was impossible for the palace to be completely repaired in 3 days. Even with the help of magic and the power of various magic tools, it would be impossible to completely restore the palace without a few months' time. The palace was originally magnificent and vast, and there were countless buildings. Now that all of them were destroyed, it would undoubtedly be very time-consuming and labor-intensive to rebuild, not to mention the need to set up various barriers, magic systems, and ritual venues. Adding all of these together, it would be a matter of gratitude if they could repair it in a few months' time. However, after 3 days of rushing work, at least the palace was no longer just a pile of ruins, and some key facilities were first rebuilt with a lot of resources. Among these important facilities, there was a bedchamber. Capeline was dealing with various matters here. As the only legitimate member of the royal family who was still at peace with each other, in the past few days, all kinds of trivial matters of the entire empire fell on Capeline's shoulders. The reconstruction work of the imperial capital, the search for the young demons, the settlement of the people and the treatment of the injured, the pursuit of the defectors led by Saliro, and so on and so forth, all the work required Capeline's personal instructions. In addition, the chaotic situation outside the imperial capital also required Capeline to deal with. After all, Mara's large-scale magic rituals were spread all over the empire. Not to mention the panic and impact that the abnormal phenomenon that appeared that day had on various parts of the empire. The impact of the ritual that Mara had been planning for 10 years after it was activated was already very shocking. For example, there were many underground facilities like the secret base that Shuren had destroyed before in the empire. They were facilities dug out by Mara secretly captured people from all over the world, and the purpose was to engrave ritual magic arrays. Therefore, they were dug up to almost every corner of the empire. After the ritual was activated, these places collapsed one after another, causing a great impact on the local ecological environment. There were also the monsters within the empire. After the ritual was activated, all of them were alarmed, causing many monsters to rush out of their habitats and impact the local cities. In addition, the activation of the ritual also affected the flow of magic and the source of magic within the empire. All kinds of troubles came at once, causing Capeline to be overwhelmed. What was more troublesome was that in this situation, Capeline had to guard against threats from outside the empire. Who knew if some countries wanted to take advantage of the chaos to do something to the empire? Who knew if some evil organizations would take the opportunity to enter the empire and do whatever they wanted? All kinds of situations and considerations came one after another, making Capeline really feel like she was about to collapse. If Lord Brother was here, Capeline bit her lips tightly. If it was Harvey, he should be able to calmly consider the overall situation, grasp the situation perfectly, and handle everything in an orderly manner, right? Compared to the smart Harvey, Capeline was actually better at marching troops and fighting wars. However, her father had already gone mad. After the previous battle, he was found by the night to have died suddenly in his bedroom. He was probably killed by Mara. Her brother's situation was extremely bad, and it was unknown if he could even survive. The rest of her brothers and sisters were all persecuted by Mara. They were either dead or injured. There was no way they could help. As a result, Capeline naturally felt mentally and physically exhausted when dealing with these government affairs that she was not good at. The current situation is still so unstable. What will the Empire's future be like? Capeline was a little lost. Until a figure appeared in front of her. This distressed look doesn't look like you at all, Your Highness. When the teasing voice entered Capellan's ears, Capellan had already seen the appearance of the person who had arrived. You. Immediately, Capeline couldn't help but stand up, surprised and happy. It seems that you are in big trouble. Shuren looked at Capeline and suddenly smiled. Let's not talk anymore. Take me to see Harvey first. Hearing this, Capeline took in a deep breath and nodded heavily. Imperial City, Godly Temple. This was one of the few buildings in the Imperial City that could remain intact after the aftermath of the terrible impact a few days ago. As the representative of the Protoss in the human world, the Godly Temple did not intervene in the civil strife of the Empire a few days ago. However, with the protection of a high-level enchantment, it survived the disaster calmly. Harvey was sent to the Godly Temple. Because only the clergy in the Godly Temple had the opportunity to learn the holy and healing magic created by the Protoss, when people encountered all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases, at least they could get the best care here. Harvey was sent to the Godly Temple to receive treatment from the clergy. Unfortunately, 3 days of treatment did not improve Harvey's condition. He was lying on the bed in one of the more luxurious rooms, unconscious. His face was deathly pale, as if he was already dead. There was not the slightest bit of movement. Shuren came here under Capeline's lead and saw Harvey in such a state. This is really, seeing Harvey's condition, Sharon finally understood why everyone said he was not in a good state. His condition was indeed very bad. From Sharon's point of view, he couldn't feel the slightest breath or signs of life from Harvey at all. Apart from the condensed mana and the faint aura of death that was emanating from Harvey's body, there was almost nothing that indicated that he was alive. Looking at Harvey in such a state, Kaplan turned to an old man in a robe beside her with a pained expression. "Temple Elder, has Lord Brother's condition not improved?" Kaplan asked the other party. The other party was the Temple Elder of the Imperial Temple, the leader of all the clergymen in the entire empire, and a temple mage with a level of 89. It was only then that Sharon realized that not all the leaders of the temples could be called popes. Only the most trusted and most respected clergyman of the Protoss would be crowned with the title of pope. There would only be one pope in a generation. The current pope was a legendary-level powerhouse of the Imperial Temple. He was the leader of the clergymen of the entire kingdom, and his status was equal to that of the king. As for the leader of the clergymen of the empire, it was only the Temple Elder of the Imperial Temple. The Temple Elder had been secretly observing Sharon ever since he saw him. It was only then that he looked at Kaplan and smiled bitterly. "I'm very sorry, Your Highness Kaplan. As you can see, Prince Harvey is not injured, nor is he cursed. Instead, he has been eroded by a large amount of aura of death, and has been turned into a half-human, half-zombie by necromancy. Trying to save Prince Harvey in such a state is no different from resurrecting the dead. Not to mention me, even Pope Yule of the Imperial Temple might not be able to save him." The Temple Elder sighed and told the others how bad Harvey's condition was. "Is there no way?" Kaplan looked a little anxious. "It's not that there is no way." The Temple Elder sighed and said, "If the goddess of life Anima was here, she would definitely be able to use her power to expel the aura of death for Prince Harvey, purify his body, restore his body to vitality, and give him a new life force so that Prince Harvey could come back to life. In other words, apart from the goddess of life Anima, no one could save Harvey." Kaplan looked at Harvey, who was lying on the bed, motionless like a dead man. After a while, she turned to Sharon. "Do you have any way?" Kaplan was almost begging Sharon. Clearly, Kaplan of Harvey's condition made Kaplan despair. "As long as we expel of the aura of death and purify his body, will we be able to save him? As long as we expel the death aura from his body and purify his body, will we be able to save him?" The Temple Elder was a little startled by Sharon's question, and then said nervously, "As long as we expel the aura of death and restore the vitality of the body that has turned into a half-corpse, it is not impossible to use the highest level of recovery magic to replenish the lost vitality of His Highness Harvey." However, the aura of death was very difficult to deal with, even more so than a curse. The Temple Elder had already used various means to get rid of the negative state, but in the end, he had not been able to expel the aura of death and purify Harvey's body. This showed how difficult it was. But Sharon smiled. "In that case, let me give it a try." With that, Sharon pulled out the holy sword at his waist. "Unseal, Hirisu." With a short incantation, Sharon unlocked the first seal of the holy sword. Thus, the holy sword bloomed with light, causing the steel blade covering the blade to fall off, turning into a sword ring, and covering the hilt. "Oh oh!" The Temple Elder immediately let out a sound of gratitude, and almost without thinking, he knelt down toward the holy light emitted from the holy sword. Around him, the clergyman who had been accompanying him also knelt down in shock and excitement. The light of the holy sword. God, I never thought that in this life, I would actually be able to see the true holy sword of the hero. Oh goddess! Oh hero! The group of clergymen let out exclamations of gratitude. Kaplan also looked at this scene, and her eyes fluctuated violently. He really is the hero. Looking at Sharon holding the holy sword, even though it was not the first time Kaplan had seen such a scene, she still felt a little incredulous. She pressed on the imitation holy sword at her waist. After everything had settled, this imitation holy sword that had fallen on the battlefield was successfully found by Kaplan. Now, the imitation holy sword was shaking slightly, as if it was feeling excited and happy. The real holy sword appeared in front of it. As an imitation, the reaction of the imitation holy sword was naturally not small. Sharon did not care about all this. Instead, he held the holy sword and came in front of Harvey. Pfft. In the next second, Xian suddenly waved the holy sword in his hand and slashed at Harvey, cutting open Harvey's body. No, what Xian cut open was not Harvey's body, but the aura of death that lingered around Harvey's body. With the help of the holy sword's divine power, Xian almost effortlessly cut off the aura of death that even the temple elder could not do anything about. He then let the light of the holy sword sprinkle on Harvey's body, purifying his body. Under such circumstances, Harvey's body finally showed some changes. His face gradually regained color, and his chest rose and fell again, giving him signs of life. Elder brother. Seeing this, Capeline could not help but cry out in surprise. God. Miracle. The temple elder also began to yell and shout. However, what Xian wanted to do was not over yet. Celestial breath. Xian cast magic, letting starlight and holy light sprinkle on Harvey's body. This is celestial magic. The temple elder was shocked again. Xian still ignored him and focused on casting magic to restore Harvey's lost life force. If the aura of death still lingered on Harvey's body, then this life force would be plundered and transformed into the aura of death. If Harvey's body was not purified and was still half human and half corpse, equivalent to a living dead, then the life force would not germinate in his body. Xian used the power of the holy sword to cut off the aura of death and purify his body, restoring Harvey's foundation as a living person. With the treatment of celestial breath, which was equivalent to the most advanced recovery magic, Harvey's life force was restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ugh, not long after, Harvey let out a soft moan, and his eyelids trembled slightly. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. I am. Harvey looked around with a blank look on his face as he murmured. Elder brother. Finally, Capeline let out a cry of joy. In the temple, a burst of surprised shouts sounded one after another. Just like that, Harvey recovered. He seemed to have no memory of the time when he was turned into a dead soul, so he had been very confused and did not know what had happened. It was not until Capeline explained everything to him that Harvey gradually understood the situation and was silent for a long time. Afterward, Harvey sighed. I didn't expect that when I woke up, everything was already over. Harvey said to Xian and Capeline apologetically, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's nothing. Capeline shook her head, indicating that Harvey did not care. You just fell into the trap of that poison concubine. It's not the first time. Xian's words were a little discouraging, making Harvey smile bitterly. I only remember that I was waiting for your news in the palace. Then, that poison concubine suddenly came to me and did something to me. Harvey said helplessly, then, I lost consciousness. I didn't know what happened until now when I woke up. So happy. Xian said from the bottom of his heart, I also want to wake up, and everything is over. All the flood has nothing to do with me. Are you mocking me? Harvey rolled his eyes and said, when I was listening to your narration, I was still thinking about how we wouldn't have been able to defeat the poison concubine if it wasn't for you. The empire would have been consigned to eternal damnation because of the poison concubine's actions. Yes. Xian said disapprovingly, then everything is over. What are you going to do next? What else can I do? Java shrugged and said, since Mo Luo has been successfully eradicated, and the emperor has died suddenly, everything else is logical. That's right. Everything that happened next would be logical. Harvey would naturally ascend to the throne and become the emperor of the empire. The people of the empire would naturally support him because he was the only prince of the empire. The empire would naturally be reborn. The nobles who supported Harvey would naturally be put in important positions, and those who were involved with the concubine's faction would naturally be removed. And Xian would naturally complete the deal with Harvey. According to the previous agreement, I will unconditionally support all your actions during the period of my succession, and even until you die. Harvey looked straight at Xian and said, in other words, from now on, the empire will become a force at your disposal. This was the bargaining chip Harvey was willing to pay. But, this relationship can only be done in the dark, not in the open, right? Xian stated Harvey's condition. There was no other way. After all, Xian was a noble of the kingdom. If Harvey openly expressed his allegiance to Shuren as the emperor, then everyone in the empire would probably rebel. Therefore, the relationship between Shuren and Harvey could only be kept in the dark and could not be exposed. But under the condition that it was not exposed, Harvey would do his best to meet all of Shuren's future requests. I'm afraid we'll have to deal with each other a lot in the future. Harvey smiled. I hope you don't regret it. Shuren, on the other hand, thought of the trouble he was in and curled his lips. At this point, the empire could truly be considered to be on the path of rebirth. And the storm surrounding the hero Shuren was also about to arrive. At the border of the empire, at the location of a large source of magic. At this time, this large source of magic was emitting light, allowing figures to jump out of it and come to the shore. Roar! Roar! The surrounding monsters guarding the mana source sensed this scene and immediately roared ferociously. But not long after, a terrifying aura emanated from these figures, causing the surrounding demonic creatures to be frightened and flee in all directions. The figures exuding powerful auras turned a deaf ear to this and just looked at this side of the world while sighing. I haven't been to the human world for a long time. The environment here is really good, much better than where we are. It can't be helped. Although the demon realm is the largest world in the three realms, 1,000 years ago, when His Majesty the Demon King cut the world into 3 parts, the human world was the omnipotence and center. It's a pity that His Majesty the Demon King was defeated by the hateful hero. Otherwise, how could such a good place be enjoyed by mere humans? While talking like this, the identities of these figures were also revealed. They were the demons from the demon realm, and all of them were powerhouses. And their purpose in coming to the human world was very simple. Let's go to the capital of the Ragnar Empire to find out what's going on. I'd like to see what the hero is capable of after 1,000 years. This era doesn't need the hero, and we demons will never allow the hero to continue to exist in this world. Let's kill the hero and see what the Protoss's reaction is. The summoning of the hero is definitely a sign that the Protoss is planning to do something. We have to stop it. Yes, we have to stop it. With that said, these demons turned into streams of light and headed in the direction of the capital. The same scene was also happening around the various large mana sources within the Empire's borders. In the past few days, demons had been continuously coming to the human world. Some of them were extremely hostile to the hero, some were vigilant and felt a sense of crisis when the hero appeared, some were restless and decided to come to investigate, and some were purely for their own selfish interests. In any case, the appearance of the hero did affect the nerves of all the demons. Based on various considerations, they finally decided to come to the human world, contact the hero, and even kill the hero. And it was impossible for the major human forces not to notice this phenomenon. Not to mention the humans, even the Protoss reacted to this. Therefore, several forces began to speak. The hero is the treasure of the human race, and we must not allow the hero to be killed at will. The order of the human world cannot be destroyed. Everyone from the demon race, please retreat immediately. Until the truth of the matter is revealed, no one should be suspected. We strongly condemn the actions of a portion of the demon race's extremists. All the demon race members who have come to the human world, please leave. Otherwise, we will regard such actions as an invasion. Among them were the Mitra Kingdom and the home of the elves, and their attitude could be said to be very firm. This included the Mitra Kingdom and the home of the elves, and their attitudes could be said to be very unyielding. There were also some national forces that were supporters of the Empire. Seeing that the devil race had wantonly appeared in the Empire's territory with ill intentions, all of them became anxious. Everyone, including the Beastman race's clergy, entered a state of alert and prepared to take action. Of course, if there were supporters, there would also be observers. After all, the demons were ultimately the strongest and most powerful race among the 3 major races. Now that they were willing to be at peace, even if it was for the sake of future peace, they shouldn't anger the demons at this time. After all, the devil race was still the most powerful race among the 3 major races. Now that the other party was willing to live in peace, even if it was for the sake of peace. In the future, they should not provoke the devil race at this time. Apart from that, there were also some countries and forces that simply joined the demons and were on good terms with the demons. In addition, there were also some countries and forces that had simply surrendered to the devil race and were on good terms with the devil race. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for them to support the hero. If it weren't for the fact that they were worried about being investigated by the human race and the god race, they might have already stood up and spoken for the demon race. The holy temples in various places had even started to contact the Protoss, hoping to ask the Protoss to help. In this regard, the goddesses of the Protoss were very serious about this matter at first, and many of them even personally descended to the human world. But for some reason, after a while, the Protoss suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the goddesses who came to the human world returned to the god realm, as if they were no longer concerned about this matter. This caused many people to be shocked. But for some reason, after a while, the Protoss suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the goddesses who came to the human world returned to the god realm, as if they were no longer concerned about this matter. This caused many people to be shocked. What does the Protoss mean by this? Are they feeling guilty? Or are they planning to abandon the hero? What are they doing? Many human countries and forces looked at each other, not understanding what the Protoss was planning. The Mitrok kingdom and the home of elves were the same. Seeing the Protoss's actions, they were puzzled and anxious at the same time. On the other hand, seeing the Protoss's actions, some of the demons became even more vigilant. Some thought that the Protoss was indeed feeling guilty, and some even thought that the Protoss was afraid that the demons would start a war again, so they chose to retreat. They were proud of this. This caused many demons to go to the Empire even more unscrupulously, and they came to the vicinity of the imperial capital. Gradually, in the vicinity of the imperial capital, there was actually a faint gathering of the devil race army. In the beginning, they only used detection magic to secretly search for the hero's traces. However, as more and more people came, and the hero did not appear for a long time, they finally started to attack. Hand over the hero! Hand over the hero! Hand over the hero! Similar slogans began to appear around the imperial capital in the past few days. Countless demons gathered around the imperial capital, and they actually surrounded the entire imperial capital. Their momentum was like a rainbow, like an army pressing down on the border. They came menacingly, extremely domineering and powerful. Among them, the vast majority were extremely high-ranking devil race experts. Those who dared to come to the human world and challenge the hero and the Ragnar Empire naturally could not be ordinary people. This time, the lowest level of the demons who came to the imperial capital would not be lower than level 80. There were so many existences above level 80 gathered, creating the effect of an army pressing down on the border. This force was probably enough to crush any country in the human world. This was the demons, a race stronger than the Protoss and the humans combined. They were famous for their strength, and they had once suppressed the Protoss and the humans to the point where they could not breathe. They could only use the power of the hero to break the stalemate. When they gathered together, the momentum that they collectively released was like the sky had already collapsed, suppressing everyone in the imperial capital so much that their faces turned pale and they trembled. The imperial knights did not even dare to send out their troops. Even though they felt very angry, they also knew that if they rashly sent out their troops, they would definitely suffer a devastating blow. If that happened, the empire would really be finished. Therefore, Lockett ordered all the imperial knights to stay in the imperial capital and not take a step out of the imperial capital. Bang! In the palace, in the bedroom, Capellan slammed the table heavily and shouted angrily. This is going too far. Capellan's anger was at its peak. Not to mention Capellan. Even Harvey, Lockett, Tilly, and the others who were present felt aggrieved and angry. An army pressing down on the border was indeed very bad. However, the dignified number one military country in the human world was actually being bullied at their doorstep. Even the capital was surrounded, and the citizens of the city were also suppressed by the momentum. The imperial knights, which the empire was proud of, could not even take half a step out of the imperial capital. This situation was extremely aggrieving no matter which country it was. Especially when the other party intended to force the empire to hand over the hero. This was really infuriating. Harvey looked at the parchment in his hand with a gloomy expression. This was a warning letter sent to the empire by the representative of the demons who surrounded the imperial capital. Hand over the hero, or the army of the demons will flatten the entire empire. This was already considered a threat. Lord brother. Capellan could not help but stand up and said to Harvey angrily, "Please let me lead the team and go out to fight the demons." Capellan could not hold it in any longer. From this, it could be seen how unacceptable this was. However, although Harvey's face was gloomy, he rejected it without hesitation. "You are not allowed to go," Harvey said in a deep voice. "The Empire cannot afford to take action." Indeed, they could not afford to. Putting aside the difference in combat power, once we choose to take action, it will mean declaring war on the demons, Lakuta said expressionlessly. Lockett said expressionlessly, "If that's the case, no matter what happens to the hero, the demons won't let the Empire off. When that time came, the Empire would be in grave danger." "Then what should we do?" Tilly could not help but ask. "Are we going to watch the demons enter the imperial capital and start a massacre? Or hand over the hero who saved our empire?" As she said this, Tilly could not help but think of the young noble of the empire. Her emotions were extremely complicated. After learning that Shuren was the hero, Tilly's heart was in a complete mess. She was at a complete loss of what to do. However, at the same time, she somewhat understood. Only the hero can become a peak legendary tier expert at this age, right? Tilly felt relieved by Shuren's strength. As a result, all of Tilly's curiosity, unwillingness, and competitiveness towards Shuren had turned into admiration. Moreover, Shuren had saved the Empire and eliminated Mara. Tilly would never want the Empire to betray the hero and sacrifice him. The others had similar thoughts. "Handing him over is absolutely impossible," Harvey said without hesitation. "Be it emotional or logical, the Empire will never hand Borsted over." The Empire had become one of the forces supporting Shuren. If that was the case, Harvey would not do something like pushing Shuren away. "Then what should we do?" "Your Highness?" Lakuta asked with a tight frown. "Let's wait." Harvey's eyes flickered. "I've asked the Temple Master to ask for reinforcements from the Protoss. I believe the Protoss will not watch the hero be harmed by the demons." Hearing this, everyone present could be considered to have relaxed their taut heartstrings for the time being. However, not long after, a person ran into the bedroom in a panic. "Your Highness!" The person shouted in panic. The hero has brought his men out of the city." His words made Harvey and the others stand up abruptly. "Let's go," Harvey ordered without a second thought. "Order the Empire's knights to move out immediately." "Yes," everyone responded. The outskirts of the Imperial City. In the blink of an eye, more and more demons had gathered here. The sky seemed to be filled with vibrating magic, and dark clouds covered the sky. As if there was a black fog lingering here, the demons were within it, and they released their full aura towards the Imperial City. "Hand over the hero! Hand over the hero! Hand over the hero!" Such a roar had already resounded through the sky, like the horn of the mutated tribe's attack, rumbling like thunder. The entire Imperial City was just like that, surrounded by the black fog and the army of demons with earth-shattering magic power. It was like a lonely city that had completely fallen into the hands of a horde of beasts. It looked so fragile. And behind this army of demons, there were several figures that had been watching everything. They were a group of existences whose magic power and aura were above every single demon present, and they came in all kinds of strange forms. Some of them were in the form of beasts, some had limbs that humans didn't have, some were wrapped in vines, and some even had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a daunting sight to behold. Among them, there was a devilish being that stood up like a ferocious beast, and it was constantly gnashing its teeth as if it were very anxious. After a while, this ferocious beast that stood upright seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. "I say, how long are we going to stand here like idiots?" The beast demon said impatiently. "We've already warned them like this for a few days, but the people of this trash country still refuse to hand over the hero. It's obvious that they don't intend to cooperate with us, right?" Obviously, the beast demons didn't intend to wait any longer. The 3-headed and 6-armed demons that had attached themselves to such demons were the ones that had 3 heads and 6 arms. Iriza is right. The 3-headed and 6-armed demons licked the corner of their lips as if they couldn't wait any longer. It's time for us to launch an attack. Let's charge in and start a massacre. Let's tell them that we're serious, right? The words of the three-headed and six-armed demons were so bloodthirsty and unflattering. However, someone stopped them from doing so. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you really do that, the Protoss and the humans will never let it go. The one who said this was a scantily clad devil with an extremely plump figure. She looked like a woman of the devil race. This female demon only stood there quietly, but her voluptuous and seductive body exuded a dangerous charm that made people secrete excessive hormones. One look and anyone would know that she was a woman that would drive men crazy. She glanced at the beast demons and the three-headed and six-armed demons, and said with a charming voice, "Don't forget, we came to the human world on our own. We don't even know if the masters will allow us to do this. If we really cause a disaster, then Iriza, Kibble, you will definitely be killed by Her Highness Lyde and Her Highness Milu. Especially you, Kibble. If you make Her Highness Milu unhappy, you should know what the consequences will be, right?" The words of the charming demons caused the three-headed and six-armed demons named Kibble to stiffen. Uncontrollable fear appeared in his eyes. Even the ferocious demon known as Iriza couldn't help but shudder. However, the impatience in his heart didn't make Iriza let it go. "Then, what do you think we should do?" Iriza shouted at the charming demons. "Are we supposed to just wait like an idiot? I don't have that much patience." "I know." The charming demons sighed. "I said pitifully, that's why I don't like demons. They only know how to train their muscles, but their temper is worse than anyone else's." "What did you say?" Iriza was instantly enraged. Just as the beast demons were about to do something, a horned male demon with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a goat spoke up. He held a greatsword in his hand and looked like a demon. "All right, stop provoking Iriza, Glenn." The goat-horned demon said in a deep voice, "You clearly know that once he gets angry, he can do anything. Even Her Highness Lyde didn't punish him lightly, but he is still like this. Why are you still provoking him?" "I can't help it. I'm also very bored," Glenn said with a bored expression. "There isn't any man here that is worthy of me playing with. I'll just tease this silly big guy. Can't you see it anymore? Aren't you tired? Can't see it anymore?" Aaron shook his head and said, "I just don't want to see you guys fighting among yourselves here." "Alright, I forgot that you are also a boring man," Glenn sighed again. Then, as if he thought of something, the corner of his mouth rose. He looked to the side and said, "You are still more interesting. Jacinta, don't you want to chat with us?" In the direction of Glenn's line of sight, there was a handsome man who looked like a human youth standing there. Behind the handsome man was a pair of twin demons who looked like they were trembling with fear. The pair of twin demons were Jess and Liz. And this handsome demon was Jacinta. Jacinta appeared here and looked at his fellow demons who were faintly having an internal conflict. He spoke casually as if he was used to it. "Don't drag me into this. I'm just here to watch over you guys and not let you guys go out of control. I don't intend to mess around with you guys." That was the matter. The reason why Jacinta appeared at this place on this trip was to prevent his colleagues from going overboard. This wasn't an unnecessary action. One had to know that these demons in front of him weren't ordinary people. Like Xianxia, they were all subordinates of a certain demon dweller, and were directly serving that demon dweller. Iriza was one of the 6 cadres under Lizdorma. He was level 95, hot-tempered, easily impulsive, and was a typical type with well-developed limbs but simple brains. Kibble was one of the 7 cadres under Demon Milupesh. He was level 93, very bloodthirsty, warlike, and cruel. Among all the cadres of the demons, he was a dangerous existence. Galen was one of the 8 cadres under Succubus Shavni. He was level 92, and his favorite thing was to play with men. She played with outstanding men in the palm of her hand, making them unable to extricate themselves. Arad was one of the 10 cadres under Kamina. He was level 91. Although he didn't have a distinct personality like the other 3 and was faintly gloomy, he was a descendant of the most terrifying race among the demons. In addition, Jacinta was one of the 4 cadres under AIE. Among the demons present, except for Jess and Liz, all the demons were cadres of the demons. In other words, among the demons, except for the 6 demons, the demons here had the highest status. Now, there were people from the direct subordinates of the 6 great demons here. Moreover, those who came were basically the more radical and difficult to persuade faction of the devil race cadres. That was why Xianxia rushed here as soon as he received the news. It was to restrain these colleagues and not let them shed all pretense of cordiality with the humans and bring great trouble to the demons. The Protoss and the humans don't want to see the demons start a war. There are also many of us demons who don't want to break this peace. Xianxia glanced at the 4 demon clan cadres present and warned them in this way. As the direct subordinates of our masters, it is our duty to help them solve their problems, not to create trouble for them. Xianxia had said this many times. However, Galen laughed out loud. Aren't we here to solve the problems for the masters? Galen said with a smile, as long as you are a demon, you know how dangerous the hero is to us. I believe the masters will be happy if we get rid of him, right? That's right. Arad agreed. The hero is a threat to the demons. There is no doubt about this. Before he grows up, he must be eliminated first. I don't think it matters. Kybal grinned, as if he was suppressing his ferocity, and said, I just want to taste what the blood of a hero tastes like. I advise you not to stop us, Xianxia. Iriza snorted coldly and said with an unfriendly expression, this may be the Protoss's conspiracy. On the surface, they advocate peace, but secretly restart the summoning ritual of the hero and summon the hero back into this world. I will never let those women succeed. These unkind words made Xianxia sigh inwardly. How could he not know what these fellows were planning? There was a reason why these people who were on the same level as him would come to the human world and target the heroes. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? Xianxia began to expose them without hesitation. Galen, you want to eradicate the hero not because he is dangerous, but because you once tempted the hero but failed, so you want to save your face with the current hero, right? Arad, you are the same. In the battle 1,000 years ago, you were seriously injured by the hero's holy sword and your level dropped a lot. Until now, the power of the holy sword is still wreaking havoc in your body. That's why you want to come here and use the hero's holy sword as a catalyst to trigger the holy power in your body and use a unique skill to transfer the holy power in your body to the modern hero, right? Kybal, you want the hero's blood. Is it really because of your ferocious nature and not because you want to use your blood sacrifice ritual to seize a part of the hero's power? Iriza, there is no need to say anything about you. Your brother died in the hands of the hero. Therefore, you want to take revenge on the current hero, but that is just venting your anger on him. You also understand that, right? Xianxia's words made the faces of the group of fiend race cadres sink. Their expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. It was foreseeable that the demons would come to cause trouble because of the exposure of the hero. They all had their own reasons. In the situation where the demons didn't show up, they would naturally be triggered by the appearance of the hero, which led to the current situation. But the fact that the cadres of the demons would appear here was a little thought-provoking. Because the demons didn't issue any instructions against the hero. Rather, it could be said that among the 6 great demons, there were quite a few who had personal relationships with Xian. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to allow their subordinates to cause trouble for Xian. At least, before the truth was investigated and whether the Protoss had ulterior motives for the appearance of the hero, these demons would definitely not directly cause trouble for Xian. Therefore, if the cadres of the succubus and poison demon who didn't know Xian appeared here, it would be fine. But since the demonic beasts and devil demons had dealings with Xian, generally speaking, it was unlikely that they would send people to stop Xian. In the end, the direct cadres of the succubus, poison demon, demonic beasts, and devil demons all came here. Moreover, they were the more radical and impulsive ones among the cadres, which inevitably caused others to ponder. And Xianxia understood the situation of these people, so he could tell at a glance what these people's intentions were. To put it simply, the drunkard had ulterior motives. You all came here because of personal interests or personal grudges. You didn't get the consent of the masters at all. Xianxia looked straight at his colleagues in front of him and said without any politeness. I hope you all think about it carefully. If you really abuse your power for personal gain and use public office to avenge personal grudges, Then when the masters question you, can you bear the consequences? Jacinta's words were exchanged with the cold and hostile gazes of his colleagues. They all stared at Jacinta coldly, their bodies emitting an extremely dangerous aura, causing the ground to slightly tremble. The pressure brought about by the legendary powerhouses of the devil race was undoubtedly terrifying. As a race famous for its power, the demons were generally stronger than humans and even Protoss. The power possessed by the legendary demons was naturally far from what humans of the same level could compare with. Even the lowest level among them, Arad, who was only level 91, exuded an aura that was not weaker than legendary demons like Locket and Soliro. It could be seen how powerful the combined aura of these four people would be. However, in the face of this aura, Jacinta was calm and collected. He even had the extra strength to help Jesse and Liz resist the oppression of the aura. Looking at Jacinta like this, the expressions of Glenn, Arad, Cherbil, and Iriza were a little solemn. There was no other way. They knew that Jacinta's strength was above any one of them. In terms of level, Jacinta. In terms of power, Jacinta was a dragon in human form. Not only was his body comparable to that of a dragon, but he also had a unique skill that could increase his strength by several times. It could be said that Jacinta was comparable to Soliro in his normal state when he used the unique skill, Dragon Power. If he also used the unique skill and transformed into a dragon, increasing his strength by several times, then Soliro would only be tortured to death. In this way, Jacinta's level was almost the same as Soliro's, which showed the gap between the demons and humans of the same level. Frankly speaking, Glenn and the other three were a little afraid of Jacinta. Among the demons, the cadres under the direct command of the 6 demons were all legendary demons, but the gap between legendary demons was also very big. As a result, the number of cadres under the command of the demons was inversely proportional to the strength of the individual. For example, among the 6 demons, Poison Demon Kamina had the most cadres under his command. There were a total of 10 cadres, but the strength of these 10 cadres was weaker than the rest of the cadres. On the other hand, Dragon Demon AIE only had 4 cadres under her command, which was more than half of Poison Demon Kamina's. However, the quantity was not enough, but the quality was astonishingly high. Because the territory that AIE governed was basically filled with dragons, once these dragons transformed into humans, their strength would be extraordinary. Therefore, there were only 4 cadres under AIE's command, and the strength of these 4 cadres could be ranked in the top of all the cadres. In view of this, the number of cadres under the command of the demons was inversely proportional to the strength of the individual. The more cadres there were, the weaker the individual strength of the cadres would be, which was why they needed to make up for it with quantity. On the contrary, the fewer the number of cadres, the stronger that person was. This was a classic case of quality over quantity. In summary, as one of the 4 cadres under the command of the Dragon Demon, Jacinta's individual strength was undoubtedly stronger than that of the cadres under the command of the Succubus, Beast Demon, Poison Demon, and Ghost Demon. Among the 6 demons, the number of cadres under the command of the Dragon Demon was second to last. Therefore, the individual strength of the cadres was basically in the top 10 of all the cadres, and some could even squeeze into the top 5, which was very terrifying. Such a Jacinta was indeed frightening. Even the hot-tempered Ariza didn't want to offend him. Of course, just because Ariza and the others couldn't offend him didn't mean that others couldn't. Alright, stop quarreling. When such an indifferent and tranquil voice entered everyone's ears, all the cadres present, including Jacinta, trembled. The owner of the voice came from the last demon cadre present. It was a woman. A devilish woman with long willow-like hair and 2 flowers growing on her head was wrapped in tree vines. She was barefooted and her back was bare. She was only wearing a thin dress that looked like a one-piece dress. The woman was beautiful, and she seemed to be a little older than Galan, who had a strong sense of tradition. However, the woman's expression was very cold, and her eyes were as cold as ice, like an emotionless machine. She clearly didn't release her aura like others, but it made people shudder. Hedi Adai, Jacinta unconsciously called out the other party's name, and there was a hint of fear in his tone. Not only Jacinta, but the others also subconsciously kept quiet. Jess and Liz's face was slightly pale, as if they were very afraid of this demon's woman, and had a feeling of wanting to flee. This was something that couldn't be helped. I know very well why they would appear here. Jacinta was silent for a while, and then looked at the demon's woman named Hetty Udai and said. But I really didn't expect you to come. There was no other reason. As one of the only 3 cadres under the command of the supreme demons, and also one of the 3 ultimate demons, I really don't understand why you would come to the human world without Lord Seela's permission. Jacinta exposed the other party's identity. Hetty Udai didn't have much reaction to this, and only glanced at Jacinta. But this one glance made Jacinta feel as though the blood in his body was about to freeze into ice. This wasn't an exaggeration, but a pure fact. After all, the ultimate demons in front of him had the legend of freezing hundreds of thousands of soldiers into ice sculptures with a single glance. The demon's cadre named Hetty Udai retracted her gaze and said coldly. I'm here because I need the hero to do something for me. After that, Hetty Udai didn't speak anymore. Do something? Jacinta frowned and wanted to ask something, but he quickly shut his mouth when he felt the cold aura around Hetty Udai. He knew very well that Hetty Udai wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he spoke too much nonsense and angered her, then even if he had the support of the dragon demons and was a cadre of the demons, Hetty Udai would still make him suffer. The proof was Iriza, the impulsive fellow, looking at Hetty Udai with eyes filled with fear. Because he was the one who offended Hetty Udai and was frozen for hundreds of years by Hetty Udai. It was only after hundreds of years that he was brought back to life. There were even a lot of demons who believed that in terms of cruelty, Hetty Udai was on par with their own master, the dragon demon Aie. As such, even Jacinta didn't dare to provoke Hetty Udai anymore. Hetty Udai slowly walked over, looking at the direction of the imperial city and muttering softly. Too slow. It was obvious that this dangerous ultimate powerhouse was getting impatient. Hetty Udai. Jacinta felt that something was wrong and quickly said, if you casually make a move in the human world, Lady Seela will blame you. This was the only thing that Jacinta could do to restrain Hetty Udai. However, if this could make Hetty Udai obedient, then she wouldn't be considered as a cruel existence like the dragon demons. If Lady Seela wants to punish me, then I will accept it. Hetty Udai spat out a cold sentence. So, I won't wait any longer. Hearing this, Jacinta knew. He couldn't stop what was about to happen. I've tried my best, brat. Thinking of a certain noble who suddenly became a hero, Jacinta smiled bitterly. On the contrary, Glenn, Alide, Kybal, and Iriza couldn't help but feel happy when they saw this scene. Thus, a cold magical power began to appear on Hetty Udai's body. At this moment, boom. Accompanied by a loud boom, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in midair and pressed down mercilessly on everyone present. The expressions of all the devils present changed abruptly. Some of them were shocked, some of them widened their eyes, some of them were incomparably shocked, and some of them wailed in anguish, causing the shouts that had been ringing out until now to come to an abrupt halt. Bam! 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 This was caused by the experts of the demons who couldn't help but kneel on the ground. What? This is. Woo. Ah. The expressions of Glenn, Alide, Kybal, and Iriza also changed drastically. Hetty Udai's eyes focused, and she suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Unbeknownst when, several figures had quietly arrived at that place. The one in the lead was a young human. You guys are quite arrogant. The other party smiled like this. There was no trace of emotion in his smile. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the demons surrounding the entire imperial capital knelt down in unison, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. Everyone stared at the sky in horror. They stared at the human man who had suddenly descended from the sky. They felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain, unable to move at all. Among all the demons, only the few demon cadres could withstand the astonishing coercion. However, feeling the continuous rising magic power from Shuren's body and the terrifying coercion carried by the sweeping magic power, at this moment, whether it was the charming and elegant Gelen, the hot-tempered Iriza, the bloodthirsty and ferocious Chibol, or the gloomy and dangerous Arad, all of them broke out in a cold sweat. Even Jacinta's expression changed abruptly. He looked at Shuren with eyes full of shock. Because he could feel that Shuren had become stronger again. He had become much stronger than when he defeated Ali Dia in the imperial capital. How? how did he become stronger again? Jacinta's heart shrank. As for Jessie and Liz, who were standing behind him, they had already knelt on the ground. Looking at Sharon in midair, whom they had once rejected and loathed, they no longer had the arrogance they had in the past. There was only horror and shock. Only her Chadai, who was staring at Sharon closely, did not lose her composure. However, this extreme cadre under the command of the Moon Devil also had an extremely solemn expression, no longer as cold as before. Just like that, Shan descended between the heavens and the earth, instantly suppressing countless demons. Beside him, except for Xianxia and Xianxia, who did not show up, Lilith and Ter came out together. Ter was wearing a black robe, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Her aura was also weaker than anyone present, but she did not show any stage fright. Instead, she was as cold as her Chadai. Lilith did not hide anything. She held Sharon's hand tightly and looked at the demons below with a chilling, ominous glint in her eyes. She knew that these people were all here for Sharon. Although Lilith still could not understand why these demons were looking for trouble with Sharon, she did not care about that. She only needed to know that these people wanted to bully Sharon, and that was enough. Recalling the previous battle in Mara, where she did not help Sharon at all and caused Sharon to be seriously injured, the ominous glint in Lilith's eyes turned into murderous intent. Just when Lilith was about to make a move and crush all the demons present on the spot, Sharon pressed her shoulder. "Take care of Ter." Shan narrowed his eyes and said to Lilith. Sharon squinted his eyes and nodded. The killing intent in Lilith's eyes immediately disappeared, and she nodded like an obedient child. Lilith wanted to crush all these bad people who intended to bully Sharon, but since Sharon said so, Lilith did not care about the lives of those extremely weak people. She just needed to listen to Sharon. Only then did Sharon hand Ter over to Lilith and leave the two of them in midair. Then, he teleported to the front of the demons' cadres. This elusive teleportation ability caused the group of officers to be slightly shocked. Sharon raised his eyes and looked at them. "You are the ones in charge, right?" Sharon's gaze swept across the cadres, pausing on Jacinta for a moment, and then on her Chadai. "So that's how it is. 5 legendary ranks and 1 ultimate rank. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Sharon said sarcastically, "Now that I'm out, why don't you try what you want to do?" As he spoke, the mana rising from Sharon's body became more and more massive. It almost turned into a storm, causing the world to tremble. After defeating Mara and defeating a transcendent rank existence, Sharon was promoted to the legendary rank in one go. Moreover, he was not just in the initial legendary rank. Instead, he was at the peak legendary rank standard of level 95. Naturally, the current Sharon was much stronger than before. Before this, Sharon already had the strength comparable to the ultimate rank in his normal state. Now that he was promoted to the peak legendary rank standard, the pressure brought to the demons' cadres was imaginable. At the very least, her Chadai already felt a trace of pressure since they were both in the ultimate rank. After all, her Chadai was a demon's. Demons were known for their strength. Under the same rank, they were usually much stronger than humans and Protoss. Her Chadai was both an ultimate rank and a demon. Logically speaking, she should be slightly stronger than the average ultimate rank expert. However, even she was feeling the pressure now. One could only imagine how strong Sharon was now. "You're the brave one?" Her Chadai stared at Sharon, not daring to look away. "That's me," Sharon admitted without hesitation, causing the rest of the cadres to tremble. It was only now that they realized how strong the person they were going to deal with was. It wasn't that they didn't investigate Sharon's matter. However, it was only a short few days. Naturally, their investigation couldn't be too detailed. Putting everything else aside, they didn't know that Ali Dia, who was known as the strongest human, had been defeated by Sharon. The concubine Sharon defeated in the Empire was also an ultimate rank expert. She even entered the transcendent rank later on. In the end, she was still defeated by Sharon. With such a short amount of time, it was impossible for them to obtain such information. They didn't even know that Sharon brought Lilith with him to the imperial capital. Or, it should be said that they didn't want to believe that the strongest demon god, who was comparable to the demons, would follow Sharon like a shadow and act as his guard, protecting him at all times. If they knew about this, they definitely wouldn't want to cause trouble for Sharon. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to know. I did think that the demon race would have an extreme reaction to my appearance, but I really didn't expect that you would come to my door without any rhyme or reason, threaten others, and make them hand me over. Shuren didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. He sneered as if he wanted to trample on the pride and dignity of the demons who came here in the future. It seems that the brave ones have disappeared from this world for too long. Even though you know that I'm your nemesis, you still think that you can do it. Do you really think that I'm a soft persimmon that you can bully as you wish? Shuren was very annoyed. Originally, Shuren didn't want to have too much of a conflict with the demons for the sake of Aie, Lied, Mi Lu, and the others. He knew that his current identity was very sensitive. If he were to make a move, it was very likely that the peace would be destroyed, and the three races would go to war again. For this reason, Shuren had already planned to leave the Empire to find Lidas and Scylla and have a good talk with them. As it turned out, the demons were still demons. Many of them were used to being domineering. Not every demons could be as reasonable as Aie and the others. No, even Aie and the others couldn't be considered reasonable. It was only because they had a personal relationship with Shuren that they restrained their temper and didn't unscrupulously show their demonic side. But the rest of the demons obviously wouldn't do that. In that case, Shuren didn't intend to restrain his temper for the sake of some bullshit peace in another world. Come, I'll give you a chance. Shuren stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the group of demons. I'll stand right here. Let's see who can do anything to me. This sentence caused the group of demon race cadres to be infuriated, instantly dispelling a lot of fear in their hearts. Especially Iriza, he almost couldn't hold it in anymore. So what if you're a hero? Iriza glared at Shuren angrily, hatred finally surging in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, my younger brother and I couldn't do anything to Hero Mitra even if we worked together. 1,000 years later, I don't believe that a hero who's still wet behind the ears can do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Iriza roared angrily, and his body instantly expanded several times. At the same time, Iriza's aura also became several times stronger, causing this demons, who had the same level as Shuren, to exude an aura that was even stronger than Iridia's. This aura showed that even the level 98 Aridia wouldn't be a match for this beast demons if he didn't use his unique skill. Roar! Iriza pounced in Shuren's direction. Even though his body was huge, Iriza's speed was as fast as lightning. His huge figure flashed in the air silently. However, bang! Along with the sound of a collision that resounded all around, Iriza, who had pounced on Shan, finally pounced on a foot that heavily imprinted itself on his face. Shuren ruthlessly slammed his foot into Iriza's face, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind. Iriza was sent flying by Shuren's kick, flying backward at a speed faster than when he came. Like a cannonball, he whistled through the air and crashed into a mountain in the distance. Rumble. It was as if the mountain had been struck by lightning. It trembled and actually began to collapse. Meanwhile, Shuren teleported and disappeared. In the next second, he returned to his original spot and reappeared before everyone's eyes. In response to this, the trace of anger that had just risen in the hearts of everyone present suddenly vanished without a trace. This was because at this moment, Shuren was carrying a huge object in his hand. Who else could it be other than Iriza? Puff. Iriza spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only was his face covered in blood, but his body was also covered in blood. Come, tell me. Shuren smiled at Iriza and said, "What can I do to you?" Iriza couldn't answer. His face was full of fear. In just one round, one of the 6 cadres under Lyd Dorma's command, a legendary demon expert with a level of 95, had been defeated. At the same level, demons would be stronger than Protoss and humans. Then, as an existence that could obtain the highest growth in all aspects when leveling up, how could Shuren not be able to easily defeat a demons of the same level now that he was at level 95? Bang! Iriza was thrown to the ground by Shan, and he was on the verge of death. Seeing Riza being thrown to the ground by Shan like a piece of trash and unable to get up again, looking like he was on his last breath, the group of demon cadres only felt a chill in their hearts. Among the devils present, apart from Hedi Udai and Jacinta, Riza's rank was the highest, and he was also the strongest. But the result, Iriza couldn't even last one round against Shuren? How could he be so strong? Garen couldn't help but take a step back. Didn't you say that it's only been less than half a year since this hero appeared in the human world? Aride couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. It seems that we acted too quickly and didn't investigate clearly. Kaibal's expression was also ugly. What happened in the imperial capital was only a few days ago, so the specific news was not very clear. These demons from the demon world naturally couldn't obtain specific information. The kingdom deliberately concealed the fact that Shuren defeated Alidia. Except for the demon dragon faction that Xianxia belonged to, the other demon faction basically didn't know about it. But Shuren had only debuted less than half a year ago, so this was still very easy to investigate. It was only half a year. Even if he was a hero with unlimited potential, to what extent could he grow? The demons who dared to come here were not unaware of all this. They just came to the human world on impulse and only investigated until here. Then, they relaxed and thought that the hero Shuren hadn't grown to the point where he could threaten them, so they came one after another. But it turned out that the hero was still a hero. He was also the nemesis of the demons. Who's next? Shuren no longer paid attention to Iriza and looked straight at Garen and the others. Garen, Yad, and Kaibal subconsciously avoided Shuren's gaze. Garen even forced a smile, as if she was going to use her beauty to get away with it. Unfortunately, Shuren didn't even look at her, which made the smile on her face turn a little ugly. After all, this succubus demon cadre wanted to regain her face here because she failed to tempt the hero 1,000 years ago. But now, Sean's behavior was even more heartless and indifferent than that of the hero, which really made Glenn feel a great deal of shock. How could this demon cadre, who was full of customs, know that Sean had not only carried the first beauty of the human clan to the bed, but also ravaged the beautiful girl of the elf clan? He was used to seeing Rosie's stunning beauty and Marika's pure and untainted beauty. He really didn't like a woman like Garen who was full of customs and looked like a proper whore. You don't want to fight anymore? Shuren's voice resounded throughout the whole place. Since you don't want to fight anymore, all of you. Shuren not only used this sentence against the demon's cadre, but also against all the demons present. As Shuren converged the magic power on his body and withdrew that amazing pressure, the mighty demons immediately felt their bodies lighten and relaxed. As if they had been granted amnesty, they hurriedly stood up. At this moment, there was only humiliation in the hearts of the demons. The demons who dared to come to the human world to besiege the city at this time were naturally not easy to get along with. They either had bad tempers or were easily impulsive. Moreover, they were particularly arrogant and had extremely strong self-esteem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to this point. At that moment, many demons cast resentful gazes at Shuren. They thought that they were being subtle. However, they didn't know that Shuren's external destiny, perception ability was not to be trifled with. So, Shuren smiled again. Seeing the scene clearly, Xianxia finally couldn't help it. Wait! Xianxia exclaimed out loud. But it was too late. Give and explode. When such a chant appeared in Sean's mouth and spread in all directions along with a wave of magic, an astonishing movement appeared. Boom, a demon suddenly exploded and turned into a pile of flesh and blood, dying without a complete corpse. Boom. 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 In the army of demons, explosions sounded abruptly, causing the demons to explode one after another and turn into pieces of flesh on the ground. These demons were all the ones who cast resentful gazes at Shuren just now. They were smashed into pieces in a breath, causing the entire army of demons to instantly lose about 10% of their numbers. Aha! Incomparably horrified howls appeared one after another in the Devil Race army. But in the next second, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the ears of all the demons. Get lost! This bombardment caused a chaotic roar in everyone's head, awakening all the demons. Quick, run! It wasn't until such a wail came from an unknown direction that the demons surrounding the entire imperial capital woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly fled. In an instant, the demons that had gathered in the past few days scattered like birds and beasts. That scene was like ants that had gathered in their nest suddenly scattering in all directions, causing the densely packed army to become sparse in the blink of an eye, scattering in all directions in a panic. Even the cadres of the demons were in the same situation. Let's retreat first, Arad said in a deep voice, looking at Shuren with a trace of fear and unwillingness in his eyes. He had his own purpose for this trip. He wanted to transfer the holy power of the holy sword that had been in his body for thousands of years, constantly nibbling away at himself and causing his strength to decline, to Shuren and restore him to his heyday. He didn't expect that Shuren already had this level of strength, so Arad had no choice but to give up. Kibble, who wanted to use unorthodox methods to steal the power of a hero who had yet to fully mature, also gave up on the battle. Although I really want his blood, I don't want to lose my life here. Kibble left such words, then immediately turned around and left without saying a word. Arad was startled, but then he quickly followed. Arad looked at Shuren with a rather complicated and indignant expression. Finally, he stomped his feet and turned around unwillingly to leave. Very soon, the demon army dispersed in all directions, and the outskirts of the capital that had been surrounded finally returned to its original peaceful state. At the scene, only Xianxia, the two dodging twin demons, the dying Iriza, and Herdadai were left. Herdadai took a deep look at Shuren. After a few seconds, she also turned around and left. Only Xianxia, with Jessie and Liz, came to Shuren with a complicated expression. "You were too impulsive," Xianxia said. "After killing so many demons, the rest of the demons in the demon realm will definitely be more hostile to you, the hero." Xianxia sighed at this point. Shuren glanced at Xianxia and didn't say anything. Of course, he knew that his actions would definitely make the demons in the demon realm more agitated and even more radical. But Shuren still chose to do so. "Anyway, the demons definitely won't have a good impression of me, so why should I be polite?" Shuren didn't have the hobby of sticking a warm face to a cold butt. Countless novels in his previous life told him that even if he was a saint and let everyone go, these people definitely wouldn't remember his kindness. Instead, many people would target him and even play some tricks in the dark. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of those who looked the most stupid and brainless, who still dared to cast a resentful gaze at him in such a situation, once and for all. In this way, not only could he greatly reduce the chances of some villains playing tricks in the dark, but he could also warn those who were targeting him that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they wanted to touch him, they better think it over first. If it weren't for AIE, Shuren might even have kept all the demons from just now. Now, only killing a part of them was already very benevolent. "What about you? What are you doing here?" Shuren said to Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. "Don't tell me you're looking for trouble with me like those stupid people?" "I'm not stupid." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "They don't know, but do you think I don't know?" Shuren, who could defeat Ali Dia, wasn't someone who could be easily taken down. In addition, Shuren still had the evil god Lilith by his side. Only a fool would come looking for trouble. Moreover, Xianxia was already clear that the young master of his family had long known Sean's true identity, which was why he treated him with special respect. And since his young master had expressed that he wanted to be on good terms with Shuren, how could Xianxia offend Shuren instead? This was also the reason why the other 5 devil cultivators had sent their cadres over, but none of the cadres under the dragon demons had come to the human world. Those cadres had already learned about the relationship between Shuren and AIE from Xianxia. Therefore, except for Xianxia, who was originally in the human world, no one from the dragon race under AIE's rule came. Only Iriza and the other cadres who were not very smart and had other selfish motives and secretly plotting something dared to come rashly. Only officers like Iriza, who were not very smart and had their own selfish motives and were plotting something in the dark, would dare to come here rashly. He really didn't expect that this kingdom's noble who had some dealings with him was the new hero. He really didn't expect that this noble of the kingdom, who he had some dealings with, was actually the new hero. Back then, he had thought that this person was interesting. And even Xianxia was like this. Jess and Liz lowered their heads the whole time, not daring to look at Shuren at all. Even Xianxia was behaving like that. Jess and Liz lowered their heads the entire time and dared not look at Sean at all. Of course, that kind of trivial matter had long been thrown to an unknown corner by Shuren. Shuren watched the imperial capital's gates suddenly open and the imperial knights rushing out under the leadership of a few acquaintances. His expression finally looked better. Xian watched as the gates of the capital suddenly opened, and the Imperial Knights swarmed out under the leadership of a few acquaintances. His face finally looked better. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. Imperial capital, Imperial palace. After Shuren's strong actions, the pressure that had been shrouding the entire imperial capital for the past few days finally disappeared. The people all heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them still had lingering fears, and some of them were still scared. Thus, a new round of heated discussion was set off, causing the imperial city to become lively once again. The Imperial Knights could finally handle their own work with peace of mind, devoting themselves to the reconstruction of the imperial capital and the imperial palace. Shuren and the others returned directly to the imperial palace, sat down in the bedroom, and had a chance to have a good talk. This time, Xianxia actually had two purposes for coming to the imperial capital. One was to stop the demons who came to the human world from doing things that went too far, causing the peace that the demons had painstakingly maintained to be broken. The other was to have a good talk with Shuren after learning his true identity. It couldn't be helped. Let me tell you clearly first. Xianxia brought Jace and Liz to sit opposite Xian. In front of Harvey, Capeline, Lockhart, Tilly, and the others, he spoke solemnly to Xian, who brought Lilith and Tierce with him. Your current situation is somewhat not very good. This sentence made everyone present look at each other. Shuren's expression was as usual. Because this was an expected situation. Because of the exposure of your identity, the demon realm has completely fallen into chaos. Xianxia said very straightforwardly, perhaps, for the human race, 1,000 years is a long time, but among the demons, there are many who have existed since 1,000 years ago and personally participated in the war between the gods, humans, and demons. As the saying goes, time can make people forget a lot of things. For example, the horror of war. For example, the past hatred. However, for the demons, 1,000 years was not enough for them to forget everything. So, knowing that in this era, the hero has appeared again, there are many demons who have overreacted to this. Xianxia looked straight at Shuren and said, the demon's fear of the hero must be greater than you think. In addition, we have lost the demon king. I believe you can understand how many demons are afraid of your existence. It could be said that the demon realm was indeed in chaos now. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the legendary demons, who would have a huge impact on the human world, to pass through the gate between the demon realm and the human world unimpeded to come to this world. AIE said that if one wanted to come to the human world from the demon realm or go to the demon realm from the human world, they needed a special token. But these days, there were so many demons who came to the human world. If one said that they had gone through the formal procedures and had official permission to come to the human world without any hindrance, even a smart person would feel that they had been fooled. Therefore, as Xianxia said, there had been a lot of chaos in the demon realm, which led to such a big problem in the passage between the two worlds. Perhaps, the arrival of the demon's army this time was because the demons in charge of guarding the gate took the initiative to violate the order and opened the gate, allowing them to come to the human world and find trouble with the hero. It could be seen how chaotic the demon realm was now. What about AIE and Scylla? What did they say? Shuren didn't care about the situation in the demon realm. He only cared about AIE and Scylla's attitude towards this matter. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression didn't look good. There has been a certain degree of chaos in the major territories of the demon realm. Many of the demons who have lived for a long time and even the demon cadres are likely to be instigating behind the scenes, causing some voices to appear in many places. What voices? It was very simple. Many people have requested that the demons should let the Protoss and even the humans give the demons an explanation. Xianxia said in a deep voice, moreover, many conspiracy theories have begun to appear one after another, making many demons suspect that behind all this is the Protoss and even the humans are preparing to harm the demons. The appearance of the hero was such a big stimulus for the demons. Who asked him to be the nemesis of the demons, who asked him to be the ultimate weapon used by the Protoss to crusade against the Demon King. Now that the Demon King had passed away, the demons were also willing to coexist peacefully with the Protoss and the humans. In the end, it was only after 1,000 years that the hero, the nemesis of the demons, was summoned again. Then, as the demons, of course, they would suspect whether the Protoss and the humans were planning to attack the demons. You clearly said that you wouldn't release nuclear weapons if you surrendered, but you secretly prepared nuclear weapons again. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Who wouldn't be shocked and angry? The demons were now in such a situation, causing the chaos to become more and more intense. The Protoss has issued a statement, claiming that the summoning of the hero has not been restarted. The appearance of the hero was an accident. They are now investigating the reason. Xianxia said, but the demons definitely won't believe it so easily. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine what the radical faction of the demons would do. There have been many voices saying that since the Protoss and the humans are planning to attack the demons behind their backs, then the demons don't need to be cowards anymore. Xianxia's words shocked everyone to death. In just a few days, the voices claiming to start a war with the Protoss and the humans have spread all over the 6 demon territories. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. This is a joke, right? For the first time, Tilly couldn't hold back and hurriedly said, just because the hero was summoned again, the demons want to start a war? Aren't you afraid? Capeline was also shocked. You don't have the Demon King anymore. If you start a war again, aren't you afraid of being completely annihilated? It wasn't Xianxia who answered Capeline and Tilly's words, but Jarvis. The demons are stronger than the Protoss and the humans. Of course they aren't afraid of starting a war. Jarvis calmly said, besides, the Demon King is gone, and the Supreme God has also fallen into an eternal slumber. The conditions are equal. If that was the case, the demons naturally weren't afraid of starting a war. What about the hero? Lockett glanced at Shuren and said in a low voice, aren't the demons afraid of the hero? Again, it wasn't Jarvis who answered this question. The demons are afraid of the hero who has matured. Ter said calmly, that's why they are so nervous when they know that the hero has been born. They don't want to give the hero time to grow to the transcendent level. Once the hero reached the transcendent level, it would be the most terrifying. The hero's transcendent level would be accompanied by the sacred sword's transcendent level. At that time, the sacred sword would be reborn, and its true power would be unleashed. The sacred sword, which was considered to be the closest to the Demon King and Supreme God, would become the most terrifying after the hero reached the transcendent level. In history, there were a few heroes who managed to reach the transcendent level, and none of them were inferior to the demons, leaving them helpless. Mitra, who was considered to be the strongest hero in history, became in existence on the same level as the goddess of fate, Letas, who was the closest to the omnipotent goddess of fate. With the help of Supreme God Omnis, Mitra even managed to defeat the Demon King in the end. If there were many demons who had experienced that battle, they would have been so worried that they couldn't eat or sleep after learning that the hero had appeared. They would have wanted to kill the hero in the cradle. If it weren't for the fact that some people knew that Shuren had Lilith by his side to protect him, there would have been powerful figures who would have barged into the capital in an attempt to kill Shuren. Of course, they didn't do so, and it could be considered as sparing their lives. After all, although Shuren hadn't reached the transcendent level yet, he could still fight against a transcendent level before the time limit of Samsara Destiny ended and his mana was completely drained. Powerful figures, as long as they weren't demons, they weren't much of a threat to Shuren. That was why there were so many voices in the demon realm. Among these voices, there must have been people who thought that the demons should immediately rush to the human realm and kill Shuren, right? The people who came these few days are basically instigated pawns. Xianxia said worriedly, if this continues, there will definitely be a lot of people who won't be able to sit still. In other words, Shuren was really being targeted by the demons. What's more, even among the human race, there were many people who were secretly scheming, trying to stir up the muddy waters and gain benefits from it. As for the Protoss, after issuing the statement, they seemed to be doing something majestically, but they suddenly stopped all activities. Not long ago, the demons decided to gather in advance for a discussion because they couldn't suppress the various voices in the clan. Xianxia revealed such a piece of news. Shuren knew that the 6 demons originally wanted to discuss about the primordial demon incident in Tagore Forest. This time, his identity was exposed, and they might not have the time to discuss this matter. Before Master left the territory and went to the Moon Demon territory, he ordered us that no one is allowed to come to the human realm and go against you. Those who disobey the order will be killed without mercy. Speaking of this, Xianxia's tone seemed a little resentful. It seems like Master cares about you a lot. With this tone, those who didn't know would think that this tyrannical dragon was a resentful woman who fell out of favor. On the other hand, Shuren was more or less relieved after knowing about this matter. Fortunately, his little cotton-padded jacket still supported him. Knowing this matter was enough for Shuren. As for what Sila and the other demons were planning, although Shuren was a little concerned, he didn't care. Still the same sentence, he had already done his best. As a visitor from another world, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to this world. Naturally, he wouldn't wrong himself to prevent the destruction of peace. If the demons decided to fight in the end, then he would most likely kidnap Aie and bring his family far away to find a place where he could live happily for the rest of his life. In this case, the world war shouldn't really start. Jacinta, on the other hand, thought he should remind Sean. You've killed a lot of demons today. There will definitely be more troubles coming after us. Xianxia said, if it turns into a large-scale conflict, causing the conflict to be unable to be resolved, then it may really lead to the destruction of the world's peace. So, Xianxia came to persuade Shuren. Do you want to stay away from the limelight before there is any progress? Xianxia was about to suggest this. However, at this moment, a herald suddenly ran in a panic. Your Highness. The herald shouted at Harvey in panic. Demon Realm Supreme Sila just announced a piece of news to the Protoss, humans, and demons. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room froze. News? Harvey was also startled. What news? The herald immediately put on an expression that was unprecedented for the first time in his life. Then, he said. Demon Dragon Aie of the 6 demons will enter into a marriage contract with Hero Shuren to show eternal peace between the 3 races. When these words echoed in the room, everyone froze. Especially Xianxia, his entire body froze on the spot and didn't move. Shuren was even more astonished. After a long while, exclamations resounded in the sky. The Demon Realm. This was the largest of the 3 worlds of Omni, Patansen, and also the largest world. Unlike the Protoss, whose population was destined to be limited, and the humans who had less time to reproduce, the demons' population had been increasing since the moment they were born. Even after tens of thousands of years of war, they had never been on the verge of extinction. Moreover, they were known for their strength. The demons had been recognized as the strongest race since ancient times. Even after the passing of the Demon King, they still firmly held the title of the strongest. If not for their defeat in the war 1,000 years ago, the demons would have had the power to rule the entire Omnipotensen. Now, although the demons had chosen peace and no longer fought, the status of the demon realm had always been high. In many ways, it was even more special than the human realm. Over the past 1,000 years, the demon realm had also formed its own culture and order. This huge world, which was even larger than the mortal realm and the god realm combined, was now ruled by 6 demons. Moon Demon, Succubus, Beast Demon, Poison Demon, Dragon Demon. These 6 demons divided the entire demon realm. They stood at the pinnacle of the demons, and each had their own territory, subordinates, and even armies. As the eldest daughter of the 6 demons, as well as the true sovereign of the demons, the Moon Demon Sela's territory was located in the center of the demon realm. The territory was mostly plains, and it was currently the strongest existence and force in the demon realm. As the second daughter of the 6 demons, second only to the Moon Demon, the succubus Chafnia's territory was located in the east of the demon realm. The territory was rich in soil, and it was the territory and force with the most resources in the demon realm. As the third daughter of the 6 demons, an existence of the same generation as the Moon Demon and the succubus, the Beast Demon Lide Dorma's territory was located in the west of the demon realm. The territory was mostly forested and inhabited by many magical beasts. As the fourth daughter of the 6 demons, with 3 older sisters, the Poison Demon Kamina's territory was located in the south of the demon realm. The territory was mostly filled with swamps and wetlands, and it was the most dangerous place in the demon realm. As one of the 5 women of the 6 great demon dwellers, she was also the most immature existence among the 6 great demon dwellers. Ghost demon Milyapesh also had her own territory, but because she was not good at management, her territory was at the periphery of the demon realm, surrounding the territories of the other demon dwellers. There were many valleys and mountains in the territory, and there were no cities. It was a lawless area, so it was quite chaotic and a gathering place for lawbreakers. As for Aie, the youngest sister of the 6 great demons, her territory was in the north of the demon world. The terrain was undulating, with mountains, wilderness, and many dragon species inhabiting it. It was the publicly recognized country of dragons in omnipotent forest. Most of the people living in the territory were from the dragon race and some of the races affiliated to the dragon race. It was considered the most legendary and rarely visited region among the 6 great territories. The Moon Demon Territory, the Succubus Territory, the Beast Demon Territory, the Poison Demon Territory, the Ghost Demon Territory, and finally the Dragon Demon Territory. These were the 6 demons' territories that divided the entire demon realm. Of course, since the demons were a race famous for their strength, in this world, the strong were naturally respected, and the weak were of low status. The lowest status was the inferior demons, which accounted for more than half of the demons. The superior demons were a title that could only be obtained by raising their level to 70 and above, and their status in the demon realm was already quite high. On the other hand, those who were particularly prominent among the high-grade demons would be recruited by the forces that the 6 great demons belonged to and become subordinates of the demons. For example, Killian was recruited by Jacinta after he became a superior demon, and thus became Jacinta's subordinate. He was also a demon warrior under Ai's command. Then, if they could raise their level to 90 and become a legendary powerhouse, they could go through various methods such as recommendation, screening, test, trial, and so on, and strive to become a demon cadre directly under the demons. The demons' cadre was below 1 and above tens of thousands of people. Apart from the demons they served, they enjoyed the highest status and treatment among the demons, and were the existence that countless demons flocked to. Even if they became a legendary powerhouse, it was not certain that they could fight for this position. After all, the cadre under the demon's command was fixed, and the number had always been limited. The Moon Demon Territory had 3 cadre. The Succubus Territory had 8 cadre. The Beast Demon Territory had 6 cadre. The Poison Demon Territory had 10 cadre. The Ghost Demon Territory had 7 cadre. The Dragon Demon Territory had 4 cadre. The positions of these cadre had always been fixed, and had been decided long before the demon realm appeared. There were only 2 ways to replace the position of these cadre. One was to directly challenge and defeat the other party to replace the other party's position and become a cadre. The other was when the cadre died unexpectedly, through various methods such as recommendation, screening, test, trial, and so on, the strongest superior demons in the territory could be selected and made into a cadre. In other words, the cadre directly under the demon's command would always be the strongest group of existences in the territory apart from the demons. Only a stronger person could replace their position and kick them down. Because of this method, the cadre would basically only get stronger and stronger, never weaker and weaker. In particular, the 3 cadre under the Moon Demon Sela, the Supreme Demons, were all level 100 ultimate powerhouses. In the war 1,000 years ago, these 3 ultimate powerhouses also shone brightly. Each of them was besieged by at least 3 legendary powerhouses, but they still did not lose, which showed how powerful they were. However, such powerful demons had recently become a little unpeaceful. In the major territories of the demon realm, there was more or less some chaos and turmoil. The reason, of course, came from the recent shocking news that shocked the entire Omnipotensen. After 1,000 years, the heroes have once again appeared. It was this news that directly caused the demon realm to become restless. Demon Realm, one of the 6 demons' territories, the Moon Demon Territory. In the center of the Moon Demon Territory, there was a supreme castle. The supreme castle belonged to the supreme demons, and it was the palace of the supreme demons, Sela. On this day, at the highest level of the supreme castle, in a conference room that no one was allowed to enter, 6 figures gathered. Sela sat at the head of the table and looked around. Finally, everyone is here. It's really not easy to see my sisters. Sela complained. Her tone was really full of hidden bitterness. In response, someone laughed. It was a charming laughter that seemed to gather all the factors in the world that could make people lose their minds, and it made people's hearts burn. "Do you want us to help you with your work again, big sister?" The one who spoke was a great beauty with a face as exquisite as white jade, skin as white as pearls, and a hot figure. She was like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world, extremely charming and seductive. Her appearance was not frivolous. Instead, she was as pure and beautiful as an angel. However, her figure was the complete opposite of her angelic face. She was fiery and seductive like a devil. Not only were her curves extremely sexy, but every movement she made was natural and seductive. Especially when she laughed, her breasts that pushed up her clothes would tremble. It was enough to make any man in the world go crazy for her. Selah was actually already very sexy, and her figure was also hot and seductive, but this great beauty was even better than Selah. Perhaps, in terms of appearance, this great beauty was not that much better than Selah, but as the saying goes, there is no perfect thing in the world. Even if Selah was extremely beautiful, she might not be the type that everyone liked. However, this great beauty was different. Apart from her appearance, she seemed to have gathered all the factors that all men and women liked into herself. She was definitely a perfect woman who matched the preferences of all normal and abnormal people in the world. In actuality, this great beauty of the demons had countless admirers, and even crazy pursuers under her skirt. This was because she was publicly acknowledged to be the most seductive existence in the world, a peerless beauty who could charm all living things. She was the succubus of the 6 great demons, Xianxia. There were many legends about her in the world. For example, she had once relied on a single meeting and a single sentence of laughter to make hundreds of large and small countries in history destroy themselves in order to fight over her. For example, she had once caused many heroes to prostrate themselves before her, and in the end they had been toyed with by her. Let alone fighting against the demons, they had almost become the demons' accomplices. Not only could she make all men in the world go crazy, but she could also make all women fall in love with her. She was in the truest sense a witch who could topple a country, a town, and cause countless people to rush towards destruction. At this moment, as this beautiful witch's laughter spread, the solemn atmosphere of the meeting room instantly became ambiguous. This made the others very dissatisfied. "There's no man or woman here who is worth your teasing. Restrain yourself a little, second sister." The one who said this was the only one who did not sit at his seat. Instead, he jumped onto the meeting table and lay on it. Impressively, it was lied. "Second sister. Naughty." Milu, who was sitting beside Lyde, made a face at Xianxia as if she was playing a prank. "Fortunately, there's no one else here." The one who agreed with Lyde and Milu was a demon who looked to be second only to Sala and Xianxia. Excluding Lyde, she seemed to be much older than Milu. She looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl in the prime of her youth. This young woman from the demon race also had an extraordinary appearance, but her skin was whiter than anyone else present. Her expression was blank, but her eyes were particularly deep. The aura she gave off was even more dangerous than Milu's, making people feel intimidated at the sight of her. This demon's girl was the 4th female of the 6 demons. She was known as the poison demon, Kamina. Of course, the last demon was also present. "Isn't there a meeting? Hurry up and start." Ai hugged her pillow and said with an impatient expression. "I still have to rush back to the human world." That was it. At the top floor of the supreme castle in the central city of the Moon Demon territory, the 6 demons who stood at the top of the demon realm gathered together. The 6 sisters had not seen each other for a long time. Logically speaking, the 6 sisters should be very happy at this time. However, from the beginning, Ai had been feeling a sense of impatience, as if she wanted to leave as soon as possible. Seeing Ai like this, the 6 sisters all had different reactions. Return to the human realm? Scylla was extremely annoyed. "You just came back from the human realm a few days ago, and you're already in such a hurry to go back?" Scylla's resentment was obvious, and there was even a faint feeling of jealousy, like a mother who was about to marry off her daughter. Scylla had clearly guessed why Ai was in such a hurry to return to the human realm. Ai was still as impatient as ever. "In any case, Sister Scylla, you've already done most of what you need to do. All you need is for us to cooperate with you, right? AIE said straightforwardly. Sister Chaffney and Sister Lied are enough to help you with the planning. It's the same without me. AIE had always been like this. Although she could use her brain, she did not like to use it. She only liked to sleep. That was why she had always let Scylla handle the various matters of the demons. Even the affairs of the territory were handed over to the officers. She was a completely hands-off boss, not caring about the affairs of the world. If not for this, AIE would not have so many things to do in the human realm, and she would not have followed Xianxia everywhere. This time was the same. AIE was only preparing to cooperate with Scylla, and did not intend to do any special work. Who would have thought that during the period of time she returned to the Devil Realm, such a huge incident would actually occur? This made AIE very anxious, and she wanted to return to the human realm as soon as possible. Scylla was not the only one who noticed this. The other sisters also noticed it. Especially Lied, who, like Scylla, was not in a good mood. When did you become so easily nervous about someone? Lied saw through AIE's thoughts. After all, Light had seen the person that AIE cared about. Xianxia? Milu also tilted her head and called out this name. This immediately piqued the interest of the sisters. You're talking about the human that little AIE likes and specially announced that she wants to protect, right? Chaffine seemed to be very interested. She said excitedly, I heard that person is the hero who has been the talk of the town recently? AIE immediately looked over at Chaffine's words. What do you want? AIE's expression was full of caution and warning. However, this didn't dispel her interest. Instead, it made her even more interested. Don't be nervous, little AIE. I'm just a little curious about the man you like. Chaffine covered her mouth and giggled. Her words and laughter were very ambiguous. She said, when I first heard about it, I wanted to meet him. I was even prepared to go to the human realm. Who would have thought that something so big would suddenly happen? That person is actually a hero who has been summoned after 1,000 years. Big sister, you're really shocked. AI of Demon. I was originally a little curious and planned to go to the human world to take a look. Kamina's eyes flickered, and she said thoughtfully, a human that even the cold AI can't help but like is really interesting. But that person is a hero, which is really surprising. Kamina's words gave people the impression that she had some kind of malice. If Chaffin's curiosity towards Xianxia was like she was eyeing a fun toy, then Kamina's curiosity towards Xianxia was like her toy had been snatched away. She even seemed a little dissatisfied. There was no other way. You've never been so concerned and anxious about our affairs. Kamina expressed her dissatisfaction. It was obvious that these big sisters were very concerned about AIE, their youngest sister. They were even worried about her. Otherwise, these famous devil dwellers would not have paid so much attention to Xianxia just because AIE liked Xianxia. Of course, AIE herself smacked her lips at this. Don't get any ideas on him. He can't handle the two of you acting recklessly. AIE gave her sisters a very clear warning. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect. Don't say that. Chaffin smiled meaningfully. A guy that our sister likes so much shouldn't be afraid of me, right? That's right. Kamina agreed. Anyway, he is a hero and has the protection of the Holy Sword. Even if there is a little physical contact, he won't be melted, right? The words of the two devil dwellers made AIE frown deeply. To be honest, what she didn't want to see the most was these two coming into contact with Xianxia. There was no other reason than it was too dangerous. Unlike AIE, who had somewhat restrained her ferocity after the end of the war, Kamina, the poison demon, was on par with the demonic dragon and was considered the most ferocious of the devil dwellers. Even now, her temperament was still the same as before, unstable and fickle. In addition, this poison demon herself had extremely terrifying abilities. If she personally came into contact with Xianxia, it would not be a joke. Although Milu was also very dangerous, her danger was controllable. With Lied by her side, as long as one could please her, this devil would generally not lose control. But Kamina was different. Milu's danger was not intentional. She was actually quite naive and romantic, but sometimes her behavior was a little overboard. Kamina, on the other hand, was different. Her danger was intentional. If she was really unhappy, she would not hesitate to destroy a mere country or two. How could Ai not worry about letting such an existence come into contact with Shuren? Fortunately, as Kamina said, no matter what, Shuren was a hero. With the protection of the Holy Sword, he should not be killed by Kamina's ability. But if Chaff also became interested in Shuren, it would be troublesome. Because this demon's ability was not within the scope of the Holy Sword's protection. If she made a move, it would definitely not be something that could be ignored. If he was careless and fell into her trap, what would happen to Shan then? Thinking about it, Aie felt her mood become very bad. Just when Aie was about to continue to warn, Lide spoke first. I say, Aie, did you already know that person was a hero? Lide looked straight at Aie and said, his identity being exposed did not seem to affect your perception of him at all. You should have known his identity a long time ago, or rather, you became interested in him because of his identity, which is why you have been following him, right? Lide finally revealed the reason for Aie's previous actions. Lide had never understood why Aie suddenly went to the human world and became so interested in a little guy in the human world. Now, the answer seemed to be revealed. It was because this human was actually not simple at all. Aie did not deny this. In the beginning, I did come into contact with him because I discovered his identity, Yizichin said. Aie admitted this. However, the devil cultivator still understood the hidden meaning behind it. At the beginning? Milu had a confused expression. I see, just at the beginning. Chaffney secretly snickered. At the beginning? Lide's tone was full of helplessness. In other words, you like him so much not because he is a hero, but because there is something else about him that attracts you, right? Kamina hit the nail on the head. Aie had nothing to say. It was the truth. Aie didn't think that she would be able to hide it from her shrewd elder sisters. Therefore, she decided to remain silent without saying a word. Only her young and adorable little face was filled with unhappiness. Seeing Aie like this, Sela finally spoke again. I never thought that Aie would one day like a hero. This is really a nightmare that will bring back countless demons who died under the hero's holy sword. Sela had wanted to say this for a long time. After all, among the demons present, other than Aie, Sela was the first to know that Shuren was a hero. Since then, Sela had been preparing for this day. She knew that one day, when Shuren's identity was exposed, it would cause a huge uproar between the demons and the demon realm, even the peace between the three races that had been maintained for thousands of years. Today, I've gathered all of you here to discuss this matter. Sela knocked on the table and said, tell me, how do you think we should deal with this hero? Sela brought up today's topic. Originally, this wasn't the reason why the demons gathered here. They wanted to discuss the original devil's matter. But now, Shan's matter was undoubtedly the most urgent matter that had to be resolved. We really need to think of a way to deal with it. Light agreed. Recently, many bad-tempered demons in the territory have been causing trouble. It's the same on my side. Kamina said the most terrifying thing in the most casual tone, even I've dealt with a few of the most troublesome ones. If I didn't know that this hero is the human that Aie likes, I would have let those guys test that hero. Is that so? Aie immediately spoke up. I heard that the Big Sisters' territories are more or less being left to their own devices. Right now, many of the demons should be causing trouble for my people, right? What? Chafine teased, our little Aie, are you worried about that hero? Aie didn't even bother to answer this question. Worried? That's impossible. As long as these women don't make a move, they won't be able to threaten that man. Aie still had this bit of confidence. The reason why she continued to attend this meeting in her irritated state was to restrain these big sisters and not let them act recklessly. Otherwise, Aie would have left the demon realm and gone to the human realm. She didn't want to wait until Shuren was taken away and protected by the Protoss when she returned. Only she could protect her people. Others, don't even think about touching a single hair on his head. Let me make it clear to you. Aie immediately made a declaration. That hero is my people, don't think about doing anything to him. As soon as he said that, the few demon dwellers raised their eyebrows. What if we insist on doing it? Kamina looked at Aie and asked. Aie was expressionless. You can try. The atmosphere suddenly became dangerous. In the meeting room, the expressions of all the demons changed slightly. Apart from Aie, be it Scylla, Chaffney, Lyde, Kamina, or even Milu, they all looked at their younger sisters with a slight change in expression. The enchanting smile on Chaffeen's face had disappeared. I say, little Aie, are you crazy? Chaffney said in disbelief, just for a hero, you want to become enemies with your elder sister? This was a matter that shocked everyone. It was precisely because all the demons present were Aie's elder sisters that they knew what kind of person Aie was. In the past, Aie was a cruel and merciless demon dweller. Countless foreign races had died under her dragon breath. Even 2 brave warriors had been killed by her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been regarded as one of the most ferocious existences among the demon dwellers. Such a Aie, even to her elder sisters, she would sometimes appear to be very cold and indifferent. Only in front of the one who had already passed away would she reveal some rare and precious emotions. Ever since that one passed away, although Aie had restrained her cruel temperament, she had completely stopped showing her true self to others. For the past 1,000 years, she had been repeatedly sleeping and waking up. It was as if she was isolated from the world and no longer had any contact with anyone in the world. Because of this, when the demons found out that Aie had actually gone to the human world and met a human youth, and was even quite fond of him, they were so surprised and extremely curious about Shuren. After Scylla heard this news, she immediately rushed to the human world and met Shuren. One could imagine that the demons were very concerned and curious about Shuren, whom Aie had taken a liking to. Until today, everyone was still wondering why this hero who had suddenly appeared could make Aie take a liking to him. Was it because he was a hero? Perhaps this was part of the reason, but it was definitely not just that. No matter what, heroes were the natural enemies of demons and the bane of demons. When Aie learned that Shuren was a hero, it was already a miracle that she did not kill him on the spot. In the end, she even took a liking to him. There was obviously a reason for this. The demons were curious about this reason, so they wanted to get in touch with Shuren. Of course, these demons basically did not know the gravity of the situation, especially Chaffney and Kamina. These two were rather dangerous opponents for Shuren, so it was not necessarily a good thing for them to show their interest in Shuren. Chaffney and Kamina were also aware of this. However, they really did not expect that for Shuren, Aie, and Kamina would go to this extent. No matter what, this is a bit too much, Aie. Lyde frowned. Fight? Milu also realized that something was wrong, but not only was she not frightened, she even seemed to be eager to give it a try. Scylla did not say anything. She just took a deep look at Aie. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Kamina, after hearing Aie's words, she did not feel annoyed. Because, to be able to make you go to this extent to protect him, I am getting more and more curious about him. Kamina was just nonchalant about it. Seeing this, Aie seemed to want to do something. However, Scylla stopped her. Alright, little Aie, I will not allow you to fall out with your sisters for an outsider. Sala looked at Aie and said, if you continue like this, I'll have to suspect that you've been instigated by the hero. If that's the case, I'm afraid that even I will want to do something to Sean Potter. Hearing this, Aie had to shut her mouth. She knew that Scylla was not joking. If she really felt that Sean's existence would affect the relationship between the demon dwellers and cause internal strife among the demon dwellers, causing the sisters to turn against each other, then she would definitely eradicate Sean at all costs. That was not what Aie wanted to see. Thus, Aie shut her mouth and even closed her eyes. She did not say anything else and acted as if she was not involved in this matter. She excluded herself from this circle. This was also a form of silent resistance. Looking at Aie, the group of devilmen looked at each other. Sister Scylla, Lyde, you have met that hero, right? Chaffine seemed to have developed a strong interest in Shuren. She asked curiously, what kind of person is he? At this moment, Chaffine was really curious. What kind of hero could make her sister, who was usually not willing to give face to her elder sister, fall in love with him to this extent, let alone Xiaofine. Even Kamina pricked up her ears and expressed her interest. Among the demons present, only the two of them had not met Shuren. Therefore, the two of them were extremely curious about what was so special about this hero. Both Lydia and Scylla thought for a moment before answering. How should I put it? Lyde said with a strange and funny expression, I don't know how to describe it. I can only say that this hero is a little different from the heroes we have met in the past. He is indeed a little different. Scylla blinked and finally smiled helplessly. If you get along with him seriously, you will probably find him very special and interesting. So, it's not that I can't understand why little Ai likes him so much. The Moon Devil and the Beast Devil's words not only made the Succubus and Poison Devil even more curious, but also the Devil's cheers. Shuren is very interesting, very fun. Milu raised both of her hands in the air and laughed happily. The three's attitude made Xiaofine and Kamina look at each other and see the uncontrollable desire in each other's eyes. However, the two of them did not show it. In fact, Xiaofine even changed the topic. In that case, what do you think about this hero being summoned, big sister? Xiaofine asked Scylla. Could it be that the Protoss is behind this? I'm not sure. Scylla shook her head and said, however, after learning about the existence of the hero, I have been investigating this matter and even sneaked into the divine realm. In the end, I found that almost no one in the Protoss knows about the hero being summoned again. They don't know? Kamina asked suspiciously, really? Not everyone doesn't know, right? Lyde said thoughtfully, when we were in the land of elves, Nadia once descended. I don't think she came for us. What she meant was that someone in the Protoss must have noticed the existence of the hero. However, their attitude towards the hero was also a little ambiguous. Scylla was certain of this. Although the investigation is not complete, according to my current speculation, I am about 80% sure that the summoning of the new hero is also an accident for the Protoss. Scylla said, therefore, the Protoss doesn't dare to openly contact the hero. They are probably worried that something serious will happen. If that's the case, then the boring goddesses of the Protoss are probably suspecting that the hero is the doing of us demons, right? Xiaofine shrugged and suddenly asked Aie, little Aie, you have been with the hero for the longest time. Can't you see anything? Hearing this, Aie opened her eyes. It's not that I haven't paid attention to this matter. Aie was silent for a while, then said calmly, he seems to be hiding something about being summoned, but he is also looking for the hidden truth behind it. This is my feeling. His words silenced all the demon dwellers. They each had their own thoughts, but they didn't say it out loud. In the end, Lyde broke the silence. Since we are 80% sure that this matter has nothing to do with the Protoss, shouldn't we take some measures? Lyde said, otherwise, if we allow those little demons to continue causing trouble, they might really make a big deal out of it. Yes. Xiaofine chuckled. Although it feels interesting to become like that, I don't want to be like before, fighting all day and not being able to go out and have fun. Second sister, don't go out and have fun? Kamina said in a low voice, if you go out, you might cause some kings and nobles to go completely crazy. They might even offer you their country and property and let their territories be destroyed just to please you. Say, do you have the right to talk to me like that? Xiaofine was unconvinced. If I go out, at least people will go crazy. If you go out, it will be a real disaster. I think the two of you are about the same. It's best if you don't go out. Lyde was speechless. Let's think of a way to solve the current situation. How do we solve it? Kamina didn't seem optimistic about it. Even if we give the order and claim that the Protoss is innocent, many people will probably think that we are trying to keep the peace and deliberately cover up the Protoss crimes. In the end, it's still a matter of trust. Most of the demons are little guys who don't like the Protoss. They are also hot-tempered and arrogant. Just because they have some power, they think that it doesn't matter if the Protoss goes to war. That's not the main point, Lyde said in a low voice. Lyde replied with a serious tone, what I'm afraid of is that some old demon factions are fanning the flames behind this chaos. They would certainly want the demons to go to war with the divine race. At this point, the faces of all the devil dwellers darkened. Then, they all looked at Scylla. Big sister, it's better for you to decide what to do, Chafine said. If it's big sister, you should already have a plan, right? Lied also nodded in agreement. I don't believe big sister doesn't have any ideas. Kamina was even more direct. Yes, yes. Mi Lu, on the other hand, seemed to be learning from Lilith as she nodded vigorously. Even Ai looked at Scylla. They all believed that since Scylla already knew Sharon's identity, she must have guessed all this and come up with a plan. After all, Scylla was the smartest person in the world. This was what the sisters thought. In fact, Scylla did have an idea. It was just that she didn't want to carry out this idea. If it was in the past, she wouldn't even think about it. But now, since you like that hero so much, then you should go and complete this task. Scylla said helplessly and sourly. The person she was looking at was Aie. Me? Aie was startled. That's right. Scylla instantly smiled. The next second, Scylla proposed the plan that shocked the world. You should go and marry the hero. As soon as these words came out, everyone went silent. Huh? Aie was stunned. After a long time, an astonishing dragon aura suddenly appeared over the entire demon realm. It lingered for a long time. Just like that, the news that the new hero was going to marry the demonic dragon of the 6 great demons to show that the 3 races would forever live in peace spread throughout the Omnipotensen at an astonishing speed. And of course, the appearance of this news completely shocked everyone. The hero and the demon are going to marry? This is a joke, right? Oh my god. On this day, whether it was the Protoss, humans, or demons, they all fell into an immeasurable shock. As the natural enemy of demons, the hero was actually going to marry the demonic dragon, one of the top demons. This was simply enough to destroy everyone's worldview. This was especially true for the devils, who were even more agitated by this news. They actually let the demonic dragon highness marry the hero? Is Lady Scylla crazy? What the hell are the demons thinking? For the sake of peace, they can already ignore everything? The demons were all excited, and they were dizzy from this terrible news that was enough to shock the 3 realms. The reason for that was because this matter was simply too preposterous in everyone's ears. In the past, it was not that there were no marriages between humans and demons, and good things happened. But that was a matter for after the war. Before the end of the war, if the demons had an affair with a foreign race, it was a complete taboo, and no race would allow it. It was not until the end of the war that intermarriage with demons became less sensitive. However, all this time, the 6 great demons had been single and had never entered into a marriage contract with anyone. The hero was also destined to be the sworn enemy of the demons. Before the war, it was impossible for him to have anything to do with the demons. After the war, the great secret instrument of the hero's summoning was sealed, making it impossible for the hero to appear in this peaceful era again. In the end, not only did the hero, who should not have appeared, reappear in the world, but one of the 6 great demons, who had always been at the top of the demons, was going to marry the hero. Had the world gone mad, or had he gone mad, this was how everyone felt. But no matter what, this matter was finalized. Scylla even appeared at the top of the supreme castle with all the demons, and announced to everyone in front of all the demons. As early as the hero came to this world, we were aware of it. Under such circumstances, our youngest sister, the demonic dragon Aie, even personally went to the human realm and found the hero. She stayed by the hero's side and monitored his every move. In this process, our sister Aie fully realized that the hero's arrival was an accident, that it was not a conspiracy of the Protoss, and that it was not one of the demons who did it. After that, impressed by the hero's unique personality and charisma, our younger sister Aie hit it off with him at first sight. In the end, she fell in love with him, something that had never happened in the past 10,000 years. So, in order to express the eternal peace between the 3 races, and to prove to the world that there was no conspiracy behind this incident that would disrupt the current situation, we decided to marry our beloved sister to the hero Sharon. Scylla also said that in order to eliminate the impact of this incident, she would send an invitation to the Protoss and the human race as the supreme demons. Together with the 3 goddesses of the Protoss and the leaders of the major human forces, she would go to the human realm and hold a meeting between the 3 races. During the meeting, the three races would discuss the hero's incident and confirm that it had nothing to do with the conspiracy of any race. Before the end of the meeting, the demons were not allowed to have any unrealistic suspicions or speculations against the fiancé of the demonic dragon AIE. Violators would be punished for the crime of betrayal and insubordination. So Sarah and her sisters made this announcement, and then walked away. After that, the Protoss, who had disappeared for no reason, immediately issued a statement saying that they would actively cooperate with the meeting to show the peace between the three races and the innocence of the Protoss. When the human countries and forces received this news, some of them were shocked, while some of them reacted immediately. The Mitra kingdom will cooperate with the meeting and attend the meeting on time. The Ragnar kingdom will cooperate with the meeting and attend the meeting on time. The elves will cooperate with the meeting and attend the meeting on time. The beastmen will cooperate with the meeting and attend the meeting on time. The dwarves, as mentioned above, one country and force after another expressed their positions. The demons, the Protoss, and the humans, the three Omnipotensan races would hold a meeting to show peace and prove their innocence. The whole of Omnipotensan was at once in a great uproar about it. At the same time, there were all kinds of discussions. After the end of the war 1,000 years ago, the death of the demon king, the surrender of the demons, and the ushering in peace, the three races are finally going to gather for a meeting again. At that time, the discussion was about the future coexistence of the three races, as well as the policy and agreement of non-aggression, right? This time, it's for the hero. And the engagement between the hero and the demonic dragon. How should I put it? It feels like something big is going to happen. People discussed it like this. Even the Protoss couldn't avoid it. All the goddesses discussed this matter with great enthusiasm, ushering in a very rare atmosphere of noise in the realm of gods. In contrast, in another sense, the realm of demons became even more chaotic than before. It couldn't be helped. A second ago, everyone was incited to think that this was a conspiracy of the Protoss, a conspiracy of the humans, and that the hero would be a threat to the demons, so the hero must be eradicated and the Protoss and the humans punished. In the end, at this second, their own demons were going to make a marriage agreement with the hero to achieve a good thing. This simply blew up the brains of all the demons. When they came to their senses, their first reaction was to protest. They had to protest. We're about to start a war with the heroes, but the demon folk betrayed their own sister? That's the hero we're talking about. How can my demon dweller marry a hero? Are the higher-ups really not willing to compromise for the sake of peace? This was the voice of opposition. But it had to be said that Scylla's previous words were very useful. She had disguised the fact that AIE had gone to the human world and stayed by Shuren's side, turning it into a mission with another purpose, thus proving the innocence of Shuren and the Protoss. Before this, AIE had announced to the world as a demon that she would forever protect Shuren, and that making an enemy of Shuren was the same as making an enemy of the demons. At that time, many demons were shocked. They didn't know why the dignified demon highness would protect a human noble youth like this. There were also many who couldn't understand why AIE would always follow Shuren and stay by Shuren's side instead of returning to the realm of demons. It was only today that people, under the guidance of Scylla, thought that AIE would do this because the demon dwellers already knew that Xian was a hero. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for the dragon demon AIE to monitor the hero and fall in love with him. He even confirmed that the hero's appearance was an accident and not a plot by the Protoss. Therefore, although there were still some people who opposed the marriage between the noble demon cultivator and the hero, who was the natural enemy of the demons, most people calmed down. From the looks of it, there might really be another reason for the hero's appearance. Otherwise, when the hero first came to this world, the dragon demon highness would have already killed him, right? You have to know, the dragon demon highness has killed 2 heroes. Since the dragon demon highness is so sure, then perhaps we can choose to believe that the Protoss is innocent. Let's see. In any case, the 3 races are going to have a meeting. Let's see what the final result will be. That's right. The discussions in the demon world began to change, leaving only a few people with ulterior motives who were deliberately inciting, or some clowns who were trying to stir up trouble, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Scylla was already prepared for this and launched a series of actions. Together with her sisters, she got rid of all these people with ulterior motives. Scylla also deliberately guided the direction of public opinion, letting people spread some half-true and half-false news. In the end, she completely controlled the chaos in the demon world and calmed the demons down. Especially those demons who had gone to the human world without permission and surrounded the imperial capital. Before they could splash dirty water on Shuren and accuse Shuren of wantonly killing the demons, they were all captured one by one. Including Galen, Yad, Kybal, and Iriza, who had been beaten black and blue, all of them were questioned and punished in the end. Iriza was confined by Lyde and was not allowed to leave the mountain for 100 years. Kybal was thrown into the wilderness by Milu. It was said that his head and arm were blown up by a finger, and he almost died. Galen was also punished by Chaffner. He was temporarily removed from his position as a cadre and worked together with ordinary demons in the succubus territory as a low-level demons. The most miserable one was Yad. As a cadre under the brutal poison demon, it was said that he was roasted on top of the fire poison, and his level dropped again. Only her to die, because she did not deliberately target Shuren, and because of her special status as an ultimate demon, was exempted from punishment. Seeing this news, the demons finally believed that the higher-ups did not suspect the hero's origin and intended to stand on the same side as the hero. History is about to be changed. Finally, the demons are also going to unite with the foreign races by marriage. The hero and the dragon demon highness are not really incompatible. I hope that the hero and the Protoss are really innocent and did not plot against us demons. The public opinion of the demon world was completely changed under the manipulation of the demons. Just like that, the marriage between Shuren and Aie was confirmed. The day after the news spread, in the imperial capital, Shuren, Lesia, Lasya, Ter, Lilith, and Jacinta appeared together in the suburbs. Together with them were Harvey, Capeline, Locket, Tilly, the Broken Blade Knights, and the Imperial Knights. The suburbs of the imperial capital were filled with people. At first glance, one would think that another war was about to break out. But this time, there would be no battle. Because Harvey and the others were here to see them off. Shuren and the others were ready to leave. I wanted to keep you for a few more days to express my gratitude for this time, but I didn't expect you to have to leave so soon. Looking at Shuren and the others standing in front of him, Javas said with a sigh. At this time, Javas was wearing an extremely luxurious robe, like a dragon's robe. Not only was he wearing a cloak, but he was also holding a scepter, showing off his emperor's temperament. Yes. Javas had successfully sat on the throne of the Ragnar Empire, transforming from a prince to the emperor of the empire. Beside him, Capeline was no longer dressed as a princess. Instead, she was dressed in a gorgeous dress like a high-ranking noble. Because Javas had become the emperor, the princess of the empire, who did not sit on the throne, was naturally conferred a title and became a duke of the empire. These two were no longer just princes and princesses, but had completely become the decision-makers of the empire. Locket and Tilly were the same as before, not much different from before. However, these two were undoubtedly people who had made great contributions, and their status in the empire would definitely skyrocket in the future. Their influence would also penetrate deep into the hearts of every citizen of the empire. Such a change was actually not a trivial matter. After all, it was a change in the regime of a country, and it was not a small peripheral country, but the Ragnar Empire, the #1 military power in the human world. A complete change in its regime was big news that had to be paid attention to even in the realm of gods and the realm of demons. Unfortunately, the change in the regime of the empire paled in comparison to what had happened in the past few days. As the source of everything, Shuren could only scratch his head irritably. Do you think I want to? I'm also at a loss right now. Shuren could only say that it was not that he was too busy, but that the world was unpredictable. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, his identity would first be exposed, and he would be pursued by the army of demons? Then, just when he thought he would have to deal with the trouble from the demons, he was suddenly rumored to be engaged to a demon, although, it was not that Shuren could not accept it if the other party was Aie. No matter what, she was the little girl by his side, and their relationship was almost confirmed when they were in the hometown of the elves. He was just short of taking her home to warm the bed. This so-called engagement was just a matter of time. But this news came so suddenly that even Shuren had to be stunned for a whole day, and he went to investigate to confirm what was going on. Therefore, Shuren could not stay in the capital and get away with it even if he wanted to. On the side, Xianxia spoke. The master has contacted us, claiming that he can accept you to go to the realm of demons at any time. When he said this, Xianxia's face was filled with reluctance. What's more, he stared at Sean's back, as if he wanted to pounce on him and bite off a piece of meat. He had been very unhappy since yesterday. Sean really wanted to take this as a provocation and punch the Tyrannosaurus in the face. But he also knew that Xianxia must be very unhappy at this time. Xianxia had served the master for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, but now he announced that he was going to get married without any warning. If it were someone else, he would have exploded. When Xianxia learned this news yesterday, he almost exploded. If it weren't for the fact that Shuren's strength was strong enough that Xianxia could not touch him casually, then Shuren would have suffered a lot yesterday. Of course, according to Shuren's words, anyway, your fate of falling out of favor is doomed. It doesn't matter whether I and AI have an engagement or not. Shuren turned his head and threw out such a sentence, which almost made Xianxia split open. Xianxia could only glare at Shuren with hatred, then immediately retracted his gaze and said no more. On the other hand, Jessie and Liz, who were behind Xianxia, were even more afraid to look at Sean in the eye. They were trying their best to reduce their presence. Not only did this human boy whom she had offended in the past become a hero, he had even become the fiancé of her master's master, which was equivalent to her direct superior. This change in their relationship would probably be another scene where the hero would act cool and slap the hero in the face if this happened in a novel. Fortunately, Shuren had almost forgotten about the twin demons. Otherwise, with his ability to hold grudges, it was impossible not to scare the twin demons a little. But now, Shuren couldn't even take care of himself. Naturally, he wouldn't care about these two small characters. Shuren's gaze swept past Capeline, Locket, and Tilly, and finally landed on Javis. Although it's sudden, our previous agreement has been fulfilled, right? Shuren said to Javis. Yes. Javis nodded and said with a smile, even though there were a lot of mistakes in the process, my luck is really good. The person I invited to help is actually the current hero. In the end, he turned the tide for us and eliminated Mara, allowing me to sit on the throne smoothly. I really owe you a big favor. It was Capeline who echoed Javis' words. I also owe you a big favor. Capeline looked at Shuren and said in a serious tone, I will never forget the favor of saving my life. She was naturally referring to the matter of Shuren rescuing her from the underground dungeon. The others also received Shuren's favor more or less. Needless to say about the victory in the battle, but for the Bygusler family to force back the Reniter family and Saliro, giving us a chance to reverse the situation, I, Locket Bygusler, will definitely remember it. Locket said solemnly. Tilly only looked at Shuren with a complicated gaze. Tilly had really gone through all sorts of emotional experiences when it came to Shuren. First, her emotions fluctuated due to his identity as a noble of the kingdom. Then, she found it hard to accept the fact that he had become a legendary tier powerhouse at such a young age. But in the end, she realized that it was just child's play. In the end, not only was he a noble of the kingdom, but he was also a legendary tier powerhouse younger than her. He was also a hero who had been separated for 1,000 years. In the end, he became the fiancé of the dragon demon. It was so dramatic that it couldn't get any more dramatic. Frankly speaking, Tilly had never experienced such ups and downs for a man in her life. In the process, Tilly even had some peculiar thoughts. Unfortunately, these peculiar thoughts died before they could succeed. Before they could grow up, they were ruthlessly uprooted. Because Tilly knew very well that the man before her was not someone she could covet, nor was he someone she was worthy of. The distance between them allowed Tilly to recognize reality, and she quickly extinguished the peculiar feelings in her heart. Now, seeing that Shuren was about to leave, Tilly couldn't help but feel complicated. It could only be said that fate made fools of people. Shuren didn't even know that he had almost planted a flag. Hence, Shuren shook his head at everyone. We're just taking what we need. It can't be considered a favor. I can only say that I've gained quite a lot too. We don't owe each other anything. Shuren shrugged and smiled at Harvey. Of course. Don't forget our promise, okay? From now on, the Empire would provide Shuren with unconditional support in the dark. This was the reward that they had agreed on. With this reward, no one owed each other anything. Harvey was naturally aware of this. Don't worry. I've sworn on my blessing. I can't go against it. Harvey smiled bitterly. I'll do my best to speed up the rebuilding of the imperial capital and restore order to the Empire in preparation for the future. This preparation was undoubtedly made for Shuren. If Shuren had no choice but to go to war with the demons in the end, the Empire would definitely be the first to stand up as his secret supporter. Also, Harvey turned to Tara and asked, "Are you really not going to consider staying in the Empire?" Harvey extended an invitation for Tara. There was no other reason. The Levelup family has been destroyed, but you have part of their bloodline. The Levelup family also has part of our royal bloodline. So, strictly speaking, you can be considered a part of the Empire's royal family. Harvey had once told Tara that, your position in the Empire isn't high and you're even being ostracized. So, it's not impossible for you to stay here and rebuild a Levelup family that belongs to you with our support. Evidently, Harvey had taken a liking to Tara's talent and bloodline. However, Tara rejected him without hesitation. I'm still a citizen of the Empire, Tara said calmly. My friends in the Empire are waiting for me to return. All right. Harvey didn't insist. The door of the Empire will always be open for you. You're welcome to change your mind at any time. Hearing this, Tara didn't reply anymore. It was unknown whether she acquiesced or felt that there was no need to reply anymore. Then we'll go. Sean agreed without hesitation. He picked up Lilith, who was glued to him, with one hand, and held Xia's hand naturally with the other. Hey! Xianxia, who had been watching the show in boredom for a long time, protested. Xia glanced at Shuren holding her hand and didn't say a word. This situation made Harvey and the others look at each other. Jacinta's eyes also twitched. There was no doubt that these people knew the origins of Xianxia and Xia. As the higher-ups of various forces, it was normal for them to know the origins of Xianxia and Xia. Shuren also knew the origins of this master and servant pair. Therefore, he wasn't so surprised by the crowd's reaction. However, he acted as if he didn't see anything and called out to the sky naturally. Come on! Yulin! The shouts traveled far and wide, all the way to the horizon. Not long after, a dragon roar descended from the sky. Roar! Under the roar, a huge dragon shadow appeared from the clouds and flew down, imprinting into everyone's eyes. Jacinta was very concerned about Yulin. When he heard the movement, he immediately looked to the sky. Seeing this, Jacinta's eyes widened. Ultimate level. Jacinta was both stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Shuren didn't care about him. Let's go. With Lilith in his arms and Xia in his hand, Shuren teleported and appeared on Yulin's back. Tara immediately jumped onto Yulin's back. Gritting her teeth, Xia also teleported and followed. Wait. Only then did Jacinta react. He hurriedly pulled Jessie and Liz and jumped onto the dragon's back. Roar. Yulin seemed to be in a bad mood. She twisted her body and finally flapped her pair of dragon wings unhappily, slowly ascending. After a while, Yulin flapped her dragon wings and flew into the distance. Harvey and the others watched Yulin leave and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. On the horizon, Yulin was flying at an extremely fast speed, letting her wings cut through the clouds, bringing up two condensed clouds. On the dragon's back, Xianxia had completely forgotten the previous unhappiness, and said to Shuren with extreme excitement. Do you know how many limit-grade demons there are? 3. Only 3. Moreover, those 3 limit-grade demons are all cadres under the moon demon Selah. In other words, in the demon realm, other than the moon demon Selah, the rest of the demons don't have any limit-grade experts. But now, you actually cultivated a limit-grade dragon, and a dragon that has reached the limit grade before transforming into a human. Do you know how big of a commotion this will cause when it is spread back to the demon realm, to the dragon demon territory? Even in our dragon demon territory's dreams, we want to cultivate an ultimate dragon. Xianxia was like this, from the beginning, he had been saying these words very excitedly. Moreover, he even grabbed Shuren's shoulders, and kept shaking them. You will let her go with us to the demon realm, right? You will, right? Such a powerful dragon, raising it in the human world is simply a waste of God's gift. Let her go with us to the demon realm. Just going there once is fine. When she successfully transforms into a human and awakens her own unique skill, we will definitely let her come back if she wants to. What do you say? Xianxia looked at Shuren with a face full of hope. Regarding this, Shuren only wanted to chuckle. Sorry, it's not that great. Shuren slapped Xianxia's hand away, and said snappily, Yu Lin has already begun to transform into a human, even if she doesn't go to the demon realm, it doesn't matter. I don't believe you can't see it. But let her go to the demon realm, she can transform into a human faster. Xianxia was anxious, and said, We don't plan to fight with you over the dragon, we just want her to go to the dragon demon territory to take a look, to see where our dragon race should really go. This was the truth. In any case, Xianxia didn't think that he could successfully poach this rare and precious dragon from the hands of the hero, and let her abandon Shuren to follow him to the dragon demon territory. In addition, Ai was also very fond of Shuren. And now that she had become Shuren's fiancée, she would definitely help Shuren in everything, and wouldn't allow him to poach Shuren. However, Xianxia also had his own little plan. In any case, the lifespan of humans is only so long, far inferior to us dragons. I will first bring Miss Yu Lin back to the dragon demon territory to take a look, please her, attract her, and then tell her that she can wait for her master to die of old age before joining our dragon demon territory. This is not considered poaching, right? That was Jacinta's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Sean had been blessed by a paramount god. In fact, his lifespan might even be longer than Jacinta's. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been filled with despair. Sean wouldn't tell Xianxia about this, and he didn't bother to care. You really don't plan to go to the demon world with me? Are you really not planning to go to the devil realm with me? Yesterday, when Shuren proposed to go to the demon world to figure out the ins and outs of the whole matter, Ter, Xianxia, and even Xianxia all expressed without hesitation that they wouldn't go with him. Yesterday, when Sean proposed to make a trip to the demon realm to figure out the ins and outs of the whole matter, Ter, Xianxia, and even Lydia expressed that they would not go with him without hesitation. Yesterday, when Shuren proposed to go to the demon world to figure out the ins and outs of the matter, Ter, Xianxia, and even Xianxia all expressed without hesitation that they wouldn't go with him. That's right. Ter, Xianxia, and Xianxia wouldn't go with Shuren to the demon world. This was something that couldn't be helped. My goal in the imperial capital has come to an end. I've wasted a month's time. I should go back and see Vivian and the others, and apologize to them for leaving without saying goodbye. Ter didn't intend to go with Shuren at all. She didn't even show the slightest bit of reluctance. She showed her decisiveness to the fullest. Xianxia and Xia's attitude was also very firm. Don't you think it's too sensitive to go to the demon world with our identity? Xianxia just said that with a faint smile, but it made Shuren speechless. In the past, Shuren definitely couldn't understand Xia's words. But now, Shuren already knew that Xianxia and Xia were both magical life forms. One was a magical life form formed with the magic power of the Demon King as its core, and the other was a magical life form formed with the body of the Demon King. They were inextricably linked to the Demon King, and were deeply concerned and feared by all the higher-ups of the three races. It would be fine if Xianxia and Xia were to travel in the human world, but once they went to the demon world, it would definitely cause an uproar. After all, unlike the human race, which generally didn't have a long lifespan, and basically not many people knew about the Demon King after 1,000 years had passed, the demons were not only a race born from the Demon King, but there were also many existences with extremely long lifespans who had participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago. Under such circumstances, once Xianxia and Xia went to the demon world, the impact would definitely be no less than the impact that Shuren's identity as a hero would bring to the demons. In fact, it might even be more than that. The identities of these two were indeed too sensitive to the demons, and it was not suitable for them to appear in the demon world. Therefore, not only did Xianxia express her rejection, but even Xia also said faintly, I will wait for your return at Porstut's house. Her attitude was very obvious. She would definitely not go to the demon world. All right. Sharon could only nod and said to Xianxia, then I'll leave Terre and Xianxia to you. You must bring them home safely. Do I need you to tell me that? Xianxia said impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that you have so many things to do, I would want to quickly solve the problem between you and Xianxia, and see if I can bring Xianxia away directly. As she spoke, Xianxia stretched out her hand and placed one hand on Terre's shoulder, and the other on Xiao's shoulder. Seeing this, Sharon hurriedly said, be careful on the road. Be careful on the road. If you encounter any accidents, use Xiao as a shield, got it? Obviously, Sharon said this to Terre and Xiao. Got it. Terre replied calmly. Although this shouldn't be the doing of a maid, she is still a young lady. Even if I push her out, she will escape unscathed. So, I will consider it. Xiao also responded expressionlessly. Are you serious? The corner of Xia's mouth twitched. At this moment, this young lady actually felt like she had been abandoned by the whole world. She had been so busy for the past month, protecting Terre for so long, and in the end, she repaid her kindness with ingratitude. That's fine. But Xia, you've really changed. You're no longer that lovely maid who says eldest miss hello and I want eldest miss. In her extremely injured state, Xianxia, together with Terre and Xia, teleported and disappeared from the dragon's back. Looking at this scene, Sharon only felt that his surroundings had become a lot more lonely. Until, a small figure squeezed into Sharon's arms. Only then did Sharon come back to his senses and looked at the person in his arms. There, Lilith tightly hugged Sharon's waist, raised her head, and looked at him with a pair of big blinking eyes. That pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak let Sharon read Lilith's mind. Sharon suddenly smiled. Yes, I still have you. Sharon hugged Lilith back and smiled. Lilith immediately beamed with joy. That warm scene made Xianxia, who was at the side, sigh. Not only master, but even this evil god favors this hero. Xianxia sighed with emotion. Jess and Liz looked at each other and were both silent. Well, as the only two weaklings who had not reached the legendary level, the two of them had no right to speak. Roar. Even Yulin could let out a roar to show that she was there. I know, and you, I won't forget. Sharon patted the dragon's back under him, and the loneliness in his heart dissipated a lot. Xianxia's heart shook on the spot, and he hurriedly said, so, you will take Miss Yulin to the realm of demons together? Xianxia had a feeling of being cautious and could not help but look forward to it. That look really made Sharon's hair stand on end, and he felt goosebumps all over the ground. You're a big man, don't act cute, okay? Sharon hugged his arms and rubbed them for a while. While rubbing, he said with a chill, let me make it clear first, go back. If you want to do anything strange to Yulin, then don't blame me for turning against you. Don't worry. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, absolutely not. That's good. Sharon's face was full of doubt, but he could only say so. Xianxia's mood suddenly became happy, and even Sharon was more pleasing to the eye. Next, while Yulin rushed to the nearest large magic power source, Xianxia explained some of the situation in the realm of demons to Sharon and the current problems that might occur. The matter of you and Master's marriage contract should calm most of the demons, and they will not be as anxious as before, but there are definitely many demons who do not recognize this. Xianxia explained to Sharon. Maybe there will be people looking for trouble with you, deliberately making things difficult for you, and even some people will do some shameful things in the dark. After you reach the realm of demons, remember not to leave our sight. This time, Xianxia received Ai's order to help Sharon lead the way and prepare everything for his trip to the realm of demons. Even in the dragon-demon territory, some people who cannot accept the marriage contract between Master and you definitely exist. At that time, if they find trouble with you, don't be too impulsive, let me deal with it. Xianxia kept reminding him. Sharon basically went in one ear and out the other. The first part of the explanation was fine, but Sharon did not care about the latter part of the instructions. Can't be impulsive after being bullied, then he would not be Sharon. Therefore, Sharon thought in his heart, you remind me, I will do my own thing, no one should mock each other. Jacinta did not know that the troublemaker in front of him was preparing to be unrestrained again, and still kept reminding him like a 70-year-old auntie. Finally, Yulin came to the nearest large magic power source from the capital and rushed into the mountains. At the same time, on the horizon, several figures also flew over. Previously, Light had already told Shuren that the demon realm was different from the divine realm. The entrance was not open through facilities such as temples, but existed at the bottom of some large mana sources that were more than 1,000 years old. Because the Omnipotensen was divided into 3 worlds by the Demon King 1,000 years ago, it was also created into the Divine Realm, Demon Realm, and Human Realm by the Supreme God 1,000 years ago. The actual age of the Demon Realm was actually only 1,000 years. Therefore, the entrance to the Demon Realm was set at the bottom of some large mana sources that had existed for more than 1,000 years, and could be opened by the Demon's token. Usually, the entrance to the Demon Realm was in a closed state. Only by holding the token close to the bottom of the mana source and entering the sensing range of the entrance would open automatically. Now, under Yulin's lead, Shuren and the others came to the nearest large mana source that was more than 1,000 years old. "It's here, right?" Shuren asked Jacinta. "That's right." Jacinta nodded and said, "The entrance to the Demon Realm is at the bottom of this mana source. Hold the token close to the bottom, and the entrance at the bottom will sense it and open automatically." "Token?" Shuren thought for a while, took out the dragon token that was worn around his neck, and asked Jacinta, "I just need to take this out, right?" Hearing that, Jacinta looked at the token in Shuren's hand and immediately froze. Demon Realm token. Jess and Liz's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly knelt on one knee in front of Shuren. That respectful look was as if they had seen the Demon Realm, and their faces were full of fear. "What are you doing?" Shuren was startled. But in fact, the ones who were startled were Jacinta and the others. "Master actually gave you his keepsake?" Jacinta was silent for a while, and then said faintly. That incomparably resentful look made Shuren feel disgusted. What's going on with this T-Rex? Why does it feel like she's not a resentful wife, but an 80-year-old auntie? What's in it for you to take this extreme route? Shuren resisted the chill in his heart, ignored Jacinta, hugged Lilith, and directly spoke to Yulin. "Go down, Yulin." Shuren decisively took action under his command. Roar. Yulin immediately understood and plunged to the bottom of the large mana source without hesitation. Boom. As Yurin plunged into the spring of mana condensation, the entire large mana source exploded as if it had been bombed by a sea mine, causing a huge wave to form. The demonic creatures that resided in the surroundings fled in panic. It was obvious that they did not dare to provoke the ultimate black dragon, whose draconic might was like a prison. Just like that, Yulin led all the way down. Sean could only feel that the spring water around him was constantly pressing against him, bringing a sense of suffocation. However, he did not know if it was because of the special characteristics of the spring water, but the light in the water was actually very abundant, and it did not appear dark. Lilith, Jacinta, Jace, and Liz were not affected much either. Their expressions were the same as usual. If they wanted to, they could create a barrier to block the water and not be affected at all, right? Not long after, Yulin approached the bottom of the fountain with everyone on her back. Clang, at this moment, the token in Shuren's hand began to emit a faint light. OM. The bottom of the fountain suddenly trembled as if it sensed something, and it slowly surged. The spring water at the bottom of the fountain suddenly stirred like a whirlpool, and it became faster and faster, finally forming a huge whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, a hole unknowingly formed. That is the entrance to the realm of demons. As long as we pass through that entrance, we can reach the realm of demons that is connected to this entrance. Jacinta's voice sounded in Shuren's mind. There will also be a large source of magic in the realm of demons. In other words, the number of sources of magic in the human world with an entrance to the realm of demons is the same number of sources of magic in the realm of demons. They are connected in pairs, and their positions are fixed. Unless there is interference from an external force, and it must be a powerful force at the level of a demon, the position of the passage will not change. There are a total of 6 entrances in the Mitra kingdom, each corresponding to a demon's territory. It just so happens that there is an entrance in each of the 6 demons' territories that leads to the Mitra kingdom. There are only 4 entrances in the Ragnar Empire. 2 of them lead to the Moon Demon territory, 1 to the Beast Demon territory, and the last one leads to the Dragon Demon territory that we are going to. The entrance we are going to enter is the entrance to the realm of demons leading to the Dragon Demon territory. The opposite side is the Dragon Demon territory. Master should already be waiting for you on the other side. Hearing this, Shuren's gaze no longer left the entrance in front of him. Thinking of the little girl who had left for only a few days, but suddenly announced that she wanted to marry him, Shuren felt resentful, but at the same time, he could not help but miss her. In that case, let's go in. Shuren patted Yulin's back. Without any hesitation, Yulin spread her dragon wings and dived down again, diving into the center of the whirlpool. Only then did the whirlpool gradually shrink until it completely disappeared, as if it had succeeded. And in the instant that it disappeared, a few figures also dived over, intending to chase after it, but to no avail. The owners of the figures seemed to be anxious. Faintly, their voices could still be heard in the water. Woo-woo. I didn't make it in time again. This time I'm going to be scolded badly by Goddess Najula. What should we do? We've been lost for a few days, and it wasn't easy to find the person that Goddess Najula asked us to monitor. What should we do? It's all your fault. Always running around. Chasing butterflies one moment, catching fish the next. Butterflies and fish are very cute. The 3 small figures quarreled with each other, pacing back and forth. In the end, they all turned into confusion. Obviously, they didn't know what to do. Finally, it was the more reliable one who gritted her teeth and spoke. There's no other way. Nord, Steel, let's combine. Werther is right, let's combine and use our authority to open a spacetime passage and travel directly to the demon realm. But, Werther, Steel, where should we travel to? If there's no reference, we'll travel in the wrong time. It's okay, at most, we'll travel a few more times. We must find that person and monitor him. Let's do that. Then, okay then, along with these words, the 3 small figures held each other's hands, and their bodies suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. In the next second, the 3 figures combined into one, transforming into a radiant goddess who descended into this world. The goddess waved her hand, and a whirlpool immediately opened at the bottom of the magic power source. However, that whirlpool was no longer a simple entrance, but a passage that could travel through space-time. Then, the goddess dashed into that spacetime passage. Only then did the spacetime passage close, and everything returned to silence. At the same time, under Yulin's lead, Shuren and the others flew through a starlight-like tunnel toward an exit with a bright light source. However, all of a sudden, the entire tunnel trembled. Roar! Yulin let out a panicked cry. What? Jessie and Liz also exclaimed, almost getting thrown off the dragon's back. The entire tunnel suddenly trembled and even became distorted, making Yulin feel as if she had entered a space that kept spinning, and she began to sway uncontrollably. What's happening? Alarmed, Shuren hurriedly steadied himself. Lilith also hurriedly grabbed onto Shuren with a rare look of panic on her face. Jacinta was even more shaken in astonishment. Impossible. Is there a demon-level power affecting the tunnel? Who is it? This question was impossible to get an answer. Not only because no one came to answer this question, but also because the distortion of the tunnel became more and more horrifying. In the end, as if a storm was set off, everyone was blown off the dragon's back. Master. Jess and Liz were sucked into an exit that suddenly appeared in the distance amidst a series of exclamations. Bang! Jacinta couldn't even take care of himself. He didn't even have the chance to struggle before he was sucked into another exit. Roar! Yulin let out a dragon's roar, but in the end, she was swallowed by the exit as well. Only Shuren and Lilith were left. Caught off guard, they were forced to separate. Lilith. Shuren wanted to rush forward, but he was sucked into an exit by the storm that seemed to come from the deepest part of the space. Boom! Lilith finally burst out the most horrifying power, causing the evil aura to surge and sweep the entire tunnel. 12 black wings unfolded behind Lilith. Together with Lilith, they forcefully dispersed the storm from the space and swept towards the exit that Sean had entered from. However, Lilith's full-strength eruption immediately caused the demon-level power to severely affect the passage again, causing the distortion to become even more severe. Crack! 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 Following a series of cracking sounds, cracks began to appear in the passageway. Bam! The tunnel suddenly shattered, causing the entire space to collapse. Lilith was just about to rush into the exit that took Xian away, but the exit had disappeared along with the collapsed space. Then, Lilith was also trapped in the collapsed space. In the end, no one knew where she went. Huh? Demon realm on the shore of a large magic power source. Aie, who had been waiting here for a long time, seemed to notice something. She raised her head abruptly and looked at the bottom of the source. The tunnel collapsed? Aie was shocked. Then, she rushed to the bottom of the source and plunged into the water. After a while, Aie came out again. However, her expression was unusually ugly. What's going on? Aie was furious. Is someone messing with us? Aie instantly thought of this possibility. In the current situation, even if someone deliberately tampered with the tunnel and wanted to harm Xian, it was not impossible. Damn it! A horrifying dragon aura erupted from Aie's body. On this day, Xian came to the demon realm, but the biggest accident happened. The trip to the demon realm was announced to begin under such an accident. Demon realm, east. This was a battlefield in the wild. On the battlefield, there were about thousands of demons fighting fiercely at this moment. These thousands of demons seemed to belong to two camps. One was like a monster with a hideous face, long pointed ears, and dark blue skin. The other had a human-like appearance, but there were some fish-like scales all over their bodies, which gave them an indescribable sense of beauty. Obviously, these two camps of demons belonged to two different races. Now, these two different races of demons were fighting fiercely, causing constant tremors on the battlefield. Release the monsters. A young demon stood behind the human-like demons. There were shiny scales on her neck, and her appearance was extraordinary. While bathing in the adoring and admiring gazes of her people, she calmly gave orders. Under the orders of this young demons, monsters were released from a group of cages at the back one after another. They roared and rushed into the battlefield. Mage team, get ready! Looking at this scene, behind the monster-like demons, a male demon, who was obviously the commander, gave orders loudly. The mages standing neatly in front of him all raised their staffs and began chanting magic spells. Amazing magic power undulated on these mages, telling others that these mages were not of low levels, and their magic power was even more outstanding. It had to be said that demons were indeed blessed by nature. Although they were not born mages like the elves, they generally had strong magic power. Even warriors who did not have the talent of being a mage had good magic power. Therefore, the mages of demons were naturally stronger than the mages of humans and even the Protoss. When the same magic was released in the hands of the mages of the demons, the power would definitely be stronger than that of the mages of humans and Protoss mages of the same level. Thanks to this group of mages was clearly only around level 60, but the magic they chanted was stronger than the magic chanted by human mages above level 70. Not long after, countless spells were released, raining down from the sky and ravaging the entire battlefield, blowing up countless enemy monsters. This caused the demon girl to furrow her brows, as if she was in deep trouble. One of the demon warriors standing closest to the young demon girl said anxiously, "Madam Xianxia, the situation doesn't look good for us. Should we retreat?" The demon fighter's intense tone affected all the people in the surroundings at once, causing their morale to decline a lot at once. Seeing this, the young demons named Xianxia frowned even tighter and berated the demon's warrior. "The situation is not clear yet. Our battle line hasn't collapsed yet. Do you deserve to be a warrior of my sand scale tribe? Will." Hearing this, the demon fighter called Will immediately blushed and lowered his head as if he was very ashamed. The people around him also hurriedly cheered up, and their morale was somewhat restored. Xianxia raised her head and looked at the battlefield in the distance. She watched her troops retreating under the powerful magic spells of the enemy, and her mind started to run wild. Obviously, Xianxia had not given up yet, or rather, she was unwilling to give up. The enemy commander saw this and began to taunt them. Stop struggling, Xianxia. Just surrender. As long as you hand over 100 sand scale women to us every year, we will stop the invasion. How about that? His words were met with Xianxia's disdain. You want to capture our sand scale women and sell them at a high price? Don't even think about succeeding. Rack-eyed. Xianxia said with a murderous look. I will never surrender. Then there's no other way. Rack-eyed laughed sinisterly. Anyway, as long as we conquer the sand scale tribe, we can still capture the sand scale beauties, including you. Xianxia, we will definitely sell you at a high price. With that, Rack-eyed waved his hand, and the hoof monster mages also laughed sinisterly. They began to chant a new round of magic, stirring the mana into a vortex. That scene made Xianxia grit her teeth, and she gradually began to feel anxious. The hoof monster tribe was famous for being a powerful race, and they were best at invading and fighting wars. They had many powerhouses, and they were best at nurturing mages who could use large-scale offensive magic. Wherever they went, they were like locusts, and all the races that they targeted would basically be burned and looted. Only a small portion would choose to surrender and become captives of the hoof monster tribe. They would have to pay tributes every year and have their blood sucked by the hoof monster tribe. On the other hand, the sand scale tribe basically had no mages, and even the strength of their warriors was quite mediocre. They were good at breeding monsters. Although they had enough power to protect themselves in the surrounding area, it was not enough to fight against a powerful tribe like the hoof monster tribe. This time, the hoof monster tribe had their eyes on the beauties produced by the sand scale tribe, and they wanted to make huge profits by selling them. This was something that the sand scale tribe could not tolerate. Hence, under the orders of her father, who was the chief of the tribe, Xianxia led the sand scale tribe's warriors and their reared monster army to fight against the hoof monster tribe. Who would have thought that even after mobilizing the monster army, the sand scale tribe would still lose to the hoof monster tribe's mages? How many monsters do we have left? Xianxia asked Will, who was beside her. Probably less than 1,000. Will said with some despair. Those monsters are newly reared, and their levels are not high. If the hoof monster tribe's mages release a round of magic, they might all be wiped out. Hearing this, Xianxia knew that the sand scale tribe was really in danger this time. Do we really have to surrender? Xianxia could not help but clench her fists. Lakite of the hoof monster tribe immediately saw that the sand scale tribe's morale had dropped again. His lips curled up, and he did not hesitate to increase the output of his mages, causing them to release magic at a faster pace. The facts proved that the sand scale tribe was indeed no match for the hoof monster tribe, who were good at fighting. Seeing that the sand scale tribe's battle line was being defeated, Lakite already had a victorious smile on his face. However, at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky above the battlefield. As if squeezing through space, it spun and trembled. What's that? The smile on Lakite's face froze. Huh? Xianxia also stood up in shock. All of the demons on the battlefield were attracted by this strange phenomenon, and they all raised their heads in surprise to look up into the sky. Under such circumstances, a streak of light was spat out from the vortex. Like a falling meteor, it smashed toward the battlefield below at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Soon, with an explosion-like sound, the streak of light exploded on the ground, setting off a shocking shockwave and dust. Watch out! Retreat! The people of the sand scale tribe and the hoof monster tribe were startled, and they retreated almost subconsciously. Xianxia and Lakite both came to their senses, and they stared at the spot where the streak of light had landed with uncontrollable nervousness on their faces. It could not be helped. For such an anomaly to happen during a war, it was inevitable that both sides would feel uneasy. Hence, in the center of the dust, a cough sounded. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. As he cursed, a figure appeared in the sandstorm. As he waved the dust away, he walked out while coughing. Seeing that figure, both Xianxia and Lakite froze. It can't be? Lakite murmured. A human? Xianxia was also surprised. There was also some commotion in both camps. It was because the person who appeared in front of everyone was a young human. He was covered in dust, and he looked rather disheveled. He did not seem to be very old, and he seemed to be about 20 years old. Appearing on this smoke-filled battlefield was really out of place. What was even more out of place was his words and actions. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. If you don't follow the rules, your loved ones will cry. I was riding a dragon through a spatial tunnel, and I still got into an accident. If it wasn't for an old man coming out to demand compensation, I would have sued him for extortion. The human cursed as he patted the dust off his body, and he looked at the Sand Scale tribe and the Hoof Monster tribe, who were looking at each other in confusion. You guys look quite unique, the human said speechlessly. It seems that this is not the human world, but the demon world. The other party was able to confirm his situation. Even though he was on the battlefield and surrounded by countless alien races, he did not even bat an eyelid. Xianxia was somewhat impressed by him. Rashid didn't feel the same way. He was clearly about to win the war, and he would soon be able to capture all the famous beauties of the Sand Scale tribe and sell them for a large sum of money. However, he was interrupted by an inexplicable human who did not seem to care about the current situation. This made Lakide furious. Kill him. Lakide gave such an order without any hesitation, as if he did not want to waste time talking to the other party. Although the other party's appearance here was a little strange, he was just a human, and it was not enough for Lakide, who was a powerful warrior, to take him seriously. After all, humans were generally weaker than demons, and the powerful demons even looked down on the Protoss. How could they look up to a mere human? Compared to this human, Lakide wanted to take down the Sand Scale tribe more. Thus, Lakide gave this order. Watch out. Xianxia was startled, and she called out subconsciously. The different attitudes of the commanders on both sides completely determined the following situation. Kill. Kill this human. Chop him into minced meat. The Hoof Monster tribe warriors pounced at the human standing in the middle of the battlefield with ferocious expressions. That murderous look made the human raise his eyebrows. Very good. The human laughed. Just nice, I'll use you guys to vent my frustration. As he spoke, a terrifying magic power erupted from the human's body. Instantly, it enveloped the entire battlefield. What? When the horrifying magic power swept out from the human's body and turned into a storm that engulfed the entire battlefield, not only the demons, but even Xianxia and Lakide's expressions changed drastically. Legendary level. Xianxia exclaimed and said in shock, He is a legendary level expert? The aura emitted by the human told everyone this. Oh no. Lakide also realized that he had kicked an iron plate, and his face began to turn pale. However, it was too late for regrets now. Pay and puncture. The human suddenly stomped his foot and injected a huge amount of magic power into the ground. In the next second, the ground shook violently and started to move violently. Poochie! 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 It was the sound of flesh being pierced. Sharp spikes suddenly burst out of the ground around the human. They were like spears, piercing through the bodies of the hoofed monsters one by one. Ah! No! Ah! With a series of screams and howls, the hoofed monster warriors were mercilessly impaled and hung on the rock spikes. Fresh blood dyed the spikes red. The Sand Scale warriors were horrified by the bloody scene, and they retreated repeatedly. Hurry! Get back! Xianxia was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly yelled. Her voice was trembling, and it was obvious that she was greatly frightened. Only then did the Sand Scale tribe's warriors run away in a panic, dragging along the similarly panicked demonic beasts, as if they were prey that were running for their lives. As for the hoofed monsters, most of them had been killed. Bang! The staff of a hoofed monster magician fell to the ground. The hoofed monster mages, who were some distance away from the human who had broken into the battlefield, watched helplessly as their clansmen were brutally killed. They were all scared out of their wits, and they trembled uncontrollably. Hurry! Run! Lakide was also scared out of his wits. After all, those were the warriors that the hoofed monster race was proud of. Even though the hoof golems were adept at nurturing mages with large-scale offensive spells, they also had many vanguard warriors, all of whom were above level 60. In the human race, each of them was comparable to a level 70 warrior. Now, thousands of hoofed monster warriors were killed in the blink of an eye. This was too shocking, and Lockeye was scared out of his wits. Immediately, Lockeye hurriedly abandoned his subordinates and fled in panic. He didn't notice that the human's gaze had locked onto him amid the countless blood-stained spikes. Pay and bind. As he chanted softly, Lockeye's fleeing figure suddenly stopped. The atmosphere around him suddenly squeezed his body, locking him in place like tofu, causing Lockeye's eyes to protrude. Whoosh, amidst the faint sound of breaking air, the human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Want to kill me? A faint smile entered Lockeye's ears, causing him to be terrified. The commander of the hoofed monster race was about to beg for mercy with snot and tears running down his face. However, before he could finish speaking, a finger was pointed at his chest. Before he could finish his words, a finger touched his chest. Some mana flowed into Lockeye's body from the fingertip, and frantically ran amok in his body. On the tip of his finger, some magic power flowed into Lockeye's body and frantically ran amok. Not long after, with a loud explosion, Lockeye's body exploded and turned into blood, completely disappearing from this world. Not long after, with an explosion, Lockeye's body exploded, turning into blood that filled the sky, and completely disappeared from this world. There was dead silence. The sand scale people, led by Xianxia, looked at the human standing in a pool of blood, and all of them were terrified. Xianxia and the other sand scale tribesmen looked at the human standing in the pool of blood, and all of them were filled with fear. It was the same for Xianxia. She looked at Xian with fear in her eyes. Will called out to Xianxia as if he was about to cry, as if he was asking for help. Will called Shekinah with a voice that sounded like he was about to cry, as if he was asking for help. Needless to say, the sand scale tribe was also scared out of their wits. The hoof monsters that they could not defeat even with all their might were instantly killed by that human. The sand scale people were naturally afraid, and they even felt that they would be the next victim. Calm down, don't panic. Xianxia took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew that if the other party wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to fight back. Although the other party was a human, since he could reach the legendary realm, he was an existence that they had to look up to. In the face of a legendary realm powerhouse, other races were just ants, except for the major races that stood at the top of the demon realm. The sand scale race was a small race that could not even compare to the hoof monsters, and naturally could not compare to the major races that stood at the top of the demon realm. In the face of a legendary realm powerhouse, they could not even put up an effective resistance. After recognizing this point, Xianxia bit her lips and walked toward the place where the terrifying powerhouse was. Miss. Miss. With Wire in the lead, the sand scale warriors couldn't help but cry out. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to them, and went straight to the human. Miss Xianxia, the daughter of the sand scale chief, greets you, sir. Xianxia bowed to the human respectfully. The human seemed to have vented something, and his expression became a little more cheerful. Sand scale race? The human looked at Xianxia, and while sizing her up, he asked, I've never heard of you. Are you very famous? Xianxia could not help but laugh bitterly at his hurtful words. The sand scale race is only a relatively weak branch of the devil race in the realm of chaotic devil, so it's naturally not worth your attention. Xianxia's attitude was still respectful. However, the human's behavior was a little strange. Realm of Chaos Demon? The human said to Xianxia thoughtfully, unfortunately, I've never heard of the place you mentioned. Xianxia was a little stunned by his straightforward words. After hesitating for a while, Xianxia asked tentatively, could it be that this is your first time in the demon realm, sir? That's right. The human nodded straightforwardly, and said, I'm a human from the Mitra kingdom. I've just arrived in the demon realm, and it's also my first time here. Besides, there was quite a big accident, so I'm completely unaware of the situation here. Yes. The human was Shuren, who had unexpectedly come here because of the collapse of the demon realm's passageway. Shuren touched the holy sword at his waist, and accepted the current situation with some relief. Xianxia nodded as if she had understood something. Seeing that this young legendary human powerhouse didn't seem to put on airs, she felt a little relieved. Although I don't know what exactly happened, sir, you've definitely helped the sand scale race resolve a crisis. Please allow me to represent the sand scale race to express our utmost gratitude to you. Xianxia said cautiously, if you don't mind, would you like to come to the sand scale tribe's territory with us? Upon hearing that, Shuren pondered for a while, and then raised his head to look at the sky. There, the vortex that had appeared as if it had squeezed through space had already disappeared. I wonder what happened to Lilith and Yulin. Shuren couldn't help but touch the mark on his arm. That was the proof of existence that Lilith had entrusted to him, true seal. With this, true seal, by his side, even if something happened to Lilith, she wouldn't really die. Instead, she would return to his side and be resurrected. There should be no need to worry about Lilith. As for Yulin, there should be no need to worry, right? Although it wasn't as reassuring as Lilith, Yulin was also an ultimate dragon. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that easy for something to happen to her. There won't be an accident, but it's an indisputable fact that we're separated now. In that case, I'd better think of a way to understand the demon realm before looking for them. At that thought, Shuren spoke to Xianxia. Before I go with you to the sand scale race's territory, can you first tell me which demon's territory this is? Regarding the demon realm, Shuren's understanding was limited, but he knew that this place was ruled and managed by the 6 great demons. The 6 great demons each occupied a territory in the demon realm that was divided into 6, equally dividing the territory of the demon realm. Therefore, if this was the demon realm, then it would definitely be the territory of one of the 6 great demons. Shuren only hoped that he was in the dragon demon territory. That way, he could meet up with Ai as soon as possible. At the very least, this was the moon demon territory, the beast demon territory, or the ghost demon territory. The lords of these territories could be considered to be acquainted with Shuren. If he could find them, it wouldn't be too difficult to get in touch with Ai. As for the other 2 demons, Shuren had not seen them yet. If he wanted to see them, it might be a little difficult. But as the saying goes, what you fear will happen. This is the territory ruled by Her Highness the Succubus territory. Xianxia revealed this information to Shuren. The Succubus territory is divided into 8 regions. Her Highness the Succubus is in the Succubus region in the central region. We are at the edge of the Succubus territory, bordering the poison demon territory in the south of the demon realm. Hearing Xianxia's words, Shuren was somewhat disappointed. The Succubus territory? Shuren rubbed his nose helplessly, and said, then do you know how to meet the Succubus? This? Xianxia was also shocked for a moment. How to meet the Succubus? Could it be that this legend-rank human expert had come for Her Highness the Succubus? Xianxia looked at Shuren with a somewhat surprised expression, a little stunned, a little sympathetic, and a little pitiful. This made Shuren puzzled. This girl, why is she looking at me like that? Shuren had a feeling that the mighty image he had just established had collapsed. But Xianxia did not explain, and only responded like this. We are just an insignificant race in this devil territory, and it is impossible for us to come into contact with an existence like Her Highness the Succubus. This was not a lie to Shuren. Xianxia really could not come into contact with the demons. All right. Shuren shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that he was going to suffer a setback this time. In the end, Shuren agreed to Xianxia's request to go to the Sand Scale tribe's territory with her. Xianxia's pretty face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Although Shuren's massacre just now had scared her a little, Xianxia realized that he wasn't an unreasonable foreign race powerhouse, so she had some selfish thoughts. That was, to build a good relationship with the legendary powerhouse before her. If they could establish a friendly relationship with a legendary powerhouse, it would definitely be beneficial for the Sand Scale tribe. Even if this legendary powerhouse was a human and not a demon, he might not be able to save the Sand Scale tribe if something really happened. However, it was always good to have some hope. At that moment, Xianxia respectfully welcomed Shuren to her camp and returned home. When the rest of the Sand Scale tribe saw that Shuren didn't put on any airs, they relaxed a little. However, they still remained respectful and didn't dare to get close to Shuren. Just like that, the group headed to the Sand Scale tribe's territory. On the way, Shuren asked Xianxia several questions related to the demon realm and learned about the situation there. The demon realm was different from the human realm. There was no concept of a country, but there were races. Just like how the human realm included several races such as humans, orcs, dwarves, and elves, there were as many races among the demons as there were stars in the sky. Although these races were collectively referred to as demons, they were different races. Some were huge and powerful, while some were weak and humble, and suffered all kinds of bullying. This was because the devil race was an existence where only the strong were respected. Here, the more powerful an existence was, the more status they had, and the more powerful a race was, the more influence they had. For example, Arad, who ran to the human realm to stop Shuren and tried to transfer the divine power in his body to Shuren, was from a terrifying race in the demon realm, the evil demons. The evil demons were a rather powerful race in the poison demon territory. They had a small population of less than a few hundred people, but they had terrifying combat talents. All of them could reach level 70 and above when they reached adulthood. They were very powerful. In the demon realm, as long as they reached level 70, they could become superior demons and have a very high status. The evil demons reached level 70 when they reached adulthood, which meant that they could all become superior demons and were naturally revered. Today, there were two legendary powerhouses among the evil demons. One was the old patriarch of the evil demons, and the other was Arad, a cadre under the poison demon territory. Therefore, the evil demons had a very high status in the demon realm. They were a powerful race that was feared even in the demon territories outside the poison demon territory. Unfortunately, Arad had already been roasted by poison demon. Whether he could survive or not depended on God's will. In addition, that cadre under Milu's command, the three-headed and six-armed demon, Kybal, belonged to a race that was also extraordinary in the demon realm. It was said that they relied on special blood sacrifice rituals to obtain power and continuously improve themselves. They were a cruel and bloodthirsty clan, the Devouring Een clan. Back then, Arad wanted to extract the blood of the hero, Shuren, and devour the hero's power through the blood sacrifice ceremony. It had to be said that Arad was really bold. Of course, Arad's fate was even worse. His head and arm were blown up by Milu, who didn't know how to hold back, had no sense of morality, and had learned the body explosion finger from Shuren. He would probably be severely injured for a long time. In short, the Devil clan was like this. There were many clans, and there was no lack of existences with extremely shocking talents. This was how the Devil clan's combat strength could be said to be the strongest. Even the God clan couldn't reach it. Shuren asked Xianxia a question out of curiosity. What's the strongest race in the demon realm? Xianxia answered this question without hesitation. Of course it's the dragon race. Xianxia said resolutely, the dragon race is in existence above level 80 when they reach adulthood. They have the invincible dragon breath ability. Their dragon scales are also extremely hard and have extremely high defense. In addition, once they transform into humans, not only will their strength increase greatly, but they can also awaken a unique skill with a 100% chance of dragon transformation. After using it, their strength will increase by at least 3 times. The dragon race is undoubtedly the strongest race in the demon realm. Shuren was speechless. Alright, his dragon devil highness still had a lot of face. After all, the dragon race is her little brother. My mount is also a dragon, I'm really fated with the dragon race. Xianxia didn't know that the legendary human powerhouse beside her was the future husband of the dragon demon. Otherwise, she would definitely be shocked, right? According to Xianxia, the dragon race was the strongest race in the demon realm. It lived in the dragon demon territory ruled by the dragon demon, and there were many vassal races under its command. For example, the earth dragon race, the dragon man race, the flying dragon race, and the salamander race were all closely related to the dragon race. The races that had a portion of the dragon's bloodline were all vassals of the dragon race. The dragon race and its vassal races lived together in the dragon demon territory. Due to their blood relationship, they did not fight with each other. Therefore, the dragon demon territory was the most peaceful territory in the demon realm. Even the moon demon territory, which developed the fastest, the most prosperous, and the most similar to the human world, would have conflicts from time to time. As for the races in the other territories, they were in a state of struggle all year round. The demon dwellers were very united, but the demons were still a world where the strong were respected. Thus, the demon dwellers did not oppose the demons having a jungle competition where the strong preyed on the weak. That way, the demons could always maintain their fierceness and strength. The succubus territory we are in is fine. Her Highness Succubus is a demon dweller who does not like to fight and prefers to have fun. Therefore, the fighting atmosphere here is not that strong. The hoofed monster race that Lord destroyed previously did not have a fixed habitat in the demon realm. Like locusts and bandits, they like to plunder the wealth of the weak races. Our sand scale race is very unfortunate to be targeted by them this time. Otherwise, although the sand scale race is not very strong, we still have some status in the chaotic demon territory by selling the demonic creatures we raise. The surrounding races basically do not want to offend us. If we were in the poison demon territory or the ghost demon territory, we would have been destroyed long ago, right? At this point, Xianxia also smiled bitterly. According to what she had said, the atmosphere of competition between the poison demon territory and the ghost demon territory was the strongest. Especially the ghost demon territory. As the periphery of the demon realm, it was also known as the chaotic territory. There, hundreds of races fought for hegemony. Every day, the strong preyed on the weak. Today, you kill me, tomorrow, I swallow you. It could be said to be the territory with the most frequent wars in the demon realm. The poison demon territory, on the other hand, had a poor environment and limited resources. Similarly, there were many races fighting over it, and wars were quite frequent. Then there was the beast demon territory. Compared to the demons, the number of demonic creatures was overwhelming. The races there would usually ally with each other to fight against the threat of the demonic creatures. Thus, it was also a relatively dangerous territory. Compared to these three territories, although the succubus territory was not as good as the dragon demon territory and the moon demon territory, there were usually not too many conflicts between the races. This time, the sand scale race was targeted by the bandit-like hoofed monster race and had no choice but to enter into war. It was really quite unfortunate. Shuren learned a lot of information about the demon realm from Xianxia, and was even warned by Xianxia. Many races among the demons are not very friendly to humans. They think that humans are just vassals of the Protoss and are born weak. They generally look down on humans. Especially recently, it is said that the hero has been summoned again. Although that hero has already prepared to marry the dragon demon highness, there are still many demons who have developed extreme hostility and vigilance towards humans and even the Protoss. I heard that recently, people from the old demons faction have been frequently entering and exiting the major territories, instigating the major races in an attempt to disrupt the order of the demon realm. At this juncture, Lord's appearance in the demon realm may attract the covetous eyes of many people. I hope that Lord will be careful. That's what Xianxia told Shan. Shuren cursed in his heart. Sorry, I'm that hero. While cursing in his heart, Shuren also once again experienced that the existence of the hero had a greater impact and deterrence on the demons than he had imagined. I'll probably have fun in the future. Shuren thought about this as if it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, the territory of the sand scale race was right in front of him. The territory of the race. That referred to the base where the race lived. The demon realm was different from the human realm. There was no concept of a country, only territorial boundaries. Moreover, the terrain of each territory was different. As a result, the many races within the demons basically occupied territory and ruled it as kings. The moon demon territory and the succubus territory were fine, at least they had cities, but the other four territories were different. Apart from the geographical distribution, there were basically no cities. Therefore, the ecology of the demons was a little similar to that of the beastmen, elves, and other races. They all ruled their territory and lived like nomads or tribes. The place where their tribe resided was also their tribe's territory. The sand scale race's territory was in the area near the forest in the realm of Muddy Demon. Demons could be raised and captured here. For the sand scale race, which was good in this area, it was a suitable place to live. In the demon realm, there were many races whose territory was not very suitable for them, but they had no choice but to live there for various reasons. The sand scale tribe was able to obtain a land that was barely suitable for them, so they were much better off than the other impoverished tribes. However, aren't there a lot of beauties in the sand scale race? Shuren was speechless as he looked at the beauties of the sand scale race who did not dare to come forward and were whispering and pointing at him. Xianxia's expression was also a little awkward. Then, Xianxia hesitated and told Shuren something. Actually, apart from being good at demons, we sand scale race have more females than males. The birth rate of females is very high, and they are also very good looking. That's why our ancestors chose to live in the succubus territory. Xianxia's story made Shuren speechless. Was he really lucky? How strange. For a long time, Shuren felt that he was not the main character. But in terms of luck with women, Shuren felt that he really did have the taste of a main character. When he first came to this world, he became an adventurer and joined an adventurer team. The members of the team were all great beauties, one in a million. No one knew the true face of the peerless princess, who was known as the #1 beauty of the human race. But Yangling just happened to know it. After all sorts of interactions, they naturally became engaged. One of the 6 great demons that stood at the peak of the demon realm was now the person he was about to marry. He also took the lead of the beautiful elven girls who had never been married, breaking the precedent. Even the eldest daughter of the Elbeck family, who had received the blessing of the goddess of fate without anyone knowing, was taken by Yangling. Finally, Shuren even went to the home of the elves, where there were only beautiful girls. He became the only male of another race to be received by the elves after the former hero. He stayed there for half a month. Now, he came to the demon realm, got into an accident, and was received into a tribe that produced many beauties. Shuren did not believe that his luck with women was not boosted by the main character's luck. Thinking about it, when he dealt with Mara, found the secret base of the high priest, entered the underground prison, and rescued Capeline, he also had a feast for his eyes there. Could it be that people who reincarnated into another world could not avoid the fate of having a harem? Bathed in the curious gazes of the sand scale beauties, Shuren thought about this while being led by Xianxia to a building that did not look ordinary. There was a group of people welcoming Shuren's arrival. "Welcome to the land of the sand scale tribe. Please forgive us for our poor hospitality." This was said by a sand scale who was standing at the front of the welcoming team in a very respectful manner. He was a human man who seemed to be more than 50 years old. Although his hair was not white, there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Scales that looked like fish scales covered almost half of his face, making this sand scale man not seem easy to deal with. "Father." Xianxia bowed to the man. This sand scale man in his 50s was the leader of the sand scale tribe and Xianxia's father. He was a level 79 superior demons who were close to level 80. "How should I address you?" Shuren sized him up. While asking, he felt a little emotional. According to Xianxia, the sand scale tribe was a relatively weak race in the demon realm. They could only live in the periphery of the succubus territory. They were considered an insignificant race among the many races in the demon realm. However, such a weak race also had superior demons who were close to level 80. If such a race is just an extremely insignificant weak race among the countless races in the demon realm, then how terrifying are the truly powerful races? With so many races in the devil race, how great would their total battle strength be, Shuren felt. Shuren had time, he had demon who was able more than he had expected. Would. Of course, while Shuren was feeling emotional, Xianxia's father, the leader of the sand scale tribe, was also in awe. "Please call me Sha Laiwang." The leader of the sand scale tribe, who called himself Sha Laiwang, exclaimed. "Although I've received news from Xianxia in advance and know that a legendary human powerhouse has come to our land, I didn't expect you to be so young." Obviously, Shuren's appearance did not match his age and strength. This shocked the sand scale tribe, including Sha Laiwang. Shuren also knew that it would be shocking for him to show legendary level strength at his age, even in the demon realm. To avoid suspicion, Shuren said calmly, "You're flattering me, leader. I just look young, but I'm almost 50 years old. I'm only able to maintain my youthful appearance thanks to the blessing of the Protoss goddess." "I see." Xianxia, who was at the side, had a look of realization. "Please call me by my name." Sha Laiwang was also relieved, but his attitude did not change, and he still said respectfully, "You're a legendary powerhouse. Even if you go to the most powerful Stone Lady tribe in the succubus territory, you'll receive the highest reception and be on an equal footing with the leader." A weak tribe like us really can't afford to receive your respect. His attitude could be said to be quite humble. However, this was the demon realm, a world where the strong were respected. Here, being weak was a sin. Even if you were the Protoss goddess or the king of a large human kingdom, you would not be respected if you did not have enough strength to convince others. On the contrary, as long as you had strength and were a powerhouse, you would be respected to a certain extent even if you were a human, unless you were in front of some races that were more extreme in their thinking. This atmosphere was very similar to that of a warlike country like the Ragnar Empire. It was just that the demon realm was more thorough than the Ragnar Empire. Thinking of this, Shuren did not stand on ceremony. Then I'll just call you Sha Laiwang. Shuren accepted Sha Laiwang's suggestion. Sha Laiwang smiled slightly and invited Shuren into the building behind him. There were not many people accompanying him. Apart from Xianxia, who was the daughter of the leader, there were only a few high-level sand-scale powerhouses. They did not dare to slight Shuren, so they gave him a great show of extravagance. Shuren entered a hall under the hospitality of these people and sat down with Sha Laiwang. Sha Laiwang immediately ordered people to send the best wine and delicacies. He even summoned the beautiful dance troupe of the sand-scale tribe to dance and sing in the hall. To be honest, Shuren had never received such a warm reception. In particular, the sand-scale tribe was indeed rich in beautiful women. The sand-scale beauties here were so pleasing to the eye that Shuren almost forgot his original purpose of coming here. After the song and dance, Sha Laiwang specially asked two of the most beautiful women of the sand-scale tribe to come to Shuren's side and massage his shoulders and pour wine for him. Shuren felt as if he had entered a brothel, and he was very embarrassed. Fortunately, Lilith and Yulin were not here. Shuren was somewhat glad. After all, this scene was not suitable for children. It was not suitable for children to experience. Of course, if Lilith and Yulin were here, perhaps Sha Laiwang would not have treated them like this. Shuren could tell that the leader of the sand-scale tribe was very meticulous, and his mind was not simple. He had been observing his every word and action, and once he saw the slightest impatience or unhappiness, he would immediately change the program and the way he treated him. Obviously, this leader wanted to win over Shuren and win Shuren's favor. If there was really a child here, as long as Shuren showed the slightest bit of unnaturalness, he would immediately change the program, right? This made Shuren not know whether to rejoice or be depressed, and his mood became complicated again. Seeing that the actions of the sand-scale tribe beauties beside him seemed to be more and more daring, and it was not only his shoulders, but also places that should not be needed, Shuren hurriedly returned to the main topic. Sha Laiwang, you should have heard from your daughter why I came here, right? Shuren struggled to break free from the gentle embrace. Yes. Sha Laiwang turned his head, looked at Shuren, and said, Sir, you came here to see Her Highness Succubus, right? More or less. Shuren did not deny it, and said, I heard that she is in the center of the succubus territory, right? That's right. Sha Laiwang nodded, and said, Her Highness Succubus Castle is in the succubus territory in the center of the succubus territory. If you ride the fastest flying demon in the tribe, it will take about 3 days. 3 days? Shuren pondered for a while and said, Will I be able to see Her Highness Succubus after reaching the succubus territory? This question. Sha Laiwang smiled bitterly, and said, I can't answer this question. Hearing this, before Shuren could respond, Xianxia, who was next to him, spoke up. Although Her Highness Succubus Castle is in the succubus territory, how can a weak fringe race like us have a way to come into contact with an existence like the demons? Xianxia sighed, and said, Not to mention our sand-scale tribe, even the Stone Ladies tribe, which is rumored to have 3 legendary powerhouses, have a hard time seeing Her Highness Succubus. Only the legendary powerhouse in the Stone Ladies tribe who has become the cadre of Her Highness Succubus can see Her Highness Succubus more often. The rest, even the Stone Ladies tribe's legendary powerhouse, rarely see Her Highness Succubus. Although legendary powerhouses had a noble status and could be said to be overlords in the demon realm, they were still insignificant compared to the demons. Therefore, even if it was a legend rank expert, if they wanted to see the demons, unless they were cadres, it would be difficult to do so. Especially an existence like Her Highness Succubus. Among the 6 great demons, other than His Highness Dragon Demon, who lives in seclusion, she is the most difficult to see. Sha Laiwang's words aroused Shiren's curiosity. Why? Shiren asked curiously, does Her Highness Succubus rarely go out? The answer to this question was beyond Shiren's expectations. No, Her Highness Succubus is different from Her Highness Dragon Demon. Not only does she not live in seclusion, she often goes out to play. Sha Laiwang said. But, it's because Her Highness Succubus often goes out to play. Every time Her Highness Succubus appears, it will cause the largest commotion. Xianxia sighed. Since she often goes out to play, how can it be so hard to see her? Shiren was confused. Under such circumstances, Xianxia spoke very seriously. Because, those who have seen Her Highness Succubus, in the end, are reluctant to leave. Xianxia said so. Her Highness Succubus is this world. No, it should be said that the most attractive and beautiful existence in the entire Omnipotensen. All those who have seen Her Highness Succubus, regardless of whether they are men or women, will eventually become her captives and go crazy for her. Every time Her Highness Succubus goes out, she will be stopped. Therefore, it will be very difficult for you to see the highness that you have fallen in love with. Xianxia's incomparably cautious words finally made Shiren understand the situation. Suddenly, Shiren was slightly startled. Wait a minute, love? Did I hear wrongly? At this moment, there were only a series of question marks left in Shiren's mind. Fall in love with who? As Shiren thought so, he immediately had a terrible guess. You don't think that I want to see the succubus because I like her, do you? The corner of Shiren's mouth twitched as he looked at Sha Laiwang and Xianxia. In this regard, Sha Laiwang and Xianxia took it for granted. Please don't be embarrassed, sir. Xianxia said, we have heard of such things many times. Yes. Sha Laiwang also sighed, Her Royal Highness Succubus is so beautiful that everyone who has seen her eventually fell head over heels for her. We have also heard more than once that some powerhouses in the human world were captivated by Her Royal Highness Succubus' beauty, so they came to the underworld at all costs just to see Her Royal Highness Succubus again. Hearing this, Shiren was instantly stunned. No wonder when I said that I wanted to see the succubus, Xianxia looked at me with such a strange gaze. So she thought that I was fascinated by the succubus? I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Shiren almost reflexively denied it 3 times. Unfortunately, she did not believe him. We are from the succubus territory, and we know very well how fascinating Her Royal Highness Succubus is to the people of this world. Sir does not need to be ashamed of it. Xianxia looked kind and understanding. But, sir, I still want to advise you not to be too obsessed. Sha Laiwang also said in a comforting manner, you are a legendary powerhouse, and it is possible to see Her Royal Highness Succubus, but Her Royal Highness Succubus is not an existence that can be possessed by an individual. You can see her if you want, but don't have any improper thoughts, or you will lose your life in vain. The father-daughter pair kindly advised Shiren, which could be considered extremely benevolent. However, not only did Shiren not feel happy, but he also had the urge to hit a wall. I really don't like succubus. Shiren could only shout, my wife is equally beautiful, no matter how beautiful the succubus is, I don't care about her. This sentence was exchanged for nothing else, but Sha Laiwang and Xianxia's somewhat pitiful eyes. It was as if they were looking at a very humble and pitiful lovelorn who was protecting his fragile self-esteem. Shiren did not want to speak anymore, he just wanted to flip the table. Of Shiren of succubus. Forget it. Just give me the directions to the succubus domain. I'll go see the succubus myself. He wanted to see if this succubus, who had been praised to the skies and was even described as the most beautiful in all of Omnipotensen by Xiaowang and Xianxia, was really that tempting. I don't believe she's prettier than my Rosie. To be honest, Shiren really did not believe that anyone could surpass succubus beauty. Whether it was in the previous life or this life, before reincarnation or after reincarnation, succubus appearance was the most beautiful that Shiren had ever seen. Perhaps beauty was in the eye of the beholder, but even objectively speaking, even existences like Nyan and the elf queen Sophie could only tie with succubus, but it was absolutely impossible to surpass her. To be honest, to be as beautiful as Rosie, it could already be considered a miracle. Therefore, Shuren really could not imagine that there was anyone in this world who could be more beautiful than succubus. Even if there was a possibility that the succubus was indeed prettier than succubus, Shuren did not believe that he would be bewitched to the point of losing his bearings. Who was he? He was a man who had hundreds of gigabytes of secret files stored in his brain. No matter how beautiful the other party was, could she be that good-looking? If she did not take off her clothes, how could she attract his attention? When Shuren first joined Vivian's team, he was not very interested in this team of beautiful girls. After seeing succubus, he also dared to beat her up, and would not show any mercy just because she was good-looking. This was because Shuren was very clear that no matter how beautiful a goddess was, she was not his, so why should he lick her? As someone who had experienced the bombardment of information on the internet, Shuren was more open-minded than anyone else. Of course, Sha Laiwang and Xianxia could not understand this kind of thinking. They only thought that Shuren did not want to continue this topic. Although it was a little regretful, the two of them still wanted to chat with Shuren and rope in this legendary powerhouse to see if they could let the Sand Scale tribe benefit from him. However, since Shuren had said so, the two of them would not reject him. Father. Xianxia looked at Sha Laiwang and said, I remember that in 2 days, the tribe will transport a new batch of monsters to the succubus region for sale, right? That's right. Sha Laiwang nodded and said, I was going to cancel it and leave the monsters in the tribe to resist the hoof monsters, but since the vanguard of the hoof monsters has been destroyed by Master, I believe they will not dare to come again. While speaking, Sha Laiwang had an idea. How about this? The transport of the new batch of monsters will be brought forward to tomorrow. Sha Laiwang said to Xianxia, tomorrow you will be responsible for the transport of the monsters to the succubus region, and lead the way for Master. Yes. Xianxia did not have any objection, and turned to Shuren, and said with a chuckle, what do you think, Master? Okay. Shuren naturally had no objection, and said, tomorrow, I will set off with you to the succubus region. Although he would definitely be faster if he acted alone, he was now in a state where he was unfamiliar with the place, and he did not know much about the demon realm. Shuren did not want to take one step at a time, which would lead to a detour later on. Since someone was willing to lead the way, it would be impolite for Shuren to refuse. Of course, it was still unknown whether he would be able to see the succubus after this trip. In short, let's go to the succubus region first. While Shuren planned this, he also told Sha Laiwang and Xianxia about the existence of Lilith and Yulin, and asked them to help him pay attention to see if there was any news about them. Knowing that there was a little girl and a black dragon traveling with Shuren, Sha Laiwang and Xianxia looked at each other for a while, but they also readily agreed. However, the two of them told Shuren, hoping that Shuren would not have too much hope. After all, the Sand Scale race was still a weak race at the periphery, and they did not have that many spies and connections. Even if they did, they were only in the nearby area. It would not be easy for them to help Shuren find a specific person who had been separated from them. Shuren did not force them, and after asking them to do their best, he did not mention this matter again. Next, there was another round of singing and dancing, which was very enjoyable. Until the evening, Shuren was served well, and the number of beauties of the Sand Scale race beside him increased from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 6. When the banquet ended, there were a total of 8 beauties of the Sand Scale race beside him, which made Shuren feel overwhelmed. Are all the races in the succubus region so open-minded? Shuren really felt like he had entered a brothel. Later, Shuren learned from Xianxia that there were actually many similar service facilities in the succubus region. Because the overlord of the succubus region was a succubus, the succubus region was indeed more open-minded in this aspect, and there were many beauties there. Galen, whom Shuren had met in the human world, belonged to a Fengchen race, and the most common ability in this race was various kinds of seductive abilities. As a legendary powerhouse of this race and a cadre of the succubus, Galen had even tried to seduce the hero during the war 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the hero Mitra had long been distracted by the elf queen Sophie at that time, and he was not interested in demons like Galen at all. This made Galen bear a grudge, and when she heard that the hero had reappeared, she wanted to regain some lost ground, and came to seduce Shuren. It was a pity that this succubus cadre, who was rather charming, was not taken seriously by the hero this time. Presumably, that succubus cadre was now autistic, right? Ah, no, she looked like she was already confined, forced to be autistic, what a pitiful child, the night came quickly. The night in the demon world was no different from the night in the human world. It was also filled with stars, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling layers of silver veils that covered the earth. Shuren walked out of the hall and out of the building, and his legs actually felt a little weak. Don't misunderstand, Shuren did not do anything. Although Sha Liwing had vaguely mentioned that if there was a need, he could take one or two of the sand scale beauties away as long as they were willing, but Shuren very solemnly refused. It could not be helped. In his previous life, he was an honest person, and in this life, he had a beautiful wife, so he definitely did not want to do anything like visiting a brothel. Even though it seemed that it was cool to pull up one's pants and deny it, Shuren was not that kind of person. Really, therefore, Shuren's legs were only softened by the 8 sand scale beauties, and he did not do anything crazy. Shajina prepared a residence for Shuren, and after finding someone to lead the way for Shuren, she went to prepare for tomorrow's departure. Under the respectful reception of the guide, Shuren went to his residence. Along the way, the sand scale people bowed when they saw Shuren. Obviously, they already knew that Shuren was a legendary powerhouse from the human race, so they did not dare to be rude. However, Shan also discovered that there were many sand scale tribesmen who were kneeling and worshipping the full moon in the sky before noticing him. What are they doing? Out of curiosity, Shuren asked the guide. The guide quickly answered. This is a custom of the demons. Every time the moon rises in the sky, we will worship it, because our supreme is the moon demon. This made Shuren understand the reason. Shuren had some understanding of the moon demon, Selah. It was said that among the Protoss, there was the sun goddess who controlled light and heat, but not the moon goddess. Thus, since ancient times, people believed that the moon was in the hands of the moon demon, Selah. Because the moon demon was the eldest daughter of the 6 demons, and the first person under the demon king, she had a very high status among the demons. Even the other 5 demons were willing to worship her, and would basically cooperate with the moon demon's policies. Moreover, the moon demon had the power of a demon in her normal state, and if it was at night with a bright moon, her power would skyrocket, to the point that even the goddess of destiny, who was said to be the most omnipotent, could only have a slight upper hand. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the Protoss and the humans chose to fight during the day in order to seal the moon demon Selah's power. As a result, the moon demon had to join forces with the succubus to resist the goddess of destiny, and was even suppressed by the goddess of destiny. If it was at night, perhaps the moon demon Selah alone could stop the goddess of destiny, Lidas. Even if she was at a disadvantage, it would be impossible for the goddess of destiny, Lidas, to easily take her down. Based on these reasons, people generally believed that the moon, which symbolized the night, was the incarnation of the moon demon. This was especially true for the devil race, who believed in this. In this way, it was not strange for them to see the moon demon as a god, and worship her when the full moon rose into the sky. I wonder if the moon demon already knows that I went missing after coming to the demon realm. Shuren was deep in thought. He didn't think that the devil dwellers wouldn't have received any news about him after such a big incident. Not to mention anything else, AIE definitely knew about it, and was thinking of a way to solve it. This was also the reason why Shuren wanted to see the succubus. As long as he met this demon, he would be able to get in touch with AIE, and even Selah, right? As Shuren thought about this, he followed the guide to his residence. It was a small wooden house that should have been cleaned up. It did not look sloppy, and although it was not very luxurious, considering the conditions of the sand scale tribe, this was probably the best treatment. Along the way, the sand scale tribe's residences were basically these small wooden houses. Even the building that Sha Liwing received him in was a wooden house, just that it was very large. Come to think of it, this was a common building used by the demons who lived in tribes. The stronger races might have better conditions, but a small race like the sand scale race can forget about it. It was easy for Shan to accept this reality. He was not pretentious, and he did not mind. Therefore, Shan directly turned over and went to bed, lying down and sleeping. I want, demon said, Shuren. Shuren said, Lily. With this thought in mind, Shan entered his dream. At the same time, in the north, far from the succubus territory, a huge black dragon turned to the east as if it sensed something. Roar. The black dragon roared under the moonlight as if it was thinking of someone, and its voice was filled with faint sorrow. Taking a closer look, there were groups of monsters crawling on the ground around the black dragon. Some of these demons were wyverns, and some were earth dragons. They were all subspecies of dragons that were related to the dragon tribe by blood. They knelt down toward the black dragon in the sky as if they were worshipping it. While shivering, they looked at the black dragon in the sky with eyes full of worship. Someone sensed the situation and came over to investigate. Then, his breathing quickened as he became ecstatic. A limited-level dragon. It's actually a limited-level dragon. That's great. Our dragon tribe has finally produced a limited-level existence. And she hasn't turned into a human yet. Hurry. Send someone to inform the officers. Haha. The dragon demon territory is going to change. Ecstatic voices rang out incessantly. It had to be said that Yu Lin's luck was very good. She actually landed in the dragon demon territory and didn't wander around. The officers of the dragon demon territory learned of Yu Lin's existence and were all shocked. Tonight, the dragon demon territory was destined to be sleepless. At the same time, in the south of the demon territory, a small figure was also floating in the air. The figure was actually surrounded by countless black shadows, telling others that she was surrounded. Surrounding her was a group of terrifying demons that looked like wolves and ghosts, as if they had crawled out of hell. These demons looked at the small figure with greed in their eyes. Especially the one in the lead. The aura around him seemed to be that of a legend rank expert. Little girl, you're very bold. You actually dared to ignore our Liemo clan's territory, ignore our warning, and directly fly over here. Don't you know that our Liemo clan is one of the strongest races in this poison demon territory? The legend rank powerhouse licked his fangs and cackled. The smell on your body isn't bad. Stay here and let us absorb your magic for 3 years. If you can still survive after 3 years, then we'll let you go. In the eyes of the legend rank expert who said this, the greed in his eyes was several times denser than the others. This was because the smell emitted by this small figure really made him like it too much. The Liemo clan was one of the strongest races in the poison demon territory. It was also one of the most ferocious races in the demon territory, and was deeply feared by others. There was no other reason than that the people of this clan were like vampires, and liked to absorb the magic of others. Of course, they were not interested in any kind of magic. The people of this clan liked magic that was filled with negative energy the most. Moreover, the stronger the negative energy in magic, the more they would flock to it. That would allow their power to increase. Hence, many races in the demon realm didn't like this clan very much. They were afraid that they would be targeted by this group of vampires. Once they set their sights on someone, they would be like a tarsal bone, like jackals and wolves, attacking the land of other clans from time to time. They would capture their targets and extract their mana until they were completely drained. Naturally, they were domineering and domineering. Usually, no one dared to fly over their territory. If such a person appeared, they would probably be instantly cut into pieces and die without a whole corpse. However, such a person had appeared today. Moreover, the demonic energy on this person's body attracted all the warriors of the Liemo clan. The negative energy in that magic was simply like the most delicious delicacy in the world, and it caused a stir in the entire Liemo clan. That was why the scene before him happened. Obviously, they didn't intend to let go of the prey in front of them. The magic on this prey was too tempting. It was more delicious than any magic they had absorbed in their lives. If I can extract all the magic from her, then my potential, which has already reached its limit, will definitely be stimulated again, and I will have a second growth. The leader of the legendary warriors was excited. This way, I can increase my level, and maybe even become an ultimate existence. After thinking about it for a while, the legendary warrior felt that he was about to lose his patience. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and dashed towards the other party. Be obedient and become my food. With a sinister smile, the legendary warrior of the Liemo clan stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed at the other party. Go. Let's go together. If we don't go, we will be sucked dry by the leader. Even if it's just one mouthful, let's go get a mouthful. Charge. The surrounding Liemo clan members seemed to have been provoked. They actually ignored the prestige of the ferocious legendary warrior and rushed forward, ready to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. This showed how attractive this person's magic was to them. But the people of the Liamo clan had no idea what a stupid thing they had done. Boom! At that moment, heaven and earth shook. Berserk evil chi swept out from the body of the small figure and soared into the sky. In an instant, it turned into a thick layer of clouds, obscuring the entire sky. Like a tsunami, the evil energy swept out in all directions and swallowed all the Liamo clan members who were rushing toward it. Ah! What is this? How can there be such an evil energy? I can't swallow the magic energy in it. No. In the next second, screams of agony rang out from within the storm of demonic energy. The Liamo clan members who had been arrogant and domineering not long ago were all corroded by the evil energy. Under normal circumstances, they would have fallen into madness, lost their minds, and turned into evil beings. Perhaps they could still be saved. However, they were very unlucky. Just as this little goddess was anxiously trying to find the most important person, they stopped her and blocked her path, delaying her speed of finding the person. Just based on this fact alone, their fates were already decided. Bam! A member of the Liamo clan, whose body was slowly inflated by the evil energy like a balloon, exploded and turned into a puddle of blood. Bam! 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 One by one, the members of the Liamo clan followed in the footsteps of the former, swelling up and exploding one after another. Who are you? The Legend Realm Master's face was full of pain. His blood vessels bulged under the evil energy's corrosion, and he wriggled and screamed in horror. What he got in response was a small hand that directly grabbed his head. Bam! With a loud explosion, the head of the Legend Realm Master of the Liamo clan was crushed. The Liamo clan, one of the most powerful clans in the Poison Demon territory, was completely wiped out in one night. Soon, the evil energy was withdrawn and returned to the small figure's body. With 12 black wings spread out, the small goddess looked toward the east and turned into a beam of light, rushing toward that direction at a shocking speed. Just like that, his first night in the demon realm came to an end under all kinds of unknown disturbances. The next day, when the sky was bright, Shuren woke up slowly. As soon as he woke up, Shuren felt that he was not used to all kinds of things. I don't have a capable maid by my side. I have to wash up myself in the morning. Shuren was speechless. He was not speechless about the treatment he received, but he was speechless about how he was used to washing up and putting on clothes when he woke up. He was even speechless about the fact that some of his needs might be taken care of silently. Previously, Shuren did not notice anything wrong. But now that he woke up, he felt some discomfort in his mouth and his clothes that were wrinkled from sleeping. Only then did Shuren realize that he was really not used to it. That maid is indeed poisonous. Shuren clearly realized this. But at the same time, Shuren had a strong urge to keep that maid by his side. Anyway, she said that I've done what I should and shouldn't do. Since that's the case, why don't I? Shuren began to plan. He did not realize how much of a villain his thoughts were. He could only say that the maid who was too perfect, so perfect that it was even a little scary, was really poisonous. Thinking about this, Shuren got up to wash up. But after getting up, Shuren realized that although Xianxia was not by his side, he still did not have to worry about not having anyone to serve him. The proof was that when Shuren got up and went out, a few sand scale beauties came in and claimed that they wanted to serve him. Hence, Shuren experienced the same treatment as yesterday's banquet. After washing up and dressing up with the help of the sand scale beauties, he walked out of the room with his legs feeling a little weak. Don't misunderstand, this time he was massaged. During the process of dressing up and washing up, the massage on his shoulders and legs did not stop. The treatment was comparable to that of an emperor. This sand scale is also poisonous. Shuren could only ridicule them like this. Under such circumstances, Shuren walked out of the sand scale's territory and was brought to a plaza. There was a lively scene here. Roar, roar, he saw many magical creatures locked up in cages, like goods that were about to be escorted away, letting out indistinct cries in the cages. The people of the Sand Scale tribe had gathered here and were preparing to go on a long journey. They did not prepare a caravan, but instead prepared a few large flying magical creatures. It was obvious that the Sand Scale tribe was going to use flying monsters for this voyage. Xianxia was directing her clansmen to carry all kinds of goods. When she saw Shan being brought over, she immediately stopped and bowed to Shan. "Greetings, Lord." Xianxia greeted Shuren warmly with a beautiful smile. "How did you sleep last night?" Upon hearing that, Shuren sized up this innocent and beautiful Sand Scale girl. He sighed inwardly at the number of beauties in the other world, but shrugged and responded casually. "It was all right. I don't sleep on the same bed." This natural and unpretentious speech made the smile on Xianxia's face become a little wider. While Shuren was sizing up Xianxia was also sizing up Shuren. The overly young human in front of her was a genuine legendary powerhouse. How he was doing in their territory and how he viewed their race was very important to the Sand Scale people. Although Xianxia had never come into contact with a legendary powerhouse, she knew that in a place like the realm of devils where the strong were respected, once a legendary powerhouse was displeased, it would be a disaster. In the past, many races had been destroyed because of the anger of a legendary powerhouse. Hence, being able to meet a legendary powerhouse was both a blessing and a curse for the Sand Scale race. The blessing was naturally that once they could gain the other party's favor and build a relationship with him, it would definitely be very beneficial for a weak race like the Sand Scale race. Unfortunately, if they didn't receive the Sand Scale tribe well and made the other party unhappy, then it wasn't impossible for the Sand Scale tribe to be wiped out. Since the other party could easily wipe out the powerful and overbearing vanguard of the hoofed monsters who were used to plundering, killing, and killing, it would only take a blink of an eye for him to wipe out the entire Sand Scale race. Hence, in the process of building a friendship with Xianxia was not unconcerned about whether a marginal, weak race like the Sand Scales would be neglectful in certain aspects. A legendary rank powerhouse would definitely be well treated, right? After all, the conditions of the Sand Scale race were limited. If they could not satisfy Shuren, it was hard to imagine what would happen to them. Due to this, be it Xianxia or Sha Laiwang, they had been very careful with their arrangements and hospitality the day before. They were afraid that they would make Shuren unhappy. In fact, Sha Laiwang had even vaguely told Xianxia that it would be best if she could go back with Shuren. It was not difficult to imagine what he meant. Xianxia had considered it before. It was not that she was very casual, but Xianxia truly believed that it was not difficult to accept to give herself to Shuren. Firstly, Shuren was very young. He was only a little older than her, but he had already become a legendary powerhouse. His outstanding aptitude made Xianxia rather tempted. Secondly, he was not like most races of demons, who looked like humans and dogs. His appearance was very similar to the Sand Scale race, which suited Xianxia's aesthetic standards very well. Thirdly, as a race in the succubus territory, the atmosphere here was more open. Although it was not to the extent where all kinds of filthy practices were rampant, the succubus territory was naturally more open to temptations with beauty. No matter what, the overlord of this territory was a succubus. Her beauty was unparalleled in the world, and it was unknown how many heroes had fallen for her. This was also the reason why the people of the succubus territory were more receptive to such customs. In conclusion, Xianxia had been tempted. But in the end, Xianxia still gave up. "He's here for Her Highness Succubus. As an admirer of Her Highness Succubus, he definitely won't be interested in a woman of my level. I'd better not embarrass myself." With this in mind, Xianxia finally gave up. If Shuren knew about this, he would probably flip the table again, right? "You have the guts to be tempted, but don't you have the guts to act?" "Pfft, my bad. Who's here for the succubus? Who's the admirer of that succubus?" If Shuren knew what Xianxia was thinking, he would definitely go crazy like this, right? All in all, be it Xianxia or Sha Laiwang, they were very concerned about Shuren's opinion of the Sand Scale race, and whether he was satisfied with their treatment. Fortunately, Shuren was not as difficult to please as most of the legendary powerhouses in the realm of devils, who would massacre the entire race at the drop of a hat. He had long been accustomed to violence and was full of hostility. On the contrary, he was quite casual and did not put on any airs at all. For a legendary powerhouse, he was really too easy to get along with. If only he wasn't an admirer of Her Highness Succubus. Xianxia thought regretfully. Shuren, who was watching the Sand Scale race carry the goods, felt a chill run down his spine, and for some reason, his legs became even more weak. Are there unruly people thinking of harming me again? Shuren looked around in bewilderment. Only then did Xianxia speak again. We are ready to set off at any time. Sir, do you want to prepare for a while longer? Xianxia confirmed with Shuren. No, there's no need for that. Shuren naturally did not need to make any more preparations, and there was no reason for him to continue staying here. For the sake of his willpower, he wanted to quickly get away from this land of gentleness. Hence, he quickly said, if there's nothing else, then let's set off. All right. Xianxia nodded without any objection. At the same time, Sha Laiwang also brought a few sand scale warriors over. My lord, please accept this meager gift. Sha Laiwang handed a heavy bag to Shuren. Shuren looked at it and immediately raised his eyebrows. The bag was actually filled with gold coins. Sir, I don't know if you'll be able to achieve your goal in the succubus region. This is a small gift from the sand scale race, and I hope it can be of help to you. Sha Laiwang's posture was very low. There's really no need. Shuren did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not that he had never received gifts from others before. After becoming a noble, countless nobles wanted to build a relationship with him because of the power behind him. The phenomenon of gifts had never stopped, so Shuren was already used to it. However, Shuren had never seen someone like Sha Laiwang, who directly gave him money. It had to be said that the demons were all very straightforward. Compared to the kindness that Sir has shown us by saving the sand scale race from the hoofed monsters, this little gift is nothing. Sha Laiwang actually said regretfully, if it wasn't for the fear of delaying Sir's goal, many of the sand scale race's women would be willing to offer themselves to Sir and serve by Sir's side. Cough cough. Shuren almost choked. Not only did he give him money, but he also gave him beauties. Did he have to be so tactful? For a moment, Shuren was about to degenerate. Fortunately, at the thought of the bunch of jealous people at home who might be hidden dangers, Shan straightened his posture. I'll just accept the money. Shuren immediately chickened out. Thus, under the gaze of Sha Laiwang and the other sand scale tribesmen, Xianxia and the other sand scale tribesmen boarded the flying demon beasts. Shuren also leaped up and rode with Xianxia. Not long after, large flying demon beasts began to rise into the sky and fly towards the succubus region. Sha Laiwang and the others had been watching this scene and felt a little regretful. I really want to give that Sir a few maids. Succubus territory. As the central region of the succubus territory, it might not be the most prosperous place, but it was the most powerful. There was no other reason than that there were too many powerful tribes that lived in the succubus territory that chose to station here. There were many experts, many standpoints, many forces, and many battles here. Unlike the peripheral areas like the chaotic demon region, the succubus territory had too many factors that attracted people here, causing it to have many experts. Of course, when the strong met the strong, it would lead to an extremely intense battle. This place might not be as chaotic as the ghost demon territory and the poison demon territory, but it was still a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Fierce battles between tribes were everywhere, and it was like this in the open or in the dark. It could be said that a weak fringe tribe like the Sand Scale tribe, whose patriarch had not even reached level 80, could not survive in the succubus territory at all. Here, even the weakest tribe had to have dozens of superior demons to support them. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain any status or resources here. There were even a few races that had legendary powerhouses in them. Especially the Stone Lady tribe, which was known as the most powerful tribe in the succubus territory. There were 3 legendary powerhouses in the tribe. Even if they walked out of the succubus territory, they would probably be able to dominate. Of course, no matter how powerful a tribe was, they would not dare to act recklessly in the succubus territory. Because, in addition to being the central region of the succubus territory, this was also the residence of the overlord of this territory. Succubus, Chaffn. The second daughter of the 6 demons, a demonic existence with unparalleled beauty. Her power was unparalleled. Even in the entire 3 realms, except for a few people, no one dared to say that they could match up to her. Her beauty had been passed down for thousands of years, and she was considered the #1 beauty in the entire Omnipertanzen. Even the countless goddesses of the Protoss and the countless enchanting demons could not compare to her. There was once an emperor who was willing to offer his country with both hands for a smile. There was once a hero who was willing to betray his tribe and bear the infamy to fight on the battlefield for her. This was a truly beautiful existence that could cause the downfall of a country and cause suffering to the people. Countless men and even women would go completely crazy for her. However, she, who possessed all of this, was disdainful of all of this. The country offered by the emperor was casually thrown away. Heroes fought on the battlefield for him, but their actions were ignored despite their infamy. For thousands of years, there were not many things that could attract her attention, but the things that attracted her attention were endless. There were even a few heroes who fell into a trance after seeing this succubus. In the end, they became useless and depressed, passing away without leaving behind many achievements. Many people believed that the demonic dragon was savage. After killing 2 brave warriors, it was incomparably terrifying. But those who understood that demon knew that this demon was the most dangerous enemy to the heroes knew that this succubus was the most dangerous. Her beauty and charm were just like that. Even the brave couldn't resist it. If one whirled, even the demon lord of devil territory, they would not dare. They would not even if they wanted. Was. No matter how fierce the competition was, no one dared to be too impudent in a place guarded by such a demon. In order to not disturb Her Highness Charm Demon's peace and quiet, the various races of the Charm Demon region had long ago set up several agreements that they would all abide by. If anyone broke the agreement, the other races would work together to drive them out of the Charm Demon region. From this, it could be seen that in the succubus territory, the succubus demon's reputation and influence were great. However, this relatively stable situation would soon be completely broken. Because, on this day, someone came to the succubus territory. That succubus city. Xianxia said to Shuren beside her, who was on top of a group of large flying monsters. A group of huge flying monsters was flying in a certain direction, pulling cages that contained monsters with ropes. They carried a group of sand scale clansmen and let out strange cries from time to time. Succubus city. Shuren murmured and looked up. In the next second, Shuren saw a city. This was the first city that Shuren saw after coming to the demon realm. The appearance of the city looked like a huge castle. There were many buildings in the castle. Some of the buildings were tall, some short, some big, and some small. They were not uniform, and even their styles and appearances were very different. It was as if the customs of various regions were mixed together. They should have looked nondescript and nondescript, but for some reason, they presented a unique sense of beauty. In the past few days, along the way, Shuren had learned a lot about this city from Xianxia. That's the capital city of the succubus territory, where the succubi live, and also the center of the entire succubus territory, where the most powerful races in the entire succubus territory gather, the succubus city, which is known as the place where hundreds of races coexist. Shuren muttered to himself. Xianxia nodded in affirmation. Succubus City is the only place in the entire succubus territory where fighting is not allowed. So, although there are many races, no one dares to fight for no reason. Xianxia explained. Because of the succubus highness, no matter how deep the hatred of the races outside is, they can't do anything here. Thus, there are many facilities and industries here. Because of this, races like the sand scale race would have a fixed time to send people here with large amounts of goods to sell and do some business. If not for a place like Succubus City, there would be no trade at all, not to mention the circulation of all kinds of goods. Places like the Ghost Demon Territory, the Poison Demon Territory, and even the Beast Demon Territory did not have a place where the races could conduct fair trade and trade. In those 3 territories, business was usually done between clans. The Dragon Demon Territory, on the other hand, was an exception. Because the dragon race was respected, the other races were all vassals of the dragon race. Moreover, they were more or less related to the dragon race by blood, so there was basically no need to do any business or trade. Bartering was the norm there, and the dragon race would even frequently distribute various resources to the various large races, causing the Dragon Demon Territory to present an unexpected peace that no other place had. On the other hand, the Moon Demon Territory was almost no different from the human world. There were all kinds of cities, all kinds of business, and it was undoubtedly the most prosperous territory in the demon world. The succubus territory was in the middle. It was not as peaceful as the moon demon territory and the dragon demon territory, nor was it as chaotic as the ghost demon territory and the poison demon territory. Although there were all kinds of struggles, there were also peaceful and stable places. The succubus city was the only place in the succubus territory where one didn't have to worry about fighting. That is the habitat that many weak races and even powerful races dream of. If one can settle down there, one can enjoy thousands of years of peace. Xianxia looked at the succubus city with a longing gaze. Unfortunately, if one wants to settle down in the succubus city, one must fulfill those 3 conditions. For our sand scale race, it is too difficult. Xianxia had already heard about the conditions that Xianxia mentioned. It was said that if one wanted to settle down in the succubus city and become a resident, one must fulfill one of the 3 conditions. 1. Obtain the permission of the succubus highness, the demon lord. 2. Obtain the recommendation of 3 or more large races in the succubus city. 3. Have 100 superior demons in the race and can settle down. If any of the 3 conditions were fulfilled, then no matter where the race came from, they could settle down in the succubus city. Unfortunately, the sand scale race could not fulfill any of the conditions. It was extremely difficult to get the permission of Her Highness Succubus, who was hard to even see. It was even more impossible for a weak race like the sand scale race to have such a strong network to get 3 or more large races to recommend them. 100 upper-class demons were even more laughable. A race with that level of strength was probably not something any large race could ignore. The only superior demons in the sand scale race was Xiaoluang, who was the patriarch, at least on the surface. Therefore, it was impossible for them to fulfill this condition. Of course, if a legend rank powerhouse is willing to endorse us, then there should be at least 3 large races in the succubus city who would be willing to give this powerhouse face and recommend a weak race, right? Xianxia said and looked at Xianxia intentionally or unintentionally. Xianxia could not help but roll his eyes. How could he not understand what Xianxia meant? However, this was not realistic at all. I'm a human after all, not demons. Even if I have legend rank strength, there might not be a large race that would be willing to give me face, right? Xianxia said. Indeed. Xianxia also understood this point, but she did not really wish for it to happen. Xianxia did not know that the man beside her was not someone an ordinary legend rank powerhouse could compare to. In terms of strength, he might not be comparable to a transcendent rank, but he was much stronger than an extreme rank. In terms of connections, he had people supporting him in the demon realm. In Xianxia's opinion, the 3 conditions were extremely difficult. In fact, apart from the last one, which Xianxia could not help with, Xianxia actually had a way to fulfill the other 2 conditions for the sand scale race. Although, it was still too early to say these things. The sand scale race's army flew through the air and arrived in front of the succubus city. Descend. Xianxia immediately ordered all the sand scale race members to descend on their flying demonic beasts towards the city gate. The succubus city forbade anyone from flying into the city without permission. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to go through the city gate. Xianxia naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that she and the others did not have to abide by this rule just because Xianxia was by her side. She immediately ordered the army to descend. This was not a very eye-catching scene. Apart from the sand scale race, many races that came because of its reputation would stop in front of the city gate like this. Xianxia did not care about this, and was prepared to enter the city quietly. However, Suddenly, Xianxia felt something strange. Succubus City, Succubus Castle. At the highest point of the succubus city, 2 figures appeared silently at the top of the castle that seemed to overlook the entire succubus city. You're finally here? The one who spoke was a woman from the devil race who was in the lead. The woman had the purest and most flawless face in the world. She was like an angel, but her figure was tall and voluptuous like a hot witch. A casual chuckle from her seemed to change the entire world, turning it into spring and blooming flowers. It was as beautiful as a paradise. She could be said to be an existence that brought the concept of beauty to the extreme. This female demon had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. Her every move was like the reincarnation of a beautiful goddess. She was enough to become the focus of the whole world. She was the person who made countless men and women in the omnipotence and crazy. She was the owner of this castle, this city, and this territory. This supreme and beautiful godlike figure seemed to see the scenery outside the city and the man she was very interested in recently. Her face was filled with joy that was hard to be seen by others. At least, the female demons who served next to this great existence couldn't remember how many years it had been since she last saw such an expression on her master's face. The female demons were in their prime. Her appearance was also gorgeous. If she were to be placed elsewhere, she would undoubtedly be the highest level of beauty. Even compared to the women of the elf tribe, she wouldn't be outdone. In this world, there were definitely not many who could surpass this girl in terms of beauty. At the very least, it had to be peerless beauties at the level of Rosie, Sophie, and Nyan. Unfortunately, such a charming demon was completely overshadowed by the brilliance of the great existence who could topple countries and cities. She became inconspicuous. If it were anywhere else, perhaps the latter would have already developed a terrifying jealousy toward the former. It wouldn't be surprising for them to be resentful and hateful. However, not only did this female demon not feel jealous, but she also looked at her master in front of her with an intoxicated look. Like an ordinary person, she was immersed in the beauty of her master. Of course, at this moment, the female demons couldn't hide her jealousy. He's just a hero. Master, why do you care so much about him? The female demons were really jealous because of this. At the same time, this was also the most genuine doubt in the heart of the female demons. Because the female demons knew very well how high her master's standards were. No, it should be said that she was used to the situation where everyone went crazy for her. Even the heroes were no exception. So, she shouldn't be so interested in a mere hero. Even the former hero Mitra didn't arouse her master's interest like this. The last time Master was this excited and happy was when the dragon demon Highness was born, right? At that time, Master was just like this. It was as if he had found a very interesting toy and was extremely happy. In the end, after nearly 10,000 years, her master was once again so happy, but it was because of a hero of unknown origin. This made the young demon girl feel puzzled and unhappy. The demon girl couldn't help but cry out. The female demons couldn't help but say this at first glance. But Master not only didn't do so, but also deliberately hid the news and didn't let the other highnesses, including the dragon demon highness, know that the hero is in our territory. If the dragon demon highness or even the moon demon highness knew about this, they would definitely be furious. At first glance, it seemed like a reminder, but in fact, it was just to stop them. To stop her master from doing whatever she wanted, and also to stop her master from coming into contact with the opposite sex of unknown origin. Master belongs to me. No, he belongs to everyone. A mere hero shouldn't take away Master's sight, and can't take away Master's sight. The female demon shouted so in her heart. But this thought had long been exposed in front of her master. What's wrong? My lovely Leo? The world's most beautiful enchantress turned around and lifted the chin of the demon girl named Leo, as if she was going to kiss her. She spoke as if she was going to say something sweet and fragrant. Are you jealous? How cute. Hearing that, Leo's beautiful face blushed. It was not shyness, but intoxication and infatuation. Then, Leo said shyly. Master is the most beautiful and noble existence in the world. I just feel that the lost hero who has disappeared for who knows how many years and is no longer needed by this world is not qualified for the attention of a dignified succubus. Leo didn't hide her heart and thoughts. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but she didn't want to. In front of the most beautiful existence in the world, not just Leo, no one would have the heart to lie to her or hide anything from her. Leo was the same, so she would never hide her thoughts and feelings in front of her master. Seeing this, the beautiful succubus smiled even more happily. But I'm just curious. The succubus said happily, just like me, my lovely sister has also seen countless heroes, but she has never been like this, disregarding her own position, even disregarding her sisterhood, to desperately protect the other party. Saying such words, the succubus said excitedly. Even Big Sister said he's special. Light and Milo don't have any hostility towards this hero. Even though they love our youngest sister, who always gives us headaches, they completely changed their attitude after meeting this hero. They aren't wary of him at all, instead, they are full of praises for him. I really want to know how special this hero is, to be able to make my sisters approve of him so much. Towards the end, the succubus couldn't help but lick her lips as if she wanted to devour someone. It was extremely alluring. It wasn't a deliberate action, but an unintentional one. This was a succubus, the demon of ultimate charm that gathered all the factors in the world that could entice others. Such a charming gesture made Leel's face redder and redder, and the infatuation in her eyes became more and more intense. Ah, Lady Chaffney, Leel couldn't help but rub her legs. Hee, my Leel is so cute. Then, the succubus caressed Leel's cheeks and teased, if outsiders knew that the cold and heartless Stone Maiden, the strongest legendary tier champion of the succubus domain, a step away from the ultimate tier, and the undisputed #1 among my subordinates, the chief of the Stone Maidens who is level 99, would reveal such a cute expression, I wonder how many men would be ecstatic? Hearing this, Leel replied without hesitation. I am a puppet that belongs to Lady Chaffney alone, her toy. Other existences, in my eyes, are like weeds by the roadside, not even worth mentioning, not to mention caring about what they think. The strongest legendary powerhouse in the succubus territory had said something that outsiders would never dare to imagine, and it was even shocking. However, when he said those words to the absolute charm demon before him, it seemed as though it was only a matter of course. I'm very happy, my most adorable Leel. Chaffney's face showed a sincere smile, but a trace of boredom flashed across her eyes. It couldn't be helped. Apart from AIE, you're the person I like the most. That was indeed the ranking in Chaffney's mind. However, if the full score was 100, AIE would have 99 points, no doubt the #1. Leel, on the other hand, had around 10 points, just a little higher than the average person. After all, toys that couldn't be obtained were the best. For example, AIE had been rebellious and unreasonable since she was young. Not only did she not make Chaffney feel annoyed, but she also liked her very much. As for toys that were too easy to obtain, one could play with them at first, but they would definitely get tired of them later on. For example, the other demons. Lyde respected Chaffney, Kamina and Chaffney were like jackals of the same lair, and Milu was innocent and would basically not disobey Chaffney. Although Chaffney treated them as dear sisters, it wasn't to the extent that she would be happy to be with them. Only AIE always acted like she was unwilling, seeing her as a ferocious tiger, which Chaffney actually liked. As for Sala, she wasn't someone that Chaffney could casually deal with. Therefore, Chaffney usually placed this elder sister off the list to make her special and to show her some respect. Leel was a good and obedient child. Therefore, Chaffney was actually a little tired of her. Perhaps this was the helplessness of succubi who got everything too easily. Unaware of all this, Leel showed a blissful expression as if she had received the highest praise. She didn't know that the master of her admiration had already drifted elsewhere. Let me see how many points you have, Hero Shuren. Chaffine turned around and looked at the hero who had landed at the city gate. Her eyes glowed brightly. In the next second, Chaffney disappeared on the spot. This is... At the same time, Shuren, who had landed outside the succubus city, seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. What's wrong? Lord? Beside him, Shajina froze and asked reflexively. As soon as she asked, Shajina also noticed. The surroundings seemed to have become quiet. This was an extremely strange feeling. It was as if this part of the world had turned into a paradise. Whether it was the air or the atmosphere, everything became extremely beautiful. She appeared in the sky all of a sudden. She made the world, in front of her, lose its color. Thud, it was the sound of a sword falling from a demon's hand and hitting the ground. The demons seemed to have fallen into a daze and seemed to have lost their souls. They stared blankly at the alluring figure in midair and didn't make any other movements. It wasn't just the demons. All living beings in front of Succubus City fell into the same state at this moment. Their faces were lifeless as if they had lost their souls. They only stared at the figure in midair and didn't have any other thoughts in their eyes. Even the sand scale people who had just arrived at Succubus City were the same. Shajina was the same. Even the demons were the same. They didn't even dare to make a sound and were lying on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion as they stared at the figure in midair. Sharon wanted to say something, wanted to do something, but he realized that he couldn't do it at all. It was as if his body was instinctively rejecting Sharon, causing Sharon to be unable to control himself. He stared at the figure in midair and couldn't look away at all. The world was silent. The world was silent. Everyone's gazes and even all the light in the world seemed to have gathered on the figure, making her undoubtedly the most dazzling and eye-catching existence. Hee, not long after, an incomparably clear chuckle sounded and entered everyone's ears. That chuckle had snatched away the future of countless lives. At this moment, everyone here had fallen into the enemy's hands. Fallen into her astonishing charm. He fell into that peerless beauty. But the culprit didn't care about it at all. Her eyes were only fixed on one person. Sharon was sure. She's looking at me? As this thought appeared in his mind, Sharon found that his heart was beating faster uncontrollably. Even when he first met Nyan and Rosie, he had never been in such a state. Sean didn't know what to say. His eyes stayed on the other party, and they looked at each other. He had to admit that she was a woman who could move countless people and make them go crazy. She had an angelic face. She had a devilish figure. She had a mature charm. She had an alluring temperament. Sharon had to admit that even he couldn't help but feel moved. Perhaps in terms of looks, she didn't surpass existences like Nyan and Rosie, but in terms of charm, she far surpassed them. If Nadura was said to be the most perfect woman, a goddess who could make all women yearn for and worship her, then this demon woman was the one who gathered all the attractiveness of a woman. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. No matter how outstanding a woman was, there would always be some quirks that people wouldn't like. However, this woman had violated this principle. It was as if she had grown into everyone's preferences. Her charm was unparalleled. She was succubus, chaff. Sean easily recognized the man's identity. Even if they had never met or interacted with each other before, they would still be able to recognize each other. Because other than this existence, no one else could possess such charm, temperament, and beauty. Because, except for this existence, no one else could have such charm, temperament, and beauty. At this moment, the peerless enchantress, who had captivated countless people, had appeared in this place. She appeared in front of Sharon. Swoosh, in the next second, she disappeared in the air. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Sharon. Everyone's gazes instantly converged on her. Their hearts sank at this moment. Come. The peerless succubus smiled at Sharon. Tell me, who are you? That gentle tone, that sweet voice, that alluring tone, and the opening and closing of her crimson lips all firmly affected everyone's soul. Therefore, everyone, including Sharona, had an impulse to reply, I am your servant. Yes. In that instant, everyone present was completely intoxicated by the enchantress's charm, and they willingly became her slaves. There was no other reason than that they had indeed been captured and enslaved. If the others were already like that, Sharon, who was facing the succubus, would probably be even worse. It couldn't be helped. With such a simple sentence, the deepest fantasies in everyone's hearts were stirred up. Sharon was no exception. Listening to the succubus' sexy, soft, and sweet tone, Sharon only felt his heart beating faster and faster, and the most seductive scene involuntarily emerged in his mind. He wanted to hug her. He wanted to kiss her. He wanted to press her under his body. In fact, he even wanted to trample and conquer the other party. This was the biggest reaction a normal man would have when seeing a succubus. Sharon was a normal man. Therefore, he couldn't be immune. If there was one thing in Sharon's mind that was different from others, it was that his delusions were even more outrageous. After all, he was a man with thousands of gigabytes of images in his mind. In that second, the thousands of gigabytes of images flashed in Sharon's mind. In the end, it stopped at the one that gave Sharon the most sense of accomplishment, and it was also what Sharon wanted the succubus to do the most. That was, call me daddy. Hence, the famous lines that made Sean the Brave leave his name in history uncontrollably burst out from his mouth. I am your daddy. When this line came out from Sharon's mouth, the world was destroyed. The smile on Chaff's face froze. All the demons who were captured by Xianxia's charm instantly woke up from their intoxication and froze on the spot. The scene was dead silent. However, it was different from the intoxicated silence from before. The silence this time was undeniably dead silence. "My lord, you," Xianxia looked at Shuren in disbelief. The rest of the people also looked at Shan with shock in their eyes. Even Shan shuddered in an instant and came back to his senses on the spot. He understood what he had done that would shock the world. Gulp, at that moment, Shuren couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The silence lasted for a long time just like that. After a long time, Shuren coughed and pretended to be calm. It was a slip of the tongue. "Why don't you go back first, and we'll do it again later?" He looked like a male protagonist who had read the wrong script. Just when the scene fell into dead silence again, a voice filled with monstrous anger resounded in the whole place. "Filthy, disrespectful, vulgar people. Go to hell." Accompanied by such an angry shout, a terrifying magic power shrouded the whole place. A figure with an unparalleled aura swept out from the charm city at an astonishing speed and suddenly attacked in Shuren's direction. Shuren's eyes narrowed, and he let the magic power in his body roll up without any hesitation. The next moment, the figure with an unparalleled aura swept in front of Shuren and blasted an earth-shattering blow at Shuren's head. Bang! The roar resounded through the sky. A violent shockwave suddenly appeared, like an avalanche attacking the surroundings. The ground cracked inch by inch. The atmosphere wailed. All the devils in the surroundings didn't even have time to react before they were swept away by the sudden shock wave, setting off a flurry of soldiers and horses. Suddenly, exclamations, screams, wails, and panic appeared in front of the gate of the charm city. This movement even alarmed the major tribes in the charm city, causing them to be in an uproar. One after another, they rushed out of the city and came over here. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the commotion would be. The aftermath of such a battle was definitely difficult to cause even a clash between legendary powerhouses. If the opponent didn't have any background and was just an ordinary legendary powerhouse, it was possible that he would be defeated by this blow. Unfortunately, this welcome ceremony is really flattering. Should I say, it's no wonder you're the charm demon leader of the 6 great demons? With such words, in the shock wave, Shuren's figure gradually appeared. His body was unscathed. "You." The attacking demons narrowed her eyes that were full of shock and anger. Upon a closer look, she was actually holding a huge steel spear in her hand. The tip of the steel spear was blasted out, showing a state of stabbing. This steel spear also flowed with gorgeous magic light. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The strength of the demons holding this steel spear could be said to be the highest of the legendary level, only one step away from the ultimate level. However, it was such an extraordinary powerhouse that was supposed to be unrivaled. The blow of the extraordinary steel spear in her hand was actually blocked. It was blocked by Shuren with one hand. "Give and explode." Shuren chanted in a low voice. Bang! Another rumble rang out, causing a violent explosion to appear in the field, forming the second wave of impact. However, this time, the shock wave was no longer just a shock wave, but a strong burst of flames. Ferocious flames suddenly appeared, ravaging the great earth, causing everything to be burned. In the surroundings, the already battered and exhausted devils once again let out cries of alarm and wails. The ground shattered again and even melted, turning into magma. Holding a huge steel spear that was even larger than her body, Leal flew out of the burst of flames. Covered in smoke and sparks, she landed on the ground, looking a little embarrassed. On the other hand, Shuren seemed to be bathed in flames. Not even a corner of his clothes was damaged. He slowly walked out. Tisk, Leal was speechless. No matter how despicable and shameless they are still brave and cannot be underestimated. This sentence was heard by Shuren. "So you know me?" Shuren raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, "However, I respectfully decline that despicable and shameless comment. Those who suddenly jump out and sneak attack others are usually more despicable and shameless, right?" "What did you say?" Leal's temper was obviously not small. She was instantly ignited. Unfortunately, Shuren was not someone who would be afraid of trouble. "I said, you are a despicable and shameless sneak attacker. What a waste of your looks." When Sharon's casual and natural sarcasm came out of his mouth, the silence came again. But this time it wasn't the silence of death. It was as if a storm was brewing. Leal's expression was gone. She was no longer angry or heavy. Instead, she looked at Kieran as if she was looking at a dead person, so calm that it was strange. Sharon's expression was gone as well when he saw Leal like that. This was because his external destiny gave him an extraordinary sixth sense, telling him that something dangerous seemed to be awakening. Leal looked at Sharon coldly and didn't say a word. However, her eyes began to emit an indescribable brilliance that no one knew about. Just as Leal's eyes shone with an unusual luster, a slender, ivory hand was placed on her shoulder. "Stop it, Leal." The sweet and alluring voice instantly dispersed the depressing atmosphere. Lady Chaffner, the luster in Leal's eyes froze. She turned around and looked at Chaffner beside her. Chaffner's calmness returned to her face and was replaced with a smile. However, Chaffner wasn't smiling at Leal, she was smiling at Sharon. It seemed like she was more interested in Sharon than before. Jealousy rose in Leal's heart right away. However, she didn't disobey Chaffner's order. No matter how jealous and hateful she would never disobey Chaffner's order. So, despite her unwillingness, Leal retracted her magic and dispersed the luster in her eyes. Sean immediately noticed that the dangerous thing he had just sensed seemed to have disappeared. It made Sharon look at Leal with a deep gaze. It seemed like Leal's behavior had caught Sharon's attention. Sharon didn't know that Chaffner's smile grew wider after seeing his reaction. This was the first time she had seen a man who could not bear to look at her and even ignore her existence after seeing her. This was the first time Chaffney had ever experienced such a thing. At this moment, seeing that everything had returned to normal, the surrounding demons finally recovered from the sudden development. Even the demons who heard the commotion and flew over from Succubus City were stunned when they saw Chaffner. "Greetings, Your Highness Succubus." The demons of Succubus City knelt down in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness Succubus." Xianxia and the other devils who had just arrived at the Charmed Demon City also knelt down in fear and trepidation. However, at the same time, the demons couldn't help but look at Chaffner. Be it men or women, all of them were infatuated by her beauty. Seeing the demons' reactions that couldn't be any more normal and seeing Sharon looking at Leal's expression, Chaffner suddenly had a new feeling in her heart. Under such circumstances, Chaffner didn't even pay attention to the demons around her. "You're Sharon, right?" Chaffner said to Sharon with great interest. "Interesting. I'll remember your name." "Yes." It was only at this moment that Chaffner truly remembered Sharon's name. Although she had heard about Sharon many times before, Chaffner didn't seriously remember his name before she met Sharon. It was only then that Chaffner repeated Sharon's name a few times, seriously memorizing it in her mind. Sharon finally looked at Chaffner. Looking at this charming succubus with a bright and moving smile, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Damn, this is really too much. This succubus is really poisonous. She can actually make my heart beat faster. No wonder she's considered the most beautiful woman in the entire Omnipotensen. If there was a goddess in this world who grasped the concept of beauty, that goddess would probably be this succubus, right? Of course, the Protoss would definitely not admit it. Sharon hurriedly went through the images of the study materials in his mind a few hundred times. After silently chanting "I'm not a pig and I don't want to be a bootlicker" a few thousand times, he finally forced himself to calm down. That's right, he forced himself. If he didn't do that, Sharon felt that he really might not be able to resist the temptation. Think about the protagonists in those novels. Which one of them didn't treat women like dirt? Sharon continuously hypnotized himself. He didn't want to become a bootlicker in those novels in his previous life, sucking up to the goddess whenever he saw her, only to be despised by her. After thinking about it this way, Sharon really did calm down. "Are you fine?" Sharon said bluntly. "I'm here for AIE." This was almost inhumane and without the slightest bit of politeness. It was really surprising. At least, the people present had never seen anyone who could be so calm and inhumane after seeing a succubus. "Sir," Xianxia also had a look of astonishment. She had always thought that Sharon came for the succubus and was an admirer of the succubus. In the end, as soon as he came to Succubus City, not only did he attract the main character, but he also didn't look intoxicated at all. He even faintly seemed to resist. In particular, the words "I'm your father" still echoed in Xianxia's mind. She still couldn't believe that Shuren would say such words in front of the succubus. How could Xianxia know that Shuren was suffering in silence? If he didn't make himself look more straightforward, he was afraid that he would be poisoned by the succubus. Unfortunately, others didn't know what he was thinking. How dare you be so rude to Lady Chafine? Liel couldn't help but fly into a rage again. However, Chafine pressed down on Liel's shoulder tightly and stared at Shuren's eyes brighter and brighter. I know you're here for AIE. Chafine stared straight at Shuren and said pitifully, but you don't have to be so anxious, do you? Don't you want to have a good chat with me first? That voice, that tone, made one's imagination run wild. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched, and an evil fire burned in his heart. At that moment, Shuren hurriedly spoke up. No need, this poor monk. Pfft, I don't get close to women. I only want to see AIE. This was a lie that could cause lightning to strike, but Shuren used it as an excuse. Pfft, Chafine couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was so beautiful that it caused everyone to stare at her and feel their mouths go dry. Even Liel was the same. She couldn't help but cast a loving gaze at Chafine. Shuren hurriedly averted his gaze and shouted in his heart. Babuda, please save me. This woman is really poisonous. Shuren felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. As it happened, Chafine came up to him and looked him up and down with a smile on her face. As far as I know, you have a princess who's known as the most beautiful woman of the human race as your fiancée. You also have many women around you. Is this called not getting close to women? Chafine's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons from happiness. Shuren looked away and even took a few steps back. You've misunderstood. Shuren said seriously, they all came to me on their own. I just reluctantly accepted them because it would be a waste not to take them. If Rosie and the others were here, they would definitely beat this bastard to death. Only Chafine became more and more excited. Then I also came to you on my own accord, right? Chafine extended a slender finger and pointed at her soft, rose-colored cheeks. She said pitifully, since it would be a waste not to take them, why don't you reluctantly accept me as well? Pfft. Shuren was about to vomit blood. Damn it, she really was a succubus. Who could stand it? Shuren wasn't the only one who couldn't stand it. Even the demons around them looked as if they were about to collapse. However, when they saw Chafine's beautiful smile and her pitiful gaze at Shuren, they silently looked at Shuren with jealousy, hatred, and even killing intent. Among them, Liel was the most furious. If not for Chafine's presence, she would have immediately attacked Shuren. Shuren instantly felt thousands of curse-like gazes on him. He felt a prickling sensation on his back. Why, you must be joking, Your Highness Succubus. Shuren could only laugh dryly as he continued to retreat. How do you know I'm joking? What if I'm serious? Chafine approached with a smile. You said it's just in case. Shuren continued to retreat with a stiff expression. It's impossible for others to even have a what if, but you're fine. Maybe I'll be tempted? Chafine's smile didn't falter as she approached. Seeing this, Shuren finally couldn't stand it anymore. Don't come any closer. She was a hero, yet she said such words as if she was a woman who was about to be forced. No, I'm coming. Not only was Chafine not discouraged, she even excitedly quickened her pace and approached Shuren. Whoosh, Shan teleported, disappearing from where he was and appearing in midair. Whoosh, unexpectedly, as if teleporting, Chafine once again appeared in front of Shuren. F***ck. Seeing that devastatingly beautiful face and fiery figure suddenly appear in front of him, Shuren's heart trembled. He couldn't help but curse. As if he'd encountered a ferocious tiger, he teleported again and disappeared. Hee hee. Chafine finally let out a heartfelt laugh and teleported to catch up to them. As a result, Shan and Chaffney's silhouettes continuously appeared and disappeared in the air, leaving traces of the two of them in the entire world. I'm warning you, don't come any closer. But I want to come. What should I do? I'm married. I don't mind. I'm your brother-in-law. Then I don't mind even more. I advise you to stop playing around. My self-control isn't as good as you think. If I really go crazy later, even I'll be afraid. Then I'd like to see you go crazy. Come on, hurry up and send it to me. Hee. Sharon's crazed screams and Shafine's bell-like laughter rang out. Everyone was speechless for a long time. On this day, all the demons in the succubus city started to doubt their lives. Seeing Chafine chasing Sharon with a smile on her face, they felt like they were dreaming. It couldn't be helped. Who was that succubus, the most beautiful existence in the Omnipotensen? She could even kick away the country that the emperor had personally offered, and she was the most beautiful woman in the world, such a devastatingly beautiful demonic person. On this day, not only did she personally appear at the city gate, she even chased a man all over the sky. If this wasn't a dream, how could such a thing happen? In particular, that man was running around with a face full of fear as if he had seen a man-eating demon. That was simply unimaginable. They could only think of one question after another. Who is he? What's his relationship with Her Highness Succubus? Why does Her Highness Succubus like him so much? While thinking of these unsolvable questions, the group of demons was once again envious and jealous to the point of going crazy. They didn't know who that man was and why Her Highness Succubus liked him so much. However, Her Highness Succubus was actually so fond of a man. Just this point alone was enough to make everyone present jealous. That man doesn't seem to be a demon. A human? To be able to fight with Lady Leal unscathed and have this teleportation ability, I'm afraid he's a rare human expert, right? When did such a young expert appear in the human race? Could it be that he is? Gradually, it seemed that some people had guessed Sharon's identity, and their expressions changed slightly. Especially the people of several powerful races in the succubus city, their eyes flickered slightly, and no one knew what they were thinking. Of course, some people only cared about the fact that Sharon and Chafine were playing. For example, Xianxia. What the hell is going on? Xianxia was completely at a loss and shocked. She didn't expect that Sharon, who she thought would have a hard time meeting Her Highness Succubus and entering the succubus castle as she wished, would actually become the person being chased by Her Highness Succubus. Apart from Xianxia, Leal also saw this scene, and her eyes were about to spit out fire. I've never seen Lady Chafine smile so happily. That damned hero. Leal was about to go crazy with jealousy. Sharon didn't know that at this moment, he had become the imaginary enemy of countless people, and many people even saw through his identity. He only knew that he was about to break down. God had mercy on him. He was not a gentleman, nor was he a virtuous person. Being chased by such a charming succubus, listening to her sweet laughter, and looking at her beautiful face that was constantly approaching him, Sean already felt like he was about to be captured. Right now, his mind was already filled with thoughts. He might as well submit to her, conquer her, press her under his body, ravage her, and taste this unparalleled beauty. However, his rationality told him that it was absolutely impossible for one of the 6 great demons, and the second most powerful being in the demon race, who was second only to the demon sovereign, to have some fun with him. Before coming here, Xianxia had said more than once that this succubus had mesmerized and broken countless people's hearts over the thousands of years, but she had never fallen in love with anyone. So, Sharon was sure that if he really became a man under her skirt, let alone having sex, he would probably be thrown to the side and gnaw on the mud. Bootlicker, bootlickicker, Sean absolutely did not want to become a pitiful supporting character in the eyes of Xianxia and countless people who knew about the legend of the succubus. He did not want to be a servant who was used to set off the charm of the succubus, nor did he want the future generations to say, a long, long time ago, even the fiancé of the most precious treasure of the kingdom, a dignified brave man, fell under the command of Her Highness the Succubus, but Her Highness the Succubus didn't treat him seriously. At this thought, the faces of several people flashed through Sharon's mind. There was Melika, there was Tyrika, there was Aie, and Rosie. When the faces of these beauties flashed through Sharon's mind, Sharon's heart, which had been struggling to not fall because of the succubus beauty and charm, finally calmed down completely. Then, give to fire. Sharon suddenly chanted a magic incantation and infused the air with the characteristics of fire. Boom, a wave of surging flames immediately burned. And it happened to engulf Xianxia, who had teleported. You. Xianxia hadn't expected something like this to happen. She was struck by the flames. Of course, these mere magic flames couldn't hurt Xianxia. Xianxia just shook her body with magic power, and the flames were extinguished. But when she looked at Shuren, her eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. Shuren actually attacked her. What? On the ground, countless devils who saw this scene immediately made an uproar. Lady Xianxia. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying aura erupted from her. She wanted to rush forward and blast Shan into pieces without saying a word. But at that moment, Chafine came to her senses. From his body, an invisible wave spread out, instantly shocking the entire crowd. Chafine looked at Shuren with surprise, confusion, and a little anger. You actually hit me? Chafine was in disbelief. She actually looked a little delicate and pitiful. Shuren cursed inwardly, but he had already calmed down. Shouldn't you hit me? Shuren snorted lightly and said, Do you really think I can't tell that you're playing with me? Chafine blinked. Indeed, she was playing with Shuren. Otherwise, would he really think that she was trying to seduce Shuren? She was a succubus, but she never took the initiative to seduce others. When others saw Xianxia, they would basically fall for her the moment they saw her. Thus, Xianxia didn't need to seduce others. She would naturally be loved and infatuated by others. She only treated Shuren like this because she found him interesting. She found his reaction refreshing, and her interest in him grew. Just now, she wanted to tease him. But Shuren had no obligation to play with her. I don't care if you're interested in me because of AIE or because of my identity. Shuren warned, I just want to say, don't think that you have special privileges just because you're a beauty. Perhaps others can tolerate your willfulness, but I'm definitely not one of them. If you ignore my thoughts and insist on playing with me, disregarding my inconvenience as long as you're happy, then next time, I won't just set you on fire. As he spoke, Shuren placed his hand on the holy sword at his waist. Using the ability of the external providence, he infused some magic into the holy sword and awakened some of the sealed holy sword's power. Holy ripples immediately flashed across Shan's body, causing Chaff's eyes to flash. All of the demons on the ground felt as if they had sensed something terrifying. A chill ran down their spines, and for a split second, a sense of fear flashed through their hearts. This situation not only shocked the demons, but also the expression of Liu, who had been yelling about killing, changed, and her body tensed up. The scene was immediately greeted with silence for the umpteenth time. Chaffin stared at Shuren, and the interested smile on her face disappeared. However, Chaffin's gaze on Shuren was even more serious than before. Before, Chaffin had only treated Shuren as an interesting toy. Now, this succubus finally saw him as an equal and saw him in her eyes. How many years has it been? Chaffin muttered, I don't even know how many years it's been since I've been rejected and threatened like this. Despite saying this, Chaffin did not seem angry at all. It seems that my sisters see you in a different light. It's not without reason. Chaffin smiled again. This time, it was not the charming smile from before, nor was it a smile that felt like she was having fun. Instead, it was a smile that she had not felt in a long time. It was a smile that she had not felt in a long time. All right. She shrugged her slender shoulders and said, seeing that you even dared to attack me, I'll give you 90 points. At this moment, the ranking in Chaffin's heart changed. In first place was still Chaffin's most beloved sister, I. However, in second place was no longer Liu, who only had 10 points. Instead, it was the man she had just met. This was also the first man in history to reach 90 points and enter the top 3 in Chaffin's heart. One had to know that even Hero Mitra had only been given 10 points by Chaffner back then. If not for the fact that Chaffn had never met Mitra face to face, her score might have been even lower. After all, Chaffn did not believe that the hero could ignore her charm. If the hero, who was so infatuated with the elf queen Sophie, saw Chaffn, he might fall for her as well. Chaffai never cared about a toy that could easily fall into someone else's hands. Shuren did not know any of this. All he knew was that this woman had finally stopped. Phew, Shan immediately wiped his forehead subconsciously, as if wiping away the non-existent cold sweat, and heaved a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had persevered. Otherwise, he would have become the most shameful transmigrator in history. Which transmigrator would fall under a woman's skirt the first time they met? If that really happened, even Shuren felt that he had embarrassed his seniors. "Come with me," Chaffin said to Shuren, then disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Shuren raised his eyebrows and said to Xianxia below, "I'm leaving. See you again." With that, Shuren also disappeared. Lady Chaffin. Leal hurriedly followed. Only the group of demons remained. They looked at each other, some feeling melancholy for the succubus' departure, while others had their own thoughts. Lady Xianxia also felt a sense of loss. "I wonder if I'll ever see him again in the future." Just as Sean left with Chaffney, the incident that happened in front of the succubus city spread through the entire succubus city after a period of word of mouth. Countless races in succubus city knew that a human powerhouse had entered the city today. Moreover, this powerhouse even alarmed Her Highness Succubus. It seemed that Her Highness Succubus was very fond of him. Once this news spread, the whole city was in an uproar. Her Highness Succubus actually paid so much attention to a human? She even took the initiative to approach him? Impossible. He's just a human. What right does Her Highness have to be so fond of him? This was what most people thought. As one of the most powerful groups in the succubus territory, the existences gathered in the succubus territory were undoubtedly the subjects of the succubus. Because they were so close to succubus, most people in succubus city had seen succubus at least once or twice in their long lives. And those who had seen succubus were naturally all captivated by her, whether they were men or women. It could be said that succubus was the highest faith of the people here. She was the object of their greatest longing, worship, love, and even passion. They did not expect to be favored by Her Highness. They only hoped to see her a few more times. For this reason, countless demons collected portraits or images of succubus to alleviate the pain of lovesickness. Succubus was the goddess in countless people's hearts, even the lover of their dreams. Now that they were told that their most beloved goddess was actually happy with a human, the commotion caused was definitely greater than when Shuren was about to become Rosie's fiancé. Even the almighties of the powerful clans lost their composure because of this. Who is that human? He shouldn't be an ordinary human to be able to attract Her Highness's interest, right? I'd like to see who exactly that human is. Some people began to investigate Shuren with this idea. That human, could he be? Most likely. Apart from an existence like that, what other human powerhouse could attract Her Highness Succubus's attention? Some people had already guessed Shuren's identity and began to ponder. Some of them had even begun to act, preparing to do something irrational. Among them, this included the people around Succubus. Thus, the commotion continued to spread. Both those who had intentions and those who had no intentions also began to take action. At this time, Shuren followed Succubus to Succubus Castle. This was the Succubus Palace, or rather, their personal residence. Standing at the highest point of the Succubus city, this high castle also served as the center of power for the Succubus territory and the Succubus city. Only the cadres and subordinates of the Succubus who were responsible for managing the territory and the city were qualified to enter and exit freely. As for the rest, unless they had special permission, it was impossible for them to enter. There were even 2 guards at the gate of the castle. The 2 guards were as tall as giants. They were at least 10 meters tall and sat in front of the gate like 2 huge statues. They held huge steel spears in their hands and their faces were filled with solemnity. If one were to sense carefully, one would discover that the levels of these 2 guards were ridiculously high. Both. Succubus City. Level. These 2 guards were legendary powerhouses. Lady Succubus. Lady Succubus. When Succubus appeared with Shuren, the 2 statue-like guards actually moved. With a loud rumble, they respectfully knelt down on one knee towards Succubus. The commotion and the loud noise showed how extraordinary they were. Wow, Shuren was dumbfounded. Logically speaking, he had never seen such a big person before, not to mention that they were genuine legendary powerhouses. Succubus ignored them and introduced them to Shuren. They are the only 2 legendary powerhouses of the rock giant race. They are also 2 of my 8 subordinates. Impressive, right? Chaffine seemed to be showing off something to Sean as she said this with a smile. Rock giant race? Shuren looked at Succubus in confusion. He was caught off guard when he saw her beautiful face full of smiles. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked away. Haven't you heard of the rock giant race? Xianxia did not know if she had noticed, but she covered her mouth and giggled. They are the most sparsely populated race in the realm of devils. There are probably only a few dozen of them in total, but they can naturally reach level 80 as soon as they reach adulthood. If not for the fact that there are so few of them and they can't reach adulthood in less than 1,000 years, they would definitely be able to compete with dragons. The only two legendary powerhouses of such a powerful race had become succubus subordinates. You actually let your subordinates guard the door here? Shuren was speechless. Unexpectedly, before Succubus could say anything, the two rock giants spoke first. It is our honor to guard the door for Lady Succubus. Puny lifeforms, don't you dare insult us. The rock giants seemed to roar angrily, their voices deafening. Shuren only felt his ears ring. He was almost scared to death by the loud noise. That's what they said. Succubus' expression was the same as usual. She seemed to be very happy to see Shuren embarrass himself, her eyes filled with craftiness. You two big idiots. Shuren could only pick his ears and roll his eyes. The rock giants were instantly enraged. Who are you? You don't look like demons. How dare you get so close to Lady Succubus? Damn it. A terrifying aura rose from the bodies of the two stone giants. It was as if a heavy mountain had fallen from the sky and landed on his body, causing Shuren's shoulders to sink slightly. However, almost instantly, Shuren's shoulders returned to normal, and he looked extremely calm. Huh? The two rock giants exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, they had not expected that such a small human would be able to withstand the aura released by the two of them. Shuren ignored the two rock giants' reactions and looked at Succubus. You didn't ask me to come with you because you wanted someone else to take me down a notch, did you? The way Shuren looked at Succubus gradually became unfriendly. If I really wanted to take you down a notch, I would have done it long ago. Why did I have to take such a big detour and ask someone else to do it? Succubus seemed to enjoy Shuren's hostility towards her. She nodded in satisfaction and continued to smile without getting angry. That's true, Shuren felt that it made sense and relaxed his brows. On the other hand, the two rock giants' expressions changed. Not only did they not restrain their aura, but they also became even more aggressive. There was no other reason. Lady Succubus seems very happy. Does Her Highness like this human? When these two sentences flashed through the two rock giants' minds, their stone-like eyes could not help but burst out with jealousy and hatred. The two of them could not help but unleash their full power to suppress Shan. Feeling the pressure that was getting heavier and heavier, Shuren's relaxed brows furrowed once more. Thus, Shuren looked at the two rock giants, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The two rock giants seemed to be suddenly targeted by some terrifying beast, and their bodies stiffened. The rock giants looked at Shuren in bewilderment. Bathed in this gaze, Shuren gradually restrained the magic that was about to break out of his body. What are you trying to do? Shuren's tone started to become displeased. His tone was naturally directed at Succubus. Chafine had been watching the show from the side. She didn't say anything to stop it. She just watched with interest. This gloating and desiring to see the world in chaos really made Shuren furious. Succubus, however, had an innocent expression. I didn't order them to do this. Succubus explained pitifully. Unfortunately, Shuren didn't fall for it. I told you not to play tricks on me just because you think it's fun, right? Shuren took a deep breath, glanced at Succubus, and turned to leave. Seeing this, the innocent and pitiful expression on Chafney's face disappeared completely. Wait. Succubus hurriedly grabbed Shuren's hand and said helplessly, All right, it's my fault. I can't help but tease you, but I didn't expect you to have such a bad temper. It's comparable to AIE's. No wonder you like each other. Sorry, I have such a bad temper, Shuren said as he hurriedly retracted his hand, his heart racing. This succubus hand was smoother than jade and softer than cotton. It felt so good to the touch that Shuren felt a numbing sensation, as if he had been electrocuted. It could only be said that as expected of a succubus, everything on her body had unparalleled allure and attraction. Shuren was a little worried that if he stayed with such a poisonous woman, he would unknowingly fall for her. Could it be that this is her purpose? Sean's gaze towards Chaffin was filled with vigilance. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the look in his eyes, as if he was guarding against a thief. You and my little AIE are a couple, right? Even the way you're wary of me is almost the same. Wasn't that right? One had to know that AIE saw Succubus as a fierce tiger and was extremely wary of her. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that Succubus did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, in Succubus' heart, Shuren's score had unknowingly increased by 2 points, becoming 92. This man was really interesting, just like AIE. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Succubus' face again. Let's go to my sister's place. Succubus once again stretched out her hand towards Shuren. What are you doing? Shuren hurriedly dodged. Nothing much. Chaffin blinked and said, I just want to take you back for a chat. Talk? Then don't touch me. Shuren was still full of vigilance as he said, also, I don't want to chat with you. I just want to quickly get in touch with AIE and get her to come pick me up. Shuren did not want to stay in this Succubus territory for even a moment longer. Don't worry, someone will come pick you up. Succubus acted as if she could not hear Shuren's anxiousness and said leisurely, AIE has already spoken to her sisters. Right now, the 6 demons are all looking for you. Is that so? Only then did Shuren become a little more spirited. He hurriedly asked, then have you found the person who traveled with me? Well, I guess you've found her. Succubus smiled lightly and said, your little precious dragon just happened to fall into the dragon demon territory and was seen by AIE's subordinates. AIE should have gone to pick her up by now. That cadre of AIE's called Jacinta is also fine. Although he fell into the ghost demon territory, he's not a hothead in the demon world. When he finds the magical twins that have been following him, he'll go back by himself. And that little evil god, she's also fine. It's just that she fell into the poison demon territory. It's said that she's rushing around anxiously, attracting the attention of countless races along the way. She's been surrounded many times, but she annihilated all the demons that blocked her way, causing a huge commotion. It's said that Kamina is very angry. I reckon that she'll run over herself and exchange a few blows with that little evil god? Succubus's casual words made Shuren feel quite at ease at first, but the latter part made Shuren's heart jump again. Poison demon Kamina? Shuren frowned and said, will she attack Lilith? Probably, Succubus said indifferently. Kamina's temper is no less than yours and little AIE's. That evil god is so unscrupulous in her territory, it would be strange if she didn't explode. Chaff didn't mind and said, Kamina's temper is not below yours and little AIE's. Hearing this, Shuren was silent for a while. Then, his tightly furrowed eyebrows suddenly relaxed. Why? Succubus wanted to tease Shuren again. She said patiently, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Shuren replied calmly, I know Lilith's strength the best. In a one-on-one situation, unless it's the moon demon Selah, no one can easily hurt her. That's because you don't know how terrifying Kamina is. Succubus deliberately tried to incite Shuren. She's the poison demon. Every part of her body is poisonous, and she can create violent poisons at will. Even a transcendent existence can't ignore her poison. Even a single drop of her poison can turn the land into a land of death. One step is enough to take someone's life. This was the poison demon's ability, a terrifying power that made countless people tremble in fear. However, I believe that she can't do anything to Lilith. Sean's words were resolute and decisive. You're that confident? Succubus stared at Shuren. Her eyes flickered, and she smiled. Then let's see if my sister is stronger or that little evil god beside you is stronger. With that, Succubus grabbed Shuren's hand at lightning speed. Now, you should come in with me and accompany me to relieve my boredom. Succubus happily pulled Shuren into the Succubus castle. Wait. Let me go by myself. Shuren's voice was unusually loud. The rock giant brothers, who were ignored, were flustered. What's going on? We're being ignored. Who is that human? Why is he so close to Her Highness? The rock giant brothers looked at each other in confusion. Madam Succubus. A streak of light flew over and also ignored the rock giant brothers, rushing into the succubus castle. The rock giant brothers started to doubt their lives. Are we not strong enough? How can we ignore this? The top floor of the succubus castle. This was the highest place in the succubus castle, but it was only a living space for one person. Apart from the huge conference hall in the middle of the top floor, the rest of the place was mostly restaurants, baths, and personal entertainment facilities. At first glance, it looked like an extremely luxurious residential area. But there was only one person who used these places. That was the master of the succubus castle, the master of the succubus territory, and the succubus herself. At this moment, the succubus Xianxia returned to this floor and entered her room. Of course, she also brought Xianxia here. Bang! With a small muffled sound, Xianxia, who entered the room, fell onto an extremely soft bed. He didn't do it himself, but someone pushed him onto the bed without saying a word. Lying on the bed, Xianxia's face was full of disbelief and uncertainty. He couldn't believe that the other party had actually done such a thing. He couldn't help but think about it. Smelling the incomparably sweet fragrance of the soft bed, Xianxia had to admit that all that was left in his head was pink reverie. Hee. On the other hand, Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who had fallen onto her bed, and put on her most playful smile so far as she approached him maliciously. What are you doing? Xianxia couldn't help but move back, and even hugged himself, his face full of horror. He looked like a little girl who was about to be tied up and forked. Xianxia ignored Xianxia's horrified expression and climbed onto the bed. That movement displayed the sexy body of this beautiful succubus vividly. Even from Xianxia's angle, he could see the high perky buttocks and the incomparably seductive slender waist. Coupled with her two long white legs, the succubus's movement was so captivating. Xianxia was sure that if someone saw this succubus make such a pose from behind, they wouldn't be able to help but go berserk and directly pounce on her. Even Xianxia himself was more and more shaken, and he had the urge to just give in. But he had a feeling that if he pounced on her, he would most likely lose his life. Even if he didn't die, he would completely fall into her infinite charm, and in the end, completely forget about Rosie, Ter, Aie, Marika, and the others. Even if this woman was just an ordinary person, she could rely on her charm to make the world fall into her hands. Xianxia was really a little afraid of this poisonous succubus, so he struggled in his heart. Seeing Xianxia like this, Xianxia smiled even more brightly. Don't resist. Hurry up and submit to me. Let me see. Xianxia's words almost made Xian vomit blood. Xianxia's voice trembled. What do you want to see? Of course it's the thick and big thing on your waist. Pooh. This time, Xianxia wanted. This time, Xian did not want to vomit blood. He wanted to spit blood. However, what spurted out was not the qi and blood in his heart, but the nosebleed that he had been holding back for a long time. Xianxia could only try to stop himself with his last bit of shame. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had a look of disdain on her face. What does it have to do with me whether you are that kind of person or not? Xianxia said disdainfully, besides, no matter who you are, now that you're in my hands, I can do whatever I want. You're quite confident. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Do you really think I won't dare to make a move? You can make a move. Xianxia smiled sweetly. Instead of being shocked, she said happily, if you don't resist at all, it'll be boring. Xianxia looked at Xianxia like he was looking at a resentful wife in his prime. He didn't expect this succubus to be this kind of person. Didn't people say that she was very noble? Didn't everyone yearn for her, adore her, dream about her, and even give up everything just to make her smile? It was said that she didn't even care about the country that the emperor personally offered. Countless famous heroes were also willing to betray their race to fight for her, but she also heartlessly refused. So this was the true face of such a stunner? Xianxia was indignant. In his grief and indignation, Xianxia even wanted to remind her that he was her brother-in-law, and that she was letting Aie down. However, Xianxia couldn't help but recall the previous conversation. I'm a married man. I don't mind. I'm your brother-in-law. Then I don't mind. Damn, this couldn't be used as an excuse at all. It might even make her more excited. Just as Shuren was filled with grief and indignation, Chafine suddenly attacked while he was unprepared. Gotcha. The next second, Chafine let out a surprised voice. Shuren couldn't help but tremble, and the grief and indignation in his heart turned into disappointment. In the end, she still got him. Sorry, Rosie. Sorry, Aie. Sorry, Ter. Sorry, Melika. I'm about to, want. Shuren suddenly stopped trembling. That was because he didn't feel any part of his body being touched. Instead, a metallic sound came from his waist. That was the feeling of the holy sword at his waist being taken away by a fair and slender hand. Is this your holy sword? Holding the sealed holy sword, Shafine's eyes were full of curiosity. Seeing this, the corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. So this fellow wanted to see the holy sword, then she should have just said it out loud. Why did she have to do so many things that would make people think of her? F***ck. Shuren snorted. Chafine didn't care. Big sister and little Aie both praised you to the heavens. I want to see how capable a hero like you are. Saying this, Shafine's hand swept across the holy sword. Clang. 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 This was the sound caused by the 3 sealing rings falling to the ground. Chafine had used her immense power to directly erase the seal on the holy sword. Clang. In the next instant, a resplendent radiance bloomed from the holy sword, filling the entire room. Hiss. Shafine's hand holding the holy sword was burned by the holy power, and smoke rose from it. Shafine's expression changed, and she involuntarily let go of the holy sword in her hand. The holy sword immediately fell, but it suddenly paused as if it had a life of its own. With a turn, it darted back into Shuren's hand and burrowed into Shuren's palm. Just like that, the holy sword returned to its owner's hand. However, the holy light flowing around the sword was still so resplendent and dazzling, causing Shafine's eyes to flicker. Only then did Shuren realize what was going on. You aren't an idiot, are you? Shuren looked at Chafine as if he was looking at a child in need of love. That gaze really made Chafine's mood a little ugly. Who's an idiot? Shafine's expression was dissatisfied. Look, aren't you one? Shuren pointed at Chafine and said very straightforwardly, if you're not an idiot, why would you do something so stupid? Everyone knew that the holy sword was the bane of demons. Its power was the most effective against demons in this world. Ordinary demons would die upon contact, and even undying demons would be killed by the holy sword. Even if it was the demon king, it would be fine if he wasn't pierced by the holy sword, but once he was, he would die without a doubt. Hero Mitra was only able to kill the demon king thanks to Omnis' help, which allowed him to pierce through the demon king's heart with the holy sword. Otherwise, as a hero of the same level as Lita's, he wouldn't be a match for the demon king. Under such circumstances, Chafine had actually taken the initiative to undo the seal on the holy sword. She was clearly a demon, but she had touched the holy sword directly. It was obvious what the consequences would be, right, and yet, she had done so. From Shuren's point of view, she had done something stupid. But, you're the one who's stupid. Chafine covered her scalded hand and said in annoyance, who knew that you're such a pervert? Hey! Shuren was unwilling and directly said, are you so embarrassed that you're starting to attack me? Do you think I'm just spouting nonsense? Chafine was so angry that she laughed, I'm not that senseless. After saying this, Chafine glanced at the holy sword in Shuren's hand. Although the hero's holy sword can counter demons, its true power will only be revealed when the hero himself reaches the transcendent level, which is our level. Before reaching the transcendent level, its power is limited. Aie had also mentioned this before. When the hero himself reached the transcendent level, the hero's holy sword would also undergo a transformation. It would become a crystallization of power on the same level as the supreme god and the demon king. That kind of holy sword was the strongest weapon in the truest sense. It could even suppress the demon king, and the people of the demon race were simply powerless to resist. However, before the hero himself reached the transcendent level, the holy sword's legendary power would only be revealed. Such a holy sword is naturally the most terrifying weapon to ordinary demons. However, it is not a threat to us demons who have already reached the transcendent level. Chafine said with certainty. Back then, before Mitra reached the transcendent level, his holy sword was also unable to deal any damage to us demons. Therefore, before Shuren had reached the transcendent level, the holy sword should not be a threat to demons. At least, that was what Chafine thought. Others would think the same. However, the reality was that even though Shuren had not reached the transcendent level, his holy sword could already harm Chafine. What did this mean? It means that your holy sword is extremely powerful. It's so powerful that even Mitra cannot compare to it. Even if the hero himself has not reached the transcendent level, it can still threaten transcendent existences. Chafine looked deeply at Shuren. The strength of the holy sword represents the hero's potential and talent. The more potential and talent a hero had, the stronger their holy sword would be. Conversely, the holy sword would be weaker. That was why Chafine wanted to see Shuren's holy sword. She wanted to judge Shuren's future and potential through the strength of the holy sword. The results shocked Chafine. You have such strength even before reaching the transcendent level. If you reach the transcendent level, how strong will the sword become? How strong will you become? Just thinking about it makes me afraid. As Chafine spoke, her gaze swept across Shuren's body. Seeing this, Shuren's heart clenched. Don't tell me you want to put justice before family? Sean's eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at Chafine. What do you mean by putting justice before family? Chafine smiled like a flower. You're not my family. I'm your brother-in-law, Shuren hurriedly reminded her. You're not married yet, Chafine reminded her gently. Haven't married your sister, Shuren was annoyed and corrected her. If we're going to marry, it's your sister who's going to marry my family. It's all the same, Chafine said with a smile. In any case, you're a dangerous hero, even more dangerous than Mitra. If you're allowed to grow, you'll be a huge threat to us. You just need to know this. Hearing this, Shuren was speechless. Could this succubus really be planning to destroy him and strangle him, a hero with unlimited potential, in the cradle? Interesting, if you can do it, you can come and try. Shuren said. You don't think I don't dare, do you? Chafine was still smiling, but her eyes had turned cold. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure shrouded Sean's body. Shuren's shoulders sank, and then he suddenly straightened them. Clang, the radiance of the holy sword shone brightly. Bang, dazzling flames also ignited on Shuren's body. Without any hesitation, Shuren fully activated the samsara mandate, allowing the mana in his body to quickly burn and fill his body. As a result, Shuren's aura continued to soar. In the end, it forcibly increased by 10 times, and he stood on equal footing with Chafine. This time, Chafine was astonished. But Shuren laughed. You think I'm at your mercy just because I haven't transcended? Shuren stared straight at Chafine. You haven't read many novels, have you? Novels? Chafine was slightly stunned. That's right, Shuren said calmly. If you read enough novels, you'll understand a principle. What principle? All protagonists can challenge those of a higher level. That's the basic setting. Chafine was speechless. On the other hand, Sean took the opportunity to stop the samsara destiny and let the burning mana in his body calm down. After all, Shuren's samsara mandate had a time limit. This fatal weakness couldn't be seen by this succubus. So, he just needed to use it to scare her. It would be best if he didn't reveal anything. But just as this thought flashed through Shuren's mind, Chafine suddenly spoke. You just forcibly increased your strength. It must have consumed a lot of energy, right? These words made Shuren's heart jump. Chafine immediately laughed again. She laughed very happily. If you don't even have this much endurance, you won't be able to satisfy me. Chafine said in a sweet voice. Shuren was completely defeated. Seeing Shuren's lifeless expression, Chafine still smiled. Her eyes seemed to contain a smile, and the way she looked at Shuren was completely different from before. After all, in the past, all the men that had seen her were either in a daze and didn't have the slightest bit of self-control in front of her, or they were at her beck and call, putting on airs, and even flattering her. They didn't dare to lose their composure at all. At first, Chafine felt that these people were interesting and would tease them a little. However, after tens of thousands of years, everyone around her was like this. Naturally, Xianxia was completely fed up. In front of Xianxia, even the goddesses of the Protoss would lose their composure. There were probably less than 10 people in the Omnipotensen who could maintain their composure in front of a succubus, maintain their true nature, and naturally face Xianxia. These people were either the 3 goddesses of the Protoss or the sisters of the demons. Only when she was in front of them could she still relax and interact with them. Everyone else could no longer attract her attention. This was also why Xianxia liked to play and had a more entertaining attitude. She truly felt that everything in this world was very boring. Her situation was somewhat similar to that of the High God Omnis. The High God Omnis was an omnipotent existence. She could easily create and obtain everything, so she naturally did not pay much attention to things that were easily obtained. Xianxia, on the other hand, would be willing to give things to her if she wanted them. There was almost no one who would refuse her, so she felt that most things in this world were very boring. What she liked most were things that could not be easily obtained. So, she liked Aie very much. Aie always resisted her unwillingly and was very dissatisfied with her. She would show it directly and would never hide it, which made Xianxia feel that it was very interesting. Although the other sisters were also calm in front of Xianxia, as the second daughter of the 6 demons, the younger sisters all respected her very much. The eldest sister also valued all of her opinions and wishes. Simply put, she would indulge her in most situations. So, although she had a good relationship with the other sisters, she still liked Aie the most. As for the Protoss 3 goddesses, they had been enemies for a long time. They did not want to be enemies with Xianxia out of their own will. Instead, it was because of their own standpoint. Xianxia had her own standpoint as well. Xianxia had always kept a respectful distance from the Protoss 3 goddesses, so she naturally did not like them that much. Originally, Xianxia had thought that apart from these existences on the same level as her, there was no one else in this world who could satisfy her preferences. Who would have thought that apart from these existences that were on the same level as her, there would not be anyone else in this world who could satisfy her preferences? Xianxia could tell that the other party was also intimidated by her charm and had shown signs of wavering several times. However, he seemed to be very resistant to this wavering. He did not want to become Xianxia's captive, and he tried his best to stay away from her. This was the first time Xianxia had seen something like this. In addition, although the man had wavered and resisted, his words and actions had never changed. It was clear that he was facing Xianxia with his true nature. He did not hide himself just because Xianxia was the number 1 beauty in Omnipotensen. He was pretending to be a gentleman or afraid. Xianxia could not help but feel happy. At that moment, Xianxia more or less understood why her unreasonable sister liked this hero so much. Her sister also said that he was very special. Xianxia silently added another 3 points to him in her heart, giving him a rating of 95. Xianxia silently gave him another 3 points in her heart, giving him a rating of 95. Until now, no one of the opposite sex had ever received such an evaluation in Xianxia's heart. Until now, no one of the opposite sex had ever received such an evaluation in Xianxia's heart. However, his background is definitely not simple. Xianxia fell into deep thought. After 1,000 years, why had the hero been summoned again? This hero had such an astonishing holy sword and such astonishing potential that even Mitra could not compare to him. Was this a coincidence, or was there another reason? If such an existence really stepped into the realm of transcendence, apart from the one who had retired, who else in the Omnipotensen could stop him, when he became the most influential existence in this world? What kind of interference would he bring to this world that had been peaceful for 1,000 years? Thinking about this, Xianxia suddenly understood. Big Sister's marriage between Little Ai and this hero was probably not only to appease the shock that the hero would bring to the demons, but also to seek some protection for the demons in the future, right? Things were no longer the same now. In times of peace, the hero might still be the natural enemy of the demons, but he was no longer an irreversible enemy. If the demons could break free from the shackles of the past and not fight to the death with the hero like they had done in the past, instead building a good relationship with the hero and befriending him, then even if something really happened in the future, the hero would still consider the demons. Others might hold a grudge against the demons because of the war in the past, but the hero would not. Since ancient times, all braves had a common trait, and that was that they valued relationships very much. This hero before her might be very special, but from the rumors about him and his opinion of Ai, it could be seen that he was also the same. In that case, befriending him might not be a bad thing. Of course, the prerequisite was that Ai also liked him and did not resist this matter. Otherwise, Sela would not have betrayed her little sister's life for such a purpose. It's just that I never thought that the demons, would also get married one day. The world is truly unpredictable. Chafine could not help but sigh. For tens of thousands of years, although the 6 great demons were all women whose names shook the world, and each of them was more beautiful than the last, they had never considered marriage. Even Chafine, who was loved by countless people and pursued by countless people, was the same. In this world, there was no one of the opposite sex who was worthy of them and worthy of their attention. Even among the heroes, how many were able to reach the transcendent level? Unfortunately, the heroes were the natural enemies of the demons. Thousands of years ago, when the war had never stopped, it was impossible for them to have any relations with the demons. Even the few heroes who had been bewitched by Chafine ended up becoming enemies with the demons due to various reasons. It was impossible for them to have any relations with Chafine. Chafine herself did not like anyone else. It was still the same saying. Those who easily fell in front of her did not even have the right to be looked at. Even the 3 goddesses had never liked anyone of the opposite sex. Firstly, they did not have such desires, and secondly, the Protoss were even more noble and lived longer than the elves. It was impossible for them to have any relations with males of other races. As such, Chafine had never thought that one of the demons would one day be prepared to marry someone. With these thoughts in mind, Chafine could not help but suddenly ask Shuren a question. Do you like Ai? Chafine looked straight at Shuren. Shuren was stunned. But when Shan saw Chafine's piercing gaze and extremely serious attitude, he did not even think about it and answered directly. I do. There was no doubt about this. Why? Chafine did not expect Shuren to answer so firmly. She was a little surprised and said, although my Ai is very cute and has big breasts, the corner of Shuren's eye twitched. However, before Shuren could express his opinion, Chafine continued. If we ignore the factor of appearance, then there should be nothing that people like about my Ai, right? She has a bad temper and is unreasonable. All she does is sleep all day. She probably won't even be willing to accompany you, let alone go on a date. Why would you like a girl like her? Chafine said. Hearing this, Shuren fell silent. After a while, Shuren said indifferently. Indeed, that girl has a bad temper and is quite unreasonable. She would not even look at people who are not interested in her. Even if many people die in front of her, she would probably continue to watch from the sidelines, but, I'm not in that range. Shuren threw out such a sentence. What? Chafine was stunned. Seeing this, Shuren smiled. That girl has never shown her bad temper in front of me. Although she is often angry, in the end, she will always listen to me. That girl has never shown her unreasonable temper to me. Even if she looks unwilling, once I have a request, she will reluctantly agree. She may not look at others, but she has always been watching me, watching my performance. She may coldly watch others die, but she will not allow anyone to touch me. She has even said more than once that if anyone dares to touch me, she will help me get back at them. Shuren said to Chafine. Let me ask you, if I don't like such a girl, then who else can I like? Shan's question left Chafine in a daze for a long time. Then, Chafine remembered what happened in the meeting a few days ago. At that time, Ai made such a declaration to herself and the others. Let me make it clear to you first. That hero is my man, don't think about doing anything to him. This was the first time Chafine saw Ai showing such obvious favoritism and protection. Moreover, the hero was a hero who should be the greatest enemy of the demons. In the past, Ai deeply hated the existence of heroes, believing that their existence was a huge threat to the demons and could not be ignored. Because of this, she personally killed 2 heroes, strangling them in the cradle. Therefore, when Ai made such a declaration and sided with a hero, to be honest, both Chafine and Kamina were surprised. Chafine was even worried that Ai might have been deceived or bewitched by the hero. Because of this, Xiaofin's thoughts about Shuren were actually half curiosity and half vigilance. But now, looking at Shuren's calm and indifferent smile, Xiaofin suddenly felt that her worries were unnecessary. Her sister attached great importance to this hero, to the point that it made her jealous. But at the same time, this hero's love for her sister was no less than her sister's. What if one day, we demons and the Protoss start a war again? Xiaofin asked the most difficult question in this world to answer. She wanted to know which side this hero in front of her would stand on. However, Shuren raised his eyebrows. What does that have to do with me? Shuren's resolute words stunned Xiaofin. It has nothing to do with you? Xiaofin almost couldn't react. But this was Shuren's truest thought. My relationship with AIE is indeed not ordinary, but that doesn't mean that I'm on good terms with you demons. Shuren said with a faint smile, if AIE is bullied by any of the Protoss, I naturally won't sit back and watch. But if the demons are in trouble, what does that have to do with me? Shuren's answer could be said to be out of Xiaofin's expectations. He actually considered AIE and the demons separately, which was something that Xiaofin didn't expect. This made Xiaofin somewhat unhappy. Don't forget, AIE is a demon, our sister. Xiaofin emphasized. So what? Shuren said bluntly, she's your sister, not me. It's natural for me to help her, and it's also reasonable for me to help you. But if you want me to work like a horse for you and fight against the Protoss because of this, I'm sorry, I really don't have such a good relationship with you. It had to be said that this was very direct and realistic, but it also made a lot of sense. Among the demons, only AIE was the one that Shuren cared about the most. As for the others, there weren't many that he cared about enough to change his stance. It was true that Shuren had some friendship with Sala, Reed, and Milu, but it was only a little. This little friendship wasn't enough for a hero like Shuren to betray the demons and help the demons fight against the Protoss and humans. Or do you think that I'll be like those heroes who betrayed their race to fight for you on the battlefield but were ignored by you and become your bootlicker? Shuren shrugged and said, you're indeed good-looking, but in this world, there are some things that you can't get just because you're good-looking. These words caused Xiaofin to stare at Shuren in a daze. The look in his eyes was exceptionally inexplicable. There are some things that you can't get just because you're good-looking. Xiaofin murmured this sentence. This sentence touched Xiaofin, who found most things in the world boring, because people would willingly give it to her if she wanted something. There was almost no one who would refuse her, so she felt that most things in the world were very boring. Sean didn't know that, so he just kept talking. Don't think that I'll act the way you think just because I became a hero. Regardless of whether I'm a hero or not, I have my own thoughts and will. I don't care if it's the Protoss or the demons. If I don't like it, I won't help it. If I like it, even if others say that it's an enemy that I should defeat, do I have to fight it? I'm not like the previous heroes who really think that they can save the world. Shuren said everything that could be said and couldn't be said. Xiaofin was speechless. Even though she knew that Shuren was a very special hero, she did not expect that this hero seemed to be even more special than she thought. Regardless of whether the theory he mentioned was correct or not, Xiaofin had never heard of it before. Although the heroes of the past came from another world, when they reincarnated into this world and became the Protoss and the trump card of the human race, they usually naturally embarked on the path of fighting against the demons. This included Mitra. There were all sorts of reasons why they would make such a choice. Some were because of the education and guidance of the Protoss. Some were driven by the righteous cause of saving the world. Some of them thought that it was only natural for them to do this as a member of the human race. Some were serious about ending the war and believed that the demons were evil beings, so they tried their best to eradicate the demons. Why did the demons react so strongly after learning that the heroes had reappeared? Firstly, it was because they were really afraid of the power of the heroes and the threat of the Holy Sword. Secondly, wasn't it because of their hatred and resentment toward the heroes? From the perspective of the demons, they were inexplicably regarded as evil beings. They were inexplicably regarded as people who would destroy the world's peace and even destroy the world. Hence, they were targeted and suppressed by the heroes. Who should they go to reason with? Of course, it was not without reason that the demons would end up like this. After all, there were indeed many evil races among the demons, and many of them were bloody and cruel. For example, Kybal, who was under the command of Devil. Wasn't his race quite bloodthirsty and always wanted to extract the blood of others to increase their strength? There were many such demons. In addition, it was the Demon King who started the war and wanted to kill the Supreme God who created the world. The Supreme God was forced to create the heroes, the Protoss, and the human race. It was not impossible to say that the main culprit of all this was the demons. However, there were also many races among the demons who hoped for peace. If not for this, 1,000 years ago, the demons would not have surrendered and taken the initiative to ask for peace in exchange for 1,000 years of peace. AI would not have let go of her hatred and stopped pursuing the murder of the Demon King because of this and restrained her cruelty. To these people, it was really unreasonable to think that they were evil. Chafine thought that in the eyes of the hero, Shuren, the demons were still on the side of the villains. Who would have thought that he did not take the side seriously at all? He made it very clear to Shafin that he would not choose to help the Protoss or the humans because of his position. He also did not think that a hero like him should save the world and fight against the demons. He only cared about his own thoughts and the people around him. Only caring for one's own safety was the best description of this brave man. He would not decide who he should help or be enemies with. Instead, he wanted to see with his own eyes and make his own judgments. He would never be swayed by other people's thoughts and positions. Just as he had said, his relationship with the demon race was not deep. It was just that his relationship with AI was deep. This alone was not enough to make him completely stand on the side of the demons. Of course, the Protoss did not have a deep friendship with Shuren either. Even though Anima and Nadura had expressed full goodwill to Shuren and made Shuren owe them some favors, it was still not enough for Shuren to stand on the side of the Protoss without hesitation. Favors were favors, and positions were positions. Favors could be returned, but positions could not be easily swayed. This was what Shuren wanted to express. Chafine felt that she might have understood this man a little. It seems that you have not completely integrated yourself into this world, Chafine said with a sigh. Shuren raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew what Chafine meant and would not refute. Because this was the truth. If Shuren had integrated himself into this world, he would not be alone like this. If the peace of this world was broken, it would not be a good thing for the Protoss, the demons, or the human race. Shuren had the power and influence to control everything, but he did not try his best to protect it. This could only mean that he still regarded himself as a person from another world and did not have a sense of belonging to this world. He looked at everything in this world as a bystander. Even if the world was destroyed, he did not need to worry about this world that did not belong to him. This was what Shuren thought. For Shuren like this, he had tried his best to hide his identity and not let his identity become the fuse that broke the peace between the three races. This was already very benevolent of him. After all, as a person from another world, he should not be responsible for all this, nor did he have the obligation to do so. Even when he was reincarnated into this world, Shuren initially treated it as a transaction. Neon reincarnated him and gave him a second life, so he would help Neon fight against the Demon King. This was what Shuren thought at the beginning. This thought had not changed until now. Unfortunately, Shuren now knew that the Demon King had passed away long ago. The situation in this world was much more complicated than he had imagined, and there were many secrets that he did not know. It was troublesome enough to take care of his own matters, but he still had to be a hero to save the world. That was simply too much to do. Chafine saw through Shuren's point of view. Therefore, this is the first time I've seen such a selfish hero. Although Chafine said this, the smile on her face was exceptionally beautiful. It could not be helped. But I like your selfishness. At least, this was much more pleasing to the eye than those brave warriors who thought they were righteous and took it for granted that they would kill the demons. Moreover, her opinion of him was not wrong. At present, Shuren still did not attach much importance to the peace of this world, and his relationship with the three races was also very clear. However, whether it was the importance he attached to AIE or the whereabouts of Lilith and the others, it told Chafine that this hero still had something in common with the past heroes. He attached importance to relationships. He did not choose a side now because he had not developed an unbreakable relationship with any of the races. Once he really attached importance to a race and wanted to help it from the bottom of his heart, he would definitely stand up when the time came. Big sister has already seen this, right? Chafine suddenly understood. No wonder big sister wanted to marry Aie to him. No wonder big sister wanted to solve this problem from the perspective of this hero and not let the demons attack. No wonder big sister had always known about the existence of this hero, but never did anything to him. She only investigated the ins and outs of the whole matter. The devil race supremacy still had a pair of discerning eyes as always. He could easily see through a person's essence. Perhaps, in a place that Chafine did not know, Big Sister must have done a lot of work to ensure that the demons did not offend this hero. In this way, the other party would not see the demons as enemies. Now, the relationship between the demons and this hero was not strong. However, as Scylla became more and more determined in her position in the future, helping Shuren through various difficulties, giving him enough face, and not letting the demons have a chance to attack him, then he would also pay more attention to the demons and get closer to the demons. Chafine even felt that, Big Sister must have seen through my deliberately concealing the news that this hero is in my territory, but she pretended not to know. In this way, this hero had a chance to see her, the most beautiful succubus in the world, and might be more inclined to stand on the side of the demons. It seems that little Aie is not the only sister who has been sacrificed. Chafine smiled bitterly. However, Chafine did not blame Scylla. As a sister, she still knew Scylla's principles. If it was not because Aie was interested in Shuren, Scylla would not have ignored Aie's opinion and let her marry Shuren. If it was not because she was very curious about Shuren and wanted to see him, Scylla would not have pretended not to know. The moon demon's supreme means and wisdom were extraordinary, but she did not have no bottom line. Basically, everything she did was based on certain conditions. It was because of this that the sisters obeyed her, and the demons also regarded her as the supreme. Otherwise, a leader who would do anything, not to mention the demons, the other demons would definitely not listen to her. In short, I accept you. Chafine patted Shuren's shoulder and said with a smile, from now on, you are my little Aie's husband. This meant that Chafine would support the marriage between Shuren and Aie. Shuren saw this. Could it be that among you demons, there is someone who objects to my marriage with Aie? Shuren keenly saw this. Correct. Shafn did not hide anything and said directly, no matter what, little Aie is our most beloved little sister. How can we ignore her life's major event? So? Shuren curled his lips and said, are you the one who objects? No, I did not explicitly object. I just remained neutral and thought that I should see you first. Chafine shook her head and said, the one who really objects to your marriage with little Aie is Kamina. Kamina? Shuren narrowed his eyes and murmured, poison demon? Yes. Chafine nodded and said, the one who proposed the marriage was Big Sister, so she naturally won't oppose it. Reed was surprised at first, but then he nodded after thinking about it. He said that he had seen you and thought that you and little Aie could develop that kind of relationship. Milu neither supported nor objected. That child probably doesn't know what marriage means. I myself remained neutral for the time being and did not express my opinion. Only Kamina is firmly against it. Hearing Shafine's words, Shuren was silent. Just when Chafine thought that Shuren was going to ask Kamina why she objected, Shuren once again surprised her. What about Aie? Shuren looked at Chafine and said, does Aie agree or oppose it? Little Aie? Chafine was stunned at first, then seemed to understand something. She looked at Shuren meaningfully, as if she liked Shuren more and more. She chuckled and said, she was shocked, stunned, and even panicked, which is rare. I have never seen that girl show such an expression. After she calmed down, she became silent, but for the first time, she blushed. Shuren understood what this meant. What else could it be other than acquiescence? Phew, Shuren seemed to have spat out the worries in his heart and finally revealed a sincere smile. That's good. Shuren said as if talking to himself. Chafine also smiled happily. You are very concerned about little Aie's attitude towards this matter, right? Chafine smiled happily. How can I not care? Sean rolled his eyes and said, this inexplicable and sudden marriage contract, I'm the only one who's confused. What's the attitude of that girl? How can I not know? Shuren knew that Sala wanted Aie to marry him in order to calm the unrest among the three races. But as for Shuren, he had no reason to let others decide his marriage, right? You want to get married just because you say so? Then where do you put my opinion? If not for the fact that the other party was Aie, Shuren would have fallen out with her. This was why Shuren had come to the demons this time. He wanted to know what Sala and the demons planned to do, and what Aie's attitude towards this matter was. Only by knowing this could he decide what he should do, and not just do what others told him to do. Now, since I know that the girl has accepted this marriage, I have no reason to object. That was what Shuren thought. For him, marrying that dragon girl was definitely not a bad thing. It was already a relationship, so there was no need to be unreasonable. What about Kamina? Chafine reminded. She hasn't agreed to your marriage yet. Shuren's answer was very clear. I'm not marrying her. Who gives her the right to object? Shuren's words were very forceful. Then I'll see how you deal with my bad-tempered sister. Chafine was already in the mood to watch the show. From this, it could be seen that this succubus was indeed very playful, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Lady Chafine. At this time, Leal finally arrived and rushed into the room. However, soon enough, Leal's body turned black. This was because in front of her, Shuren and Chafine were lying on the bed, one on the ground and the other on the bed. They were very close to each other as if they were about to do something bad. You, how dare you? Leal went berserk. Hey! Wait! Shuren's innocent shout soon sounded. But Leal ignored him and directly rushed toward Shuren. In the next second, a loud crackling sound came from the room. Chafine, who had dodged to the side, covered her mouth and laughed happily. On this day, Shuren was invited by Chafine to live on the top floor of the succubus castle. Without a doubt, this was the first person of the opposite sex invited by a succubus to live on the top floor of the succubus castle. Succubus City, a clan territory that occupied an extremely wide area. A man was waiting in one of the buildings in this clan territory. The man was very handsome. His brows revealed a sense of elegance and confidence that others could clearly sense. He was like a prince that only existed in a fairy tale. Whether it was his appearance or temperament, he belonged to the type that could make girls scream and want to start a vigorous relationship with him. However, this beautiful man was focused and carefully cleaning a portrait. From time to time, his eyes revealed some longing, infatuation, and admiration. If this man were to look at them with such a gaze, most of the girls in the world would instantly fall into the river of love, right? However, the man only seemed to have eyes for the person in the portrait. Upon closer inspection, the person in the portrait was actually a woman that could cause the downfall of a country, a woman that could make all men in the world fall in worship. Who else could it be other than Chafine? The man continued to clean and maintain this portrait. Next to him were more and more portraits, all of which were of Chafine. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how infatuated this man was with the person in the portrait. Not long after, a voice rang out in the studio. You're still so infatuated with Her Highness Succubus, Grey. The one who said this was a man from the demons. He had a rather androgynous appearance and a head of silver hair. Although he was not as handsome as the handsome men in the studio, he had an indescribable sense of beauty that made people linger on him. Such a man from the demons silently appeared in the studio, but he did not attract the attention of the man called Grey at all. Heart? Grey continued to carefully clean the portrait. He smiled contentedly and said without raising his head, "What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble this time that you need my help?" Grey's words made the demons called Heart very unhappy. You say it as if I wouldn't come to you for no reason, Heart said reproachfully. What a waste of our many years of friendship. Hearing this, Grey was completely indifferent. Don't I know you? Grey picked up another portrait. As he cleaned it, he said leisurely, if it was in the past, you would still come to me for a drink. But ever since you reached the legendary rank and became the leader of the succubus race, as well as Her Highness Shafine's cadre, you don't have that kind of leisure anymore, do you? Do you think I want to? Heart's expression became serious. He sighed and said faintly, if I could, I really wish to go back to the way I used to be, roaming the world with you and adventuring everywhere. Not like now, dealing with all kinds of boring affairs all day. These words were met with a mocking scolding from Gray. These words were met with a laugh from Gray. Gray didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're indeed the kind of person who can't stay idle, and you really don't want to sit in the clan's land all day dealing with affairs, but I don't believe you're willing to go back to the past and leave this place. Of this sentence. This was almost certain. If there was a reason, there was only one reason. That was, there was an existence whose beauty was unparalleled in the world. Countless people fell head over heels for her and went crazy for her. In the past, Hart had never met that person, so he could run around as he pleased and didn't want to stay here. But ever since he reached the legendary rank, Hart had the qualifications to come into contact with that person. And after seeing that person, Hart had completely fallen for her. That was why he had willingly chosen this kind of life. From a person who could not sit still and liked to wander around, he had become someone who was willing to stay in the clan, stay in the succubus city, and even sit in the position of the clan leader. He had even done all he could to become a cadre. Not for anything else, but just to be able to see that person one more time. Sure enough, you understand me. Hart suddenly laughed and said, but you don't have the qualifications to say that, do you? Just like how Gray understood Hart, Hart also understood Gray clearly. If I hadn't invited you to meet Lady Chaff by chance, you wouldn't have accepted my invitation to become my Tawu clan's guest and stay here. Hart laughed and said, a dignified legendary rank human is actually willing to stay in the demon realm and not return to the human realm. Back then, many people fell into chaos because of this decision of yours. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Hart's words made Gray's eyes flash with a trace of nostalgia. At that time, the decision he made had indeed caused a lot of chaos and trouble. There was no other way. If you were still in the human realm, would it have been Lydia's turn to become the human race's number one? Hart said disdainfully, that kid only improved by leaps and bounds under your guidance. You can be considered half a mentor to him. Upon hearing this, Gray shook his head. That kid is indeed talented. After so many years, I'm afraid he is already very close to the limit. Gray said solemnly, in terms of potential, I can't compare to him, so I can't tell how strong he is now. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than you? Hart said disapprovingly, no one knows you better than me, old friend. Even in the entire succubus territory, apart from that damned stone girl Leal, no one is your match. I don't believe that Lydia can be stronger than you. What about you? Gray glanced at Hart and said faintly, it's been so many years. Back then, you said that you would trample Leal under your feet and become the strongest demon in the succubus territory. How is it now? Hart was instantly speechless. It seems that you are still not Leal's match. Gray looked at his close friend of many years in amusement and pointed out the lack of confidence in his heart. Hart snorted coldly and said unwillingly, if not for that stone girl's eyes are too powerful, how could I be weaker than her? Those eyes are indeed terrifying. Gray agreed with this statement, then changed the topic and said, all right, hurry up and tell me, what do you want me to do this time? From Gray's tone, it could be seen that he was already used to this kind of thing. After all, he was a hanger-on of the succubus race. Many years ago, as a famous genius of the human race, he met Hart, who had come to the human realm from the devil realm, by chance. From then on, the two of them had an ill-fated relationship. Therefore, when Hart invited him to the demon realm and stroll around the succubus race's territory, Gray did not refuse, which proved that their relationship was indeed deep. But it was that one choice that robbed Gray of the rest of his life. Because he met that person here, and because of that, he fell. Since then, Gray decided not to return to the human world, but to stay here forever. Because of this, Gray accepted Hart's invitation and joined the succubus race after Hart became the leader of the succubus race, becoming a hanger-on of the succubus race. It was because of Gray's help that the succubus race could become the second strongest race in the succubus city, second only to the Stone Lady race. Otherwise, the succubus race, as the number one race in the succubus territory with 3 legendary powerhouses, would not be able to compete with the Stone Lady race. Over the years, Gray had fought for the succubus race many times, and his status in the succubus race could be said to be second only to the patriarch, Hart. He was even the true number one powerhouse of the succubus race. Compared to Hart, his strength was indeed much stronger. And Hart would only ask Gray for help when he encountered a major problem that even he could not solve. This time, it was obviously the case. That was what Gray thought. However, you really misunderstood me this time. Hart suddenly said, I just came to you because of something that happened in the succubus city recently, and wanted to talk to you about it. Otherwise, you will definitely blame me afterward. Oh? Gray did not seem to believe it, and said casually, I'd like to hear, what can make me blame you? Hart immediately looked at Gray. This is a matter that has caused quite a stir in Charm Demon City recently. Hart said word by word, it is said that a human boy came to the succubus city and was personally invited to the succubus castle by Lady Chaffney. He lives on the top floor of the succubus castle. Gray's hand that was wiping the painting suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Hart acted as if he did not see it and muttered to himself. As long as one is in the succubus city, everyone knows that the top floor of the succubus castle is Lady Chaffney's exclusive living quarters. Unless there is an unavoidable event that requires all the officers to gather together for a meeting, Lady Chaffney will not let anyone enter the top floor. Even for us officers, apart from Leal, no one else is allowed to enter the top floor without being summoned. Not to mention living there, except for Lady Chaffney's sisters, who else can receive such treatment? Now, an inexplicable human boy did this, and the succubus city is now very lively because of this matter. Gray was silent for a long time as he listened to Hart's words that had a hidden meaning. After a while, Gray put down the painting in his hand. Human, huh? Gray murmured and finally looked at Hart. Who is he? Gray finally became serious. I asked a member of a weak clan that he came into contact with, and the leader of the Sandscale clan said that he did not reveal his identity. Hart shrugged and said, but for a human to be so valued by Her Highness, some people think that the one who suddenly appeared and disappeared for 1,000 years is more suitable. Saying that, Hart laughed mischievously. If it is really that person, then he must have a lot to do with you. Am I right? His Royal Highness Grekville Mitra? In response to Hart's teasing, Gray was expressionless. Let's go, Gray said, let's go meet that person. At this time, Shuren still didn't know that the matter of him living on the top floor of the succubus castle had caused an uproar in the succubus city, and even attracted some unexpected people. If he knew, he would definitely curse out loud. Others envied him for having such treatment, but they didn't know that Shuren would rather not have it. Because it didn't bring him any substantial benefits, but brought him one big trouble after another. Including now, Shuren was also dealing with a big problem. Boom. In one of the training rooms of the succubus castle, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Two figures bounced away from each other in the strong wind, creating an extremely long distance between them. The impact of the strong wind was extremely terrifying. If it was outside, it would be a piece of cake for it to blow up a mountain. However, there were several layers of extremely high-level barriers protecting the cultivation room, perfectly blocking the commotion and ripples from the battle that occurred in this room. Obviously, this training room was not ordinary. In the succubus castle, even the officers could enter this place. This was a training place specially prepared for the officers of the succubus territory, including the two stone giants guarding the door. Usually, if they wanted to fight and train, they would come here. At this time, this place was requisitioned. It was requisitioned by Leal, the strongest officer under the succubus. Tisk, Leal held a huge steel spear in her hand, looking at the opponent who was not injured at all, very unhappy and speechless. Little did she know, as her opponent, she wanted to curse even more. Are you done playing? Violent woman. Shuren held the sealed holy sword, like a grumpy old brother, almost spitting spittle. How many times have you fought? Are you not satisfied yet? It was obvious that Shuren's mentality was about to explode. It wasn't that he was too stimulated, but that the violent woman in front of him was too difficult to deal with. In 2 whole days, you arranged a total of 125 fights for me. You should be done, right? Shuren was about to vomit. Who would have thought that not only was Leal not ashamed, but she also spoke with fighting spirit. I said 2 days ago that as long as you stay by Lady Chaffeen's side, I will challenge you until you admit defeat and leave. Leal said such words, looking at Shuren as if he was a mistress competing with her, as if she wanted to cut the vixen into pieces. Sharon really wanted to vomit blood. So, didn't I say many times that I admit defeat? Sean said with an extremely indignant expression. I've already said that I admit defeat, and you still challenge me. Are you sick in the head? Leal did not care about Sharon's insult. Since you've admitted defeat, why are you still on the top floor? Leal gritted her teeth. That's not a place for a stinky man like you. Then go and tell your highness succubus. Sean said loudly, ask her to let me go. Can I leave now? No. Leal said without hesitation. Lady Chafine said that she wants to know more about you, and she likes you very much. Keeping you by her side will put her at ease. At this point, Leal's tone was filled with jealousy and jealousy. Sharon almost knelt down. It was said that succubi's charm was enough to topple the omnipotensin, and both men and women would succumb to her unrivaled beauty. Sharon did not believe it before, but now he had no choice but to believe it. The violent woman in front of him clearly had dangerous thoughts. She was clearly a woman, but she had lusted after the mistress she served. Aren't you the chief of the Stone Maidens? Sharon said as if his worldview had been destroyed. I heard that you Stone Maidens hate men the most, and you don't even care about them. There are no men in your tribe. Everyone is a stone life form born in a special environment, similar to Gorham. They also think that they don't need men, so why are you? Sharon's question was met with Leal's matter-of-fact answer. We Stone Maidens don't need men, Leal said seriously. And Lady Chafine is not a man. What the F***ck? Sharon almost cursed. Although what you said sounded very reasonable, I still don't know if I should say MMP or not. Cut the crap. Leal raised her spear again and said in high fighting spirit, unless you defeat me, I will not give up. Hearing this, Sharon finally could not hold back and cursed. F***ck, how many times have I beaten you, and you're not going to stop? That's right, Sharon had defeated Leal more than once. Over the past 2 days, this violent woman had been looking for trouble and challenging him in all sorts of ways. She looked like she would not stop until she had chased away Sean, the little mistress. With Sean's temper, he naturally would not indulge her. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Sean would beat the top powerhouse of the succubus territory, who had a level of 99, into a sorry state every time. He even beat her to the point that her clothes were torn on the spot to feast his eyes on several occasions. However, this woman seemed to be sick in the head. Every time she lost, she would silently leave, and when she returned, she would be full of energy and continue to challenge Sharon. To be honest, Sharon had the urge to kill her. But he couldn't really kill him, right? In order to defeat this top succubus who was level 99, Sharon did not hesitate to use samsara. Although he could not use it to the limit and increase his strength by 10 times, it was not a problem to double it. Only then would he be able to crush his opponent. However, this was also the limit of what Sharon could do. If he could not kill her, he could only beat her into a pulp again and again. In the end, this woman, whose head was probably made of stone, seemed to have a one-track mind. No matter how badly Sharon beat her up, she would immediately come back. Sometimes, she would even attack him in the middle of the night, scaring Sharon to the point where Sharon felt like he was about to collapse. Unfortunately, that demoness Chafine was still watching with great interest and didn't appear to solve the problem. I have some matters to attend to with my sisters as well. Tell them you're with me. Before that, you should spend some time with Leal. Leaving. Behind these words, Chaffner smiled and walked away. To be honest, if not for fear of being captured by this woman's heaven-defying charm, Sharon would have done it with her hundreds of times. After that, Sharon also tried to leave the succubus castle and get as far away from these two troubles as possible. Who would have thought that Chaffner seemed to have predicted all of Sharon's thoughts and actually threw him a note when he was about to leave? If you leave, then I won't help you find that little demon god treasure of yours, and I won't help you investigate the abnormalities in the passage between the two worlds when you came to the demon world. Hearing this, what else could Sharon do? He could only endure the humiliation here. But after enduring so many times, Sharon was about to give in. I'm begging you. Can't you find someone easy to bully? No. You get beaten up by me every time and you're still so reckless. What's the point? Why do you care? As long as I'm willing. You're really not afraid that I'll break your clothes again? No, it's just a bag of skin anyway. You can look at it if you want, but after I beat you up, I'll get my revenge. You're going to break my clothes too? I'm going to break your eyes. Xianxia took a deep breath. In his heart, all the grief, indignation, and despair had turned into anger. Looks like I have to let you understand what's the scariest thing for a woman. Only then will you feel afraid. A murderous glint appeared in Xianxia's eyes. That murderous glint made Lial's heart clench. Thinking back to the scenes of her clothes being broken in the past 2 days, she had a moment of stage fright. But when she thought of Chaffner, Lial revealed a look of desperation. As long as I can protect Lady Chaffner and not let this man take her away, any price will be worth it. Lial could only comfort herself this way. Thus, Xianxia and Lial stared at each other. Their gazes intertwined, sparks flying from the friction. Just as the two of them were about to collide again, the barrier of the cultivation room suddenly fluctuated. At that moment, both Xianxia and Lial's expressions froze. Immediately afterward, one of them revealed a look of relief, while the other was extremely dissatisfied and furious. Who is it? Lial yelled at the entrance of the barrier. Didn't you say that I've commandeered this place and that no one is allowed to come here? Get out. Lial immediately lost her temper. However, all she got in return was a light chuckle. You're still as hot-tempered as ever, Lial. When these words rang out from the cultivation room, outside the barrier, 2 figures seemed to have teleported, passing through a wave of ripples and entering this place. Xianxia looked over and could not help but be startled. This was because the 2 people who came were very handsome. They were either beautiful or androgynous, like the male leads in idol dramas. Who are they? Xianxia had a strange expression on his face. Ever since coming to this world, Xianxia had seen many beautiful girls. But this was the first time Xianxia had seen such beautiful boys. Although Harvey, Donna's, and even Limjo were all handsome men, compared to the 2 people in front of them, there was still a big gap. That was not the problem. The problem was, according to the perception of external destiny, Xianxia was surprised to find that the more beautiful of these 2 men was not demons, but a human. There were humans here other than himself. How interesting. It's you guys? While Xianxia was feeling surprised, Lial looked at the 2 overly handsome men in front of her and frowned deeply. She was especially surprised when she saw the prettier man who wasn't a demon but a human. Greekville? You're here too? From Lial's attitude, it could be seen that she valued the human man named Greekville. Xianxia took another look at him. Not because of anything else, but because this man was the same as Lial. They were both level 99, a legendary powerhouse that was just 1 step away from the limit. Since when did humans have such a high-leveled powerhouse? Xianxia was quite surprised. Until now, the highest level Xianxia had ever seen among humans was level 98. That person was Alidia. At level 98, Alidia was known as the #1 powerhouse of the human race and was the highest-leveled human Xianxia had ever seen. Originally, Xianxia had thought that there was no one among the humans who was of a higher level than Alidia. Who would have thought that today, a level 99 human would appear in the realm of demons? It was no wonder that Xianxia was surprised. The human powerhouse named Gray, on the other hand, flashed a polite smile at Lial. Sorry to disturb you, Chief Lial. Gray nodded at Lial. Please don't mind me. I just heard that Her Highness Succubus personally received a human powerhouse, so I came to take a look as a fellow demon. With that, Gray turned around and looked at Xianxia. Gray sized up Xianxia and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, you must be the human who was personally received by Her Highness Succubus, right? You're so young. Hearing that, Xianxia couldn't help but feel strange. You must be very young, right? Xianxia glanced at the man's face and said with a smile, you seem to be about the same age as me. Before Gray could reply, the androgynous demons beside him laughed. Then you've made a mistake, he said with a faint smile. Don't be fooled by Gray's looks. He's not young and is old enough to be your father. It's just that he's taken a special potion from Maitawu race that solidified his youthful appearance. Not a potion? Xianxia raised a brow. It's a magical potion that can solidify the user's body. It was originally used for the dead to preserve their bodies. Gray said helplessly. I was tricked by someone when I was young and drank that potion. As a result, my body has been solidified ever since. Hearing that, the androgynous demons were displeased. How can it be tricked? The other party was very dissatisfied. I told you clearly, that bottle of magic potion is very precious. Once you drink it, you will obtain immortality to a certain extent. Isn't this a lie? Gray glanced at him and said, if I knew that the bottle of medicine was for the dead, then I would absolutely not have drunk it. Besides, it can't make me live forever, it just makes me not grow old. So, Hart, you really are a liar. But before he could speak, Leal interrupted him impatiently. That's enough. Everyone in Succubus City knows that the two of you are close. You don't have to put on a show in front of me. Leal came over with her spear. She glanced at Gray and Hart and said with disdain, you're only here to find out what kind of man Lady Chafine likes, right? Hearing that, Shuren suddenly understood. Leal walked over with her spear and glanced at Gray and Hart. You're just curious about what kind of man Lady Chafine likes, that's why you're here to find out, right? Upon hearing this, Sean came to a sudden realization. So these two are here for me? Gray and Hart didn't feel guilty at all. Don't make it sound so bad, Leal. Hart pretended to be innocent. The entire Succubus City is talking about this, so it's normal for us to be curious. That's right. Gray nodded. We're just here to take a look. We don't have any ulterior motives. With that, Gray and Hart looked at Shuren again. They didn't even try to hide the scrutinizing look in their eyes. In particular, Gray's gaze fell on the sealed holy sword in Sean's hand for a moment. His gaze flickered slightly as if he had seen through something. Under such circumstances, Shuren didn't hold back anymore. How should I address the two of you? Shuren smiled at Gray and Hart. Gray and Hart exchanged glances with each other when they saw that Lin Li didn't seem to be bothered by the pressure from the two legendary powerhouses. Then, Hart spoke first. My name is Hart, the current leader of the Tao clan. I'm also the second cadre under Her Highness Succubus. Hart smiled and introduced himself. Tao clan? Shuren was a little concerned about that word. Now that he heard it again, he couldn't help but glance at Leal. Leal seemed to have sensed Shuren's intention and snorted unwillingly. However, after a moment of hesitation, Leal explained in a gloomy tone. The Tao clan is a powerful clan second only to the Stone Ladies in Succubus City. Although there is only one legendary being in the clan, which is this fellow named Hart, his level isn't low at all. He's at 97, and even among all the legendary beings in the demon realm, he's one of the best. Moreover, he has recruited a supreme being from the human clan, so the Tao clan has leaped to become the second clan in the Succubus territory. Leal emphasized the word second. Clearly, as the strongest in the Succubus territory and the leader of the stonemasons, Leal had often crossed swords with Hart and the Tao, who were ranked second in the Succubus territory. This woman. Hart grumbled unhappily. Sooner or later, she'll drag you down from the top and make you the second. Heh, Leal sneered with a disdainful look, and Hart almost exploded in anger. Fortunately, Gray stood up in time. As for me, I'm Greekville. You can just call me Gray. Gray's tone was very gentle, like a master who had cultivated his mind for many years. He said, as Matriarch Leal said, I am the human who was recruited by the Bayan tribe. Currently, I am a guest of the Bayan tribe, living under their roof as a condition. Sometimes, I will do some things for the Bayan tribe. Is that so? Sean was quite surprised, and said to Gray, why haven't I heard of a super powerhouse like you appearing in the human race? Hart seemed to want to answer that question. Unfortunately, Gray stopped him. I don't think there are many humans who are willing to talk about me, right? Gray said. After all, to a certain extent, I betrayed the humans and joined the demons. Plus, it's been almost 20 years since I came to the underworld. I'm afraid they've already forgotten about me. This time, Gray's tone was very calm, and it was the kind of calm that was somewhat abnormal. Shuren could basically confirm that this person's background was not as simple as he said. There should be many secrets behind this that he didn't know. But, that had nothing to do with him. Of course, Shuren still introduced himself. I'm Shuren. Nice to meet you. Shuren's introduction was very concise. However, this name still made Gray and Hart show an expression of as expected. Shuren Boztut, the honorary count of the Mitra kingdom, the kingdom's treasure Rosie, the fiancé of the second princess of Mitra, and the current hero after 1,000 years. It's really you. Hart finally confirmed it. Gray didn't say anything. He just looked at Shuren with an inexplicable gaze. His gaze revealed some emotions such as regret, nostalgia, and faint sadness. It was really hard to understand. Instead, it was Leal who seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Gray. Gray acted as if he didn't see this scene and became expressionless. Shuren didn't notice this change. Shuren only realized that his identity had long been seen through. You've already guessed my identity? Shuren looked at Gray and Hart. Hart laughed. In this current situation, other than the hero who has caused an uproar recently, we really don't know who else can come to the underworld and be personally invited by Her Highness Succubus. Hart said in a somewhat meaningful tone. However, even we didn't expect that Her Highness Succubus would actually invite you to live on the top floor of the Succubus Castle. To be honest, we are very surprised and even a little envious. At this point, it was impossible for Shuren not to understand the purpose of these two's visit. Don't tell me that you're like this crazy woman and came to chase me out of the top floor of the Succubus Castle? Shuren went silent for a moment and then looked at Gray and Hart with the corner of his mouth twitching. Gray and Hart stared blankly at the fake smile with some grief and indignation on his face. What's wrong with this hero? Why does he look like he wants to die? Such thoughts flashed in Gray and Hart's mind, but before they could pursue the matter, Leal once again spoke impatiently. If that's why you're here, then you can go back. Leal waved her hand as if she was shooing away flies and said to Gray and Hart, there's no need for you to do anything. I will chase him out of Her Highness Succubus's side. Oh? Hart looked at Leal and said doubtfully, you really want to chase him away? Why? Leal's expression sank. Are you doubting me? That's not it. Although Hart said so, his face was full of distress. The reason was simple. If you really want to chase him away, then why is he still here? Hart became suspicious. Leal choked for a moment, then flew into a rage out of humiliation. Do you think this is an easy task? If it were you, you wouldn't be a match for him. I'm not a match for him? Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray looked at Leal in surprise as well. The amount of information in this sentence wasn't just an ordinary amount. In any case, that was what Hart thought. Then I want to give it a try. Following this sentence, the atmosphere in the training room took a turn for the worse. Silence pervaded the entire training room, causing the 4 top legendary powerhouses present to fall silent and not say a word. Leal frowned but didn't say anything. Gray glanced at Hart with a pensive look on his face. Hart, on the other hand, looked at Sean with a smile on his face, as if he was not the one who said those words. As for Shuren, he was stupefied. My goodness, it's another cliché of jealousy. Shuren couldn't help but feel angry, and even wanted to look up to the sky and sigh. Women were troublesome creatures, and the more beautiful they were, the more trouble they attracted. Shuren had understood this when he first came to this world, and for this reason, he even wanted to stay away from Vivian's party and Rosie. Now, being treated like this by the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms, it would be a lie if he didn't attract some unnecessary trouble. But, this is too troublesome, can you forgive me for not accompanying you? Shuren said to Hart in front of everyone with a look of annoyance. What? Hart smiled meaningfully and said, could it be? Hart couldn't finish his sentence. Because Shuren beat him to it. Are you trying to say that I'm scared? Shuren interrupted Hart and suddenly laughed. His laugh was emotionless. Although this is a low-level provocation, I really don't want to fall for it if I can. Shuren said casually. But I really don't have a good temper, and if things really get to that point, I might not be able to hold back. With that said, Sean's hand that was holding the sword tightened slightly, and magic flowed into it like a torrent. At this moment, Shuren used the Fate of the External Buddha ability to activate part of the Holy Sword's sealed power. Holy waves immediately burst out from the sealed Holy Sword, and with a bit of dazzling radiance, it flowed through the body of the Holy Sword. Hart's expression changed slightly, and an unprecedented strong sense of crisis burst forth in his heart. No, not only heart, even Leal felt her heart tighten, as if the dazzling radiance in front of her was not the light of the holy sword, but the world's most terrifying poison, causing her to take a step back. As demons, both Heart and Leal were shocked by the power revealed by the holy sword. This was the power that was known as the natural enemy of demons. In the face of this power, even the strongest demons couldn't ignore it. Even Gray's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at the holy sword in Shuren's hand. But at this time, Shuren had already retracted his mana and calmed the holy sword. "Let's not try, shall we?" Xian looked at Heart again and said with a faint smile, "What do you think?" Heart opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. That holy power just now made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy, and he had a terrifying feeling that even his soul was about to be annihilated. That divine power just now made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He had a terrifying feeling that even his soul was about to be annihilated. The way Heart looked at Shuren was no longer as casual as before. Although he was the patriarch of the Tao race and a top legendary powerhouse with a level of 97, his seniority was not high. In the demon race, Heart was considered a very famous rising star. They had long lives and accumulated for a long time before finally reaching the legendary level, so they were all aware of the horror of the hero and the holy sword. They had a long lifespan and had accumulated a long time to finally reach the legendary rank. Thus, they were well aware of how terrifying the hero and the holy sword were. Although he had also lived for hundreds of years, he had not participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago, had not confronted the hero, and had not seen the power of the holy sword. Heart was a very famous genius among the demons, becoming a legendary powerhouse in just a few hundred years, and was once known as the #1 genius among the demons. Heart was a very famous genius among the demons. In just a few hundred years, he had become a legendary powerhouse, and he was once known as the #1 genius among the demons. That was why Heart could be so free and undisciplined. When he was young, he ignored the hindrances of the demons and wandered around as if he didn't care about the people in the world. It wasn't until he went to the human world and met Gray that Heart realized that there was always someone better than him, and that he wasn't the most gifted one. Hence, Heart and Gray got to know each other after a fight. The two of them traveled all over the world, and finally returned to the demon world. Heart took over the position of the patriarch and led the Shuren tribe to develop rapidly in the succubus territory. Soon, they became the second most powerful tribe in the succubus territory. This Heart was not as fearful of the Braves as the other demons were of the demon race. Not to mention, Shuren was so young. Even if he became a legendary powerhouse and held the legendary holy sword, how strong could he be? With such a preconceived notion, Heart couldn't help but provoke Linley. Who would have thought that it was this sentence that made Heart realize how terrifying the legendary hero was? The holy power just now was engraved in Heart's heart, and he could never forget it. On the other hand, there was a trace of envy in Gray's eyes. If only I could get the holy sword's recognition back then, Gray couldn't help but think that, but he quickly shook his head and got rid of such an unrealistic thought. Things that couldn't be obtained were things that didn't exist, and Gray wasn't obsessed with it. The Mitra royal family had produced many amazing existences in the past 1,000 years, and there were many people who were more outstanding than him. In the end, they couldn't get the recognition of the holy sword, so it was normal for him to fail. Besides, if he was lucky enough to succeed and become the successor of the holy sword, it would be very troublesome. After all, it was obvious that the Mitra royal family wouldn't let a descendant who inherited the holy sword run to the demons, and the demons wouldn't accept such a threat. If that was the case, he should rejoice and not feel regretful. On the other hand, Anchi seems to have a good daughter. At this thought, Gray's gaze toward Shuren softened a little. Xian did not know that in this short moment, the two uninvited visitors in front of him had gone through a lot of mental processes. He only saw the fear in Heart's eyes, and seeing that Heart was silent, he sheathed his sword in satisfaction. Then, Shuren said this. "By the way, I don't have any thoughts about the succubus in your hearts, so you can rest assured." Shuren spread his arms and said, "If it's possible, I'd like to stay far away from her." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the three people present changed, except for Shuren. "Are you still telling such comical lies?" Leal looked at Shuren with disdain. Borstet really likes to joke. Hart also changed the fear in his eyes and curled his lips. Even Gray shook his head as if he couldn't help but laugh. We already know your strength. You don't have to be so perfunctory with us. Gray said, anyone who has seen Her Highness Succubus would bow down to her peerless beauty. This is a very normal thing. In the future, please don't tell lies that no one will believe. The three legends expressed their stance as if it was a matter of course, causing Shuren's expression to stiffen. He was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean, you don't believe me when I speak the truth? Are you bootlickers? I wish you all the best. Just as Shuren was cursing in his heart, a laughter suddenly rang in everyone's ears. I know you're a gentleman, all right? My dear hero? When the enchanting laughter echoed and entered everyone's ears, Leal, Gray, and Hart had a huge reaction. Lady Chaffner. The disdain on Leal's face disappeared, and she turned into a little fangirl. Lady Chaffner. Hart was no longer frivolous, and his face was filled with fanaticism. Her Highness Succubus, even Gray's face was filled with excitement, as if he had seen his dream girl. F***ck. Only Shuren's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a terrifying demon. He turned around and ran without hesitation. Unfortunately, in the next second, a figure that seemed to have gathered the essence of heaven and earth, as if it was the most exquisite work of art created by the gods with their blood, sweat, and tears, suddenly appeared in front of Shuren. You're the first man to turn around and run when you see me. The person who blocked Shuren's path said in annoyance. Shuren hurriedly braked and bounced back as if he had been electrocuted, distancing himself from the person in front of him. However, the figure was like a ghost, flashing in front of Shuren in the blink of an eye. Slap, with a crisp sound, one of Shuren's hands was grabbed. Humph, let's see where you can run to. She was in a very good mood as she spoke. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. He felt an indescribably wonderful sensation on his hand, and he couldn't bear to shake it off. However, the more he felt like this, the more afraid Shuren became. He wanted to run as far away as possible. You. What do you want now? Shuren's voice was filled with fear. Hee hee. Chaffner let out a pleasant laugh that made one's heart melt. She said coquettishly, why don't you guess? Shuren almost spat on her face. Guess? Guess your sister. No, her sister seems to be my wife. Guess your sister. Come with me. Chaffner didn't care about Shuren's crumbling expression. She grabbed his hand and led him out without any sense of propriety. Seeing this, Gray and Hart's hearts trembled. Leal also wanted to rush over with a jealous expression. But before Leal could rush forward, Chaffine said softly, don't worry about me. Don't follow me. Her words made Leal stop in her tracks. Chaffner then left with Shuren, who was still resisting. Only Leal, Hart, and Gray were left in silence. Just like the rumors said, Lady Chaffner seems to like him very much. Hart said faintly, a trace of jealousy in his tone. Gray was completely silent. Only one of his hands clenched into a fist without a trace. One had to know that Chaffner had ignored him the whole time. This caused Gray's originally calm heart to inevitably have waves that others didn't know about. Leal, on the other hand, made up her mind. I'm going to take him down with me. It wasn't hard to imagine that Shuren would have to face at least 1,000 challenges in the future. In Shaffine's room on the top floor of the succubus castle. Bam, with a muffled sound, Shuren, who had been dragged into the room by Chaffine, was pushed onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling in bewilderment. Hee hee. Just like 2 days ago, Chaffine climbed onto the bed seductively, showing off her perfect, fiery figure to the fullest. It was the same recipe. It tasted the same. However, Shuren's mood was even worse than it had been 2 days ago. What are you trying to do? Shuren could only cry out in grief and indignation. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. If this witch dared to say guess again, he wouldn't care anymore. He would make her regret it and let her know that even Buddhas had anger. But she seemed to have seen through him. I'm here to talk to you about serious business. Chaffine said with a straight face. Serious business? The corner of Shuren's eye twitched. He pointed at her and then at himself. Have you ever seen someone talk business on the bed in such an ambiguous position? Indeed, I haven't. Chafine still looked serious. It's because I haven't seen it before that it's fun. You're so coquettish. Shuren almost blurted out. He could tell that this woman had probably never been humiliated by a man before. That was why she was so happy with him. Not for anything else, just because it was fun. This demoness was the most playful among the 6 great demons. Even the naive, romantic, and innocent Milou couldn't compare to her. Of course, the games that Milou played were for children. It was just that sometimes it was very dangerous. However, the games that this witch played were for adults. Sorry to disturb you. Shuren wanted to flee again. But Chafine got right to the point. Let me tell you about the current situation first. Chafine said leisurely, I've already told my sisters that you're here. You should have told them earlier. What have you been doing these past 2 days? Sean swallowed his words back into his stomach. Otherwise, this demoness would definitely tease him again. And so, Shuren hurriedly got to the point. Did Aie say when she'll come to pick me up? Hearing this, Shafine's expression was bitter. You want to leave so badly? Chafine said faintly. Am I really that scary? Really, Shuren really wanted to admit it. Of course. But considering the consequences, Shuren gave up. How could that be? Sean forced a smile and said, I can't be happier to have the number 1 beauty of the 3 realms accompanying me. I knew you'd say that, Chafine said with a forced smile. Shafin said happily, that's why I've already told little Aie not to come and pick you up. Pfft. Sean vomited. Who could he? Go? Alright, stop acting like it's the end of the world. Chafine patted Shuren's shoulder and said with a smile, Aie was worried about leaving you here. When she found out that you were here, she wanted to come and greet you immediately, but I told her that I would bring you to the central city, so she reluctantly agreed. The central city? Shuren was slightly stunned. The central city of the Moon Demon territory, where Big Sis is, Chafine explained. In a few days, all the demons will gather there. When the time comes, I'll bring you there, and you'll be able to see Aie. In a few days? Shuren almost blurted out. What? Chafine raised an eyebrow and said with a half-smile, do you think it's too long? No, no. Shuren laughed dryly, but he sighed inwardly. Too long? That was super long. Shuren couldn't say it out loud, so he could only change the topic. Why do all the demons have to gather in the central city in a few days? Shuren expressed his concern. However, Chafine did not seem to be in a good mood. Isn't it all because of you? Chafine said angrily. If it weren't for you, the hero, causing unrest among the demons and the other 2 races, we wouldn't be so busy. Shuren immediately stopped talking. Chafine continued as if she didn't see it. After a while, the celestial race, human race, and demon race will hold a meeting to discuss your rebirth, Chafine said. Shafin said, now, the time and place seem to have been decided. Coupled with your engagement with Aie, Big Sister asked us to gather at the Supreme Castle in Central City in 3 days. Then, Chafin spoke in a serious tone. When the time comes, you will also have to appear. After all, Shuren was the center of this dispute. Not to mention the gathering of the demon dwellers, Sean would probably have to attend the meeting of the 3 clans later. His position was very important, and his speech at the meeting was also very important. At that time, the 3 races would decide how to deal with this matter based on his performance and speech. In other words, if you screw it up, you will become the main culprit that will shake the peace of the 3 races. Chafine covered her mouth and chuckled. If that happens, even if you marry all 6 of us, it probably won't be able to calm things down. Good guy, I'm F***king good guy. I still want to live a little longer. Shuren said this very seriously. I hope so. Chafine smiled as if she didn't hear him. It's not easy for an interesting hero like you to appear. I don't want this hard-earned fun to disappear so quickly. This demon girl really thinks of me as a toy. I really want to smack her but, right. Chafine seemed to have thought of something and said, those little fellows who came with you to the demon realm are all fine. You don't have to worry too much. Oh? Shuren became spirited and immediately asked, how are they? They're fine. As if she wasn't very interested in existences other than Shuren, Chafine said disinterestedly, that rather outstanding dragon of yours has already been taken in by little Aie. Now, under little Aie's care, it has almost become the little overlord of the entire dragon-demon territory. Not to mention the ordinary dragons, even the cadres are flattering her. Presumably, they are very happy about the appearance of this dragon with boundless prospects, right? Little Aie's Tyrannosaurus and 2 magical creatures have already returned to the dragon-demon territory unharmed. In the demon realm, they won't have any major problems. On the other hand, that little evil god who entrusted the true seal to you really fought with Kamina and almost tore the entire poison demon territory apart. Hearing the first half of Shafine's words, Shuren was relieved, but after hearing the second half, his heart was in his throat again. Is Lilith all right? A hint of urgency appeared on Shuren's face. She's fine. Chafine shook her head and said, I can only say that as expected of the evil god who is as famous as Artemis. After fighting with Kamina for a whole day and night, she actually didn't show any signs of losing, which made Kamina really angry. In the end, if it wasn't for Big Sister rushing over in time and stopping those two, the poison demon territory would probably have been completely wiped out. Even so, nearly 1/3 of the territory of the poison demon territory was affected. There were all kinds of damage and effects of various sizes. More than 10 mountain ranges were turned into ruins, and millions of kilometers of land were turned into powder. The terrain has changed greatly. I reckon that the demons of the poison demon territory will have a hard time in the future. Needless to say, Shuren's heart skipped a beat and was filled with lingering fear. Is this the true strength of a transcendent existence at the demon's level? If the holy sword didn't have the effect of restraining the demons, wouldn't the current me still have no choice but to kneel when facing the demons? It seems that even if I have transcendent level combat power, I'm still the weakest among them. I reckon that I can only fight against the goddess of life and goddess of nature. It's still too early for me to fight against the demons at the transcendent level. If I really want to suppress those who broke the rules, I'll probably have to enter the transcendent level. Right? Thinking of this, Shuren asked. Where is Lilith now? Shuren only cared about this matter. She's in the central city. Chafine said honestly, Big Sister has already brought the little evil god back to her territory. That's good. Shuren could finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Shafine's tone changed again. But, Chafine dragged out her tone. But what? Shuren had just let out a sigh of relief, but he held it back again. In his heart, he cursed several times. This hateful demon girl is definitely doing this on purpose. As expected, but Kamina obviously doesn't intend to let this go. Chafine smiled and said, in addition to her opposition to little Aie's marriage, you'll have another reason to be targeted by her once we reach the central city. This was indeed very unfortunate. Being targeted by a demon was probably the most unfortunate thing that could happen in this world where the supreme god had already retired and the demon king had already passed away. Even the Protoss didn't want to offend a demon. However, Shuren had already offended a demon. Moreover, it was the poison demon, who was recognized as the most brutal among the demons. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Of course, don't think that she's the only one with a bad temper. Shuren said with a hidden meaning. Under such circumstances, Chafine started to worry for Shuren. It's not a wise choice to offend that girl Kamina too much. Chafine actually tried to persuade him. How should I put it? Shuren frowned. Of course, he knew that a demon was not to be trifled with. However, he also had Lilith and Aie to support him. In addition, he already had the ability to deal with a demon, so he shouldn't be too afraid of a demon. But Chafine said so. Because that girl's ability is the one that should be feared the most. Shafine's expression became serious. Ability. Shuren pondered. Shuren was no longer as clueless as before about the unique abilities of the 6 demons. Although his understanding wasn't very comprehensive, Shuren now knew quite a few unique abilities of the demons. It wasn't a deeply hidden secret. The long war between gods and demons had already exposed the unique abilities of the 6 demons, and they couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. Therefore, the unique skills of the 6 great demons were no longer a secret. For example, the moon demon Sayla's unique ability could greatly increase her strength at night, amplifying all her abilities. It was called Waning Moon's Pilgrimage. It was due to the existence of this unique ability that Sayla was called the moon demon. If there was a moon in the sky at night, Sayla's strength would increase depending on the roundness of the moon. In other words, Sayla was at her strongest at night when the full moon hung high in the sky. At that time, Sayla's strength would be at its strongest, and she would even be able to put up a fight against the almighty goddess of destiny. The unique abilities of the beast demon Lai Dorma and the dragon demon Aie were somewhat similar to Sayla's, both amplifying their strength. Needless to say, Aie and the other dragons could only awaken one unique ability, Dragonification. However, Aie's Dragonification was the strongest in the world, allowing her to revert to her dragon form and increase her strength by 10 times. It wasn't something ordinary dragons could compare to. The rest of the dragon race could at most increase their strength by 3 to 5 times. Compared to Aie's Dragonification, the difference was like heaven and earth. Lai's unique ability allowed her to freely control her body size. It didn't seem like much at first glance, but in reality, it was no less powerful than Aie's Dragonification. Because once she used this ability, the bigger she became, the stronger she would be, and vice versa, the weaker she would be. That was why Lai had almost no strength in her little beast form. However, if she got serious, she could transform into a prehistoric beast that was thousands of meters tall and comparable in size to the continent. When that happened, she could crush a city with a single stomp, and shatter a mountain range with a single kick. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was the unique ability of the beast demon Lai Dorma, beast god transformation. As for Milu's unique ability, it was already mentioned before. It allowed her to move freely like a real ghost, become invisible, and pass through walls without any flaws. She could even fly into the sky and enter the ground at will, and create an army of ghouls. It could be said to be the most versatile ability, Ghost Seed. With this unique skill, Milu could even cast curses, enter dreams, release resentment, absorb life essence, and even directly attack souls. In terms of means, she was undoubtedly the most powerful of the 6 great demons. If it wasn't for the fact that she was extremely innocent and didn't have too many evil thoughts, Milu could completely rely on the diversity of her unique abilities to do many things that others couldn't. Even though it was disgraceful, no one could do anything to her, turning the world into a purgatory. Therefore, Artemis, the goddess of justice, had always believed that this devil was an evil existence second only to the demon king in this world. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the goddess of justice also directly confronted Milu and deliberately wanted to suppress Milu. Unfortunately, she did not succeed. Even if her body was destroyed, as long as a fragment of her soul was preserved, Milu would be able to resurrect. Because of this, Milu was not only the one with the most tricks among the 6 demons, but also the most difficult to deal with, the most troublesome, and the strongest in terms of survival. The only one left was the poison demon Kamina. This devil cultivator had an extremely terrifying ability. She could freely make all kinds of poisons. Even if it was a poison that did not exist in this world, she could make it in an instant. Furthermore, she did not need any materials. She could turn a strand of hair into a deadly poison that would kill upon contact. She could turn a tear into a poison that would dissolve blood and devour flesh. Every part of her body was poisonous, and the poison was like the breath of a dragon that could ignore all defense and poison resistance in the world. It could indeed poison people to death. In the past, this poison demon roamed the world and did all kinds of shocking things. Can you imagine a person silently sneaking into a city, dripping a drop of blood into the water source, and then turning around to leave? The next day, everyone in the city will be poisoned to death. Can you imagine a girl soaking in a river, a stream, or even an ocean, only to have those places turn into extremely poisonous places? What's more, as long as she breathes out, that breath can poison an ultimate expert to death on the spot. It can even melt the skin and flesh of the opponent. This is poison demon Kamina's unique skill, cold poison body. Chafine had said such shocking words. Because of this, even we don't really want to offend Kamina. After all, who knows if she will release a terrifying poison to you while talking to you? Even if she doesn't come into contact with you, she can release a terrifying colorless and odorless poison that will kill you without even knowing why. Even a breath of his can turn it into poison, and a breath of his can turn it into poison. Are you willing to offend such a person? Of course not, right? That was the reason why Xianxia tried to persuade Shan, which was rare. It wasn't because Kamina was her sister, but because Xianxia really wanted to remind Shuren how dangerous her sister was. The title of the most brutal demon dweller was not something that could be casually given. Kamina had that qualification. The people little AI doesn't want you to come into contact with the most army and Kamina. Xianxia had already seen through AI's thoughts. She doesn't want you to see me because she knows how attractive my existence is to a man. She doesn't want you to see Kamina because she knows how terrifying Kamina is and doesn't want you to suffer in her hands. Although Milu can become very dangerous sometimes, her danger can be controlled. Sometimes, when she's in a bad mood and wants to lose her temper, she can be coaxed in the next second. Kamina is different. Once she's in a bad mood, even Big Sister might not be able to stop her. Xianxia told Shuren how terrifying the rumored poison demon was. Is her poison really that powerful? Shuren frowned deeper and asked doubtfully, even you guys are afraid of it? Don't doubt it. Xianxia said very seriously, her poison is also very troublesome for us. Although it's not like those who haven't reached Transcendent Realm, where one touch will kill you, it can still affect your body, mind, and even soul. In other words, poison demon Kamina's poison was something that even Transcendent Realm existences had to be wary of. It was indeed effective against Transcendent Realm existences. The only person who can completely ignore Kamina's poison is probably the goddess of fate, right? That was what Xianxia thought. Then there are the Transcendent Realm Braves. Their sacred swords can also purify Kamina's poison. In other words, if one didn't reach Transcendent Realm, they couldn't purify it. Your sacred sword is very powerful. Even if you haven't reached Transcendent Realm, it can still make me feel threatened. It shouldn't be helpless against Kamina's poison. Xianxia warned, but this powerful sacred sword can only save your life at most. It definitely can't let you completely ignore Kamina's poison. For this reason, Xianxia deliberately warned Shuren. Shuren was a little worried. That Lilith and the poison demon fought for a day and a night. Could she have already been poisoned? Shuren was worried about this. Well, she'll definitely be poisoned. But with that evil god's power, she shouldn't be poisoned to death, right? Xianxia smiled and said, similarly, that little evil god's authority will definitely corrode Kamina, but Kamina won't be devoured by the evil aura. No matter what, they were fighting at the same time. Their abilities would definitely be effective against each other, but it wouldn't be fatal. Lilith and Kamina had fought for an entire day and night without a clear winner, which was already proof of this. In short, you should be careful when you see Kamina, Xianxia said as if she was doing her best. Don't touch her, and don't get too close to her. It's best if you don't even touch the things she touched. Don't get too close to her. This is the most basic response. She was basically telling Shuren that he had to stay away from the poison demon. Also, let me tell you one more thing. Xianxia looked at Shuren and said, we've already sent people to investigate what happened on the day you came to the demon realm. Shuren understood what she meant. Xianxia was actually referring to the accident that Shuren and the others encountered. It's preliminarily confirmed that on your way to the demon realm, a transcendent realm existence followed behind you. Xianxia's words were shocking, that existence's power inadvertently interfered with the passage between the human and demon realms, causing the passage to collapse. That's why you encountered such an accident. Fortunately, in the end, the accident was more daunting than dangerous. The other party probably didn't do it on purpose. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to reach the demon realm in one piece. Xianxia began to mutter to herself. But who could it be? Clearly, it wasn't just Xianxia. The other demons were also very concerned about this matter. Of course, this was not something that Shuren should deal with. That's all for business. Xianxia clapped her hands and said as if she had succeeded. Prepare well for the next 3 days. You might be very busy later. With that, Xianxia got up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Shuren subconsciously asked. Then what's your unique skill? This was something that Shuren was rather curious about. He had some understanding of the other demon's unique skills. Only the succubus' unique skill seemed to be a bit special. Me? Chaffin smiled thoughtfully. I can only say that, unlike my sisters, my unique skill is not linked to my title. With that, Chaffin disappeared. Sharon fell silent. There was no movement for a long time. End of chapter 686. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.